He crossed over to the pirate world and unexpectedly gained the legendary Golden Finger, the power of the 12 zodiac talismans. Not only did he seize the human fruit, Mythical Zoan, Nika form from Fufu, but he also stepped on Kaido of the 100 Beasts to ascend to the throne of the strongest creature in land, sea, and air. The so-called four emperors were nothing in his eyes. Until one year, Yamato trembled and asked, "What exactly did I do wrong?" To which he coldly replied, "Your birth was the biggest mistake." That a flash of blade and a bloody head flew up in response. A revenge that transcended causality finally came to an end. Chapter 1. The wind rises in Rogi year 1498 of the Sea Circle calendar. EC Rogatown. Dark clouds pressed down on the city, and heavy rain was imminent. In the square, there was a throng of people jostling against each other, the dense crowd whispering, as if thousands of mosquitoes were buzzing in the ears. Booming thunder. Lightning flashed, illuminating the entire square in an instant. "Hey, Pirate King, where did you hide the treasure you found? Is it really in the Grand Line? You must have it, right? That one-of-a-kind treasure, One Piece." At this moment, an average-looking passerby suddenly shouted. The target was none other than the Pirate King Joel D. Roger, who was being held up and kneeling on the high platform. And this passerby was humorously referred to in various forums as the one who truly opened the age of exploration. Whether he was a plant sent by Roger remains unknown. As soon as the words fell, the crowd in front of the execution platform seemed to have pressed the mute button, even their breathing instinctively slowing down, their eyes glued to Roger, afraid of missing any monumental event. The executioner on the platform suddenly blanked out, a bit at a loss in the face of the unfolding situation. "Ha ha 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 ha. Want my treasure? If you want it, come and take it. Hey, go look for it. I've left everything in this world there. Grand Line. One Piece." Roger, sitting cross-legged on the execution platform, suddenly roared. "Hey, you bastard." The executioner's face changed drastically, finally snapping back to reality, and without hesitation, he thrust his spear down, instantly piercing through Roger's chest. "The Pirate King Roger has perished." Ugh! As soon as this was said, both the crowd beneath the execution platform and those watching this grand live broadcast from all over the world erupted in an uproar. Some adventurers cheered loudly to find the great treasure. Some ambitious individuals watched everything calmly, and some revolutionaries observed coldly. Everyone knew the tide of the era was about to rise, and the so-called Great Pirate Era had begun. Damn it! Not far from the execution platform, in a loft, a middle-aged man wearing frog-eyed glasses and sporting a braided beard looked at the chaotic scene and couldn't help but shout in anger. The windowsill he was gripping was crushed due to his excessive force, because he knew the world was about to turn upside down. Admiral of the Navy headquarters, Sengoku. Ugh. Not far from a noisy crowd, in a small alley, a figure lying on the ground like a dead dog seemed to be awakened by the uproar. He slowly lifted his somewhat stiff neck, revealing a youthful and handsome face, looking about 11 or 12 years old. His slightly bewildered eyes instinctively scanned the surroundings, just in time to see that calm face facing death, and his pupils suddenly contracted in shock. Pirate King Roger. As a pirate fan, he was of course very familiar with Roger's wild and unruly face, especially those two things that looked like either mustaches or nose hairs, which were highly recognizable even across the barriers of two dimensions. Yes, the boy was just one of many travelers, and unfortunately, he crossed over to the world of One Piece. In his previous life, he was just an ordinary orphan who, with the support of the state, managed to graduate from university and find a stable job. Who knew that after a nap, he would wake up in this damned world? In his heart, the idea of becoming the Pirate King was just something to enjoy as an anime. If he really came to this world, surviving would probably be a struggle filled with blood and tears. One must know that this world not only has the celestial dragons making a fuss over the common people, but also pirates everywhere burning, killing, and looting constantly, threatening the lives of the lower-class masses. As for Luffy and his gang, even among pirates, they are an extremely rare existence, a group that claims to be pirates while shouting adventure slogans. Yet they are also disruptors of order. They have no concept of order in their eyes. Everything is based on personal preference, and their thoughts cannot be measured by the moral standards of ordinary people. If he happened to appear on their battlefield, As an ordinary person, he couldn't escape the fate of reincarnation again. As a modern person living in an orderly society, he felt completely insecure about life here. Kanos, Atlas? I guess I can only carry your name and live on in this world. The boy Atlas muttered to himself. Saying this, he used the little strength he had left to struggle to his feet, trying to distance himself from his place of chaos. There was no choice. It would be extremely dangerous here soon, as all sorts of heroes were gathering, like the red-haired Shanks, Dracula Mihawk, Don Quixote Doflamingo, and Gecko, Moria from later generations. Even if some of them were not as famous as they would be in the future, they already had the demeanor of future great pirates. The Navy would never miss this great opportunity to nip danger in the bud. He believed that the wise Sengoku would not overlook this point, and the pirates and ambitious people yearning for so-called freedom would not just sit back and wait. By then, this place would turn into a battlefield of blood and fire. If a small fry like Atlas were to be caught in the aftermath of the battle, he would likely become the most tragic traveler in history. Staggering, his figure kept moving toward the Navy base in Roga Town, driven by his desire for life to unleash the potential within him. His leaden legs and stomach, as if burned by fierce fire, constantly reminded him of the weakness of this body. But as an orphan, Atlas had long understood a principle from his early years of hardship. Survival or destruction always depended on oneself. Respecting life and yearning for life was already ingrained in his bones. Grasping the throat of fate or being held by fate by the nape of the neck all depended on a single thought. Time flowed little by little, but the short journey of a few minutes felt like a century of torment to Atlas. However, the faintly visible Navy emblem ahead and the Navy not far away reminded him that the opportunity for survival was right in front of him. Finally, as if he had gone through countless trials, Atlas arrived at the Navy base in Roga Town, gazing at the seagull symbol holding a balance. For some reason, he felt a wave of relaxation in his heart, and his body, no longer supported by adrenaline, could not hold on any longer. His vision gradually blurred, and he could only vaguely hear the sounds of cannon fire mixed with shouts. Before he could say anything, he suddenly felt darkness before his eyes. His already battered body, like a string about to snap, could no longer hold on, and he quickly fell toward the ground before him. "Quick, there's a boy passed out over there." Immediately, hurried footsteps rang out, echoing in his mind, leaving only the fading sound. Chapter 2. Atlas, a beam of sunlight broke through the thick clouds, illuminating the still battle-scarred road town, as if heralding a new life blossoming from destruction. Naval Base. A handsome young boy lay on the bed, his eyes tightly shut, a slight sheen of sweat on his forehead, his face occasionally revealing a look of struggle. Suddenly, the boy opened his tightly closed eyes. His bloodshot eyes instinctively scanned his surroundings, his powerless fists reflexively clenched. His pupils constricted sharply, revealing his unsettled heart. It seems I'm not dreaming. I've really entered the world of One Piece. Atlas now only hoped that everything he was experiencing was just a fleeting dream. However, reality slapped him hard. From the current situation, it was clear he could not go back. Since he was here, he might as well make the best of it. Atlas sighed in resignation. He began to contemplate his next course of action. Power. To live freely in the world of pirates, one must possess power that surpasses all. Because he understood clearly that in this world, where the law of the jungle is taken to the extreme, only the power that belongs to oneself is the foundation for survival. Therefore, he planned to join the Navy. Indeed, in the anime One Piece, the Navy plays the role of mere lapdogs to the celestial dragons. Moreover, there are characters like Colonel Mouse who not only fail to protect the people, but also collaborate with pirates to oppress civilians. However, it cannot be denied that the Navy is the true righteous force maintaining order on the seas. In this chaotic world, it's merely a matter of who is less rotten, and overall, the Navy still has a camp of justice beliefs. As for the Revolutionary Army, putting aside whether it has been established or not, just from their organization and program, one can see that it is still an immature revolutionary organization AS for the pirate faction. Atlas had never even considered as a well-educated youth who grew up under the red flag and received 9 years of compulsory education. Atlas simply could not bring himself to act as a pirate, even if he didn't engage in burning, killing, or looting. Psychologically, he found it hard to accept. Thieves are thieves. Moreover, Atlas had become accustomed to the relatively affluent modern life compared to the pirate world. To ask him to live a life of wandering and uncertainty at sea was something he truly could not accept. As for the disgusting bubble dragons, they indeed gave him a headache. Following the principle of out of sight, out of mind, it was best to avoid encountering these maggots that, let's call it, burying his head in the sand. After all, he was merely an ordinary person struggling to survive and didn't have to consider saving the world. To take a step back, with his current identity and status, he probably didn't even have the qualifications to meet the so-called world nobles. Atlas thought to himself with a hint of self-mockery. Furthermore, the Navy has a complete inheritance system and can provide him with appropriate protection while he is still weak, giving him enough time to grow. Moreover, seeking protection from the Navy during such chaos was his only option at that time. Otherwise, he would have to exit this world early. Knock, knock, knock. Suddenly, a knock at the door interrupted Atlas's thoughts. Come in. Atlas realized, unsure if it was due to a long lack of sufficient hydration, that his voice was a bit hoarse, making him feel somewhat uncomfortable. With a click, a beam of light squeezed in from outside the door, and a tall figure in a justice cloak with a stern face appeared before Atlas. Atlas was taken aback. Although he currently could not understand the rank represented by the epaulets, he knew that only officers of the rank of lieutenant or above were qualified to wear the justice cloak. So, this man was at least a second lieutenant. As Atlas thought this, he struggled to sit up to show respect. Kid, no need to, after all, you're still a patient. The man waved his hand, a hint of appreciation flashing in his eyes. Let me introduce myself. My name is Marcus Light, and I'm a captain at the Roguetown Naval Base. You can call me Captain Light. Marcus Light said with a smile. Yes, Captain Light, my name is Atlas. I am an orphan, and I aspire to be a just Navy officer. Atlas still tried his best to stand at the edge of the bed, using his maximum voice to respond to Light. Oh, a just Navy officer. A satisfied expression appeared on Marcus Light's face. That damned Roger opened the great pirate era with his life, and now chaos was beginning to show its signs. The Navy needed more just individuals to maintain order on the seas. If only all the young people were like Atlas. With this thought, Marcus Light inevitably felt a bit dim. However, he quickly perked up. It was precisely for this reason that he needed to maintain his fighting spirit to uphold justice. So, young man, what do you think justice is? Captain Marcus Light's expression gradually grew serious, his eyes locking onto Atlas's. Justice is, of course, to fight against evil and protect the civilians. A flush of excitement crossed Atlas's pale face as he spoke loudly. Of course, this was all an act. This was the passion and vitality that a spirited youth should have. If he suddenly declared, I believe in absolute justice, would he be treated like a kainu? Thus, his answer had to align with the limitations brought about by his age and experience, so that the Navy could better shape a sense of justice that aligned with their ideals. Is that so? Really a commendable sense of justice? Captain Light did not refute, but instead revealed a meaningful smile. There are many in the Navy who uphold such a sense of justice. Many young officers think this way. And wasn't he once like that too? The thought flashed through his mind, and Light continued. Atlas, I've understood your sense of justice, but the Navy doesn't accept kids of 12 years old. However, I can take the liberty of accepting you as a handyman at our base. And the Navy does not accept useless people. If you don't perform well, I will have to expel you. Understand? Atlas. Handyman Atlas at your service, Captain. Atlas excitedly saluted. And indeed, he was genuinely thrilled, because this marked his formal integration into this world and the discovery of a continuous path to becoming stronger. Grr. Suddenly, a growl from his stomach broke the passionate atmosphere, and Atlas awkwardly scratched his head. He hadn't eaten for several days, and managing to hold on until now was thanks to the perverse physique common in the pirate world. Well, let's go to the base cafeteria for a good meal. After all, maintaining justice also requires a full stomach. Light couldn't help but chuckle. After all, he was just a kid. Yes, Atlas replied loudly. Naval Base, Colonel's office. Light stood in front of the desk, reporting the situation of his recent meeting with Atlas. Sitting behind the desk was a middle-aged man, biting on a cigar and puffing out smoke. The swirling smoke made it impossible to see his face clearly, only faintly revealing a pair of sharp eyes that had experienced blood and fire. Carno's Atlas, born in the jurisdiction of Navy Branch 153 in Shell's Town, wandered to Rogue Town after being attacked by pirates with his parents a year ago, lived in Rogue Town for 6 months, parents' whereabouts unknown. Attacked by pirates, huh? What a chaotic world. A slightly frail teenager was buried among piles of food, focused intently on devouring the sustenance before him. Yes, the boy was Atlas, tasked with filling his stomach. That's already the 3rd serving. The onlookers watched with great interest as Atlas battled against the food. More than a few were placing bets with their comrades on how many servings this little guy could consume. Atlas paid no mind to their thoughts. The hunger in his stomach left no room for other considerations. It was hard to believe how such a thin frame could hold so much food, with only the sound of frantic chewing echoing in his mind. However, this did give Atlas a slight boost of confidence in his potential to become strong. Indeed, at least in his eyes, being able to eat more than the average person indicated that this body had some talent, meaning it could store more energy in line with the law of conservation of energy that in the world of pirates, being able to eat doesn't necessarily equate to being strong. However, all strong individuals can eat. While he still couldn't compare to the terrifying appetites of the likes of Carp and Luffy, Atlas ultimately finished off 5 servings, concluding this food battle. Burp! Atlas patted his slightly protruding belly, satisfied, and then walked back to the dormitory with a carefree stride. Once back in the dorm, Atlas slowly performed a few movements as post-meal exercises. There was no helping it. He lacked the ability to rapidly digest food like some others. Unlike Luffy and the others, who had transformed their life force into a passive, impressive skill, he could only rely on physical exertion to aid in digestion. After a while, beads of sweat began to form on his forehead, and his complexion visibly brightened. Atlas finally stopped his post-meal exercises and took a moment to calm himself to assess his situation. He slowly sank his consciousness into his mind. 12 distinct dodecahedrons floated in the endless darkness. Yes, this was Atlas's golden finger. No system, no inheritance, just these 12 talismans. If Atlas was not mistaken, these were the 12 zodiac talismans he had seen in the childhood cartoon Jackie Chan adventures. In his memory, the abilities represented by these 12 talismans were on par with devil fruits. In fact, they might even surpass them in terms of their settings. The 12 zodiac talismans came from the demon lord of fire and could be described as magical abilities. They could be used right away without needing to be developed, but their power depended on the user. Moreover, they possessed a unique characteristic that no devil fruit could match. They would not be rejected by the sea. I wonder if their performance will change in the pirate world? Atlas murmured to himself. Thinking of this, Atlas projected his consciousness onto the talismans. Instantly, the excitement in his expression began to fade. In the original world, activating the talismans required chi. In the world of the demon lord, chi existed within every person. Thus, anyone could harness the power of the talismans, merely varying in strength of expression. However, in the pirate world, chi did not exist. Using the talismans required physical strength. Moreover, the ability to use the talismans also depended on having a powerful physique to support them. It felt like gradually modifying the body to adapt to the soul. Atlas's face darkened. According to the information he had obtained, given his current physical condition, he could only activate 1 talisman. Trying to support 2 or more talismans at this time will be nothing short of a pipe dream for Atlas. So, which talisman should I choose now? Atlas found himself in a bit of a dilemma. Based on his childhood memories, the rat talisman could grant movement to inanimate objects, somewhat similar to the homies created by Big Mom's soul fruit. Just hearing about it sounded powerful, especially since it was a power of an emperor. The ox talisman could bestow Atlas with immense strength. Whether this divine power would enhance his base strength or provide additional strength remained to be explored, but it was still a combat weapon that made Atlas very envious. The tiger talisman allowed the user to harmonize various powers within their body, meaning it could unify the power of all the talismans. When split in half, it would turn the user into a being of both good and evil. This ability caught Atlas's attention. On the surface, it seemed rather lackluster, but the ability to use multiple talismans simultaneously could make things far more interesting. For instance, using the speed and strength talismans together would result in a terrifying amplification of power. After all, as Kizuru said, speed is power. The rabbit talisman could grant the user incredible speed and enhance their neural reaction speed. though it was uncertain if it could allow for time travel. The Dragon Talisman could provide the user with powerful explosive capabilities, leaning more towards destructive force, making it a strong offensive method. The Snake Talisman could grant the user invisibility, which was essentially a copy of the transparent fruit. However, it was unclear whether it could evade observation haki. The Horse Talisman could grant the user the ability to heal all ailments, essentially removing negative effects on the body. Pain and injuries would likely fall under this category, making this ability an excellent choice for aiding in training. This way, he could train vigorously without worrying about injuring himself, as long as he had sufficient physical strength and energy to heal himself. The Goat Talisman could allow the user to have an out-of-body experience and give prophetic dreams. It seemed to enhance the soul's abilities, though it was uncertain if it would benefit the cultivation of haki. After all, haki was an extension of one's will, and what was quite similar to the soul. The Monkey Talisman could grant the user the ability to transform anyone into an animal form, which was quite interesting. This was likely the only ability that could affect people, but if it only changed someone's appearance without altering their power or speed, it would be of little use to strong individuals. The Chicken Talisman could grant the user the ability to control floating objects, though it seemed to rely on psychic energy. Atlas was unsure of the conditions for activation in the pirate world. It resembled the Float Fruit's ability, which was excellent for survival, as flight abilities were quite rare in the pirate world, providing powerful mobility to the user. The Dog Talisman could grant the user immortality, meaning that the moment Atlas activated it, he would essentially stop aging. That it was akin to receiving an anti-aging surgery from the surgery fruit. Simply a bug. Immortality had always been an unchanging pursuit of human society, and now it lay right before Atlas. Just a thought away, it made his breath quicken. The Pig Talisman could grant the user the ability to shoot laser beams from their eyes, which could be described as laser vision. Compared to the Dragon Talisman's destruction, the Pig Talisman leaned more towards cutting. Atlas wasn't sure how these talismans would perform in the pirate world. He could only choose based on the information he had gathered, and he would likely have to explore their capabilities gradually. After understanding the abilities of each talisman, Atlas found himself conflicted about which one to choose. Should he opt for a talisman that could provide strong combat power in a short time, or select a supportive one? After a long pause, he finally made a choice. Focusing his consciousness on the desired talisman, Atlas felt a stirring in his heart. This one. Chapter 4 Horses in a Year 1499 of the Sea Round Calendar, June. East Sea Rog Town Naval Base. The morning light was slightly intoxicating, and the scattered starlight was spread over the base's training ground. A strong figure was continuously running around the training ground against the slightly cool breeze, with both hands and feet bound by heavy weights. Huh. Atlas ran wildly, breathing heavily like a bellows in motion. This was his daily 4-hour physical training. In this world, all abilities must rely on a strong physique for support. Even the likes of the great generals and the 4 emperors would fight for days and nights. Without stamina, they would be out of breath halfway. He didn't want to be a real man for just 5 seconds. As the sun gradually rose, Atlas's physical training was coming to an end. He casually picked up a bamboo sword from the corner of the training ground and began to swing it. Swish, swish, swish. A blunt bamboo sword was swung by him with great vigor. Chop, slash, cut, stab, flick, sweep. Atlas practiced the basic movements skillfully, of course. He only knew these basic moves. He didn't know any techniques. After all, a tall building rises from the ground. Didn't Zoro also practice basic moves when he was a child? So a solid foundation allows one to quickly become stronger in a short time. 9992, 9993, 9994. Atlas meticulously completed his training tasks for the morning, with sweat already soaking the ground around him. He was now in the world of pirates. And even though this place was known as the weakest sea, the East Sea, there were still many great pirates that could threaten his life. After all, he was only 13 years old in this body. Training was really exhausting, but fortunately, he had the Horse Talisman to help him heal various hidden injuries, or else with his training style, he would be left with numerous injuries, let alone getting stronger. It would be a miracle to live to 30. After all the training was completed, Atlas lay flat in the center of the training ground. The newly risen sun shone on his body, and his sharply defined muscles radiated a strong masculine hormone sent under the baptism of sweat. Compared to a year ago, Atlas had changed significantly. Not only had he shot up in height, but his strength had also transformed drastically. Over the past year, besides daily chores like laundry and cleaning, most of his time was spent training, even reducing his sleeping time to 5 hours. The intensity of the training had evolved from being difficult at the start to being effortless now, largely thanks to the help of the horse talisman. Atlas felt fortunate that he hadn't been dazzled by the abilities of other talismans and decisively chose the horse talisman, which was an excellent auxiliary ability for him right now. In the pirate world, physical strength is the foundation of all abilities. Whether it's a devil fruit user or a martial arts master, one cannot become stronger without a robust physique. What surprised him even more was that the effects of the horse talisman were definitely not limited to just healing. It could not only treat various pains during training, but also accelerate the body's self-healing through continuous eating. It was somewhat similar to life restoration, allowing him to recover from wounds during battles by consuming stamina, achieving an effect akin to his Zoan-type devil fruit. Through experimentation, Atlas discovered that the energy consumed by using the horse talisman was not limited to stamina. The energy stored in his body could also power the talisman. Moreover, with frequent use, the talisman mark in his mind gradually faded. This was definitely not the disappearance of the ability. If he guessed correctly, once the mark completely disappeared, the horse talisman would transform into a natural talent of Atlas's body, becoming an instinctive existence, reaching a state similar to awakening. Of course, it wouldn't be as absurd as a devil fruit awakening, but at least it would reduce the consumption of stamina or energy. Over the past year, his height had reached an astonishing 9 meters. A year ago, he was just a little kid barely over 6 meters. Not only that, but the rapid intake of nutrients and sweating had transformed him from a skinny stick into a muscular man with broad shoulders and a slim waist. His arms almost bursting the sleeves of his uniform. His limbs and torso carried a 60-kilogram weight each day, never taking it off except when bathing, even during physical training. Over the past year, he had basically challenged everyone in the base, from being unable to win against anyone at first to now being unbeatable against anyone below the school level. Who knows how many beatings he endured. Of course, Lieutenant Wright, who had taken him into the naval base, was no longer his opponent, which made Wright quite frustrated for a while before he recovered. After lying for a moment, Atlas patted the non-existent dust off his butt and strode toward the cafeteria. Nowadays, he needed to eat 10 people's worth of food to barely feel 8/10 full. A stark contrast to a year ago. "Hey, Uncle Carl, prepare 10 portions for me." Atlas walked into the cafeteria and waved at a bearded man, excitement evident on his face. "Huh, it's you again, you little brat." The bearded man, Uncle Carl, immediately looked displeased, but there was no impatience in his eyes. Carl MC, the head chef of the base cafeteria, recognized Atlas due to his terrifying appetite and appreciated the young and energetic Atlas, as he was now a role model for the younger generation in the base. "Don't be so stingy, Uncle Carl," Atlas said cheerfully, not caring at all. Just as he spoke, his meal was already ready, and he didn't hold back, grabbing a piece of meat and stuffing it into his mouth. In the base's command office. "All right, I will rush to provide support as soon as possible," Colonel Arthur Randall said, with a serious expression. Arthur Randall was the highest commander of the East Sea Rogtown Naval Base, and was also the one who approved Atlas's enlistment a year ago. With a click, Colonel Randall hung up the phone worm and shouted outside the door, "Signal officer, immediately sound the alarm. All personnel to the training ground assemble." "Yes." As he spoke, the sound of footsteps outside grew fainter. Woo, woo. The urgent alarm echoed throughout the naval base, and all non-duty personnel quickly sprang into action, including Atlas, who had just finished eating and was coming out of the cafeteria. Now is the time to verify the results of my training." Atlas felt inexplicably excited, his expression stern as he walked briskly toward the training ground. 5 minutes later, almost all personnel had gathered. Clad in a justice cloak, Colonel Arthur Randall stood at the front of the line, satisfied as he looked at the orderly ranks and shouted loudly, "All hands. A small town in our jurisdiction is under attack by pirates. Now all combat personnel, follow me to uphold justice. Justice cannot be desecrated. Justice, justice, justice. All the Navy personnel in the training ground shouted with fervor, and Atlas, standing among the crowd, was no exception. He felt a surge of power coursing through him. Chapter 5. The Sword Pirates East Blue, a nameless small town. Haha. You little ones, go for it. Steal the food and the beautiful women. A man, 2 meters tall, with a fierce appearance, wearing a crooked captain's hat and holding a rapier, stood at the bow of the ship, grinning with yellow teeth as he shouted forward. Captain of the Sword Pirates, Ottoman, bounty of 8 million berries. Oh ho ho. The pirates could no longer contain their desire for plunder and rushed off the ship to loot everywhere. In an instant, the once peaceful small town turned into a hell on earth, filled with cries and pleas for mercy. Hey, Captain, won't this loud commotion attract the Navy? At this moment, a man with a cigarette in his mouth slowly walked up to Ottoman, looking somewhat worried. Hey, Frank, who do you think I am? I'm Ottoman. I've checked. This is the edge of the Navy base in Logtown. It will take them some time to get here, and their highest commander won't come. I'm a notorious pirate with an 8 million berries bounty. Ha ha ha. Ottoman's wild laughter carried a hint of cunning. In the East Blue, known as the weakest sea, a bounty of 8 million berries can already be considered a big pirate. No wonder he is so confident. Frank, upon hearing this, kept quiet. After all, he was just a vice captain with a mere 5 million berries bounty, far inferior to Captain Ottoman. Logtown Dock Colonel Randall had a solemn expression as he watched the Navy's standard warship slowly leave. Images of a figure sneaking onto the warship flashed in his mind, and a smile involuntarily appeared at the corner of his mouth, softening his rugged face. Hey, Atlas, what are you doing here? Lieutenant Light, spotting the sneaky Atlas, immediately showed an expression of disbelief, his jaw nearly dropping. Huh, this, Lieutenant Light? Duty soldier Atlas requests to participate in the battle. Seeing that he was discovered, Atlas decided to just go for broke. He stated his request directly. Since he had already sneaked on, could they really kick him off? Atlas thought to himself indifferently. All right then, you can temporarily be listed as a duty soldier on the ship, you little brat. Lieutenant Light said helplessly, knowing that given the current situation, this was the only option. However, you must stay in the back and not wander around. The enemy is a pirate crew with bounties exceeding 10 million berries. Light then said seriously, his brown eyes fixed on Atlas. If Atlas dared to say no, he would immediately throw the little brat into the brig. Let the old guys handle the fighting. Well, you can rest assured, Light. I will pay attention to my safety. After a moment of silence, Atlas cheerfully assured him, his words filled with confidence in his own strength. After all, the captain was just a small fry with an 8 million berries bounty. Who knows how much of that 8 million is inflated? While the bounty can reflect strength to some extent, some pirates constantly commit arson and robbery to enhance their fame, to increase their bounty. Thus, many are not as they seem on this sea. Hey, seeing Atlas's nonchalant expression, Light knew the kid wasn't taking him seriously and silently decided to keep a closer eye on him during the battle. After saying goodbye to Light, Atlas slowly walked towards a storage room, picking out a standard Navy sword, which was inferior to a good cutlass, let alone a great sword or an ultimate great sword. But it was better than using his fists. For now, Atlas's body hadn't reached the level to practice hockey. He didn't even meet the standard of the Navy's 6 styles, meaning his body was still within the range of a normal person, not yet superhuman, so a sharp weapon was his best choice at the moment. On the other side, Light ran to the command room to report about Atlas to the commander. Finally, amidst a serious atmosphere, the warship arrived at its destination. In the distance, the pirate flag featuring a skull with a sword piercing through it became clearer. The Navy on the warship immediately gripped their weapons tightly, their nervousness evident in their swallowing. After all, this was war, and war can be deadly. On the deck, Atlas gradually reined in his lazy demeanor, his eyes showing no fear, but instead extreme excitement for the upcoming battle. All the cells in his body were eager to try. Captain, the Navy is here. Should we retreat? The lookout of the sword pirates had spotted the Navy's arrival and immediately issued a warning. Upon receiving the warning, the sword pirates hurriedly retreated from the small town, colliding head-on with the Navy, who had just landed. Thus, Atlas's first battle in life began. Atlas drew his long knife, leaned forward to accelerate, cutting through the crowd, heading straight for Ottoman. Seeing that familiar figure, Light's heart skipped a beat. Ottoman was also startled, but when he realized it was just a duty soldier, a look of disdain crossed his face. Strike first, suffer later. Seeing Ottoman's underestimation, Atlas didn't care. The coldness in his eyes intensified, and he increased his strength. One sword style, Lion's Song. A high-sounding name for a move escaped his lips. The determined momentum made Ottoman shudder. Of course, he was just borrowing Zoro's move name. In reality, he just slashed down, and there wasn't much technique involved. He shouted a name just to show off. Seeing this, Ottoman merely crossed his rapier in front of him. However, the next second, he regretted it, as the blow sent him flying out. He rolled on the ground several times before barely stopping. Seeing that one blow had already achieved great success, Atlas took a big step forward and slashed at Ottoman again. Ottoman wasn't a fool. He displayed the qualities expected of a big pirate. He immediately rolled away like a lazy donkey, narrowly avoiding a fatal blow. However, he had lost the initiative, and one of his arms was left permanently damaged. "You little brat." Ottoman's expression darkened, having been crippled by a young boy. Not everyone is red-haired Shanks, who could achieve the status of an emperor after losing an arm. It was foreseeable that Ottoman was basically finished. Of course, first, he had to have a future. Not giving Ottoman a chance to recover, Atlas held the knife with one hand, stepping forward to slash. Damn it, Ottoman didn't hold back either, directly trading injury for injury, thrusting his rapier toward Atlas's chest. But Atlas simply ducked, feigned an attack, and aimed low while Ottoman, with his old strength spent and new strength not yet born, stumbled and took a solid blow to his thigh. Crimson splattered, staining his knife-like face. Ottoman immediately collapsed to the ground, blood gushing from his mangled thigh, his face turning pale at a visible rate. This battle lasted only a few dozen seconds from start to finish. Seeing their captain was so easily dealt with by a duty soldier of the Navy, the remaining pirates of the Sword Pirates looked incredulous. But the facts were before them, and no matter how they struggled, they could only accept it. One by one, they suddenly lost all fighting spirit, and in a short while, they were all disarmed and bound to the ground. Moments later, the battle was over. The Navy men methodically cleaned up the aftermath. Captain Wright walked over to Atlas, patted him on the shoulder with satisfaction, and smiled silently. Atlas turned his head and grinned at Wright. His blood-stained face broke into a smile, revealing 8 perfectly aligned white teeth, neither more nor less. Both sunny and eerie. Chapter 6. The second child in the year 1499 of the Sea Circle calendar, Kano's Atlas is 13 years old. He has been promoted to the rank of second lieutenant at the Rogtown base in the East Sea. A year later, at the Naval Training Ground. Huff, 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 huff. Atlas is still diligently carrying out his training today, even though he is already a leader among the younger generation at the Rogtown Naval Base. And even though he killed the great pirate with a bounty of 8 million berries a year ago and was promoted to second lieutenant, he still feels weak. Very weak. After the battle that day, he was assigned as a logistics soldier to manage casualty statistics and the return of supplies in the post-war town. What he saw was not the joy of survival after the war, but faces filled with grief or numbness. These are the treatments of the weak. It was then that he truly felt the cruelty of this world, a world where the weak are preyed upon by the strong. Therefore, he must become strong enough. Thinking of this, Atlas increased the speed of his sword swings. Crack! The bamboo sword broke. Hey, little brat, don't think you can get another bamboo sword from me. A logistics officer who was leisurely walking nearby happened to see this scene, his nose nearly twisting in anger as he shouted loudly. This was already the 5th bamboo sword that Atlas had broken this month. Ew. Atlas awkwardly laughed upon hearing this. There was nothing he could do. His body was in a developmental stage, his strength was rapidly increasing, and the density of his bones and muscles was also continuously improving. The most noticeable change was that at 14 years old, he had already reached a height of 2 meters, with the potential to grow to the height of a 3-meter general by adulthood. Atlas' big brother. Suddenly, a white-haired boy appeared outside the training ground. He looked to be about the same age as Atlas, panting and leaning on his knees, with a hint of admiration in his eyes. Yo, Smoker. Atlas looked towards the white-haired boy upon hearing his voice. Yes, Smoker, the future infamous White Hunter. An almost invincible presence in the early episodes of the anime, who repeatedly pushed the protagonist Luffy to the brink. He is a Logia-type smoke fruit user, but he hasn't eaten the devil fruit yet. He is just a little brat and Atlas's sidekick. Smoker also joined the Navy during the time after Pirate King Roger was executed. Like Atlas, he started as a logistics soldier and is now a first-class soldier at the base. He could be considered the first person under Atlas. Of course, Smoker is quite aware of his own abilities. He estimates that he wouldn't last even one move against Atlas. You should know that Atlas has not just been cooped up at the base practicing hard over the past year. He has been present at every external activity of the Navy. He knows that flowers nurtured in a greenhouse cannot withstand the test of the scorching sun. To become a true strong person, one must undergo blood and fire training. Combat skills and experience cannot be gained solely through hard training. From initially returning from injuries to now completing tasks with almost no injuries, his combat ability has greatly improved. He estimates that, besides the base colonel, no one else at the base is his match. What do you want from me, little Smoker? Pulling back his thoughts, Atlas suddenly remembered that Smoker seemed to have something to discuss with him. Don't call me little brat. Aren't you the same age as me? Smoker replied somewhat angrily, feeling that it was unfair to be called a little brat when they were clearly the same age. Colonel Randall is looking for you. However, despite being angry, Smoker still conveyed Colonel Randall's order to Atlas. What does Colonel Randall want with me? Atlas felt a bit confused, but still headed to the colonel's office as instructed. Randall, old man, what do you want with me? Atlas didn't knock on the door and directly pushed open the office door, walking straight in. After all, he had dealt with Randall many times. He basically had to report to Randall every time he completed a mission, so they were familiar enough to almost be like brothers. Hey, little brat Atlas, at least show some respect for me as your colonel. You never knock when you come in. Colonel Randall didn't hold back and immediately scolded Atlas. For this future star of the base, Randall has always had a high tolerance. He could almost be certain that this little brat's potential would definitely not stop at just Rogtown. A vice admiral in the headquarters might be in his future. Because Atlas possesses almost all the qualities needed to become a strong person, a monstrous physical talent, and a tenacious character. All right, enough small talk. I brought you here mainly for two things. Upon hearing this, Atlas's expression became serious, and he immediately straightened up. Seeing this, Randall nodded in satisfaction and continued. Are you interested in attending the new recruit training camp at headquarters for a while? Atlas was taken aback. The new recruit training camp at headquarters could be said to be a base for cultivating naval officers. Those who emerge from there usually hold officer ranks. A definite golden opportunity. Moreover, the chief instructor of the training camp is former Admiral Zifa, and the current three monsters, Admiral Kazu, Admiral Akainu, and Admiral Akiji, are all products of Zifa's training. So, of course, Atlas wanted to go there, as it would provide the most complete inheritance of the 6 styles in Haki, a very important foundation stone on his path to becoming strong. There are few spots in the base, so I wanted to ask about your intentions. Seeing that Atlas did not speak, Randall continued. Colonel, I want to go, but not now. I haven't reached my limit yet. It's not the right time for me to go to headquarters. Atlas thought seriously for a moment and then firmly told Randall. He was still too young, and his strength had not yet reached its golden period. Going to headquarters now would only waste this opportunity. What he needed to do now was to refine his foundation well. Well, that works too. I'll reserve that spot for you, and you can go to headquarters with Smoker later. Randall said appreciatively, recognizing that being able to clearly understand one's own situation at this age is quite rare. He is indeed a good seedling. Smoker? That's right. I initially wanted you to go first, and let Smoker go a few years later, since he is still too weak right now. So, I'll trouble you to take care of him a bit. Randall explained. No problem. Colonel, I will take care of this little brat Smoker. Atlas replied. Hearing Atlas call Smoker a little brat, Randall had no reaction. On one hand, he had gotten used to Atlas's casualness. On the other hand, Atlas was indeed mature enough that one would overlook his age. Next, let me talk about the second matter. Chapter 7, The Phylock Pirate Crew EC. At the entrance of the office of Colonel at the Rogtown Navy Base, Atlas stood in place with a complex expression, tightly gripping a bounty notice. Gentleman of the Odd, Phylock. Bounty of 15 million berries. Kid, what I'm about to say is related to you. Oh no, to be precise, it's related to your parents. Colonel Randall solemnly pushed a wanted poster in front of Atlas. Hearing this, Atlas was taken aback, then looked at the somewhat familiar face on the wanted poster. For some reason, a surge of anger welled up inside him, and his mind involuntarily filled with blood-red images and the sounds of screams. No, this is not Atlas's emotion. This is the experience of his predecessor. The true dead memories suddenly attack me. Hey, Atlas, calm down. Seeing the signs of a grimace on Atlas's face, Randall quickly intervened. Huff. Atlas let out a long breath, forcibly suppressing the anger that did not belong to him. He carefully examined the somewhat yellowed bounty notice. Phylock, captain of the Phylock pirate crew, bounty of 15 million berries. 3 years ago, he raided a merchant ship, and at that time, the Kano's couple and Atlas were on that ship, unfortunately meeting their demise. The only known survivor is Atlas, according to Atlas's memories. The reason his predecessor was able to escape was that his parents hid him in a barrel. Later, he drifted to Rogtown in that barrel with the ocean current and struggled to survive for a few months before reuniting with the Kano's couple. I got intel that Phyllis crew has appeared within our jurisdiction. I initially wanted to deal with them personally, but I think it's better for you to settle this yourself. Atlas slowly left the base office building, internally resolving to fulfill the predecessor's last wish, thinking that this way he could repay the grace of occupying this body. With this in mind, Atlas took all the information about the Phylock pirate crew from the staff office and immediately set off to capture them. At the dock, Big Brother Atlas, can you take me with you? I want to kill pirates too. Smoker had heard about Atlas's situation from somewhere and had been waiting at the dock early. Kid, you're still too weak. Atlas waved his hand and walked towards his small boat without looking back. Lastly, he added, this is my own business. Smoker wanted to say something, but upon hearing Atlas's words, he had to swallow it back down, silently watching Atlas's figure grow distant. Hey, Mitchell, the sea voyage is so boring. How long until we reach the next island? Jim asked impatiently. Skull Crusher, Jim, vice captain of the Phylock pirate crew. Bounty of 12 million berries, powerful and cruel. He enjoys smashing enemies' heads and watching their brains splatter, truly reaching the peak of perversion. Jim, sir, it will still take several days to reach the next island. The navigator, Mitchell, was a bit nervous, having witnessed Jim's cruel methods multiple times. It was impossible not to be nervous. He didn't want to die with brains splattered everywhere. All right, Jim, if you're really bored, find something to do, but don't scare our navigator. Phylock interrupted Jim, who seemed to want to say more, and smiled gently at Mitchell. However, Mitchell felt no warmth at all, as the seemingly gentle gentleman captain was the most terrifying and perverted person on the ship. Captain Phylock not only enjoyed torturing enemies, but also liked to mentally torment them, making opponents taste emotions from hope to despair. Tisich, Jim, hearing Phylock speak, dare not act out again. Last time on the island, he had exploded a civilian's head, which had already displeased the self-proclaimed gentleman captain. If he dared to retort now, it would just be looking for trouble. On the other side, Atlas, looking at the intelligence on the Phylock pirate crew, deduced that their route was headed to Mean Island for supplies and decided to intercept them in advance on their route to prevent them from harming the next island. Captain, a small boat has been spotted ahead, suspected to be the Navy. The lookout of the Phylock pirate crew reported the approaching Atlas to Phylock immediately. Ha, the Navy. Finally something to do. I hope it brings me some fun. Phylock hadn't said much when Jim immediately jumped out, excitedly rubbing his fists. Seeing this, Phylock did not stop him. His gaze flickered slightly as he wanted to let Jim test the waters first. He was always cautious. Otherwise, he wouldn't have survived until now. Seeing that he had been discovered, Atlas didn't hesitate and leaped directly from a small boat. He landed steadily at the bow of the pirate ship, looking down at this group of sea scum, some calm, some excited, and some panicked. Hey, you over there, kid. You're the Navy, right? It was still Jim shouting. Atlas remained silent, only flipping through the bounty notice in his hand, pulling out Jim's and carefully comparing it. At that moment, he had clearly regarded Jim as a dead man. Hey, no one to stop, you bastard. There should be a limit to looking down on people. Jim was obviously enraged by this action and, while speaking, charged towards Atlas to throw a punch. Seeing this, Atlas remained calm, slowly putting away the bounty notice as if he had already confirmed Jim's identity. Then he jumped down, swinging his fist to meet Jim. Puff! A powerful force penetrated, and Jim's arm instantly bent in a strange posture. Jim clearly did not expect Atlas to be so strong, and he was instantly blasted into the cabin, spitting out a small piece of internal organ debris. The other pirates were stunned for a moment, but soon shouted and waved their swords at Atlas. Atlas, seeing the situation, merely shifted his body slightly, dodging all the attacks, and his movements were not slow either. He drew out the standard military knife from his waist. Slash, cut, stab, like chopping vegetables. He crazily slaughtered these pirates. As the captain, Phylock did not rush forward with bloodlust. Instead, he slowly drew his cane sword and retreated calmly. In no time, over half of the Phylock pirate crew members had been killed by Atlas, and Atlas's navy uniform was almost free of bloodstains, as if he had just taken a leisurely stroll. The deck was drenched in crimson, and the remaining survivors hesitated a bit. After all, everyone fears death. At that moment, a cold gleam shot in from the corner of Atlas's vision, accompanied by a somewhat gloomy and smug face. Killing intent. Descends. Chapter 8. Dog Fruit user. My name is Phylock, and I am a pirate captain. I yearn for the elegant life of the nobility, and I despise overly rude people, especially my first mate, Jim. Unfortunately, today I encountered a Navy officer who killed so many of my crew that I worked hard to recruit. One unlikable little brat. But this uninvited guest is about to meet his end. As for my dear crew, your sacrifices are worthwhile. Finally, I've been waiting for you. Phylock. Atlas seemed to have predicted this, slightly tilting his body to easily dodge the sneak attack. The charged fist slammed hard into Phylock's chest. However, Phylock only swayed slightly, the fabric of his shirt bearing a distinct fist mark. How could this be? Atlas, who had maintained his calm demeanor since boarding the ship, could no longer hold it together, his pupils violently constricting in shock. With Phylock's strength of 15 million berries, how could he possibly withstand that punch so well? Fu. I am a Zoan-type dog fruit user, specifically in the form of a mastiff. Phylock chuckled darkly. Although he was somewhat surprised that Atlas's sneak attack had failed, he had no doubt that he would not be defeated by this brat. Moreover, he could openly reveal his fruit ability, wanting to see the despair on Atlas's face. After all, in the weakest sea, the East Sea, the existence of devil fruits is only a legend. And he obtained this priceless devil fruit 2 months ago while plundering a merchant ship. Even though it is merely the most ordinary mastiff fruit among Zoan-type fruits, it has greatly enhanced his strength. This information was not even shared with his subordinates, as he knew that only the cautious could survive in the brutal sea. He, Phylock, was exceptionally steady. Of course, since he had only recently acquired this fruit, Phylock had not yet fully mastered the free switching between the 3 forms of Zoan-type devil fruits, so he could only fight Atlas in his hybrid form. However, the hybrid form was precisely the most powerful form. Just now, it was due to the hat's cover that Atlas had not noticed Phylock's ears had already perked up. No matter why you came to trouble me today, Captain Phylock, you won't be leaving, Phylock said as he casually tossed aside his staff, sword onto the deck, and licked his revealed claws. Is a mere devil fruit making you so arrogant? After the initial shock, Atlas gradually calmed down, staring intently at the increasingly twisted expression of the man before him, who was anticipating the impending slaughter. The remaining pirates around them instinctively took a step back upon seeing their captain's perverse expression, creating a large space for the two to settle their duel. Phylock slightly bent down, adopting an attacking posture, his calf muscles tensing, and the already strained pants from his transformation suddenly burst open. Suddenly, just as the fabric debris floated in the air, somewhat obstructing the line of sight, Phylock moved. He charged at Atlas with a speed almost invisible to the naked eye. Seeing this, Atlas remained calm. Although Phylock's speed had exceeded the range of his dynamic vision, Atlas had made progress over the past year. Even if he hadn't reached superhuman physical capabilities, nor had his swordsmanship reached the level of cutting iron, He had experienced numerous battles and was on the brink of awakening his observation haki. His almost beast-like instinct in combat had always supported him. Perhaps after this battle, he would successfully awaken his observation haki. Atlas slowly closed his eyes, attempting to perceive Felix's movements. "You little brat, you've successfully angered me." Phylock felt a surge of irritation at seeing Atlas close his eyes. Being a frog at the bottom of the well, he naturally didn't know about the advanced technique of observation haki and thought Atlas was underestimating him. In Atlas's perception, a shadow rushed toward him. He lowered his body, trying to evade the attack. However, he was still scratched on the back by Felix's claws, leaving 3 shallow blood marks. Yet under the effect of the horse talisman, the wounds healed at a visible speed, leaving no trace of a scar. Phylock was slightly taken aback upon seeing Atlas's already closed wounds, clearly startled by Atlas's astonishing recovery ability. The horse talisman mark in Atlas's mind had almost faded from view, and it would take some time to fully digest it, at which point it would surely give him a surprise. As for this small wound, it was obviously insignificant compared to Atlas's terrifying vitality. "Who the hell are you? You little brat?" Phylock was beginning to feel a bit intimidated, the thought of retreat slowly forming in his mind. "The one who will kill you." Atlas did not waste words. Holding his sword with both hands, his gaze sharp as he assumed his standard starting stance. One sword style, Iris. However, it was directly blocked by Felix's sharp claws, yet it wasn't without effect. Phylock discreetly shook his arm, which had gone numb from the impact. It even hurt a bit, possibly a slight bone fracture, meaning he was far from Atlas's strength. On one hand, Atlas had grown terrifyingly strong due to his hellish training. On the other hand, Phylock had only recently acquired this devil fruit. Moreover, the mastiff fruit was not particularly known for its strength. So in the comparison of power against Atlas, he was undoubtedly at a disadvantage. Bang, 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 bang. After several rounds of intense clashes, Phylock began to feel physically exhausted. The Zoan-type devil fruit granted him great resilience, allowing him to maintain considerable fighting strength. However, he realized that he could not let the situation continue like this. "Damn it. I need to find a way to wear him down a bit." Phylock cursed Atlas fiercely in his heart while casting his gaze towards the remaining pirates. "Phylock, boss." The pirates felt a chill run down their spines as Felix's gaze fell upon them. Then they saw Phylock charging straight towards them, with Atlas closely behind. Thus, the pirates had no choice but to raise their weapons to confront Atlas. However, it was undoubtedly like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. "Ah, damn little brat. Please spare me. Whoa, I'm sorry." The sounds of curses, pleas for mercy, and confessions echoed in Atlas's ears, but he showed no mercy. None of these pirates were innocent. Soon, the remaining pirates were all slain by Atlas, but the energy he expended was negligible. However, this did buy Phylock a bit of breathing time. At the same time, it made Phylock realize his advantage. Speed. Using the speed granted by the mastiff fruit to engage Atlas in combat might just give him a chance to win. Chapter 9, Awakening. Observation haki determined. Atlas decided to use his speed to engage in a relentless struggle with Phylock. Swish, swish, swish. Phylock continuously launched attacks at Atlas, quickly leaving a series of wounds on Atlas's body, but soon only white marks remained. Given Atlas's current physique, he was still slightly inferior in speed compared to Phylock in his beast human form. "Ha ha ha. Navy brat, are you scared now?" Phylock attempted to intimidate Atlas with words. Atlas, however, did not respond, instead focusing on the insights he gained from using his perception in battle, which significantly enhanced his understanding of observation haki. Atlas didn't know much about the 3 types of haki. He only understood that haki was a manifestation of mental will, and that armament haki requires a physical condition that exceeds that of a normal human to awaken. In comparison, the awakening of observation haki relies more on talent and has no strict physical requirements. Currently, it seemed that Atlas possessed this talent. The Conqueror's haki was even more mysterious, reportedly. Only 1 in a million people has this talent, making it rarer than the other 2 types of haki. Atlas felt that his observation haki was on the verge of awakening, just a step away. And right now, Phylock was the best training partner he could ask for. In the East Sea, Atlas had no chance to awaken his haki. After all, finding a pirate capable of posing a threat to him was quite difficult. Now Phylock, having obtained this fruit, was at a power level of around 30 to 40 million berries. Although overall weaker than Atlas, due to the fruit's nature, he was faster than Atlas. Thinking of this, Atlas looked at Phylock with eager eyes, not expecting that coming out to avenge his former self would yield such a reward. Good deeds indeed bring good returns. Phylock felt a shiver under Atlas's gaze and quickly shook his head to cast off that discomfort. He then grinned, baring his teeth as he lunged at Atlas. Atlas continued to respond with his perception. Yes, this is the feeling. Faster, faster. Atlas felt a surge of excitement. Suddenly, a red light flashed in his eyes. Then, his perception world seemed to crack open like a hatching egg, welcoming dawn from darkness, while Felix's attacks appeared in slow motion. Every detail crystal clear in Atlas's mind. Observation haki. It awakened. Atlas grinned widely. I'm not playing with you anymore. Oof. Arrogant brat. Phylock thought nothing of it. Believing Atlas had gone a bit crazy from the fight, even though he didn't know why he felt as though he had been seen through. What responded to Phylock was a massive fist crashing down hard on his face. How could this be? Phylock was shocked. How could Atlas suddenly be so fast? Indeed, a punch to the flesh is a man's romance. Atlas had no intention of explaining anything, casually tossing aside the Navy standard sword in his hand, clenched his fist, which was as large as a pot covered in calluses, and with a flash of crimson in his eyes, fully activated his observation haki, easily dodging Felix's claws. He launched a flurry of punches, directly exploding Felix's head, red and white brain matter splattering everywhere. While Atlas perfectly avoided getting a single drop of blood on himself, thanks to his observation haki. Phylock never understood how Atlas, who had just been matching him blow for blow, suddenly displayed such overwhelming dominance. It wasn't hard to understand. Atlas's physique was originally superior to Felix. It was just that he had been holding back his speed to awaken his observation haki. After dealing with Phylock, Atlas prepared to see if there were any lucky survivors. Suddenly, an unexpected turn of events occurred. A tall, dark figure burst out of the cabin at high speed, leaping high and landing steadily on the small boat that Atlas was on, quickly paddling with both hands as if they were equipped with engines. Seeing the scene, Atlas was almost speechless. This figure was none other than Jim, the vice captain of Felix's pirate crew. This guy had been playing dead from the start, and upon seeing Phylock getting killed instantly, he couldn't wait to slip away. Although he usually seemed simple-minded, he was no fool. Phylock would never have guessed that Jim, whom he looked down upon, had such cunning. Atlas naturally wouldn't let Jim escape like this. If his former self's memories were correct, it was this guy who killed the Kano's couple. Thinking this, Atlas rushed into the cockpit to chase after Jim, who had already fled a distance, but awkwardly. He didn't know how to sail a boat. In a moment of desperation, Atlas didn't care about anything else, diving straight into the sea, intending to swim over and pursue him, as he still had plenty of stamina. Damn it, you little brat. Jim began cursing countless times as he watched Atlas relentlessly chase after him. Who knows how Atlas still had so much energy? Jim hoped the Sea King would swallow Atlas and then excrete him. Finally, after quite some time, the distance between Atlas and Jim was closing in, and in the midst of the relentless pursuit, Jim collapsed. He attempted to beg for mercy to prolong his life, but Atlas wouldn't believe a single word of it. He burst from the water, aiming to finish him off with a punch. Seeing this, Jim was also unwilling to back down, raising the paddle in his hand to try to block Atlas's iron fist. But it was futile. The massive fist smashed through the paddle, instantly turning it into splinters. Jim also fell to the ground with a thud, and Atlas stood firmly at the bow of the small boat, kicking Jim's lifeless body off the boat to feed the fish. Gurgle. As the sun set, the calm sea was bathed in a layer of brilliant red sunlight, and a small boat drifted aimlessly. On board lay a young man wearing a slightly tattered Navy uniform, his well-developed muscles boldly on display, with a handsome yet rugged face full of helplessness. This was Atlas, who had just chased the pirates. Atlas hadn't expected to be this unlucky. The paddle had been shattered during the earlier battle, so now he could only drift with the tide, and he didn't have any extra supplies on the boat, leading him to naturally start feeling hungry. However, the most serious issue was that he was now lost. While pursuing, he and T thought much about it, and who would have known he'd swim into an unfamiliar sea? On the ocean, without any reference points, it was different from land. No matter how strong his sense of direction was, it was useless. Chapter 10. The Drift of Atlas. In the end, Atlas couldn't withstand the feeling of hunger and went into the water to catch a small sea king. However, there were no tools on the ship to start a fire, so he simply ate it raw. To be honest, eating raw sea kings in this pirate world had a unique flavor. Whether it was due to the special geographical environment or the climate, even the raw meat didn't have much of a fishy smell and melted in the mouth. As for parasites, even if this small sea king had them, Atlas, with his current physique, was not afraid at all. Moreover, after defeating Jim, Atlas unexpectedly found that the horse talisman had disappeared from his mind, which meant he had completely transformed the horse talisman into his body's innate talent. Although it didn't significantly enhance his combat power for now, it raised his physical potential. In simple terms, with Atlas's previous talent, even if he exhausted his potential, he would likely only have the strength of an ordinary mid-ranking admiral. But with the help of the horse talisman's abilities, his physical talent had become monstrous. A monster is someone who can rapidly grow through continuous harsh training, just like the current 3 monstrous admirals of the Navy. The most obvious change was that Atlas had automatically learned the skill of life return, transforming it into his innate talent, allowing him to quickly absorb energy from food at all times and utilize it 100. Of course, in terms of physical strength, he still couldn't compare to Big Mom's steel balloon, but this was also the foundation for Atlas to become a top-tier powerhouse. The frequent use of the horse talisman had nearly reached the point of being digested, but for some reason, it couldn't be completely digested. Atlas speculated that it was because he was originally an outsider from another world, feeling a kind of incompatibility with the body. However, after avenging his predecessor, the obsession that existed in this body disappeared, allowing Atlas to fully control it. After filling his stomach a bit, Atlas began to activate his observation haki. While not bad, the initial awakened range of observation haki was about 5 kilometers. It seems my talent is quite good. Lost in thought, Atlas happily fell asleep. After all, the battles during the day had exhausted him. The next morning, Atlas got up early and took a look around. Great, still no sight of any islands. He happily jumped off the ship and started swimming, dragging the boat forward as he swam. For several days, Atlas's life consisted of occasionally zoning out and then activating observation haki to see if any ships passed nearby. When he got hungry, he would go into the sea to catch some fish, but after several days of this monotonous routine, he was almost going crazy. Year 1500 of the Sea Circle, July 1st weather, sunny, another boring day. After completing my daily swimming workout, I still activated observation haki to see if there were any ships, but I don't know if it's because I've been frequently using observation haki every day. It feels like its range has slightly increased. Forget it. I'm hungry. Let's catch some fish to eat. Year 1500 of the Sea Circle, July 2nd weather, cloudy ugh. Still no ships passing by today, but now I feel like throwing up when I see fish, especially raw fish. I probably never want to eat fish again. Year 1500 of the Sea Circle, July 3rd weather. Sunny. Today's weather is as good as ever, but my mood is not so pleasant. Damn it, even a pirate ship would be fine. After drifting for 6 days, Atlas finally started his diary, of course. All of this was happening in his mind before he went to bed every day. Finally, on the 10th day of eating raw fish, a ship entered his line of sight. A naval warship, and it's a doghead. Atlas was stunned when he recognized the warship. Then he became excited. Isn't this the flagship of marine hero Admiral Carp? But this time, Luffy hadn't been born yet. How could Carp be encountered in the East Sea? Hey, is anyone there? Help me. Atlas shouted towards the warship, forming his hands into a trumpet shape. After Atlas's voice was heard, the warship seemed to have picked up his distress signal and slowly turned towards his direction. A few minutes later, on the broad deck of the Doghead warship, a middle-aged man with black hair, draped in a justice cloak, his bulging muscles nearly bursting out of his Navy uniform, was laughing loudly with a silly grin on his face as he shouted at the phone bug beside him. Ha 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 ha, Sengoku, your son Bei is with me. Ah, Damn, Carp. Forget it. Remember to come back quickly after your break. The new world still needs you. A phone bug with frog-like glasses mimics Sengoku's tone. I know, Carp said nonchalantly while picking his nose, then hung up the phone before Sengoku could say anything. Atlas had already boarded the warship, but he stayed to the side, not daring to interrupt the conversation between the two big shots. Hey, kid over there. Ha ha ha. Your name is Atlas, right? After finishing the call with Sengoku, Carp finally turned his attention to Atlas. Although Atlas didn't know why Carp knew his name, he still answered honestly. I was passing by Logtown when that brat Randall asked me to look for a missing Navy officer. Didn't expect to bump into you here. What mess? Atlas, ha ha ha. Carp seemed to see Atlas's confusion and casually explained. Atlas felt a bit embarrassed. He originally thought it would be an easy battle, but didn't expect so many complications. The base must have almost thought he was dead by now. Bogart, take this kid below. Carp instructed his aide Bogart, then tilted his head and fell asleep. As he saw this scene, even with Atlas's mental preparation for Carp's unreliability, he was still shocked. Bogart, on the other hand, was used to it and directly walked towards the cabin, gesturing with his eyes for Atlas to follow him. Finally, after enjoying a nice hot bath in the bathroom, and then eating a meal that was enough for 15 people in the dining room, Atlas finally felt that he was still alive in this world. Chapter 11. Carp and the Iron Fist of Love. Huff. This is the third day Atlas has been aboard Carp's flagship. He started his daily training regimen on the second day. First, he completed a solid 4 hours of physical training, followed by swordsmanship practice. After finishing all his tasks, he also dedicated half an hour to meditation to hone his observation haki. Hey, Atlas kid, come here and let this old man guide you. Ha ha ha. Carp, seemingly a bit bored, called Atlas over while picking his nose. Atlas felt a surge of excitement. Carp, as a naval hero, had repeatedly pushed the pirate king Roger into a corner. He could be considered the pinnacle of combat strength in the pirate world. If he could receive Carp's guidance, it would undoubtedly be immensely beneficial for Atlas. However, as soon as Atlas approached Carp, he felt an indescribable sense of pressure. It was not just a physical pressure, but also a pressure of spirit. Nonetheless, Atlas was not someone easily defeated. A determined look shone in his eyes. The world's strongest man would not falter in the face of such things. Seeing that Atlas was able to withstand his aura so easily, Carp's eyes flashed with appreciation. He then reverted to his usual quirky demeanor, giving Atlas's shoulder a hearty slap that almost knocked him over. Haha, not bad, kid. I just observed your training. You focus more on physical conditioning, and the general direction is fine. A strong body is your foundation. Looking at Carp's massive arms, Atlas wholeheartedly agreed. Now let this old man be your sparring partner. Feel the love of my iron fist. Carp said, not bothering to say much more. He preferred teaching through combat rather than formal instruction, and before Atlas could voice any objections, he swung his iron fist straight at Atlas's face. Startled, Atlas's pupils instantly turned red as he activated his observation haki. Bang! That hurts. Even with the perception granted by observation haki, he still couldn't dodge Carp's punch. But what puzzled Atlas was that although Carp hadn't used armament haki, he still felt a penetrating pain. Ha ha ha. That's a punch infused with my love. Carp knew Atlas would have such confusion, so he explained. Before Atlas could fully process this statement, Carp's fist came flying again. Don't hit my face, Vice Admiral Carp. Be gentle, be gentle. Old man Carp, just wait. In the medical room, Atlas sat in a chair with a head full of bumps, while a medic carefully applied medicine and bandaged him. Feel free to laugh. There's no need to hold it in. Atlas turned to Bogart behind him, who was stifling laughter. No. Ha ha ha. I wasn't trying to laugh. Ha ha ha, Atlas sighed. The sun slowly rose above the horizon, and beneath the calm sea, shadows occasionally flickered. On the massive, dog-headed battleship, Atlas had just finished his morning training and was enjoying his breakfast. Yo, kid, you're recovering so quickly. Carp was somewhat surprised. Although he hadn't used armament haki yesterday, he had infused his will into his punch. While internal injuries were unlikely, superficial ones were inevitable, yet Atlas had completely recovered overnight. Atlas didn't explain, although he suspected Carp was just bored and wanted to hit him. However, after yesterday's beating, he felt a slight increase in his physical strength and was quite intrigued by Carp's iron fists of love. Come on, let's continue yesterday's training. I'm counting on you. Vice Admiral Carp, Atlas said calmly, like a prisoner heading to the gallows, with a determined expression. Bang, 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 bang. Another day of simple and monotonous beatings. 3 days later. Old man Carp, where are we going? Atlas asked, chewing on a donut. As for why it wasn't senbei, according to Carp, one should enjoy delicious food first. He had already eaten the senbei and was now dragging Atlas to compete in a donut eating contest. Atlas, with a sense of revenge, decided to eat all of Carp's donuts. I'm going back to Windmill Village for a vacation. Also to see my grandson, Carp casually replied. Vice Admiral Carp has a grandson? Atlas was somewhat surprised. According to logic, Luffy should not have been born yet. Which grandson was Carp talking about? Oh, that's my adopted grandson. It seemed likely to be Ace. In the anime, Ace was born in this year, so he must only be a few months old now. It was quite reckless to leave such a small child with mountain bandits. Wow, 1,000. I win. Ha ha ha. Suddenly, Carp shouted and then started snoring. Atlas was speechless, although they hadn't slept for 2 days and nights. Did Carp really have to fall asleep so quickly? No wonder he ended up getting cut by Monk. Atlas got up, stretched, and moved around a bit before turning to Bogart beside him and said apologetically, Mr. Bogart, could you please guide me? I want to see the gap between me and a real strong person. No problem. Let's move a bit further away so we don't disturb Vice Admiral Carp. Bogart readily agreed, as he had high hopes for Atlas, the naval junior. As they spoke, the two drew their swords, and Atlas's expression gradually became serious. He knew he was definitely not Bogart's opponent. He could only use observation hockey. His swordsmanship had not yet reached the level of cutting iron, and he hadn't learned the 6 powers. But true strong individuals must possess a heart that fears no enemy. Being timid was not his style. Aye, Iris. Atlas launched his attack first, attempting to take the initiative. But Bogart easily deflected his sword strike with a casual swipe, saying with a relaxed expression, good technique, solid foundation, but you're lacking in power. With a smirk, Bogart's leg muscles suddenly bulged. Soru. His figure instantly vanished from Atlas's line of sight. Atlas hurriedly held his sword with both hands, a flash of red light in his eyes. Observation hockey. Lock on. Clang. With all his might, Atlas barely caught a glimpse of Bogart's movements and met his dual blades. However, even with both hands on his sword, he was still thoroughly overpowered in strength, sent flying back to crash against the ship's edge before finally stopping. Phew, the gap is too large. After just a few exchanges, Atlas was defeated, but he didn't feel disheartened. Instead, he felt even more motivated to grow stronger. What happened? It seemed the noise from Atlas crashing against the ship's edge was quite loud, waking up the still snoring Carp, who then saw Atlas sitting on the ground in a sorry state. Chapter 12. Windmill Village. Arrival after several days of sailing. Atlas finally arrived at Kapu's hometown, Windmill Village. Following his previous battle with Bogart, Atlas had a deeper understanding of what it meant to be a true strong fighter. Consequently, he trained even harder every day, and even during his daily sparring sessions with Kapu, he refrained from shouting and making a fuss, which left Kapu feeling a bit bored. Hey, Atlas kid, want to go for a stroll? Haha, Kapu said to Atlas, who was thinking of a way to sneak away. Huh? Yes, of course. Atlas quickly nodded. Since Kapu was being so thoughtful, he decided to forgive him for the earlier incident where he got beaten up. In fact, Atlas wanted to visit Windmill Village mainly to see if he could catch a glimpse of Ace. After all, he was the man who had witnessed the Pirate King's execution. He also planned to check out the tavern owned by the beautiful Makino, who was said to have captured the red-haired Shanks and was rumored to have had a child with him. Just to clarify, visiting the tavern was merely a side quest and definitely not the main purpose of his trip. Windmill Village was an unremarkable little village in the Goa Kingdom, yet it had given rise to 2 prominent figures. Who would have known that the famous marine hero and the notorious revolutionary dragon, the most heinous criminal, both hailed from here? Even more astonishing was the fact that these two were father and son, located in a remote area of the Goa Kingdom. Windmill Village was essentially cut off from the bustling urban areas, separated by the massive Gorgon Mountain. Thanks to the care of marine hero Kapu and its isolated geography, the villagers lived peaceful and tranquil lives, with the exception of a bunch of reckless bandits who often wandered nearby, referring specifically to the Sig gang. With some anticipation, Atlas jumped off the ship and asked a local villager for directions to Makino's tavern, heading straight for his destination. The tavern was centrally located in Windmill Village. It was lunchtime when Atlas arrived, and only a few people were scattered inside the tavern. The ordinary villagers didn't have the means to frequent such places daily, but due to Makino's excellent cooking and brewing skills, along with reasonable prices, many villagers came by occasionally to satisfy their cravings. "Welcome, young Marine." Makino greeted Atlas with a gentle smile as she noticed him entering and curiously surveying the tavern. Now, Makino looked to be just in her early teens, with shiny green hair and a face full of youthful collagen. Her smile was gentle, and she exuded a pure charm, even though she lacked the mature elegance she would possess 10 years later. "This young Marine must be here with Grandpa Kapu," Makino said, noticing that Atlas was silent and occasionally glancing at her, which made her feel a bit shy, but she still politely asked, "Huh? Yes, I'm Kano's Atlas." Atlas quickly realized how rude his earlier behavior was and responded loudly, "Oh, then what can I get for you, young Marine?" Makino didn't mind Atlas's earlier rudeness and instead inquired about his needs. "Give me a glass of rum." Although he had just turned 14, Atlas's physical constitution allowed him to handle a bit of alcohol without any problem. Before getting off the ship, Bogart had also given him some money for spending, which, though not much, was enough for a drink. Meanwhile, after Atlas disembarked, Kapu greeted the village chief and then headed straight for Gorgon Mountain. With his powerful physique, Kapu quickly reached the hideout of the bandit family, the Dayton family. "Yo, looks like the kid is being well taken care of," Kapu said, watching the lively Ace crawling around on the ground, feeling quite pleased. Kapu, Dayton, who was playing with Ace, was startled by the sudden voice, his eyes nearly popping out since Kapu was the person he feared the most. "When are you taking this kid away? Just looking at him annoys me. We're bandits, not babysitters." Dayton quickly masked his earlier affectionate expression and cautiously questioned Kapu. Yeah. A nearby subordinate echoed in agreement. Do you want me to throw you in jail?" Kapu threatened Dayton with a serious expression. "Wah." Upon hearing they might be taken away, the Dayton family immediately surrendered. However, they couldn't help but feel wronged by Kapu's threat and quietly moved aside, embracing each other and crying loudly. Little Ace didn't understand what was happening. He simply looked at Kapu with curiosity, unsure if he recognized him since he was just a silent baby when Kapu first adopted him. "Come on, little Ace, call me Grandpa. I'm your grandpa." Kapu's heart melted at Ace's adorable demeanor, and he scooped the little boy up to rub his stubbly beard against Ace's chubby cheeks. Ace was not willing, pushing Kapu away with all his might, but Kapu didn't mind, instead grinning foolishly. If Roger were there, who knows what he would think. Seeing his son call Kapu Grandpa, it was evidently taking advantage of Roger. While Kapu was enjoying the sweet moments with his grandson, Atlas was facing trouble in the tavern. With a loud bang, the small door of the tavern was kicked open violently. As soon as the patrons inside recognized the visitor, the once lively tavern fell silent, like a flintlock gun that had just misfired. This commotion immediately caught Atlas's attention, and he found it a bit ridiculous that he would encounter trouble while trying to enjoy a drink. When he looked up, he thought, "Oh, isn't that the notorious bandit king, Sig, who threatens the 4 emperors and aims for the future pirate king? What a coincidence to run into him." Though Sig was not very old, he already had a haggard appearance, looking just as sleazy as he would in 10 years. After entering the tavern, Sig scanned the room and finally fixed his gaze on Atlas, who was in a marine uniform, instantly plotting to make fun of him. As Atlas looked young and likely had little strength. "Hey, you little marine over there, I want your spot. If you know what's good for you, get out of here." Sig sneered at Atlas. Atlas ignored him. "Damn, are you deaf? I'm talking to you. Can't you hear?" Sig's face showed signs of losing face as Atlas refused to give him any respect. However, Makino couldn't stand it anymore. Although she was a bit afraid of Sig, Atlas was her customer, and she had to ensure his safety. So she tried to step in front of Sig to protect Atlas. But Atlas was not as easygoing as Shanks. He stood up, bypassed Makino, and confronted Sig, exuding a nearly tangible pressure towards him. In an instant, Sig felt a sudden urge to urinate, Beads of cold sweat poured down his forehead, as if he were being stared at by a ferocious beast. He didn't care about face anymore and fled in panic, leaving the tavern patrons and his subordinates astonished. Hey! Seeing Sig retreat so easily, Makino was a bit surprised. But upon realizing that Atlas was with Kapu, she felt relieved, and the tavern soon returned to its previous lively atmosphere. The appearance of Bandit King Sig was merely a small episode in Atlas's journey in Windmill Village. Chapter 13. Little Ace and the kidnapping. The warm morning sun was a bit shy, half hidden behind the clouds, casting golden rays over the smoke-wreathed Windmill Village. Under the sunlight, the Windmill Village was so quiet and peaceful, like a paradise untouched by the dust of the mundane world. Atlas had been hanging around Magino's tavern these past few days, and the incident where he scared off the mountain bandit Sig had increased Magino's fondness for him. Even the expenses had quietly received a discount, which saved Atlas quite a bit of money. However, such days were ultimately too boring, and Atlas was not a patient person. He planned to go to Gorgon Mountain to run into Carp and Ace. Perhaps he could even take Ace away to join the Navy in the future. With that thought in mind, he set off toward Gorgon Mountain. A few hours later, Atlas helplessly looked at the tiger that was growling at him. If he remembered correctly, this beast would become the king of Gorgon Mountain in the future and had made the Ace brothers suffer quite a bit. Go away. Don't block my way. Atlas waved his hand impatiently, not caring whether the tiger understood, and stepped past it. The tiger's growl became even deeper, its fur standing on end as if it had been electrocuted. Atlas didn't mind. If the tiger let him pass, that would be fine. Otherwise, he would mind tasting tiger meat. The Gorgon King seemed to sense Atlas's thoughts, occasionally letting out low growls, but showing no intention of attacking. After bypassing the tiger, Atlas activated his observation haki to avoid various obstacles and troublesome creatures, making his journey much smoother. Although Atlas didn't know where the Dayton's house was, heading toward the center was definitely the right direction. After wandering around for a few hours, Atlas finally spotted Carp. Hey, old man Carp, you were hard to find. By the way, when are we leaving? As Atlas approached, he saw a short-haired boy with single eyelids and big eyes. A few freckles on his face that only added to his cuteness. It was little Ace. At that moment, Ace was tugging at Carp's short beard and laughing heartily, mumbling Grandpa, while Carp looked at little Ace with a face full of affection. After a few days together, the relationship between the grandfather and grandson had grown from strangers to a warm bond. Ace wasn't too shy by nature, being the bloodline of the Pirate King, so he quickly became familiar with Carp. Ha, little brat Atlas, how did you find this place? This is my grandson, Ace. Carp proudly lifted little Ace above his head, showing him off to Atlas. Little Ace widened his innocent eyes, curiously examining Atlas. Hey, little Ace, come on, call me Uncle Kenoros, come on, be good. Atlas said with a mischievous smile, thinking that this made him roughly the same generation as Roger and Whitebeard. In the future, when Luffy sees him, he would also have to call him Uncle, ha ha ha. As he thought about this, tears unexpectedly flowed from the corners of his mouth. Little Ace seemed to sense Atlas's ill intentions, quickly turning to burrow into Carp's arms, not wanting to pay attention to Atlas's teasing. Atlas didn't mind and continued to tease little Ace until he made a face like he was about to cry, at which point he stopped. By the way, old man, when are we leaving? Atlas asked the previous question again. In a few days, we'll drop you off at Lowtown when we pass by. Carp casually replied, seemingly recalling Colonel Randall's request. In the following days, Atlas either teased little Ace or hunted on Gorgon Mountain to satisfy his appetite. After all, with Dayton and her gang handling the ingredients, he could just give them the fur and teeth of the animals as compensation. Happy times always pass quickly, and the day finally came to leave Windmill Village. The villagers of Windmill Village, big and small, spontaneously gathered at the dock to bid farewell to Carp. After all, whether they admitted it or not, the peaceful tranquility of Windmill Village was largely due to Carp's protection. Before long, after counting the supplies and crew aboard the ship, the Doghead warship slowly left the shore, and the villagers gradually turned into irregular black dots until they completely disappeared. Sailing on the sea was always dull and boring, so Carp began to pick up his guidance for Atlas again. Atlas tore off his Navy uniform, exposing his muscular upper body, which glistened in the sunlight, and across from him stood Carp in a grayish-white suit. Ha ha ha, little brat. What I taught you before was the power of will. If you don't understand it yet, That's fine. Now I'll tell you how to perfectly unleash your own power. Carp laughed loudly. Although this technique sounded ordinary, its practicality was terrifying. For example, if Atlas had a strength value of 100, but the force he delivered with his punch was only 70 or even lower, 30 of that strength would dissipate. What Carp wanted to teach him was how to deliver 100% of his strength as 120 damage. Come on, Vice Admiral Carp. Atlas understood the stakes, so he showed no signs of fear. Carp was one of the absolute powerhouses of the old era, having fought countless battles with his iron fists. Most pirates would feel intimidated just hearing his name, let alone the fact that he was still at his peak, making his battle experience and techniques worth learning for Atlas. Other soldiers on the ship were also attracted by the fight between the two. For one, they could learn something from their battle, and in this cruel sea, gaining any strength was invaluable. Secondly, it added some fun to the tedious sea voyage. One sword style, waterfall. Atlas swung his sword down at Carp, who suddenly manifested a layer of black substance on his hand. Armament Haki. It must be noted that those who had not awakened Haki could not see armament Haki. But Atlas's observation Haki could naturally see it. Bang! The two clashed, with Carp remaining unmoved, while Atlas staggered back several steps before barely stopping, immediately showing the difference in strength. Again, Atlas was undeterred, continuing to charge forward with a direct thrust. One sword style, bird piercer. Carp was unguarded, leaving his center wide open, but a patch of darkness appeared on his chest beneath his clothing. Partial armament. His right fist swung forward, directly striking at Atlas's forehead. Atlas was startled, drawing his sword to block just in time to narrowly deflect the punch. The two continued their battle for over an hour, ending with Atlas lying on the ground, exhausted and covered in bumps. However, Atlas, relying on his strong talent, managed to absorb all the battle experience, and such fights continued to occur in the following days. This provided the other soldiers with some topics for conversation after meals, adding a bit of fun to the monotonous voyage. Until Chapter 14, Frost Moon Village, East Sea. A huge dog-headed warship leisurely sailed across the calm sea, with a few seagulls occasionally flying overhead. The serene weather was incredibly pleasant, of course, if one disregarded his swollen head and the strange looks from the surrounding sailors. His mood would have been even better. What island are we passing next? Atlas asked a passing sailor. Having left Rogtown for quite some time, he still missed everyone, especially Lieutenant Light and Smoker. His feelings towards Lieutenant Light were quite complex. On one hand, Light was the first person he met in this world and had helped him a lot during his early days in the Navy, always assisting him in both obvious and subtle ways. To him, Light felt more like an older brother or a father figure, and he genuinely appreciated him. We'll be at Frost Moon Village soon, the sailor replied honestly, though a bit puzzled. After all, Atlas's efforts and talent made him quite admirable, even if he looked a bit ridiculous at the moment. Frost Moon Village. Frost Moon Village. Atlas felt the name sounded familiar, and soon realized it was where Zoro trained in swordsmanship during his childhood. He then furrowed his brow, seemingly contemplating something difficult to decide. After a while, Atlas's tightly knit brows relaxed as he strode towards Carp, who was enjoying a hearty meal in the dining room. Admiral Carp, I would like to disembark at Frost Moon Village, Atlas said earnestly. Why, aren't you going back to Rogtown? Carp replied, chewing on a piece of meat. I heard that there's a sword dojo in Frost Moon Village, and the master, Gung Shiro, is a very formidable swordsman. I want to go there to learn for a while, as I'm currently facing a bottleneck in my swordsmanship, Atlas explained in detail. So, I ask you, Admiral Carp, to inform Colonel Randall when we pass by Rogtown. I will return to Rogtown no later than a year. Thank you, Atlas said, standing up and bowing deeply to Carp. This bow was not only to ask Carp to relay a message, but also to express his gratitude for Carp taking him in and teaching him without reservation during this time. Got it, geez, you little brat. Carp murmured impatiently, but there was no hint of dissatisfaction in his eyes. Clearly, he was very pleased with Atlas. Over the years, Carp had trained countless sailors, among whom the most famous was the current Navy monster, Vice Admiral Kazan. After such extensive sparring, Carp could confidently say that Atlas's potential was on par with Kazan and his sense of justice was just as strong as any other Navy personnel. He would definitely become a pillar of the Navy in the future. After receiving Carp's permission, Atlas returned to his room to pack some essentials and clothes, then asked Bogart for some money for emergencies. However, he did not plan to wear a Navy uniform, as he had heard in his previous life that Gung Shiro had some connections with the Revolutionary Army. He wasn't afraid of Gung Shiro being hostile to him. Firstly, he believed that Gung Shiro, as a strong man, would not act against him. And secondly, unlike pirates, the Revolutionary Army consisted of those who indiscriminately slaughter the innocent. He simply wanted to avoid exposing his Navy identity to prevent being turned away by Gung Shiro. After disembarking, Atlas inquired with the local villagers about the location of Gung Shiro's dojo and then adjusted his attire before heading towards the dojo. Gung Shiro's dojo was located in the center of Frost Moon Village, and most of the villagers had learned a thing or two at the dojo. Many of these villagers had practiced swordsmanship there during their childhood, perhaps when the dojo was run by Gung Shiro's father, Gung Sanru. Additionally, the fees for learning at the dojo were not very high, so most villagers were quite willing to send their children there to learn. After all, possessing strength in this unpredictable world was never a bad thing. Soon, Atlas arrived at his destination and saw the legendary Gung Shiro dojo. After taking a glance, he noticed it was simply surrounded by a low wall with several houses inside, likely for Gung Shiro and his family's use. However, what puzzled Atlas was the absence of any sounds of sword practice coming from within the dojo. Instead, it was eerily quiet, making him wonder if he had come to the wrong place. Just as he was about to knock on the door to inquire, a loud baby cry broke the silence, and Atlas immediately understood the reason. What a coincidence! Atlas thought to himself. It must be around the time of Kuina's birth. No wonder there was not a sound coming from the dojo. Nevertheless, Atlas still knocked on the dojo's large door. Knock, knock, knock. The knocking was not loud, but with Gung Shiro's keen senses, he should be able to detect his arrival. Soon, the door opened, revealing a smiling face. This surprised Atlas, who had expected to be greeted by a frowning face, as his memories from his previous life suggested that Gung Shiro disliked his daughter because he wanted a son to inherit the dojo. Apparently, the rumors were wrong. Gung Shiro was not a sexist after all. It seemed that Gung Shiro just wanted Kuina to live a stable life, and in trying to discourage her, he inadvertently provoked her stubbornness. Hello, Mr. Gung Shiro. I have long heard of your great name. I have come here to learn swordsmanship from you. Atlas stated directly. Come in and we can talk. Gung Shiro, smiling, invited Atlas inside without making a definitive statement. Following Gung Shiro in, Atlas carefully observed his surroundings, which were similar to what he had seen outside. Upon entering, there was a medium-sized training ground, where the disciples likely practiced. In the main hall, Gung Shiro and Atlas each found a mat to sit on, and only then did they take the time to observe each other. Just as Atlas had imagined, Gung Shiro was a very gentle-looking middle-aged man, always wearing a smile. It was hard to tell if he was always like this or if it was due to his daughter's birth today. He wore moderately thick glasses perched on his nose, and his squinting eyes made it impossible to read his thoughts. Today my daughter was born, and my wife is unable to greet guests. Please forgive me, Gung Shiro said with a hint of apology. His speech was somewhat formal, resembling the manner of speech from Wano country. I understand your purpose for coming. If you don't mind the simplicity of my humble abode, I would be happy to exchange swordsmanship insights with you, Gung Shiro said, smiling. Atlas understood that Gung Shiro did not wish to take him as a disciple, but also did not want to offend the Navy. So he agreed to stay and learn swordsmanship. It seemed that trying to play tricks in front of such a strong person was futile. Gung Shiro likely sensed his intentions the moment Carp's ship docked. All right, then I will trouble Mr. Gung Shiro, Atlas said, as there was no turning back now. At least he wouldn't leave empty-handed. Chapter 15, Demon Slayer Order West Sea. O'Hara history belongs to all of humanity, and no one has the right to obstruct people's curiosity to explore it. An elderly man with white hair spoke with determination, articulating his struggle against the world government word by word. But with the sound of cannon fire, O'Hara was suddenly engulfed in smoke, and buried along with it were a group of pioneers seeking the truth. The raging flames were clawing at the tree of knowledge, and the entire island turned into a sea of fire, filled with wails and arguments, resembling a hell on earth. Meanwhile, at the edge of the coast, CP9's highest officer Spandam was laughing maniacally, seemingly unable to contain his excitement over the upcoming promotion and wealth, his face resembling that of a demon. Suddenly, the refugee ship that was meant to shelter the people was hit by cannonballs and instantly turned into wreckage, with no one on board surviving. Bastard! Seeing all this, Akiji was filled with rage and couldn't help but curse. Since it has been done, we must eradicate it completely. When dealing with evil, there can be no mercy. Sakazuki, whose entire face was hidden beneath his hood, said in a deep voice, revealing a chilling aura. Complete justice can sometimes turn a person into a weapon. I have decided to let you leave this island. Nico Robin. Akiji stood at the shore, watching the figure gradually fade away. Once Nico Robin was out of his sight, he turned around without a trace of nostalgia and walked towards the warship, his silhouette infinitely elongated in the glow of the sunset. In the year 1500 of the Sea Circle calendar, Frost Moon Village in the East Sea. This year, Atlas was 14 years old, about to welcome his 15th birthday. It had been 3 days since Atlas arrived in Frost Moon Village, and during these 3 days, Yagyu Shiro first checked Atlas's fundamentals and was surprised to find that Atlas's foundation was much more solid than he had imagined. This made Yagyu Shiro somewhat satisfied. After all, he didn't want to offend the Navy, nor did he want to entrust his swordsmanship to a useless fool. Not only that, but Yagyu Shiro also made some adjustments to Atlas's power application and sword drawing posture. One could say that Wano country truly produces great swordsmen, especially since Yagyu Shiro himself placed great emphasis on the fundamentals. In the early stages of Zoro's sword training, Yagyu Shiro did not teach him any specific sword techniques, but only instructed him to hone his fundamentals well, which laid the groundwork for Zoro's later explosive growth. This was partly due to Zoro's exceptional talent, and partly due to his solid foundation. Of course, Zoro's naming talent was also undeniable. Names like I will cut through the 3,000 worlds were simply impressive. After the corrections, Atlas indeed found his sword technique sharper and his power application gradually smoother. On the morning of the 4th day in Frost Moon Village, Atlas was jogging around the village to train his physical fitness. When he reached the seaside, a newspaper bird flew by, and he immediately called out to buy a newspaper. In fact, Atlas usually had the habit of reading newspapers, but he had been too busy with sword training these past few days to subscribe. The newspaper bird innocently stared at Atlas, tightly guarding the newspaper in its wings. This left Atlas both amused and bewildered. Did he look like someone who would fight over a newspaper to save 100 berries? However, 50 berries was quite expensive, equivalent to Chopper's bounty after 2 years of training. After paying, Atlas found a tall tree to sit under and planned to read the newspaper slowly. As he unfolded the newspaper, the 3 big characters Demon Slayer order jumped into his view, causing Atlas's expression to turn serious. The so-called Demon Slayer order was an inhumane attack that burned everything to ashes. Authorized by the world government and executed by the Navy headquarters to carry out indiscriminate destructive attacks on areas that signaled a threat to the world government's rule. It was equipped with a golden transponder snail and a silver transponder snail. The golden one was used to notify the launch of the Demon Slayer order, while the silver one was used to receive notifications. They were all managed by the 3 admirals and the fleet admiral of the Navy, who could also authorize the use of the golden transponder snail to someone else. The combat configuration of the Demon Slayer order included 10 warships, 5 vice admirals, and elite forces of the Navy. The warships were undoubtedly the most robust and offensive in the Navy, built by the Royal Shipyard in Water 7, and were top-notch in quality, making them more than capable of dealing with small sea kings. Each warship had about 1,000 ordinary Navy soldiers and thousands of elite Navy personnel, but this force should not be underestimated. Compared to ordinary pirate minions who only acted independently, these well-trained soldiers would be much stronger. If they could be ignored, then those pirate lackeys could be even more easily dismissed. In addition, there were also 10 hidden personnel, with 5 vice admirals assigned to 10 warships. Each vice admiral should also have 10 subordinate officers. It was unlikely that each vice admiral could command 2 ships simultaneously. Thus, it was essential to have a captain for each warship. The rank of these captains was likely either rear admiral or commodore, with strength between the ranks of vice admiral and colonel, and they were also elites in combat. In summary, the configuration of the Demon Slayer Order consisted of 5 vice admirals, 10 rear admirals, nearly 10,000 elite Navy personnel, and 10 top-tier warships. What a terrifying force that was! As Atlas rummaged through all the information regarding the Demon Slayer Order in his mind, he continued reading and found that it was indeed the O'Hara incident. In the original work, the Demon Slayer Order only appeared a few times, and based on the timeline, the year 1500 of the Sea Circle calendar should correspond to the O'Hara incident. Looking at the newspaper and combining it with the memories in his mind, Atlas gained a rough understanding of the O'Hara incident. Essentially, a group of scholars in O'Hara, in pursuit of the truth of history, secretly collected and translated the historical texts in defiance of the world government's prohibition. Eventually, they were discovered by the world government, which decided to unleash the Demon Slayer Order to annihilate O'Hara. This incident would forever be a stain that Akainu could never erase, as he even ordered the bombardment of a refugee ship, suspecting that scholars were hiding among them. Atlas couldn't comment on this matter, but he absolutely could not accept it. As for his views on the scholars of O'Hara, Atlas could only say they were too naive. Indeed, the pursuit of historical truth is a historian's inherent mission, but it seemed overly self-indulgent to defy the explicit prohibition of the world government. These scholars might have had a martyr's awareness, but the island's residents were completely innocent. The scholars had not anticipated the severe consequences of their actions, and even if they uncovered the truth, they lacked the power to protect it. Thus, one could say that these scholars were admirable yet pitiful individuals. Reining in his thoughts, Atlas prepared to return to the dojo to ask Yagushiro about the realm of cutting iron. As he closed the newspaper, a bounty notice quietly slipped out, revealing the image of a dark-skinned little girl. Demon Child, bounty of 79 million berries. Chapter 16. 1 year and cutting iron in January of the year 1502 of the Sea Circle calendar, in Frost Moon Village in the East Sea. Under a giant cherry blossom tree, a boy dressed in a black Taoist robe sat cross-legged, his long legs resting beneath an unsheathed long sword. The boy's face, with tightly closed eyes, appeared natural and peaceful, while the chiseled side profile added a touch of sharpness. This boy was Atlas, who had been training in swordsmanship in Frost Moon Village. It had been over a year since he arrived in the village, and now he was already 16 years old, as his birthday was in January. Suddenly, Atlas's tightly closed eyes snapped open, his sharp gaze narrowed, and an invisible aura began to emanate. Atlas abruptly stood up, drew his sword, and struck the tree trunk with the sheath, creating a loud bang. The giant cherry blossom tree shook violently, and a flurry of cherry blossoms fell, while Atlas beneath the tree began to dance with his long sword. Surprisingly, despite the terrifying flashes of sword light scattering among the falling cherry blossoms, there were no visible marks of cuts. If Kang Shiro were here, he would surely clap and exclaim, "The realm of cutting iron! It has been achieved. A year ago, Kang Shiro, I feel that my swordsmanship has hit a bottleneck, and I can't seem to touch the next realm," Atlas said, sitting on a cushion in the living room, looking toward Kang Shiro, who was seated in the main position. The next realm you mentioned should be the realm of cutting iron. Only by stepping into the realm of cutting iron can one truly be called a swordmaster. Kang Shiro explained with his usual cheerful demeanor, unhurried. "Oh, then may I ask, Kang Shiro, how can a swordsman cut through steel?" "I hope you won't hesitate to impart your wisdom," Atlas said, unconsciously straightening his already upright posture. "Come, allow me to personally demonstrate outside for you," Kang Shiro said, walking directly outside, with Atlas following closely behind. The season had already entered winter, with layers of pristine white snow decorating the monotonous world, except for the Grand Line, where the weather was quite changeable. The weather and seasonal changes in the Four Seas were relatively normal. The two, dressed in thin Taoist robes, still felt no chill. Kang Shiro then seemed to perform a magic trick, pulling out a piece of white paper from nowhere. He casually tossed the white paper into the air and then drew the katana in his hand, a flash of cold light cutting through the already desolate winter. Yet the white paper remained intact, descending slowly along its original trajectory before settling on the snow, soon covered by the falling snow. Atlas was greatly shocked. He was no ignorant child, knowing that the katana was a formidable weapon, often referred to as the Great Blade with 21 crafts. Even an ordinary person without swordsmanship could easily cut through gold and jade with it, let alone a piece of ordinary white paper. This demonstrated Kung Shiro's terrifying mastery over power. My lord, there are swordsmen in this world who cannot cut through anything. But that swordsman can cut through steel and even harder things with the same sword. The so-called strongest swordsmanship is the ability to protect what one wants to protect and to possess the power to cut through what one wishes to cut. A sword that harms everything it touches is not a sword to me. Kung Shiro was explaining his own swordsmanship to Atlas, which was the belief of protection. In the world of One Piece, belief is a very important matter. Only by having one's own belief can one hope to reach the peak of this world. Once that belief is shattered, strength will gradually decline, much like former Marine Admiral Zephyr, who believed in the justice of not killing but faced retaliation from pirates against his family and betrayal from the world government, leading to a shattered belief and an extreme path, ultimately resulting in a significant decline in strength. Atlas also had his own belief, which was to become the strongest. Not like Whitebeard, the strongest man in the world. He aimed to be the man who breaks the ceiling, to become invincible. However, he would not become a puppet pursuing power. He also had his own sense of justice, to improve oneself while helping the world, deeply influenced by the culture of ancient China. And when he reaches the peak, Kung Shiro, what does this have to do with cutting iron? Atlas recalled his thoughts and asked, looking directly at Kung Shiro. Sorry, I got carried away. Everything in the world has a breath, and cutting iron is about following the breath of steel to cut, Kung Shiro patiently explained. And you should have already awakened your observation haki. So, comprehending the breadth of all things should be easy for you. Without waiting for Atlas to respond, Kung Shiro smiled and continued. Atlas fell into deep thought. Comprehending the breadth of all things? It felt a bit like a low-tier version of the extreme listening to the voice of all things in observation haki. So observation haki should indeed enhance this. Coming back to his senses, Atlas was about to raise his head to say something when he found that Kung Shiro had quietly left. In the following months, aside from honing his physique and practicing martial arts, Atlas also tried to use observation haki to assist him in mastering the breadth of all things. However, he still made no progress. When he found Kung Shiro again, he received the answer that his swordsmanship was not yet sufficiently refined. Indeed, he had only been learning swordsmanship for a little over 2 years, and he was not solely focused on swordsmanship. Although his basic sword techniques had been honed to perfection, they still felt somewhat superficial, so he settled down to carefully refine his swordsmanship. Finally, on the day Atlas turned 16, he comprehended the breadth of all things and officially became a sword master. Wow, Brother Kanos, you are amazing. A childish voice suddenly came from behind a nearby tree. It was a little girl with black hair and black eyes, sporting horn braids, Kung Shiro's daughter, Guina. In fact, Atlas had long noticed Guina hiding behind the tree, but he did not expose her, as it was not the first time. Now, Guina was already over a year old. Perhaps due to the generally higher physical standards in the world of One Piece, Guina could now run and jump. Influenced by her family environment, Guina had developed an early interest in swords and often sneak peeks at Atlas practicing swordsmanship. Atlas did not mind, allowing Guina to play nearby. With his observation haki, he could also help Kung Shiro keep an eye on the child, which was a small repayment for him. The still young Guina naturally did not understand swordsmanship. She simply thought Atlas's swordsmanship poses were particularly cool. Brother Kanos, it's time to go back for dinner, Guina said, patting her little belly and speaking loudly to Atlas. Hearing this, Atlas also stood up, brushed off the non-existent dust from his clothes, and lifted the petite Guina onto his sturdy shoulder as he walked toward the dojo. In the distance, the figures of the large and small gradually disappeared among the falling cherry blossoms. Chapter 17. A pirate crew on the way to destruction in the early morning. The slightly tipsy sunlight spread across the azure sea, and the sky was occasionally filled with the crisp cries of seagulls. East Blue, Frost Moon Village. A simple sailboat was docked along the irregularly curved coastline. On the shore stood a 2-meter-5 tall, handsome young man with a straight posture. His well-defined muscles stretched his clothes, and his explosive physique exuded a sense of beauty and strength. This young man was Atlas, who had been training in Frost Moon Village. Opposite Atlas were the smiling couple, Gung Shirelang and his wife, and the tearful Kuna. At this moment, Mrs. Heidi, Kuina's mother, looked much healthier compared to when Atlas first met her. This was because Atlas had heard in his past life that Mrs. Heidi had passed away when Kuina was very young, so he had mentioned it to Gung Shirelang. Atlas falsely claimed to have some medical knowledge and told Gung Shirelang that he felt Mrs. Heidi might have some health issues, hoping Gung Shirelang could find a skilled doctor for her. Of course, Atlas initially wanted to test the ability of the horse talisman, but unfortunately, it could only be used on himself at the moment. Whether it could have different effects in the future likely depended on his strength to some extent. However, it was unknown how Gung Shirelang managed to find a doctor, as he seemed to be hiding it from Atlas. Fortunately, after Mrs. Heidi received treatment from the mysterious doctor, her complexion improved greatly. This incident also helped to ease the relationship between the Gung family and Atlas, making it less distant than at the beginning. So when they suddenly heard that Atlas was leaving, they felt a bit reluctant, especially Ka, who was crying. It was understandable, no matter how strong-willed Kuna was. She still had a sensitive side typical of a girl. A few days ago, after Atlas achieved the Iron Cutting Realm, he planned to bid farewell to Gung Shirelang and his wife, even finding someone to pay a hefty sum to build a simple boat that could basically reach Logtown within a few days. He specifically chose this sunny weather to set sail. Let's leave it here. Goodbye, Mr. Gung Shirelang and Kuna. I hope the next time I come back, I can see Kuina all grown up, Atlas said with a smile while bidding farewell to the Gung family, teasing Kuina a bit. I will. Next time we meet, I will defeat Brother Kanos. Kuina sniffled and said resolutely to Atlas. Ha ha ha. I will be waiting for you, Kuina. Atlas laughed heartily and then jumped onto the boat, drew his sword to cut the ropes, and opened the sails. The boat began to sail away with the currents and winds. 2 days had passed since Atlas left Frost Moon Village and set out to sea. During these 2 days, his training consisted of swimming to build stamina, daily sword training, and meditation. He didn't want to eat a devil fruit for the time being, and hadn't encountered any suitable fruit abilities, so he could freely roam the sea. Moreover, swimming was an excellent way to build physical strength. He also dreamed of being able to cross the calm belt like Silver's Rayleigh one day, which made his adrenaline surge. That was the romance of a man of the sea. As for meditation, it was taught to him by Gung Shirelang. Previously, he had been using a method he had randomly figured out, which was far less effective than the one Gung Shirelang taught him. He had been meditating for over a year, and his observation haki could now cover half an island. His mastery had become quite profound. He didn't know whether it was due to his exceptionally strong spirit or the effectiveness of the meditation technique. However, sailing at sea was ultimately quite dull. After finishing his training, a red light flickered in Atlas's eyes, and he released his observation haki without restraint, instantly perceiving the world much more clearly. Suddenly, a pirate ship entered the range of Atlas's observation haki. What a coincidence! Just when I was bored, I can practice my skills on you. This will make a nice meeting gift for Colonel Randall. After all, he is a bit late compared to the agreed year. With that in mind, Atlas warmed up a bit, stretched his muscles, and prepared to properly greet this group of pirates. Before long, the pirate ship approached Atlas's small sailboat. The skull pirate flag displayed a hammer slanted in the center. The ship's construction was quite ordinary, indicating that it was likely an unknown pirate crew. Otherwise, they wouldn't be so down and out. However, it was a bit unfair to label them just as pirates, as they were a group of non-productive individuals advocating for hedonism, spending any money they acquired immediately. As for their ships, as long as they could sail, there were no excessive requirements. This was the reality for most pirates. As the two vessels slowly drew closer, the members of the Hammer Pirate crew noticed the lone Atlas and immediately had thoughts of robbery. Hey, you little brat over there. Want me to give you a ride? The captain of the Hammer Pirate crew, How Hey, said humorously as he poked his head out. Sure. Then please take me to the Navy base in Logtown, Atlas replied, seemingly unaware of their malicious intent, and jumped onto the pirate ship. Hey, know your limits. You little brat, do you know who I am? Hao was shocked by Atlas's boldness. After being a pirate for so long, he had never seen someone so fearless. I'm a pirate, the kind that burns, kills, and robs. How dare you disrespect me? Thinking this, Hao's face gradually twisted into a grimace. Suddenly, a blood-red slash flew from the standard long sword that Atlas had drawn, instantly cutting Captain Hao in half. The cut was incredibly smooth, and the remaining force of the slash knocked down several unfortunate pirates, leaving them lifeless. What the hell was that? Why did the sword not even touch the captain and still kill him? The remaining pirates erupted in chaos, filled with fear of the unknown. Characters like Swordsman were still quite rare in the seas, especially in the weakest sea, East Blue. Atlas didn't waste time explaining. He simply crossed his sword. Without needing to use any sword techniques, he effortlessly eliminated the remaining weaklings, as if he were cutting vegetables, then casually wiped the blood from his sword on the body of a pirate lying on the deck. Afterward, Atlas naturally took over the unclaimed ship and rummaged through the supplies. He went to the cockpit to test it out. Indeed, large ships were faster than small boats. Now, it seemed he would only need a day to reach Logtown. Indeed, no one gets rich without a windfall, and no horse gets fat without night grass. This is delightful. Chapter 18, A False Alarm Woo. A series of urgent alarms echoed above the Rogtown naval base, as rows of Marines arranged themselves orderly in the tense atmosphere. Colonel Randall appeared on time at the base parade ground to inquire about the situation. Report, Colonel. A pirate ship has been spotted docked at the port. It's the Hammer Pirates, with a total bounty of 30 million berries. A Marine resembling an intelligence officer reported loudly. The Hammer Pirates, Randall recalled them. Their captain, a man named Hao, had a bounty of 20 million berries, making him a significant pirate in the East Blue. Note, since Luffy has not been born yet, Garp is not frequently visiting the East Blue. So while it remains the weakest sea, it does not have the low overall bounties it would have a decade later. All hands, form up and head to the port to intercept the Hammer Pirates. Prevent the pirates from landing. Protect the safety of the town's residents. Randall shouted. A bounty of 20 million was enough for him to take the matter seriously. After all, he was just a branch colonel, unlike Smoker in the future, who wielded natural fruit powers and had strong dominance over pirates who lacked hockey. A careless word could lead to disaster, and in war, the cost of failure was often life. So Colonel Randall couldn't help but become serious. Joe, how did Colonel Randall know I was coming back? They've gone to such lengths. It's really making me feel a bit embarrassed. Atlas, with his observation hockey, sensed the imposing Marines rushing from afar, especially Colonel Randall at the forefront. He thought they were there to welcome his return and smiled as he sat cross-legged at the bow of the ship, enjoying this moment of glory. When Randall arrived at the port, he found a boy with a resolute face and bulging muscles sitting at the bow of the pirate ship. But he didn't see any of the other pirates. He became increasingly vigilant, suspecting an ambush. However, Randall felt that this boy looked somewhat familiar, as if he had seen him somewhere. Colonel Randall, what's wrong? Don't you recognize me? Atlas felt something was off at this moment. Randall saw him and didn't immediately give him a big hug. Instead, he gave a confused look followed by a wary expression. The Marines behind him were all showing murderous intent, looking as if they wanted to eat him. This didn't look like a welcome at all. You are that little brat Atlas? Colonel Randall carefully compared the person in front of him with the little brat in his memory and said uncertainly, this wasn't Randall's fault. After all, Atlas was now a teenager and had changed quite a bit since he left Rogtown. First, his height and physique had changed. He was previously lean, but now he had a smooth muscle tone, thick lats, and bulging deltoids, making him look like a completely different person. He also appeared more mature, exuding a sharper aura. Colonel Randall, doesn't he remember me? That really makes me sad, Atlas said with a sad face, but his smile betrayed him. The surrounding Marines breathed a sigh of relief when they realized he wasn't an enemy. Some who recognized Atlas wanted to greet him, but held back due to military discipline. What is the deal with this pirate ship? Randall questioned. Oh, I ran into it on my way. The small boat was too slow, so I took care of them to earn some military merit as a greeting for you. Atlas casually replied. Then why didn't you take down a pirate flag? Randall's forehead twitched, and his emotions became agitated. Atlas was taken aback, looking towards the pirate ship and then at the furious Randall, and then he understood. Well, don't be so angry, I just forgot. Saying this, he drew his sword and slashed at the pirate ship's mast. A blood-red slash flew out, cutting the pirate flag, which fell into the sea. See, it's gone now. This astonished Colonel Randall and the Marines nearby. Randall, who had been to the Grand Line, was simply surprised by Atlas's growth. The other Marines were completely captivated by his powerful abilities. "Ha, good kid. Let us go to my office and have a good chat." All Marines disperse. Randall laughed heartily, pulling Atlas toward his office. Randall leisurely sat in his office chair, puffing on a cigar that was nothing fancy, just an ordinary one. Although Randall's strength wasn't remarkable, he absolutely deserved the word justice behind him. "Come, tell me in detail what happened while you were away," Randall said, looking at Atlas with satisfaction. It's nothing much. I just got lost after chasing the Phylock pirates and happened to run into Vice Admiral Garp. The subsequent events, Vice Admiral Garp should have told you all about them." Atlas roughly reported what had happened during this time to Colonel Randall. He wasn't even sure if Garp had shared everything with Randall, given Garp's unreliable nature. Randall, as an elder, inquired about the details of what happened to Atlas while he was wandering, and Atlas answered one by one. After a while, Atlas gently closed the door to the Colonel's office, preparing to visit Lieutenant Light. Oh, by the way, I forgot to mention Atlas is now a branch lieutenant, at the same level as Light. At Lieutenant Light's home, Atlas looked at Lieutenant Light with a surprised expression, as his shoulder insignia clearly indicated that Light had already been promoted to Major in the Rogtown Naval Base. This made Atlas, who originally wanted to show off, suddenly choke on his words. In fact, with Atlas's strength and military achievements, he was more than qualified to be promoted to a major officer. However, a major officer wasn't something a mere branch colonel could appoint. It needed to be reported to the headquarters, and an appointment letter would be issued by the headquarters, which would likely take some time. After chatting at Light's home and inquiring about his situation, the visit was nearing its end. Oh, by the way, if you have time, remember to look for that brat Smoker. He must be eager to see you. Lieutenant Light, or rather, Major Light, said meaningfully to Atlas. Huh. Oh, I'll definitely do that if I get the chance. Although a bit confused, Atlas responded affirmatively. Chapter 19 Sparring early the next morning. Atlas began his day of training at the base's training ground. To be honest, Atlas missed the time when he had just joined the Navy and was working hard to train on the field. Hey, Atlas, really? You're back and already training so hard. Can't you take a break? Colonel Randall, who passed by, teased Atlas for his dedication. There's no choice. I'm still too weak. Atlas replied while swinging the long knife in his hand, his determination undiminished. Well, you're really a hardworking kid. Just in time, I've been feeling a bit restless. How about we spar a bit? It's a good chance to test your strength, Colonel Randall said with a smile, twisting his sturdy neck. Of course, but you can't use the flying slash, Randall quickly added, as if remembering something. Hearing this, Atlas felt a bit eager himself. Although he thought there should be no one in the base who could match him, he still wanted to challenge Randall, the nominal strongest in the base, and perhaps learn something from him. After all, given Randall's age, his combat experience was certainly much richer than Atlas's. All right, Atlas shouted in response, then followed Randall to a spacious area of the training ground. The soldiers watching from the side were getting excited. They were curious about who was stronger between Atlas and Colonel Randall, especially since Atlas was known as a monster in the base. The scene at the port had also left a deep impression on them. Soon, they were running around, calling friends, and before long, the area around the training ground was packed with Navy soldiers. Colonel Randall, you better give it your all. Don't go down too quickly, Atlas said with a grin as he surveyed the situation around him. Stop talking big, you little brat. Randall retorted with a laugh, refusing to back down. Then both drew their blades and stepped forward, the clash of their blades creating a spark. Kid, your blade isn't as sharp as your big talk. Randall stared at Atlas, who was facing him, his face reddening from exertion, veins bulging on his neck. It was clear that matching Atlas's strength was a bit of a struggle for him, but he refused to admit defeat. Oh, is that so? Then try this move of mine, old man Randall. Atlas shot back, continuously spouting trash talk. One sword style, Iris. Atlas stepped back, his arms swelling as his biceps and triceps worked in unison, delivering a powerful horizontal slash towards Randall. Of course, Atlas held back a bit of his strength. After all, it wouldn't be good if he made Randall bleed with a single strike. Randall clearly wasn't a pushover either. He stood his sword upright beside him and easily blocked the blow. "Ha, kid, did you not eat enough? Come on, keep going." Randall continued to talk tough to mask his inner unease. Damn, what did this kid eat to grow so strong? Atlas discreetly noticed Randall's slightly trembling right hand and decided to suppress his strength a bit, giving the old man some face. The surrounding Navy soldiers, of course, had no idea about the subtlety of the situation and thought the two were evenly matched, cheering on the sidelines. "Come again, kid," Randall roared, seemingly giving himself a buff. Bang! Another simple collision occurred, but Atlas's weapon seemed to develop a slight crack. This was normal. Atlas had been using the standard Navy long knife, which wasn't a famous blade, and it had been following him into battle for so long that it should have retired by now. To have lasted this long was already considered a quality standard knife. "Ha ha ha, smelly brat, your knife seems to be nearing its end." Colonel Randall had clearly noticed the crack in Atlas's knife. It was an extraordinary insight. A seasoned veteran like him could tell something was off just by the sound of the clash. "Don't worry, Colonel Randall. It's enough to last until I defeat you." One sword style, bird-piercing. A direct thrust came towards Randall, straightforward and powerful. Randall blocked with his sword, and a white spot suddenly appeared on his beloved sword, causing him great distress. Although this sword wasn't a famous one, it had accompanied him through most of his life, much better than the Navy's standard knife. "Smelly brat, I'm going to get serious now." Randall decided to brace himself, holding the sword with both hands to withstand Atlas's strikes. Shave. Suddenly, Randall disappeared from Atlas's sight, leaving only a series of afterimages. The Navy's 6th style, shave. Due to his limited aptitude, Randall had only learned 2 of the techniques, and he wasn't very proficient, barely having grasped the basics. Now, he could only use it to bully Atlas, who hadn't learned the 6th style yet. However, Atlas's physical condition had already reached an inhuman level, fully meeting the standards for practicing the 6th style. With his explosive speed, he was already beyond the reach of ordinary people, but the Navy's 6th style was a martial art that transcended human limits. So at present, Atlas's speed was still not as fast as Colonel Randall's. Given Randall's physical strength, he probably wouldn't be able to use shave many more times. After all, shave places a huge load on the user's leg muscles. Atlas could easily wait until Randall couldn't hold on anymore and then take him down effortlessly, but observation hockey. Lock on. Using observation hockey, Atlas easily spotted Colonel Randall, who was preparing to circle behind him. With a smirk, he turned around and drew his sword, advancing instead of retreating. One sword style, rainfall. This was a new technique developed by Atlas, essentially a downward slash, but due to its immense power and kinetic energy, it would create 3 afterimages and strike the enemy like a sudden storm. At that moment, Randall was honored to be the first test subject of Atlas's new move, but he didn't feel lucky at all. The might of the rainfall alone made him feel a heavy pressure inside. However, just as Randall was about to be defeated, an unexpected change occurred. Atlas's long knife suddenly shattered into countless iron pieces, showering down, likely because the already cracked knife couldn't withstand the power of the rainfall technique, thus averting Randall's imminent defeat. Chapter 20. Are swords and sabers really such inconvenient things? Ha ha, little brat, this time you're definitely going to lose. Randall was first taken aback. Then he laughed triumphantly. Atlas also chuckled, clenching his fists, a thick layer of calluses covering his knuckles like armor, intimidating to behold. Swords and sabers are certainly not such inconvenient things. My physical skills are quite strong too. Coronel. Atlas laughed meaningfully. Although he had focused on swordsmanship in recent years, giving the impression that he was a swordsman whose combat power would greatly diminish without a sword. This notion was not entirely accurate. Every swordsman is like that. However, he was different. He did not have a sincere heart for the sword path. For him, the sword path was merely a means to become stronger, as was his physical skill. Therefore, in his usual training, he never neglected his physical skills. There were no complicated training methods. He just threw punches day by day, first empty strikes, than punching hard objects. He learned this from memory of Carp, who, in order to smash the pride of the 8 Treasures Water Army spear, used his fists to flatten 8 mountains for training. Atlas could not reach such a terrifying level, but hitting some small mounds was certainly doable. Randall also did not engage in any flashy moves and simply slashed down. Naturally, Atlas would not be foolish enough to meet the blade head-on with his bare fists. Instead, he slightly tilted his body and struck hard against the blade, causing Randall to almost lose grip on his sword due to the immense power. Before Randall could react, Atlas stepped forward, following up with a straightforward blow that slammed into Randall. Randall felt a tremendous force hit him, and then he was sent flying. Without using the 6 forms, Randall was far inferior to Atlas in terms of strength, speed, explosive power, and neural reflexes. The fact that he managed to hold on until now was purely because Atlas had been holding back. Damn brat, really unlikable. Randall got up from the ground and continued walking toward Atlas, seemingly unhurt. But I still have a trick you haven't seen yet. In fact, Atlas understood Randall's intention of sparring with him, probably wanting to teach him the 6 forms during the battle. After all, compared to his swordsmanship, his physical skills relied purely on overwhelming power and high explosive force. Mastering the techniques of the 6 forms would definitely elevate his combat power to another level. Bang, bang, bang. After a series of exchanges, Randall had already discarded his weapon. First, his swordsmanship had not yet reached the level of a swordmaster, so the sword didn't significantly enhance his combat ability, and against Atlas, he was at a disadvantage. Second, he was worried that his sword would be damaged by Atlas, feeling a bit heartbroken, so he decisively discarded the weapon and started exchanging blows with Atlas. Indeed, punches that land solidly are the romance of men. Ha ha ha! Atlas laughed heartily, his hands never stopping, raining down punches on Randall. 2 hours later, iron block. Randall shouted, his muscles tensed, taking Atlas's punch head on, his face reddening. Then he sat down listlessly on the ground. He blocked it, but did not fully succeed. It was clear that Randall had not mastered the iron block technique, so he couldn't withstand Atlas's punch. Old man Randall, do you not know that the Navy dies from iron block? Can your iron block even be called iron block? Atlas silently mocked in his heart. Atlas, little brat, what disrespectful thoughts are you having? The defeated Colonel Randall glared at Atlas. How could that be? I have great respect for you, Colonel Randall. Atlas laughed awkwardly. Did you see the physical skills I just displayed? Damn brat. Randall looked at the perfunctory Atlas, his forehead twitching. Of course, no problem. But don't underestimate me, old man. In Atlas's observation range, Randall's every move was basically exposed, and the techniques of the 6 forms could be grasped as long as one's physical condition met the requirements and talent was decent. In the recent battle, with the help of observation hockey and his strong learning ability, shaving and iron block were already no secrets to him. The so-called iron block means accelerating blood flow to make muscles contract faster, thus giving the body the hardness of steel. However, the downside is that one cannot move while using it. Of course, this is only if the user has not mastered it. A deeply trained iron block can allow movement. Shaving is a technique where, in an instant, 36 seconds, one stomps the ground dozens of times at high speed to create explosive reactive force for rapid movement, which can lead to one-sided situations in combat. After contemplating the training methods of shaving for a moment, Atlas rapidly exerted force from his calf muscles, instantly bursting his pant leg, leaving fabric hanging down with clearly defined muscle lines that looked like tempered steel wrapping around his legs. He then quickly stomped the ground dozens of times, causing cracks to appear on the surface beneath his feet. Suddenly, Atlas vanished from Randall's sight, crashing into a distant wall. Boom! A human-shaped hole instantly appeared in the solid wall, and Atlas, covered in dust, walked out with an embarrassed expression, saying, sorry. It's my first time using it, still not very skilled. Atlas, little brat. The repair cost for the venue will be deducted from your salary. Randall shouted loudly at Atlas, utterly shocked by Atlas's overwhelming talent. You say you learned it after watching a few times. But how come you used it for the first time, and it seemed to explode faster than me? The surrounding Marines, who had been watching, were clearly stunned by the scene, letting out strange cries of astonishment. Big brother Atlas, I want to spar with you. Please allow it. Just then, a small white-haired brat, drenched in sweat, squeezed out of the crowd and earnestly said to Atlas, this brat was Smoker. Hearing this, the surrounding Marines, who had been causing a ruckus, immediately quieted down, all eyes turning towards Smoker. They wondered who was bold enough to challenge Atlas at this moment. Either they were reckless or very confident in their own strength. When they realized it was this little brat Smoker, they all revealed expressions of anticipation. Chapter 21 Natural System. Smoke fruit no problem, come on, Smoker kid. Atlas naturally noticed the emotions of the surrounding navy and was very curious about what means Smoker relied on. It couldn't be. After hearing Atlas agree, Smoker first showed excitement, then slowly calmed down, leaning slightly forward, adopting a fighting stance. Looking at the tense Smoker, Atlas couldn't help but laugh. Be careful, Smoker kid. Atlas always went all out in battles, especially against an opponent like Smoker. He didn't need to give the kid any face. And it was a good opportunity to practice his skills with Shave, so Atlas unleashed his power without reservation. The ground beneath his feet trembled with a loud rumble as he stepped repeatedly, clearly still too rough in using Shave. Boom! Another huge pit formed in the training ground, and Colonel Randall's face darkened a few shades. However, Atlas didn't care about that. He wasn't very concerned about money anyway. Iron Fist, Bird Spike. Without a weapon in hand, Atlas decided to use his fist for this direct thrust. The terrifying speed generated a loud roar of air. Danger! At the moment Atlas struck, every hair on Smoker's body stood on end, as if he was about to face the threat of death. I'm going to die. I'm going to die. A warning from instinct rang in his brain, and at this critical moment, Smoker suddenly transformed into a cloud of smoke, causing Atlas's fist to hit nothing but air. Oh, so you've already eaten a devil fruit. Smoker kid. Atlas realized. No wonder Lieutenant Light mentioned Smoker with that expression. Oh. The strongest natural-type devil fruit has appeared. The crowd of watching sailors shouted excitedly. I just ate the devil fruit not long ago. Smoker, who had scratched his head awkwardly. He had obtained this devil fruit about half a year ago while on a mission, chasing a group of pirates to a deserted island where he stumbled upon it. If Atlas knew this, he would probably be infuriated. They were both chasing pirates, yet this kid Smoker managed to find a devil fruit, and a natural type one at that. While Atlas could only wander around the East Blue, sometimes the gap between people is even larger than that between a person and a pig. Be careful, brother Atlas. I am a natural type smoke fruit user. Smoker reminded him. In Smoker's view, he was definitely going to win this challenge because ever since he obtained the devil fruit, no one had been able to hurt him. Not even Colonel Randall. Poor Randall was already crying in the bathroom, being looked down upon by two kids. It's no wonder Smoker felt so inflated at this moment. After all, in the East Blue, where hockey was unknown, a natural type that couldn't be hit in physical form symbolized invincibility. Then I'll go all out next. Smoker kid, Atlas said, looking at the slightly excited Smoker. As soon as he finished speaking, Atlas's figure disappeared. The Marine 6-style Shave was like adding wings to him at this moment, with Smoker's mediocre martial arts. He couldn't catch Atlas, let alone counter him. Iron Fist, Dragon Tail. This was a swinging punch, so fast that it surpassed Smoker's nerve response, leaving him unable to block it, and without exception, he transformed into smoke again. Smoker kid, you can't do this. Although the natural type's elementalization was quite overpowered, it was essentially invincible in the early stages without hockey. However, full elementalization consumed a certain amount of stamina, which might be negligible for those with strong physiques. But for someone with Smoker's weak physique, he probably couldn't hold out for long and would just become Atlas's live target. Smoke, White Fist. Suddenly, two white fists materialized as Smoker charged towards Atlas. Atlas was intimidated and directly matched fists against fists, ready to counter any flashy moves. However, it was clear that in the half year since obtaining the fruit, Smoker had also done some development of his powers. Bang! Another collision, directly turning Smoker's fists into smoke. This left Smoker feeling a bit frustrated. Clearly, he was completely outmatched in physical combat. To win this battle, he would have to rely on his fruit abilities. As time ticked by, Smoker used full elementalization a few more times, but beads of sweat began to appear on his forehead, indicating that his stamina was wearing thin. In contrast, Atlas still appeared calm and relaxed, even his breathing showing no signs of change, which made Smoker feel a bit disheartened. They really are two powerful kids. Smoker seemed close to his limit. Hey, Smoker's ability is invincible. The surrounding soldiers watching the fight were all excitedly arguing, and it looked like they were about to start a fight themselves. They hadn't expected these two young kids to be so strong, especially Atlas, who could force a legendary natural-type devil fruit user like Smoker into such a position purely through physical skills. Since the news spread that the three great monsters of the Navy were all natural-type devil fruit users, natural types have been almost worshipped by people, and Atlas, relying solely on his physical skills, was viewed by these soldiers as the man who shattered that myth. Bang, bang, bang. After a few more collisions, Smoker clenched his trembling fists, a determined look flashing in his eyes. Be careful, Brother Atlas. I'm going to use my newly developed ability, though I might not be very skilled yet. Smoke, White Domain. As soon as he finished speaking, Smoker fully elementalized, and a vast amount of white smoke enveloped Atlas, instantly reducing visibility to almost zero. The outside Navy could no longer see the status of their battle. Inside the White Domain, Atlas found that all his senses were dulled to the lowest point, and even his eyes were nearly stung shut by the smoke. Some tiny white smoke particles even attempted to enter Atlas's nose through his breathing, making him alert, so he slowed his breathing, closed his eyes, and used observation haki to sense Smoker's attacks. In such a large area of effect, Smoker certainly couldn't maintain it for long, so he would likely adopt a quick and decisive attack strategy. Atlas just needed to wait for the opportunity. Suddenly, a fist appeared silently behind Atlas, clearly Smoker attempting to give Atlas a surprise attack. But under Atlas's observation haki, nothing could escape his senses. As Smoker's fist approached Atlas's attack range, Atlas sidestepped and firmly grasped Smoker's fist. In pain, Smoker quickly transformed into smoke. This shameless tactic left Atlas feeling helpless. After all, he still couldn't use haki and couldn't hold on to Smoker's physical form, so he could only gradually wear down his stamina. Chapter 22. On the importance of physical strength. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of the two colliding echoed continuously, and Smoker's attacks grew increasingly frantic, as all of them were effortlessly blocked by Atlas. Finally, after exhausting all his stamina, Smoker was forced to retract his elemental form and collapsed weakly to the ground. While Atlas showed little change, only a slight sheen of sweat on his forehead, and he did not look as disheveled as Smoker. This made Smoker feel somewhat frustrated. Ever since he acquired the smoke fruit, which he was so proud of, he had easily completed every capture mission, especially with Atlas not being at the base, leaving no peers in the Navy capable of defeating him. Even Colonel Randall from the base had privately sparred with him, but was unable to overcome him, leading Smoker to become arrogant and more immersed in the glory brought by the Logia-type devil fruit. Smoker had always admired Atlas and envied his strong talents, but he also knew that Atlas's strength was the result of rigorous training. However, as a peer, he had the pride and competitive spirit of a youth. So upon seeing Atlas return, he immediately challenged him, much like a child who has received a beloved toy and wants to show it off to an older brother. Come on, Smoker, cheer up. Your sense of justice can't be that shallow, Atlas said, frowning as he looked at the dejected Smoker. In fact, Smoker's talent was quite good, and the Logia-type smoke fruit was also a powerful devil fruit. If developed properly, it could possess extremely strong dominion. The smoke fruit was not as weak as portrayed in the anime from his previous life. It was purely that Smoker had developed it poorly. If he continued on this path, he might truly waste the powerful abilities of this fruit. Therefore, Atlas felt it was necessary to awaken him. Moreover, Smoker's physical talent was not bad either. It was just that after obtaining the devil fruit, he had relied too much on its powerful abilities and neglected the training of his physical body, resulting in a lack of balance. The most exaggerated part was that at over 30 years old, he had yet to master even one type of haki, effectively losing the qualification to compete with top-tier powerhouses. Listen, Smoker, you have already strayed from the right path. Smoker, who had been sulking, immediately lifted his head upon hearing this, feeling a bit indignant inside. Yes, that's right. Atlas are much stronger than me, but it's because I haven't had the fruit for long enough. Once I develop its abilities, I will definitely be able to defeat you. Atlas calmly looked at Smoker's defiant eyes and bluntly said, I know you're thinking that once you develop your fruit abilities, you can defeat me. Smoker was momentarily taken aback by the words, but his gaze remained stubborn. If you still hold on to that thought now, you will never catch up to my strength. You must understand that in this cruel sea, no top-tier powerhouse has ever reached the pinnacle solely by relying on their fruit abilities. Remember, that goes for anyone. Upon hearing this, not only did Smoker show a serious listening expression, but the soldiers around them also instinctively held their breath, afraid of missing a single word. Looking across the sea, whether it be powerful pirate overlords or the current Navy's 3 monstrous vice admirals, they all possessed strong devil fruit abilities, but their physical strength was also, without exception, at the pinnacle of this sea. Even the strongest man in the world, Edward Newgate, whose Tremor fruit is known as the strongest Paramecia-type devil fruit, is so because the user is Whitebeard, not some random character. So was Whitebeard, who achieved greatness through the Tremor fruit, not the other way around. Atlas scanned the area with a disdainful gaze and continued, as for our Navy, the hero of the Navy, Vice Admiral Garp, has repeatedly forced Pirate King Roger into desperate situations relying solely on his physical skills, and former Admiral Zephyr is the youngest admiral in the Navy, known as Black Arm, famous for his physical prowess on the sea as well. As for the current 3 monstrous vice admirals, like you Smoker, they are also users of the Logia-type devil fruit, and among the best, but even a not-so-physically focused Vice Admiral Kazuru is a master swordsman. His physical strength is also monstrous. Atlas subtly glanced at Smoker, as in over a decade, Smoker would indeed be considered a leader among his peers. Because of being a Logia-type user, he had always been viewed as a successor to an admiral by the Navy, but in Atlas's view, Smoker was still quite far from that rank. Moreover, aside from these strong figures, using a devil fruit requires stamina, and if one's physique is weak, using it for a while like Smoker, who ends up panting, how could he execute his sense of justice? That's right, the kid is right. Physical strength is the foundation of everything, whether it's devil fruit abilities, martial arts, or swordsmanship. Colonel Randall, who had been watching from the sidelines, spoke up. Randall's insight was undoubtedly sharp. He had long realized that Smoker had gone astray and wanted to remind him, but the awkward thing was, he couldn't use hockey. He couldn't defeat Smoker at all, so how could he educate him? Thus, it eventually came to nothing until Atlas returned. All right, everyone stopped standing around watching. Smoker, go back and reflect on yourself, Randall said, driving away the onlookers. Atlas also left the training ground to head to the cafeteria, leaving Smoker alone in place, his expression constantly changing. However, Randall didn't mind. Smoker was a talented Navy officer, though slightly inferior to Atlas. He wasn't someone who would stubbornly dwell on things, so he let it be. Thinking of Atlas, Randall instinctively glanced at the pit on the ground and couldn't help but feel a deep sense of emotion. What a terrifying kid. Meanwhile, Atlas had already arrived at the base cafeteria. It had been a long time since he had eaten the food made by Uncle Carl. Uncle Carl, please serve me 5 portions to whet my appetite. Atlas called out loudly to Carl, who was busy in the kitchen. It's you, kid. Long time no see. I thought you were dead outside, Carl exclaimed, laughing and scolding when he saw Atlas. However, Atlas could clearly sense that Carl's expression had relaxed a lot, as if the worries that had been weighing on his heart had dissipated in an instant. Chapter 23. The Good Blade, 50 Works. Snowwalk 3 months later. EC, Marine Colonel Randall's office in Roadtown. Bang! A loud noise from the door startled Colonel Randall, who was busy writing at his desk. He looked up and saw that it was that guy Atlas, and he immediately felt anger rising. You brat, this is the 3rd door you've broken this month. Relax, relax. Just go back and get logistics to reimburse you, Atlas said casually, still wearing a grin. Randall was helpless against this guy and could only take out a few wanted posters from his desk and slam them down in front of Atlas. All right. Just remember to be gentle when you come in next time and knock on the door. This is your mission. The Houghton Pirates with a bounty of 30 million berries and the Bloodhand Pirates with a bounty of 35 million berries. Try to leave a few alive. Since returning, Atlas had been chasing pirates, and with his current strength, the pirates in the EC were no match for him. He eagerly accepted Randall's mission since he was currently saving up for a famous sword and could earn some bonus money. In a few months, the new recruit training camp will start, so you could go to headquarters with Smoker then. Use this time to train well and don't embarrass us at the Rogue Town base, Randall said earnestly as he watched Atlas casually flipping through the wanted posters. Well, I got it. By the way, can you give me a mission that's a bit challenging? These 2 pirate crews only have a strong captain. The rest are all weaklings, Atlas said, slightly dissatisfied as he put down the wanted posters. Just be satisfied. I gave you the toughest bones to chew on. There's nothing I can do. This is the level of pirates in the East Sea, Randall said helplessly. Atlas's rapid growth in strength meant that the pirates in the East Sea no longer provided him with any real challenge. All right, I'll go take care of them then. Atlas was always a decisive person and never dragged his feet. Get lost, you brat. Just after completing his mission, Atlas stood at the port, holding a blood-soaked burlap sack with a vague outline of a human face visible. Hey, Atlas, back from your mission? How was it? You didn't get hurt, did you? What kind of question is that? Lieutenant Atlas was the strongest in the base. How could mere pirates injure him? People who recognized Atlas greeted him one after another as he walked, and Atlas smiled and nodded in response. Being too popular could be bothersome. After finishing his work report with Randall and handing over the bounty, Atlas looked at the thick stack of cash in his hand, grinning widely with satisfaction. In Rogue Town's Commercial Street, a tall young Navy officer entered a weapon shop. The shop owner was a middle-aged man, appearing to be in his 40s or 50s, who immediately greeted Atlas warmly upon seeing him. Welcome to our store. How can I help you? Atlas glanced around and finally focused on the owner, pausing before saying, I want to buy a decent sword, preferably the good blade, 50 works. The middle-aged owner awkwardly smiled and said, Sir, you must be joking. Our small shop can't afford a sword of the good blade level. Atlas felt a bit disappointed. Ordinary quality swords couldn't withstand his handling. He clearly remembered that in the anime, Zoro got 2 famous swords in Rogue Town. However, Atlas had forgotten the name of that shop, and only remembered the owner claimed to have been in business for 200 years. So he could only search one by one, hoping for good luck. A few hours later, Atlas looked at a weapon shop that had no name. Only 2 crossed swords serving as a sign. But he had already lost hope. This was the 10th old shop he had visited, and there had been no results. Good blade-level weapons were extremely rare. Only Zoro, with his protagonist aura, could continuously find famous swords. Walking straight into the weapon shop, he was greeted by a young man who was nearly bald, with only a few struggling hairs left and sideburns resembling a traditional Chinese deity with a snub nose. The owner looked at Atlas and put on a flattering smile. Welcome. You can take your time to browse. Our shop has been in business for 200 years. Atlas was taken aback, realizing he had found it. This owner said the same thing to everyone. Do you have a good blade-level sword? Money is not an issue. Atlas repeated the line he had said countless times. Are you Lieutenant Kanos? The owner seemed to recognize Atlas and appear to be an admirer. Yes, that's me, Atlas. Atlas was somewhat amused, but felt reassured, as he was initially worried the owner wouldn't sell him the shop's treasure. Then may I ask if you have a good blade-level sword? Atlas asked again to ensure the owner heard him. Yes, we do. The owner nodded vigorously, fearing that if he was too slow, Atlas would disappear from his sight. He quickly ran upstairs, panting, and brought down a long box, presenting it to Atlas like a treasure. This is our shop's treasure, the good blade, Snowwalk. The blade is made of black lacquered steel with a chaotic edge, and it's the best sword in our shop. How much is it? Atlas asked. No charge. My most admired person is Lieutenant Kanos. What money is needed when a man entrusts his dreams to another man? The owner said with a starry-eyed expression. No, as a Marine, I must pay. It's my principle. Atlas insisted, looking as if he wouldn't accept the sword if there was no payment. Then, how about you give me your autograph as payment? The owner suggested as a compromise. Suddenly, Atlas seemed to think of something, standing up and walking toward a corner where some barrels filled with swords were placed. He vaguely remembered that Zoro found his Sandai Kitetsu in a garbage heap. Mr. Kanos, those barrels over there contain swords that are all worth 50,000 berries. The owner said nervously, worried he had said something wrong. Atlas waved his hand to indicate the owner should not be nervous. Then his eyes flashed red. and he activated his observation haki. A sinister aura appeared within his perception range, and he casually reached out, and a long sword with a red sheath appeared in Atlas's hand. But at that moment, the owner's expression turned extremely ugly. Chapter 24 Demon Sword. Third generation Onit. Atlas examined the sword in his hand, which appeared no different from an ordinary blade at first glance. However, in Atlas's observation color perception, the whole sword exuded an eerie aura. "No, Lieutenant Kanos, I cannot give you this sword." The shop owner, whose face had turned frighteningly dark, saw the satisfied expression on Atlas's face and couldn't help but shout in protest. This sword is called the third generation Onit. Its predecessor, the second generation Onit, was a great sword, and the original Onit was an unparalleled great sword, but it is a demon sword, right? Atlas interjected calmly before the shop owner could finish. You know? The shop owner looked somewhat surprised. "Yes, I can feel it," Atlas said, looking at the third generation Onit in his hand. Since the original Onit, all the swords of the Onit lineage have been exceptional, but each one is a demon sword. Many swordsmen who wielded the Onit have met untimely ends. Nowadays, there is not a single swordsman using an Onit, because even if one uses it unknowingly, they will disappear from this world. If I sold you this sword, it would be harming you. The owner was a bit anxious, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, fearing that Atlas might foolishly take the demon sword. Atlas merely smiled confidently and said, "Every sword has its personality. Weak swordsmen who lack strength and spirit fear these swords because they cannot wield them properly, and they argue that they are afraid of curses. Thus these swords are called demon swords. This is what Gung Shiro told me. It is said that it was his father who told him. Ha ha ha. I intend to become the strongest man in the world. I want to see how I measure up with this demon sword." Atlas laughed heartily, and a powerful aura suddenly erupted from him. The shop owner was greatly shocked. This was the true aura of a strong person. Finally, Atlas walked out of the weapon shop, satisfied, with a long sword in a red scabbard at his waist, which was the third generation Onit. After repeated pleas from the owner, Atlas ultimately did not take away the snow walk and quietly left all the money he had on him, saying meaningfully to the owner before leaving, "The snow walk will wait for its true master." After all, Atlas was not a dual-wielding swordsman. Taking one famous sword was enough, and he liked the domineering nature of the third generation Onit, which suited him well. The sea is inclusive. It silently devours all beauty and ugliness, but it is also cruel. The sunlight reflected off the sea, casting a golden glow, while the waves danced like mischievous children, bouncing unpredictably. A naval warship sailed steadily across the sea, and Atlas sat cross-legged on the deck, carefully polishing the third generation Onit with a cotton ball. Maintaining a sword is very important, especially for a famous blade. The third generation Onit was Atlas's first true sword, so he took great care of it. However, weapons also need to drink blood, especially demon swords, and today Atlas brought the third generation Onit to see blood. Report, Colonel Atlas. We have reached the vicinity of the Garfield Pirate Group's activity area and are about to meet them. One of Atlas's subordinates reported. By the way, the headquarters appointment has arrived at Rogue Town. Atlas has been appointed as the base's colonel. Good, continue forward. Atlas replied, then continued to maintain his beloved sword. Soon, the warship continued sailing for several more minutes, and its speed gradually slowed down. Report, Colonel. The Garfield Pirate Group has been spotted ahead. The lookout soldier said seriously as he observed the approaching pirates. However, he was not overly worried, as Garfield, the strongest of the Garfield Pirate Group, was just a mere 30 million bounty pirate. Their colonel had already taken down several of his kind. Oh, bring the ship closer. All hands prepare for boarding combat. Upon discovering the pirates' trail, Atlas immediately sheathed his sword, quickly stood up, and issued orders. Meanwhile, in the distance among the Garfield Pirate Group, a middle-aged man with a face full of flesh was excitedly recounting his so-called glorious experiences. He was Anthony, the first mate of the Garfield Pirate Group. Last time we raided that little town, I killed a dozen people, and the townspeople looked at me with such eyes. Next to him, Garfield stood smiling, occasionally revealing a cruel expression. The Navy is here. The second mate, Grant, who was enjoying the scenery at the bow, spotted the approaching warship and shouted in panic. It's too late. Atlas glanced at the distance between the two ships, exerted force in his legs, and forcibly created a hole in the deck, launching himself toward the Garfield pirate group like a cannonball. What a joke! This scene instantly terrified the Garfield pirate group into a state of shock. When Atlas landed firmly at the bow and drew the third-generation on it, swish! The bright flash of the blade flickered, and the second mate Grant felt a lightness at his neck, then watched in horror as blood gushed from his severed neck. Demon sword. Blood drinking. Atlas flicked the blade, and the hot blood smoothly dripped onto the deck, frightening everyone into a cold sweat. Charge! At that moment, the warship also approached the Garfield pirate group's ship, and teams of combat-ready Navy soldiers surged onto the pirate ship. This was the battle plan Atlas had long established. Although he could single-handedly deal with all the pirates here, he was not a babysitter for the soldiers. They also needed to experience the baptism of the battlefield to become stronger, and in war, who doesn't die? With this thought, Atlas's gaze sharpened as he looked at Captain Garfield and First Mate Anthony, holding the third-generation Onit in front of him, one hand gripping it firmly, the other in a reverse grip. One sword style, blade return. The blade flashed like lightning, and before the two could react, Atlas's sword had already severed their carotid arteries. He killed the captain and the others. Bastard. What to do? We're gonna die. The pirate crew instantly wilted, their morale plummeting, while the Navy's morale soared, wildly swinging their weapons and becoming braver as they fought. Soon, the rest of the Garfield pirate group was completely annihilated, and on the Navy's side, not a single one fell. Only a few were slightly injured. Although Atlas would not babysit them, he would not just watch them die in battle. Chapter 25. The cow charmed the clear blue sky reflected on the deep-sea surface as Atlas and the others slowly sailed back to Roadtown. Hey, did you see how cool that last strike was? No one could be cooler than me. I've taken out several pirates. I'm definitely getting a promotion when we return. By the way, Lieutenant Colonel Atlas is really impressive. He took down the main combat force of the Garfield pirate group with just 2 strikes. Of course, a monster like Lieutenant Colonel Atlas would be a monster among monsters even in the Navy headquarters. The Navy on the warship were still immersed in the recent victory, their chatter never ceasing. After all, it was a victorious operation with no casualties, and most of them would receive commendations when they returned. The Navy headquarters. Lying on the deck, soaking up the sun, Atlas couldn't help but smile at the conversation. He slowly raised his hand to his face, the strong sunlight filtering through the gaps between his fingers and casting scattered light on his face, softening his previously rugged features. The Navy training ground in Roadtown. A white-haired boy with a muscular upper body was frog-hopping around the training ground, sweat streaming down his body. With a determined gaze, he focused intently ahead. It was Smoker himself. Ever since being awakened by Atlas last time, Smoker had been pestering Atlas every day to train him. However, due to the vast difference in their physical abilities, Smoker couldn't keep up with Atlas's pace, so Atlas suggested he start by improving his physical fitness. Smoker was already a genius and became significantly stronger after training his body. Utilizing his fruit abilities became much easier, which made Smoker even more determined to focus on physical training. Report, Lieutenant Colonel, we are about to arrive at Roadtown. After sailing for 2 days, Atlas and the others were finally nearing Roadtown. The long journey had left Atlas feeling parched, so he decided to treat himself once they got back to town. All hands, prepare to dock. Atlas stood up and issued the order, gazing far into the approaching Roadtown. Hey, little Smoker still training? Just as Atlas left the colonel's office, ready to do some pre-meal exercises at the training ground, he spotted Smoker drenched in sweat and couldn't help but tease him. Yes, Brother Atlas. By the way, could you help me out later? Smoker was momentarily taken aback upon seeing Atlas, then shyly spoke up. Ha, no problem. I was just about to check on your progress. Atlas replied cheerfully. An hour later, Atlas stood with his arms crossed, looking down at Smoker, who was lying on the ground with a tired expression. Not bad. Smoker, your endurance has improved quite a bit. But there is still a huge gap between you and me, Brother Atlas. Smoker seemed a bit dejected, feeling as if Atlas was an endless abyss, impossible to measure. Come on, don't worry. I'll treat you to dinner later. So cheer up, Atlas said nonchalantly, pulling Smoker out of the base. At a restaurant in Rowtown, Atlas and Smoker took their seats. After ordering all the dishes on the menu, Atlas began to feast, while Smoker maintained a more civilized demeanor, indicating that young Smoker wasn't as wild as he would be in a few years. "Brother Atlas, how can I become strong like you?" After finishing their meal, Smoker produced a cigarette from somewhere and started smoking in front of Atlas. "Burp. Smoker, what is your sense of justice?" Atlas let out a satisfied burp, but didn't directly answer Smoker's question. Instead, he asked slowly, "My sense of justice." Smoker's eyes reflected a hint of confusion. "Haha, don't think too hard. You'll find your own sense of justice in the future," Atlas said, patting Smoker on the shoulder in comfort before heading to the front desk to settle the bill. In the pirate world, belief is a strange thing. Almost everyone at the top of the sea has their own belief. This belief doesn't have to be particularly grand. For example, Whitebeard's belief was about having a family, while the Navy's belief is justice. However, because each Navy member has different experiences, their sense of justice also varies. For instance, Akaina believes in absolute justice, while Akiji embodies lazy justice, and Kizaru represents ambiguous justice. However, there is no doubt that having a belief is crucial to becoming a top-tier powerhouse. Take former Admiral Zifa, who was hailed as the youngest admiral when he became an admiral, but before he was 28, he was just a low-ranking soldier. Would someone like that remain unnoticed for 28 years? Based on Atlas's speculation, belief should be related to the cultivation of Haki. In his past memories, Rayleigh mentioned that Haki is a power hidden within all humans in the world, but most people never manage to unleash it in their lifetime. Belief refers to one's unwavering will, carried through consistently, without bias. The key to guiding Haki likely lies in belief. Of course, this is all speculation on Atlas's part, and he couldn't assert any definitive conclusions. As night fell, everything was shrouded in darkness, including the hearts of men. Atlas sat cross-legged on his bed, his consciousness focused on the dim, lifeless charm in his mind. Yes, Atlas was preparing to activate his next charm. It had been 4 years since he lit up his first charm, and with his current physique, he had met the standard to bear 2 charms. The reason for his hesitation was that he had been wavering between the cow charm and the rabbit charm. However, if the charm truly works as he imagined, the cow charm would be his best choice at the moment. So, Atlas slowly concentrated his consciousness on the cow charm, and the blue patterns suddenly radiated white light. Soon, Atlas felt the power bestowed by the cow charm slowly flowing within him. His muscles suddenly contracted, becoming tighter and more defined. Chapter 26: The Secret of the Spell and Departure, East Sea, Rogtown. On the other side of the island belonging to Rogtown, a wooden post was stuck at the edge of the coast, guarded by a naval soldier. A thick hemp rope was tied to the post, and the other end extended into the sea, where a vague figure could be seen in the water. Limp. Suddenly, the naval soldier on the shore exerted himself to pull the rope, struggling to drag the figure out of the water, and it was none other than Smoker. This training method was taught to him by Atlas. It was not something he made up out of thin air. Originally, he intended to use sea prism stone for weight training. But this strategic resource was too scarce in the East Sea, and the headquarters had not equipped Rogtown with any, so he had to use seawater instead. The pressure in the deep sea could not only temper his body, but also enhance Smoker's resistance to sea prism stone factors. Otherwise, if he accidentally got affected by sea prism stone in the future, he would have no means to resist. "Lieutenant Smoker, you've lasted a minute longer than last time," a nearby naval soldier exclaimed happily to Smoker. Smoker had been training like this for several months, and from initially being limp to now, still limp. The naval soldier guarding nearby was worried that Smoker would lose strength in the sea and would not be able to come back up, hence called for help. Smoker did not reply, leaning against the wooden post, looking warily towards the distant sea, as if his sight penetrated through the cold seawater, and saw that muscular figure. "Lieutenant Smoker, don't compare yourself to Colonel Atlas. He's a monster among monsters," the naval soldier hurriedly comforted. Meanwhile, a kilometer under the sea, Atlas's body was suspended in the cold seawater. Surrounding him was darkness, with only a few small sea kings swimming by occasionally, indicating signs of life activity. The pressure from all directions surged towards Atlas, but his expression remained unchanged. With his current physical condition, holding his breath underwater for half an hour was not a problem, and the pressure of the deep sea could forge his body like steel. Atlas carefully sensed the changes in his body and confirmed them with his thoughts. Indeed, after completely digesting the horse spell, Atlas discovered that the horse spell had effectively become a part of his body's innate abilities, allowing him to repair his body with just energy consumption. Thus, he had a bold idea. Could the zodiac spells be similar to the superhuman-type devil fruits, divided into superhuman bodies and super abilities? He then categorized the zodiac spells. Rat, tiger, dragon, snake, monkey, rooster, dog, and pig could grant Atlas super abilities, while ox, rabbit, horse, and goat could grant him superhuman bodies. Atlas had trained under waterfalls and had used wooden sticks to strike, but ultimately found that the effect of the deep sea was the best because it provided Atlas with all-around pressure without any bias. After activating the ox spell for training, Atlas noticed that the density of his muscles, bone density, and the strength of his internal organs were all slowly increasing. It could be said that the ox spell was transforming his bodily potential. Once the ox spell completely vanished from his mind, he would likely possess the strongest innate talent in the world. Just like Big Mom had the terrifying defensive power of a steel balloon, Atlas would have the talent of immense strength, even more exaggerated than the young Whitebeard. Of course, his body's defense would not be bad, just not as exaggerated as the steel balloon. Lieutenant Smoker, Colonel Atlas, Vice Admiral Garp is here. Colonel Randall wants you both to go over. A panting naval soldier rushed over to inform Smoker. Got it, I'll call Brother Atlas. No need, I heard already. Atlas, with the coverage range of his observation hockey, had already heard the naval soldier's words and dragged his wet body ashore. However, Atlas was a bit surprised. Why was Garp personally here to pick them up for the headquarters? Soon, Atlas and Smoker changed their clothes and ran to the Rogtown harbor. They saw Randall talking respectfully to a naval officer who looked to be about his age, and it was the naval hero Garp. Hey, Kid Atlas, I've been waiting for you. Garp spotted Atlas not far away, one hand picking his nose and the other waving in greeting. Vice Admiral Garp, why are you personally here? Atlas gestured for the excited Smoker to follow and quickly walked towards Garp. I just happened to come back to the East Sea for a vacation to see my grandson and stop by to pick you up. Garp said nonchalantly. Atlas, Smoker, you two little brats better perform well at headquarters. Don't disgrace Rogtown. Randall warned seriously. Yes. Atlas and Smoker respectfully saluted in response. All right, we should set off now. I wonder if Sengoku left some donuts for me? Ha ha, Garp said without any regard for his image, then turned and walked towards the ship, leaving a tall figure behind. Atlas and Smoker waved and followed suit. Wow, Vice Admiral Garp, I'm such a big fan of yours. Can you give me an autograph? Vice Admiral Garp, can you tell me about capturing the Pirate King? As soon as Smoker boarded the ship, he excitedly bombarded Garp with questions, making Atlas want to pretend he didn't know the kid. Hey, you little brat, be quiet. Garp, perhaps annoyed by the disturbance, directly punched Smoker on the head, instantly leaving a warm lump in the middle of Smoker's white hair, looking rather comical. Report to Vice Admiral Garp. We are about to cross the red line and enter the doldrums. At this moment, a messenger came to report on the naval ship's progress. Good, I know. The Navy wasn't taking the route through Reverse Mountain to enter the Grand Line, but rather going directly to the naval headquarters through the doldrums. As for how to avoid attacks from Sea Kings in the doldrums, it relied on Dr. Vegapunk, a scientist known for having wisdom surpassing that of humans by 500 years. They embedded sea prism stones in the bottom of the ship to deceive the perception of Sea Kings, making them mistakenly think the warship was part of the seawater. However, this could not completely evade attacks from Sea Kings. If luck was bad, they could be directly hit by a Sea King. Splash, just as they mentioned it. A Sea King nearly 800 meters long surfaced, and it looked like it was about to collide with the warship. But the soldiers on the warship all had calm expressions. Fear was impossible. After all, this was the flagship of naval hero Garp. Kid Atlas, it's up to you. I'm going to take a nap, zzz. Garp said to Atlas, and then stood there snoring. The surrounding soldiers were shocked, their jaws dropping. Was it really okay to be so casual about such a matter? Chapter 27 Naval Headquarters. Marineford. Ah, what a willful man, Vice Admiral Carp. Atlas, hearing this, was somewhat helpless, but still drew the third generation of the sword from his waist, the blade tip drooping. One sword-style dragon, sword divine might. A blood-red slash flew downward toward the giant Sea King, the immense power raging wildly on this Sea King. In an instant, the seawater was dyed red with blood, and the massive Sea King's corpse slowly floated to the surface. Hiss! A slash nearly cleaved the giant Sea King in half, causing everyone on the warship to gasp in shock. Sorry, I accidentally used too much strength. I'll treat everyone to a meal tonight. Atlas slowly sheathed his sword and turned to smile at the crowd. Atlas, let's have a duel sometime. Bogart beside him was also somewhat stunned. The last time he saw Atlas, he hadn't reached the level of cutting iron, but now, although his swordsmanship couldn't be called exquisite, the power of this slash truly left him speechless. Ha ha, definitely, if there's a chance. Atlas nodded in response. He could say he was now in a situation of closing the door to build the car, having not fought with other swordmasters. Although Bogart was Carp's adjutant, Atlas wouldn't underestimate him. After all, Carp's last adjutant was the current Marine Headquarters Vice Admiral Akiji. However, they wouldn't engage in battle on the warship now. As the destructive power of swordsmen is quite terrifying, it would be questionable whether they could safely reach the headquarters once a battle breaks out. The Doghead warship sailed along its course for several days and finally reached its destination. Marine Headquarters, Marineford. In his previous life, seeing Marineford in anime didn't evoke much feeling, but now facing this towering building, the visual impact on Atlas was unparalleled. The rolling waves continuously crashed against the crescent-shaped harbor, and one fine warship after another surrounded the solid barriers, with soldiers standing solemnly and the flying seagull flags demonstrating immense authority. This is Marine Headquarters, Marineford, a place feared by countless pirates, both the former era's overlord, the Golden Lion, and the Pirate King Roger, who opened a new era, fell here. Ever since Roger was executed in Lowtown 5 years ago, although the situation at sea has become increasingly chaotic, the Navy's might has also reached its peak. And this is also the starting point for Atlas to step onto the world stage. The great pirate era will be ended by him, Atlas. Carp's flagship slowly docked at Marineford's harbor, instantly causing a stir, as the Doghead warship was too eye-catching, and nearly all the soldiers at Marine Headquarters recognized it. Soon, a colonel on duty at the headquarters hurried over, respectfully standing in front of Carp and saluting with a standard military gesture, saying, "Vice Admiral Carp, Colonel Hayes requests orders. You take these 2 new recruits to familiarize themselves with the headquarters." Carp chuckled and patted Colonel Hayes' shoulder heavily, then pointed at Atlas and Smoker. Colonel Hayes was taken aback. Who are these guys to receive such a big favor from Vice Admiral Carp? Yes, Colonel Hayes replied loudly, though somewhat confused. He didn't ask more questions, but thought of extracting some information from these 2 new recruits. Follow me. I'll take you around Marineford to get familiar with the environment. By the way, you came to participate in the new recruit training camp, right? Hayes looked at the 2 beside Vice Admiral Carp kindly. Yes, Colonel Hayes. Atlas and the others didn't dare to be negligent, although Atlas's rank was Lieutenant Colonel. That was in the East Sea. According to the rules, the same rank at the headquarters is 3 levels higher than the 4 Seas branches. So Atlas's current rank should be Lieutenant at the headquarters. Haha, then I'll leave these 2 brats to you. I'm off to find Sengoku, Carp said as he walked toward Sengoku's office. Let us go. I'll take you to report to the new recruit camp. After Carp left their line of sight, Colonel Hayes called out to Atlas and the others. In Sengoku's office, Sengoku was discussing the Navy's next strategic layout with Admiral Tsuru. A man with curly hair, wearing an eye patch, sat lazily beside them, looking as if he could fall asleep at any moment. He was Vice Admiral Akiji. Bang! Suddenly, a loud sound of the door being opened interrupted Sengoku and Tsuru's conversation. Upon seeing it was Carp, Sengoku's forehead twitched, and his expression gradually turned unfriendly. Carp, you still know to come back. Carp, however, ignored Sengoku's questioning and casually said, I just went on vacation to see my grandson. I'll definitely train him to be a strong Marine. How dare you say that? None of the monkey family is easy to deal with. Upon hearing Carp mention his family education, Sengoku became even angrier. He had just received intelligence that that brat, Dragon, had established a revolutionary army organization, which has now attracted the world government as high attention, and the Gorosei are questioning him about it. Akazan is here too. Seeing Sengoku getting angry, Carp pretended not to hear and quickly changed the subject, using Akiji as a shield. Mr. Carp. Akiji was also helpless, but had to push his eye patch up to his forehead and take over the conversation. Ha ha ha. I discover a monster in the East Sea with talent even stronger than yours. Seeing Akiji's lack of interest, Carp couldn't help but start bragging about Atlas. Oh, is that so? Since it's someone Vice Admiral Carp praises, I definitely want to meet them when I get the chance. Akiji said, intrigued. The next generation of the Navy's 3 admirals will undoubtedly be him, Akainu, and Kizuru, but after them, things become a bit uncertain as for Fujitora and Green Bull. They still fall short. Kano's Atlas, huh? Sengoku said as he took out a document from atop a high stack of files on his desk, revealing Atlas's photo. Meanwhile, Atlas and Smoker successfully completed their new recruit registration procedures under Colonel Hayes' guidance and were just exiting the new recruit camp, planning to visit the training camp cafeteria. Lieutenant Atlas, his position after reporting to the headquarters. Admiral Sengoku wants to see you. Please come with me. A soldier suddenly blocked the way of Atlas and the others. Panting as he spoke, Atlas and the others were taken aback, and then Smoker and Hayes looked at Atlas with some envy. Getting summoned by Admiral Sengoku on the first day at headquarters definitely promised a bright future. It should be noted that Sengoku is currently the only serving admiral at headquarters, and Steelbone Kong has long entrusted all Navy affairs to Sengoku, so it can be said that Sengoku succeeding as Fleet Admiral is a done deal. It's just a matter of time. Yes. Alice was also taken aback, but quickly responded. Chapter 28. Sengoku's summons knock knock. Atlas politely tapped on the door of Sengoku's office. After all, he wasn't very familiar with Sengoku yet, and he certainly couldn't barge in like he did in Logtown. Thank you. Do you think you are being polite? Come in. A deep voice came from inside the office, and Atlas immediately sensed that the owner of the voice was a dignified middle-aged man. Upon entering, Atlas was surprised to find that this small office was filled with most of the high-ranking officers of the Navy. His expression grew serious. Even though Carp was making faces at him, he saluted the Navy bigwigs present and said earnestly, New recruit Kano's Atlas, reporting to Admiral Sengoku. Well, not bad. Atlas, the future of a Navy relies on young people like you. Sengoku remarked as he looked at Atlas's youthful face and strong physique, unable to hold back his admiration. Especially after hearing Carp's praise of Atlas, he felt even more satisfied with him. Ha ha, old man Sengoku, I found out where you hid your rice crackers. Just as Sengoku was about to say a few more encouraging words to Atlas, Carp's triumphant laughter interrupted him. Ha ha ha, Sengoku, I've eaten all your rice crackers. Carp continued to provoke Sengoku, completely ignoring the veins bulging on Sengoku's forehead. Bastard, shut up. Sengoku gritted his teeth, trying to suppress his anger, and calmly, though through clenched teeth, looked at Atlas and asked, So, Lieutenant Atlas, may I ask what your sense of justice is? Instantly, for pairs of eyes in the room focused on Atlas, even Akiji, who had been squinting, opened his eyes slightly, revealing a hint of curiosity. My justice? The strongest. I believe in the strongest justice. Atlas pondered for a moment, and then looked at the justice that reigns supreme behind Sengoku, and said seriously, Strive for peace through struggle. Then peace will exist. Seek peace through compromise, and peace will perish. Only with a fist can this chaotic era be ended. Atlas declared with conviction. He didn't care what the 4 bigwigs thought. He simply expressed his most genuine thoughts. In fact, Atlas wasn't afraid, as the Navy was a very inclusive camp. As long as you believe in justice, it would be accepted. All right, I think I understand. You can go back and tidy up your internal affairs. Yes. Upon hearing the dismissal, Atlas promptly walked out, closing the door firmly behind him. Shirahoshi, Akiji, what do you think of this kid? Atlas? There's no doubt he's a person with a very strong conviction, and his belief in power and pursuit of justice is no less than any of us here. Plus, with Carp's affirmation of his training talent, Rear Admiral Tsuru paused for a moment and continued, his future growth will be on par with Akiji and the others. Perhaps even stronger. Who knows, maybe the great pirate era can really end his hands. Tsuru jokingly remarked at the end. Akiji, what about you? Well, he's a Navy officer with a strong conviction. His sense of justice isn't as absolute as Akainu's. I would love to have him on my ship after he graduates. Akiji expressed his agreement with Atlas, though it was unclear if he was looking for a labor force. That's not okay. I plan to have him on my ship for personal training. Carp immediately objected upon hearing this. It's hard to imagine that Atlas is only 17 years old, yet his physical strength is already comparable to that of an ordinary rear admiral in the headquarters. Moreover, judging from his data, his proficiency in observation hockey doesn't seem low either. With his talent, he can immediately become an important asset to the Navy once he leaves the training camp. Sengoku picked up Atlas's file from the table, incredulously saying, "You must know that even Akiji and the others didn't have this terrifying strength at this age, especially in terms of physical talent. In my understanding, only that monster, Big Mon, could be compared." On the other side, Atlas was completely unaware of the bigwig's evaluation of him as he made his way to the dormitory assigned to him. He had just picked up various supplies, which were still lying around in the dormitory unorganized. Atlas hummed an incomprehensible song while searching for his dormitory. Looking at the room number, he confirmed that this was his dormitory. In fact, he had been to the dormitory once after reporting in, but he had just dropped off his things with Smoker and left, so he hadn't examined the specifics of the dormitory closely. Upon entering, Atlas found it to be a simple 4-person room with 2 sets of bunk beds, one by the window and one near the door. However, as he stepped into the dormitory, Atlas began to doubt whether he had entered the wrong room, as he was met with a chaotic mess on the floor, which seemed somewhat familiar. The entire dormitory was in disarray, and on the bed that Atlas was supposed to use sat a young man with an arrogant demeanor and a defiant look. He looked about 25 or 26. While Smoker was nowhere to be found, presumably off doing something else. The bed near the door had only the upper bunk empty. On the lower bunk sat a slender blonde boy, whose features could be described as handsome, but there was a lingering sense of melancholy in his expression. "Hey, hello, bang." The blonde boy seemed to want to get up to greet Atlas upon seeing him enter. But for some reason, perhaps forgetting he was getting off the bed, he lost his balance and nearly toppled the upper bunk. Meanwhile, the young man occupying Atlas's bed appeared to treat both Atlas and the blonde boy as if they were invisible, leaning against the headboard with a cold and indifferent expression. "Hey, that's my bed, and your stuff is what you threw down, right?" Atlas wasn't going to let him off easily and walked straight up to confront the arrogant youth. "Huh, what's it to you? It's mine now." The guy didn't even look up, completely ignoring Atlas's presence. "Hey, you over there, I'm going to deal with this little brat now. Can you help me cover it up?" Atlas planned to teach him a lesson directly, as it was rare to find someone to practice on. As for why he asked the blonde boy to help cover for him, it was obviously because Atlas knew that his fruit ability could perfectly conceal any traces of his actions. Chapter 29. Don Quixote and Rosanania? Oh, all right. The blonde youth was momentarily stunned. After all, Atlas made fighting sounds so easy, and it seemed like he knew him from the tone of his voice. Silence. Soundproof wall. The blonde youth was a superhuman-type silence fruit user, capable of effectively preventing the sounds in this room from attracting others' attention, making it the best fruit for espionage. No wonder he was sent out as an undercover agent later. "Don't worry, it will be over soon." Atlas grinned widely, showing his big white teeth, and laughed arrogantly. Hey, do you have to be so arrogant? Do you really think you've got me figured out?" The arrogant young man noticed that Atlas seemed serious and couldn't maintain his facade anymore. If he got punished for fighting before training, he would be killed by his general father when he returned. Yes, he was more afraid of his father's slap than Atlas hitting him. To him, Atlas looked like he was only 17 or 18. Even though he seemed strong, how powerful could someone from a small place in the East Blue be? He, Gruss, had grown up in the Grand Line and received rigorous military training. Soon, Atlas used his fist to teach Gruss a lesson. Age and strength are not correlated. Swish! Atlas directly flashed behind Gruss, wanting to subdue this arrogant guy with one move. Iron Block. As the son of a general, Gruss would surely know a move or two from the Six Dials, but right now, he only knew the Iron Block, which was relatively simple among the 6 styles. However, Gruss was horrified to find that even his iron block, praised by his father, was like paper against Atlas's fist. Bang! Gruss felt a power he couldn't match rushing at him, making him feel as if he were facing his father. And he immediately fell to the ground in a dog-eat-dog position, choosing to lie there and pretend to be unconscious. Hey, if you're not dead, get up and tidy up my stuff. Atlas, having sensed with observation hockey that this guy was and actually unconscious, called him up with a harsh tone to put his things back in place. Hey, boss, I'm coming. My name is Gruss. What is your name? Boss. Gruss, thick-skinned, instantly bounced up from the ground when he realized he was seen through, even shamelessly recognizing Atlas as his boss. Just call me Atlas. Atlas couldn't do anything about this kind of person. After all, one shouldn't hit a smiling face. Oh, you there, little brat, what's your name? Atlas asked the blonde youth, who was clearly the youngest in the room, yet he insisted on calling others little brat. My name is Razanani, and it seems you know me. How did you know my fruit ability could help you cover up noise? Razanani was a bit shy, but still mustered the courage to ask. He thought Atlas was sent by the world government's CP agency to monitor him, so he felt a bit wary. I don't know you. I just wanted you to help keep watch, and who knew your fruit ability would happen to help me. Atlas casually explained. What he was actually thinking was, I not only know you, but I also know your last name is Don Quixote, that you used to be Celestial Dragon, and that you are the adopted son of a warlord. In 2 years, you'll go undercover in the Don Quixote family and stab Doflamingo in the back. Oh, is that so? Whether Razanani believed it or not, Atlas didn't care about such trivial matters. Atlas, big brother, I'm back. Suddenly, the dormitory door was pushed open from the outside, and it was Smoker. With his sharp ears, Gruss immediately slowed down his movements upon hearing the noise, looked up, and carefully scrutinized Smoker, discovering that this new kid was about the same age as Atlas. However, judging by his physique, he was definitely far inferior to Atlas in physical combat, and Gruss suddenly felt confident again. As soon as Smoker entered, he saw his roommates and smiled, enthusiastically introducing himself. Hello, my name is Smoker from the East Blue Branch, a natural type smoke fruit user. Upon hearing natural type, Gruss and Razanani were shocked. He was actually an incredibly rare natural type devil fruit user. He was definitely the strongest among their group. They had really never heard of any other natural types. But seeing how respectful this guy, named Smoker, was to Atlas, could it be that he had already learned hockey? Gruss wondered, as someone from the Grand Line. He naturally had a broader perspective than Smoker and knew about hockey. However, Gruss soon felt a bit depressed. It turned out he was the weakest in the dormitory. With 2 devil fruit users, one a troublesome natural type, and the other a physical monster. He had originally thought of establishing some authority at the start and playing the role of dorm leader, but now he had become the common little brother of the dorm. Hey, Smoker, little brat, where have you been messing around? Atlas couldn't help but gossip when he saw Smoker return so late. TCA ran into a troublesome new recruit and had a fight with her. Oh, upon hearing this, the other dorm members immediately perked up their ears. A new recruit who could make a natural type user feel trouble. Is this new recruit training camp really that terrifying? Gruss thought sadly. Oh, is she also a devil fruit user? Atlas asked the question everyone was most concerned about. She is a superhuman type Kankang fruit user. That's what she said. But she couldn't do anything to me, Smoker said, raising his head slightly, pride evident in his voice. Don't worry. There's a first assembly for training tomorrow morning. You guys should sleep early. I'll go do some extra training first. Atlas didn't care. With his current combat power, he was practically a human bulldozer, capable of pushing through the entire training camp. Let alone his body's bones and muscle density were still increasing. As long as it was a top-tier natural type devil fruit user, he had no fear. You're still going to train this late? Razanani and Gruss were obviously a bit surprised, but Smoker remained calm. He had personally experienced Atlas's training volume, and even the warm-up nearly exhausted him. It can only be said that no one's strength comes from nowhere. Chapter 30, Zifa the Grand Line, Marine Headquarters, Marineford. Beep, beep. A sharp whistle echoed above the new recruit training camp, breaking the silence of the night. It was 5 in the morning, and most of the new recruits who had just arrived at headquarters were still asleep in their warm beds, while Atlas had already completed his sword training drills for the day. Soon, about 160 recruits gathered in the training grounds, and Atlas made his way there at a leisurely pace, finding his place among Smoker and the others. At the front of the training ground stood a middle-aged man with short purple hair, his half-open jacket revealing a muscular chest, and his thick neck almost connected to his scalp. He was Zifa, the chief instructor of the Marine New Recruit Training Camp. Behind Zifa stood a tall, muscular man with a ponytail, whose arms naturally hung past his knees and whose skin was dark. To Atlas's surprise, this man was actually a member of the Longarm tribe, which was quite rare. In Atlas's memory, it seemed that a supernova from the pirate era many years later was also from the Longarm tribe. Zifa stood calmly in front of the somewhat restless recruits, scanning the crowd with a faint gaze before speaking. "Be quiet. I am very disappointed in you all. Those of you coming in from behind, you can leave. You have been eliminated." His voice wasn't particularly loud, but it clearly reached everyone's ears. Instantly, some recruits, rushing in from behind, turned pale and slumped to the ground in despair. The Marine New Recruit Training Camp was a cradle for Marine officers, with the minimum rank for those graduating being a commission officer. Being expelled from here would leave a stain on their lives. "No, Instructor Zifa, please give us another chance." Some were still unwilling to accept their fate, trying to hope that Zifa would show mercy and let them off the hook. "You are soldiers. Your task is to protect the safety of the world's people. If you can't even follow orders, how can you talk about executing your justice?" Although Zifa was known as the non-lethal admiral, he was not a soft-hearted person. Soldiers must have ironclad discipline and obedience. After dealing with the first batch of eliminated recruits, Zifa glanced around before finally fixing his gaze on Atlas, a mysterious smile curling at the corners of his mouth. "Kano's Atlas, huh? I really look forward to it. All of you. I know many of you come from all over the seas. Some even have a bit of fame in their branches, some are from the Grand Line, and some even have parents in high positions in the Navy. However, here, forget everything. I have even taught your parents, so don't try to get any privileges from me." Zifa looked at the expressionless crowd, paused, and continued. "My name is Zifa, and I am your chief instructor. I believe some of you have heard of me. If not, it doesn't matter. Just follow orders here." "Did you hear me?" "Hear you." All the recruits shouted with all their might, trying to make their voices as loud as possible, and Atlas was no exception. "Good. Next, your physical training instructor, Sanzu, will introduce some details about the new recruit training period." Zifa looked at the energetic young people with satisfaction, then stepped back, leaving the stage for the Longarm tribe strongman, Sanzu, to take over. "Hello, everyone. My name is Sanzu. You can call me Officer Sanzu. I am responsible for teaching you physical training, and I am also Instructor Zifa's assistant. Our new recruit training lasts for 3 years. Of course, if you want to graduate early, that's fine, as long as you pass Chief Instructor Zifa's assessment." At this point, Sanzu made a small, humorous remark. "Tomorrow, we will conduct a strength test, which will help us understand you better and create a specialized training method for you to achieve maximum growth in the shortest time." Sansa looked around, observing the slightly intrigued expressions of the crowd, and continued, "Of course, don't think you can just coast through this training. There will be an assessment at the end of each year. Those who do not pass will have their graduation delayed by a year, and there is only one chance for a delay. Graduation also has corresponding assessments, and I hope to see you all again at that time." "Very well. Since no one has any objections, let's start today's first physical training. Now, everyone, move in place. You have 10 minutes to warm up." After finishing his instructions, Sanzu ran aside to whisper something to Zifa. Alice was a bit curious, but didn't dare to use observation hockey to eavesdrop, so he could only obediently start warming up in place. To be honest, Atlas was not looking forward to the physical training ahead, as he usually trained with weights. But today, because of the new recruit briefing, he hadn't brought them along, so he planned to just run around casually to get by. "All right, everyone, today, we will run 50 laps around the training ground, and after that, we can go eat." No one complained. They quietly began running laps around the playground, and Atlas and the others also headed toward the track. These new recruits were all eager to stand out during this training, hoping to catch Zifa's attention and receive special treatment, which would mean a direct leap forward. Atlas was naturally unwilling to fall behind either. He had nothing to hide. and the sooner he showcased his talent and strength, the more likely he would be valued. It had to be said that Atlas's physique already surpassed that of the entire training camp, and everyone felt like a gust of wind had passed by them. In just a few minutes, Atlas had lapped everyone and left them far behind. Wow, where did this beast come from? Brother Atlas is indeed impressive. It looks like I have to keep working hard. This was Smoker. Our captain is a beast. It's no wonder he asked the captain of my crew, Gruss. This was Gruss, the thick-skinned guy who had stuck to Atlas ever since being taught a lesson by him, and was impossible to shake off. Atlas. Don't worry, Xiaomi, he is definitely not from the CP department. This kid's potential is expected to reach Admiral level. In the darkness, a phone bug with frog glasses and a chin styled like a twisty mustache spoke in a relaxed tone. Truly impressive, Atlas. Recalling Sengoku's evaluation of Atlas from last night, Razanandi couldn't help but sigh. Chapter 31. Testing at the Marine Corps Boot Camp. The deep night sky was dotted with a few stars, and a cool breeze gently caressed Atlas's robust body. At this moment, he was doing extra training after dinner on the training ground, but thinking back to the morning's group training gave him a headache. This morning, in order to finish his physical training early, he pushed his speed to the limit, completing the task in only a third of the time it took others. However, Instructor Zephyr seemed to want him to work harder, so he made Atlas do weighted training, which exhausted him greatly. Zephyr had almost precisely adjusted Atlas's weight to his current physical limit, which gave Atlas a headache but also made him feel a bit excited. He believed that once he left the training camp, his strength would surely leap forward. After completing the last training task, Atlas turned to head back to the dormitory to take a shower and wash away the fatigue of the day. Little did he know, in a brightly lit building in the distance, Zephyr stood quietly by the window, silently watching Atlas's departing figure. Zephyr had been standing there for several hours, yet Atlas remained completely unaware. What a hard-working little guy. Atlas dragged his tired body into the dormitory and found the other three neatly huddled together. Boss, you're finally back. I've already prepared hot water for you. Come on, take a nice hot shower, Gruss said, looking proud as if he were a devoted fan. You prepared hot water for me? Perfect, thanks, Gruss. Atlas had gotten used to Gruss's behavior and naturally accepted the kindness. It's nothing. If the boss wants, I can prepare hot water for you every day, Gruss said happily, seemingly excited to gain Atlas's approval, which made Smoker and Razanandi shiver a bit. This guy, he can't have some special preference, can he? Well, then I'll be counting on you, Atlas said casually with a smile. From now on, I'll be relying on you. Boss, I heard there are about 160 new recruits in our batch. There were about 30 repeaters from the last batch, and according to the information I got, there are 3 monster newcomers in our batch. At this point, Gruss looked meaningfully at the others, then excitedly continued. Let's wait until the boss finishes his shower to talk about it. Gruss was being a tease, and at this critical moment, he insisted on keeping them in suspense, causing Smoker and Razanandi to feel a bit frustrated. Stop with the nonsense, just say it, Atlas said, giving Gruss a punch on the head to urge him. Hey. Among the 3 monster newcomers, 2 are from our dormitory, and you, boss, are at the top. Gruss finished and glanced at Smoker. Huh? Me? Did they get it wrong? Smoker, who was used to being criticized by Atlas, was surprised to find himself on the same level as Atlas. But who was the other person? Smoker was a bit curious. You probably don't know, but the third person is a woman. She seems to be a devil fruit user too, but I didn't find out what her ability is. However, I do know her name, Gruss said, revealing a lewd smile. Her name is Tina, right? For some reason, the name flashed through Smoker's mind. Huh? How do you know? Gruss was clearly surprised. He had been looking for that information for a long time and didn't expect Smoker to know before him. Well, didn't I tell you that I had a fight with a Paramecia-type user? That person is named Tina, Smoker said, also surprised by the coincidence. However, I still think the boss is the strongest among the new recruits. He's the real monster. Gruss had learned from Smoker that Atlas could overpower him, a Logia-type user, just with his physical prowess. Smoker and Razanandi nodded in agreement. All right, you little brats, get some rest early. Tomorrow is the entrance test. Atlas interrupted their gossip at the right moment, as continuing the conversation would delay their sleep. The others in the dorm had already gotten used to Atlas's mature demeanor, as strong individuals in the world of One Piece tended to behave a bit differently from a norm. A night without conversation. In the new recruit training camp's training ground, before dawn, the new recruits lined up in a long queue. It wasn't because they were particularly diligent. They were actually intimidated by yesterday's elimination method. Atlas had just finished his early training and quietly found his spot from yesterday to stand in. However, there was a stir among the crowd at Atlas's arrival. After all, the image of him leaving everyone behind during the physical training had left a deep impression on them. Moreover, the rumors circulating in the boot camp about the three monster newcomers had made Atlas quite famous. Soon, it was time for the test. Zephyr and Kushiro appeared on time before everyone, followed by a machine about 4 meters tall and 3 meters wide, which was steadily placed beside them. Very well. It seems there are no latecomers today. Today's test is using a machine promoted by the World Government Scientific Department, and the value it measures is called the Tao Power Value. Of course, the Tao Power Value is just a static display of your physical data and cannot determine your combat power. Many factors influence combat power, including mindset and will on the battlefield, Kushiro explained slowly as he looked at the curious faces of the new recruits. After that, Kushiro picked up the list in his hand and began calling each name to prepare for the test. Gruss. Gruss was a bit surprised to be the first to test, but he quickly stepped forward. Come on. Hit the machine with your strongest attack. You can use martial arts or swordsmanship, Kushiro explained to Gruss before stepping aside. Boom! Gruss put all his strength into his punch against the testing machine. Tao Power Value, 550. A cold electronic, synthesized voice floated out from the machine. Next, Kirkland. Kushiro continued to read names, his face showing no emotion, making it hard to tell whether the results were good or bad. Bugra, Tao Power Value, 230. Berengier, Tao Power Value, 180. Smoker, Tao Power Value, 800. Gasp. The crowd collectively inhaled sharply. After the previous rounds of testing, they had a rough understanding of what the Tao Power Value represented. A Tao Power Value of over 520 was considered to truly surpass the limits of the human body, reaching a superhuman level. Smoker's 800 Tao Power Value genuinely shocked them, especially since Smoker was also a Logia-type Devil Fruit user. Chapter 32, Power Value Tina. Power Value, 750. Another big shot. The crowd was almost numb. Their average power values were around 300, with only a few exceptionally talented individuals exceeding 500. Yet Tina, a girl, had a power value that far surpassed theirs, which made them feel a bit disheartened. Tina was very unhappy, seeing that her power value seemed to lag behind that Smoker guy. She couldn't help but mutter something and then glanced at Smoker in the team before returning to her spot. What is this guy looking at me for? Is he trying to provoke me? Smoker thought to himself, feeling somewhat gloomy as he noticed Tina looking at him with a hint of displeasure. Next, Kano's Atlas. Hearing this name, the crowd, which had grown a bit bored, perked up slightly. Even Zifa, who was standing by, cast a curious glance. Atlas walked up calmly, took a deep breath, his toes gripping the ground tightly, his body sinking slightly before he exerted force. Iron block, shattered bird spike. Atlas shouted, delivering a powerful jab derived from the iron block technique, striking fiercely against the machine. Power value, 5,000. Boom! When the cold electronic voice announced Atlas's score, the crowd erupted. Even Zifa was momentarily taken aback. The recruits might have anticipated that Atlas's power value would be slightly higher than the other two so-called monster recruits, but they did not expect the gap to be this large. A power value of 5,000 meant that Atlas's actual combat power might be even higher. Yet Atlas himself remained calm. This result was within his expectations. After all, he was a master swordsman. All right, quiet down. Next, although Zifa was also surprised, he timely stepped in to stop the recruits' discussions and continued presiding over the subsequent tests. At the Navy headquarters, in the Admiral's office, under the plaque of justice, Sengoku, wearing frog-like glasses, was engrossed in handling documents, occasionally tossing discarded papers to a goat for disposal. Suddenly, he paused, picked up a document, scrutinized it carefully, and then handed it to Vice Admiral Crane beside him. Little Crane, take a look at this document. Vice Admiral Crane took the document from Sengoku with a puzzled expression and then burst into laughter. I really didn't misjudge this kid. A power value of 5,000. What a terrifying little guy. After the new recruit test concluded, Zoan informed that recruits with power values below 500 would first undergo basic physical training, while those above 500 would receive special physical training from Zoa the next day. Fortunately, all the dorm mates of Atlas passed. Even the seemingly frail Rocinante had a power value of 520, just barely qualifying. "You're Atlas, right? Tina wants to meet you." After the disbandment, as Atlas was preparing to join Smoker and the others for a feast at the cafeteria, a girl with a stylish light pink long hair parted in the middle and wearing purple-tinted sunglasses blocked their path. "Oh, hello, I'm Atlas." Atlas was taken aback for a moment, but quickly responded. "Tina wants to have a match with you. I've heard Smoker say you are very strong." Atlas turned his head to look at the bewildered Smoker expressionlessly, realizing that it was this little brat who caused him trouble. "Sorry, you are too weak." Atlas unhesitatingly rejected Tina's challenge, jokingly thinking, "Why fight with you when I could be enjoying delicious meat at the cafeteria?" He then walked past Tina, heading straight for the cafeteria. "Ah, big brother, wait for me." The three beside Smoker were also stunned by Atlas's straightforward rejection, and only after seeing Atlas walk away did they hurriedly catch up. Left standing there, Tina clenched her fists, watching Atlas's retreating figure, feeling a surge of determination. She had never been suppressed like this by her peers before. Her previous admiration for Smoker was merely due to his nature-type devil fruit. As night fell, Atlas continued his evening practice as usual. "Little brat, how about I be your opponent?" Suddenly, a deep voice came from behind Atlas. "Instructor Zifa?" Atlas exclaimed in surprise, a bit astonished to see Admiral Zifa here. "Atlas, I've been watching you for a long time. Just happened to feel a bit restless today." "A welcome challenge." Atlas grinned widely, feeling a bit excited. "Shave." Atlas's leg muscles exerted force, instantly moving to stand in front of Zifa, his body taut like a drawn bow, his arms suddenly thickening. He launched a direct attack towards Zifa's face. Zifa remained unfazed, his palm preemptively blocking the path of Atlas's fist, firmly grasping it, then stepped forward, exerting force in his waist, attempting to throw Atlas over his shoulder. Iron block, knee strike, divine power. Atlas, however, would not let Zifa have his way so easily. Using the iron block technique, which he had already mastered to a deep level, he countered with a knee strike aimed at Zifa. Zifa quickly raised his hand to block the heavy knee strike, allowing Atlas to avoid being thrown over his shoulder. "Little brat, nice strength, quick reflexes, and your iron block training is quite solid." Seeing how cleverly Atlas had countered his attack, Zifa couldn't help but praise him. "However, next, I'm going to get serious. Be careful now, little brat." Iron block fist, shattered divine power. In response to Zifa, Atlas's fists came raining down, the rapid succession of punches creating the illusion of hundreds of fist shadows. "Ha! Iron block, steel, armed." Zifa, of course, would not be deceived by such tricks. With his powerful observation haki, he accurately captured Atlas's fists and then skillfully distributed his armament haki at the points of impact. Bang, bang, bang. A series of muffled impacts sounded out, and Atlas couldn't help but shake his somewhat numb fists. "So hard, I can't break through Zifa's armament haki defense at all." "Ha, impressive power." Zifa was also taken aback by Atlas's strength. At just 17, Atlas possessed such immense power. If Zifa hadn't known beforehand that Atlas was purely a physical powerhouse, he might have suspected that he had secretly eaten a devil fruit. One sword style, Thunder Slash, divine power. Seeing that his punches were ineffective against Zifa, Atlas decisively drew his third-generation sword, Shusui, and slashed at Zifa. A bright flash of sword light appeared instantly, almost illuminating the darkness of the space. And the once chilly night air suddenly turned bone-chillingly cold. This was a drawing technique. The fierce sword intent surged towards Zifa, causing him to feel a chill run down his spine, as if that flash of light could slice him in half. Zifa's eyes brightened. This slash could cause severe damage to anyone below the rank of Vice Admiral, especially those who hadn't mastered their armament haki. However, despite the speed and timing of the attack, Zifa's powerful observation haki allowed him to dodge it. Shave. Zifa instantly appeared in front of Atlas. his armament haki clinging to his dark fist as he aimed a punch directly at Atlas's abdomen. Atlas's observation haki clearly reacted, but Zifa's speed was too fast. His body didn't have time to retaliate. Bang! Iron block, empty wood. Chapter 33. The six forms in the early morning at the new recruits training ground. Rows of naval recruits were desperately charging forward around the edge of the field, but their numb faces seemed devoid of any expression. This training method was not like HIIT training with a period of slow jogging. Instead, it required them to exert all their strength to run forward. Many who have run 400 or 800 meters would have experienced this. This approach can effectively tap into a person's potential and physical stamina. Leading the pack was undoubtedly Atlas, who had already lapped the others many times and was carrying additional weight. However, the brilliance in Atlas's eyes had dimmed slightly, partly due to the lingering pain in his abdomen from the punch he received from Zephyr last night. Just as Zephyr's fist was about to strike Atlas's abdomen, Atlas reacted in time, attempting to defend against the punch with the iron block, hoping to minimize the damage. Bang! A violent force, with a peculiar penetrating power, surged into Atlas's abdomen, making him feel as if a storm was raging inside him, nearly causing him to vomit his overnight meal. Fortunately, he had managed to break the defense. He couldn't help but wonder what that little brat had eaten to grow such dense muscles. He was a monster. Luckily, Atlas had used a bit of flowing Sakura haki. Otherwise, where would his face be? If only Atlas knew that Zephyr had actually used flowing Sakura haki against him. He wouldn't know whether to laugh or cry. All right, there are 10 minutes left in the 20-minute limit run. Hold on. Look at Atlas. He's carrying extra weight compared to you all. What reason do you have to give up? Ryuza stood in the center of the training ground, expressionless as he reprimanded. Remember this feeling at this moment. True strength is not just about physical power, but also about mental willpower. It doesn't matter if you don't understand now. You will in the future. So what you need to do now is persist, break through your limits, and conquer yourselves. This physical training primarily exercises a person's will. Of course, it greatly benefits physical growth as well, so it has nothing to do with strength. It only reflects the strength of one's beliefs and willpower. Soon, 5 minutes passed. Bang! At the back of the line, someone suddenly collapsed to the ground, gasping for fresh air, breathing heavily like a blacksmith's bellows, his body limp like a puddle of mud. Quickly, a few more people who couldn't hold on chose to give up, and like a domino effect, a large number fell down instantly. Ryuza, witnessing this, chose to watch coldly without intervening. Meanwhile, the leading Atlas continued to run toward the predetermined target like a machine. Showing no signs of change apart from slightly heavier breathing, his steps still precise. Monster! The word unconsciously flashed in everyone's minds. Atlas jogged up to Ryuza and asked instructor, "Is there a heavier weight?" "This is too light." The adjutant beside him helplessly replied, "No, that's already the heaviest weight for the new recruits." Ryuza was momentarily speechless and said to Atlas, "This ordinary training has no meaning for you anymore. Later, come find me with those with a power level over 500. Yes. At this point, the physical training session had ended, and everyone lay on the ground without any dignity. Even Tina was no exception. Ryuza glanced around. Although only Atlas was still standing, about 100 people had managed to persevere. Ryuza couldn't help but nod secretly, paying more attention to these 100 or so individuals. Some among them might only have a power level of about 200, but their display of willpower was undoubtedly outstanding. Now we will move on to the next training. Adjutant, supervise them. Those with a power level over 500, step forward. Come with me. Ryuza instructed the adjutant as he walked out of the training ground. About 8 people stepped forward, including Atlas, of whom he only recognized 4. The rest were unfamiliar. I called you out to undergo the next stage of specialized training. Your physical bodies have basically surpassed human limits, and now I will teach you a martial art that transcends human limits. The Navy's 6 forms. Of course, even if your physical fitness has met the standards, I must still warn you not to bite off more than you can chew. If you feel your talent is lacking, you may selectively practice a few of the forms, Ryuza said seriously. But who among them wasn't a genius? They all stood out from their respective bases and were naturally proud. Ryuza foresaw that some would want to master all 6 forms. By the way, Atlas is the exception. You must learn all 6 forms. Also, you are considered the elite class of the new recruits, but there will be an assessment at the end of the year, and you will face challenges from the ordinary class. The winner rises, and the loser falls. Here, as long as you have a strong enough fist, you can enjoy more resources. Ryu's words were highly motivating. The recruits present were not fools and naturally knew what to do. All right, now I will explain the Navy's 6 forms to you. Most of you have encountered them to some extent. I will first explain the principles, and then, through practical combat, you will gain a deeper understanding of the 6 forms. After that, it will depend on your own choices. Soru is about repeatedly stepping on the ground dozens of times to produce explosive power for body movement. Renge is a kicking technique that generates a vacuum attack, causing slashing strikes like a swordsman. As he spoke, others turned their gazes toward Atlas, as he was the only one present who was a swordsman capable of cutting iron. As for Jeppo, it allows you to achieve a temporary floating effect, which consumes a massive amount of stamina. Its learning difficulty can be said to be the highest among the 6 forms. Shurigan gathers all the body's strength in the index finger, capable of producing a gunshot effect that can easily penetrate steel. Shinai is. After Ryuza finished speaking, he looked in Atlas's direction, instantly giving Atlas an ominous premonition. Atlas, come up and practice with me, so that everyone can have a more intuitive understanding of the 6 forms. Sure enough, as soon as Ryuza spoke, Atlas felt he was about to suffer again, while Smoker and Rosinandi beside him looked at Atlas with glee. Chapter 34. The Return of Life. Ah, there is no helping it then. I want to go easy on you. Instructor Shozwa. Atlas saw that he couldn't avoid it, and could only brace himself. Stop boasting. Kid, finger gun spot. With both hands shaped like guns, Shozwa seemed to transform into a multi-armed Ajura, unleashing countless bullets towards Atlas. Although he called Atlas up for practice, he wouldn't underestimate the young kid in front of him. Atlas remained calm, a flash of red light in his eyes, activating his observation haki. With slight movements of his body, he dodged all of Shozwa's finger guns. However, Atlas wasn't just someone who could evade without counterattacking. Before Shozwa could pull back, he stepped forward in a lunge, his left leg stomping down hard, causing a pit to spread out in all directions. Iron block. Adhere. Divine power. Shozwa was startled and quickly crossed his arms in front of him for protection, but it still felt like being hit head-on by a steam locomotive, forcing him to take a few steps back to regain his balance. How is that? Instructor Shozwa. Atlas grinned at Shozwa, while those around them were left in shock, fearing that if they had been in his place, they wouldn't have been able to withstand even that one blow. Good kid, bring it on. Shozwa was also stirred up by his competitive spirit, grinning fiercely. Gale Foot. Gale Foot. Chaos. Atlas had just learned Gale Foot, so he hadn't developed any extended techniques yet, and he immediately found himself at a disadvantage, nearly overwhelmed by a barrage of vacuum slashes. Razor. Suddenly, Atlas vanished from his spot, and several afterimages appeared in midair, narrowly avoiding all the slashes. In fact, with Atlas's current physique, he could have taken those slashes with only minor injuries, but he still wanted to maintain his dignity. Being all battered up wouldn't do his image any good. Seizing the opportunity, Atlas charged towards Shozwa, arriving right in front of him in an instant and delivering a direct finger gun strike aimed at Shozwa's vital points. Watch closely, this is Iron Block. Shozwa even had time to explain to the onlookers, causing Atlas to unconsciously increase the force behind his strike. Clang! A sound of metal clashing rang out. Iron block, steel, armament. To avoid a mishap, Shozwa had covertly covered himself with a layer of armament haki beneath his clothing. Reality showed him that his caution was not unwarranted. Although it was Atlas's first time using the finger gun, his formidable physique, combined with the divine power granted by the Bull Talisman, was not simply a matter of 112. If Shozwa hadn't used armament haki just now, he would have definitely suffered some serious damage, although it wouldn't be life-threatening. However, it would be a complete embarrassment in front of the students. All right. Today's demonstration ends here. Seeing the excited, perverse smile gradually appearing on Atlas's face, Shozwa quickly called off the demonstration. Atlas, realizing this, couldn't make another move and could only lick his lips regretfully. He and T encountered any decent opponents while in the East Sea, and indeed, this trip to the headquarters was well worth it. In Atlas's view, true strong individuals challenge those who are even stronger, while the weak only challenge those who are weaker. Strength never comes from nowhere, and fate will not disappoint every drop of sweat you shed. All right, practice on your own for the rest of the time. If you have any questions, feel free to come find me. Atlas, come with me for a moment. Instructor Zifa has something for you. Shiozwa casually dismissed Smoker and the others, then called Atlas to go see Zifa. Hearing that Zifa wanted to see Atlas immediately drew envious looks from everyone. After all, it was a summons from a Marine Admiral, and who knows, he might even receive Zifa's careful guidance. However, they were merely envious. When you're close to someone in capability, jealousy may arise, but once the gap becomes vast, only envy remains. Although Atlas was somewhat puzzled as to why Zifa wanted to see him, wondering if it was because of the previous day's battle not being satisfying enough, he couldn't help but rub his chin. "Kid, how's your 6 powers training going?" Zifa asked directly about Atlas's training situation upon meeting him. A gentle smile on his face. Zifa could be described as a strict person, but he was definitely not harsh. Otherwise, many officers in the Navy would still feel grateful to him after graduating. It is said that Shiozwa continued to stay in the new recruit camp to assist Zifa because he wanted to follow him. And even later when Zifa decided to defect from the Navy to form the Neo Navy, he had a large number of followers showing the immense charisma Zifa possessed. "It's going okay. The basic principles and usage are fine, but I just need more practice with the timing," Alice replied seriously. Zifa was not surprised by this. He had long since become immune to Atlas's monstrous learning ability. Never underestimate the practice of the 6 powers. It is not just a combat technique. Mastering all 6 powers to achieve ultimate control over your body is the foundation of the 7th power of the Navy, the return of life. Zifa continued to explain to Atlas. Return of life? Atlas displayed a hint of surprise. In fact, he had already known about the skill return of life, as it was common knowledge that there are 7 techniques in the 6 powers, right? Yes, the return of life. Among the Navy, very few have successfully cultivated the return of life. The most famous example is Rear Admiral Ghost Spider's 8 sword style, which involves infusing consciousness into the hair. The wonders of the return of life go far beyond that. Moreover, you have already achieved part of the return of life, being able to maximize energy used to repair your body, much like your powerful self-healing ability. The difference is that yours is passive, while the return of life is consciously controlled. Zifa was very pleased with Atlas. As an elder of the Navy, he placed great importance on physical training. He did not deny the existence of devil fruits, but did not advocate for excessive reliance on their powers. Back when Borsellino was in the new recruit camp, he was criticized by Zifa multiple times for relying too much on his devil fruit abilities. Therefore, seeing someone like Atlas, a pure physical powerhouse, gave him an inexplicable fondness. "Kid, I have high hopes for you. You have the potential to become a future Marine Admiral." "Ha ha ha." Zifa patted Atlas's shoulder heavily, a proud expression on his face. "Of course, I'm going to become the strongest man in the world." Chapter 35, Digging a Pit. The morning sun was not glaring, and the rolling waves tirelessly crashed against the shore again and again. On a large reef by the coast, Atlas sat quietly with his upper body bare, staring blankly into the distance, his mind occupied with thoughts about his recent training. Atlas had been practicing the 6 styles for some time now. Although he had become quite proficient, he recently encountered a bottleneck. While his skill level was high, his understanding of the 6 styles was too shallow, preventing him from developing any extended techniques. What? Encountering a bottleneck in the training of the 6 styles? Zephyr's office was not luxurious. In fact, it could be described as rather simple. A plaque reading "Justice does not kill" hung on the wall in front, and an old sofa nearby looked like it had been there for ages. Kurezumi sat casually on the sofa, a thoughtful expression on his rugged face, seemingly troubled about the training camp. Meanwhile, Atlas sat opposite Zephyr's desk, quietly waiting for Zephyr's response. "Well then, let me spar with you first, so I can see your current level." After pondering for a moment, Zephyr proposed to spar with Atlas, as practical combat was the most direct way to observe Atlas's training in the 6 styles. Sure, I would be grateful for the opportunity, Zephyr-sensei. Atlas naturally wouldn't refuse such an opportunity. Having a top-tier expert as a sparring partner was something many people dreamed of. Kurezumi, watching the situation, also showed an interested expression. He was very curious about Atlas's progress and strength, as he had struggled against Atlas a few months ago without using haki. Atlas's monstrous physique and immense strength had left a deep impression on him. Be careful, Zephyr-sensei. Once the two stood on the training ground, Atlas couldn't help but remind him. Ha ha ha, you little brat. Come at me with all your strength. Zephyr laughed heartily, casually tossing his justice cape to Kurezumi, revealing his muscular physique. Shave, iron fist technique, divine power. As soon as he finished speaking, Atlas took the initiative, stepping forward into a stance and launching a powerful punch straight at Zephyr's chest. The tremendous force even caused the air to explode with a thunderous sound. Bring it on. Zephyr was undaunted, meeting Atlas's punch with his own, instantly creating a huge booming sound that kicked up dust around them. Again, Atlas shook his numb arm and charged forward with renewed fighting spirit. Bang, bang, bang. The intense sounds of their collisions echoed across the training ground, causing the new recruits watching the spectacle to feel their scalps tingle. Although they had previously thought Atlas was strong, they had never experienced it firsthand. After witnessing this match against Zephyr, they gained a concrete understanding of Atlas's power. After all, Zephyr was a vice admiral. Even though he had retired early, his peak strength remained unaffected, leaving the surrounding recruits feeling somewhat disheartened. How could the gap between people be so vast? Winky face, Kurezumi, watching the expressions on the recruits' faces, suddenly had a flash of insight, as if he had figured out a difficult problem. Ha ha ha, refreshing. Pointing finger. Iron block. Indeed, the iron block and the iron block were different. When Atlas's pointing finger struck Zephyr, it felt like an ordinary blade colliding with steel. It merely broke the skin without penetrating further. Now it's my turn, kid. Ha ha. Seeing that Atlas's pointing finger had no effect, Zephyr teased him, but his movements didn't stop for a moment. Life return. Paper drawing. Martial body. Shave. Suddenly, Zephyr's height of 3.48 meters shrank rapidly, his muscles appearing as if they had been crushed by a hydraulic press, giving him a compact and powerful look. Then he swiftly disappeared from Atlas's sight, moving so quickly that even Atlas's heightened observation haki couldn't react in time. Danger! Danger! Suddenly, a dark shadow loomed behind Atlas. The warning from his observation haki urged him frantically to leave his original position, but before he could turn around, a massive iron fist swiftly descended towards his back. Iron block fist, giant hammer. Bang! Atlas took a solid hit from Zephyr's fist, crashing heavily into the training ground. The tremendous force even creating a human-shaped crater in the hard ground. Ah, no mercy at all, Zephyr-sensei. Atlas climbed up from the ground, somewhat pained. To the astonishment of those around him, he had only slightly damaged clothing, and even the minor scratches on his face healed at a visible rate, leaving only white marks. What a terrifying physique. Is this guy really not a Zoan-type devil fruit user? I knew you wouldn't be afraid with your physique, but I didn't expect it to be so exaggerated. Ha ha, Zephyr said as he patted Atlas on the shoulder. Atlas could only stand to the side, bitterly smiling, letting this old man do as he pleased. Zephyr-sensei, about that state you just used. That's right, just as you thought. But this is just one application of life return. By the way, I just observed your mastery of the 6 styles, and it's indeed quite good. Right now, you just need more practice. If you want to grow faster, you'll have to focus on practical combat, which will help you integrate the 6 styles into your body more quickly. What should I do then? Atlas suddenly looked troubled. Although Zephyr was now a retired vice admiral, as the chief instructor of the new recruits, he was quite busy with regular duties and couldn't frequently spar with him. As for the other recruits, Atlas secretly shook his head. They were too weak to pose any threat to him. Zephyr-sensei, I can take responsibility for being a sparring partner for Cadet Carnos. Kurezumi, who had been planning this for a while, immediately volunteered upon seeing the situation. Atlas was somewhat surprised. He had considered asking Kurezumi, but he seemed to have his own busy schedule. He didn't expect. However, I have something that I need Cadet Carnos' help with. Kurezumi's dark face flushed slightly, a bit embarrassed. Oh wow, so you were waiting for me here. Usually, you look like a simple, honest guy with that black face, but I didn't expect you to be scheming against me, you sly dog. You've changed. Atlas thought to himself, secretly mocking him. Chapter 36, I will beat all of you, hey. Atlas, I do like to trouble you to teach a lesson to those from the elite class. Shueiswa said somewhat awkwardly. Huh? Atlas almost thought he heard wrong and quickly cast a puzzled look at Shueiswa, while Zifa beside him listened with great interest. It's just that I feel Smoker and the others are a bit too arrogant, trying to learn all 6 styles at this stage, so I hope you can enlighten them a bit. Please. This time, Atlas and Zifa understood a bit better. It turned out Smoker and his gang were too greedy, directly ignoring Shueiswa's initial warning. However, Shueiswa couldn't find an effective way to advise them, and had to resort to this strategy. Everyone come over. Today I've brought you a sparring partner to test your recent training results, Shueiswa said with a smile to Smoker and the others who were training, forcing a harmless smile on his dark face, but it felt rather eerie. Boss, no need to say it must be that guy Gruss. Atlas? The 3 roommates of Atlas were obviously surprised. They rarely saw him around. There was no helping it. Atlas was the earliest to get up for training and the last to return to the dormitory, always busy, leaving the other 3 with no chance to talk to him. No way, Instructor Shueiswa. Aren't we just looking for trouble? Gruss knew that Atlas was coming to be their sparring partner, and, as Atlas's roommate, he knew how hard Atlas worked. Coupled with that terrifying talent, his current strength was probably beyond his imagination. The others nodded in agreement. Except for Tina. She had long wanted to test how big the gap between her and Atlas really was, her eyes filled with excitement. No, I think you got it wrong. Atlas shook his head to deny. Smoker and the others were momentarily stunned. Got it wrong? It's you 7 challenging me. I'll only use 2 of the 6 styles to deal with you. Actually, Atlas was being clever here. He had only mastered Shave and Iron Block to their extremes, while the other styles were just mediocre. What? Upon hearing this, the others flashed a hint of anger. Isn't this looking down on people? Although they couldn't win against Atlas one-on-one, surely 7 of them could gang up on him, right? The key was that he was still suppressing his strength. Everyone present wasn't foolish and understood Shueiswa's good intentions, but they still couldn't accept it psychologically. It seems we'll have to rely on strength to talk. Atlas thought as he watched the changing expressions of the crowd, and no longer wasted words, directly adopting a posture ready for battle. Seeing this, Smoker and the others felt helpless, and each tightened up. If they lost to Atlas like this, it would be a disgrace. Iron Barrier. Tina intended to take the initiative, extending black iron branches shaped like railings from her arms, and before long, Atlas was surrounded. Smoke, White Domain. Smoker quickly activated his fruit ability, a large amount of smoke infiltrating the encirclement, attempting to trap Atlas. Bang, bang, bang. Atlas certainly wouldn't sit idle, his fists as powerful as a pot. Shattered Tina's black barrier with terrifying force. But just as Atlas revealed himself, a bull-headed figure with horns appeared above him. Goring Strike. The huge bull hoof came crashing toward Atlas with a sharp sound. One had to say, this perfect cooperation even made Shueiswa, who was watching from the side, secretly cheer. Unfortunately, a devil fruit user? Atlas didn't expect that among these 8 people, there was actually a Zoan-type devil fruit user. However, Atlas was no pushover. Iron Block, Empty Wood, Clang. Herbert felt his hard bull hoof hit not flesh and blood, but like striking a heavy bell, a tremendous backlash coursed through him, causing him to shiver. After all, he was a Zoan-type bull fruit user in cow form. His strength and physique were still inferior to Atlas. Atlas wouldn't let go of Herbert's moment of distraction, even if it was only for a brief second. Iron Block Fist, Divine Power. A massive force raged onto Herbert, sending his beast-human body flying backward as if it were made of paper. The others were shocked by this scene, but it didn't demoralize them. Fortunately, with Herbert's powerful recovery ability as a Zoan-type user, he hadn't completely lost his fighting capability, but could only harass from the sidelines, as taking another punch from Atlas would not be a joke. Iron Barrier. Tina wanted to try the same trick again, but Atlas wouldn't give her the chance. His eyes glinted red. Observation Hockey activated. Shave. He accurately dodged Tina's fruit ability and Smoker's 2 white punches. instantly moving to Ross and Andy and the other two unfamiliar people. There was no helping it. Among these 7, they were the weakest, even though Ross and Andy was a fruit user. His ability leaned more towards support and assassination, making him weaker in direct combat. Boss, don't blame me. After all, I don't want to be beaten up by you, Gruss said, blocking Ross and Andy directly. After all, rationally speaking, Ross and Andy's fruit ability could provide perfect cover for them. And emotionally, since Ross and Andy was his roommate, he naturally prioritized saving him over the other two. Atlas easily dealt with them, requiring only 2 punches to send them out of the fight early. Damn, it hadn't been long since the battle started, and they had already lost 2 members, with one almost out, which immediately increased the pressure on them. It's my turn to attack now. Atlas grinned, revealing a row of big white teeth under the sunlight. Smoker and the others felt dazzled. Shave, iron block fist, shatter. The target remained Ross and Andy, but at this moment, Smoker had reacted. Smoke, white serpent. Snake-like white smoke quickly wrapped around Atlas's limbs and torso. Too weak. Atlas didn't care about Smoker, relying on his fierce physique to charge through, instantly breaking free from the white smoke restraints. Shave, iron block jewel. Atlas's tall figure suddenly spun at high speed, but the target was Gruss. Fighting is also an art. It's not just about charging head-on. Timing and overall view are essential. Chapter 37. Gion Iron Block. When Gruss saw Atlas charging at him, a hint of panic flashed across his face, but he could only hope that his most mastered iron block could slightly hold him off. Bang! Without any suspense, Gruss was directly knocked away, crashing to the ground like a broken sack, losing another member. Seeing this, the remaining 4 quickly huddled together, almost pressing against each other, not giving Atlas the chance to take them out one by one. But they were too naive. They knew nothing of Atlas's strength. Shave iron block steel bull. Atlas charged at Smoker and the others like a mad bull, the ground beneath him rolling like soft mud. Smoke white wall. Gun shield. Smoker and the others naturally would not sit idly by. A black gun-covered iron shield and a white smoke wall abruptly blocked Atlas's path. It must be said that the devil fruit is indeed a very magical product, capable of significantly impacting the battle situation when both sides are not too far apart in strength. Unfortunately, their strength gap with Atlas was too great. Boom! A huge roar echoed in their ears. Smoker's white wall and Tina's gun shield were crushed as if made of paper, and the unstoppable Atlas collided with Smoker and the others, sending them flying, struggling helplessly on the ground, having lost their combat ability. Do you understand now? What you should focus on is mastering the 6 styles that suit you, rather than trying to grasp everything at once. Look at how many of you can properly use the half-baked 6 styles. Fortunately, you are fighting against your comrades today. If it were on the battlefield, you would lose not just face, but your lives. Seeing the others defeated so decisively, Ryoso was momentarily stunned but quickly stepped forward, offering encouragement to Smoker and the others, fearing that too much of a blow would affect them. That's Senior Ryoso. I'll head back first. Don't forget your promise. Atlas said to Ryoso, signaling that he would take his leave since Smoker and the others were not seriously harmed. Well, don't worry. Pointing gun, AK-47. The heavy, clear sound of gunfire reverberated across the training ground, while the passing Navy ignored it, busy with their own tasks. Ever since the last fight with Smoker and his group, Atlas had been spending over 2 hours every day practicing with Ryoso, which had made him increasingly adept at using the 6 styles. Ryoso, on the opposite side, wore a helpless expression. Only he, who practiced with Atlas every day, truly understood how terrifying Atlas's strength had become, especially the speed of his progress, which completely overturned his perception of monsters. Initially, Ryoso could somewhat suppress Atlas with his haki, but now he found it increasingly difficult, feeling that Atlas's physique was growing stronger by the second. In fact, Atlas was also very surprised. He didn't know if it was because he had taken too many hits since arriving at the headquarters, but he felt that the digestion speed of the bull charm had increased significantly. Atlas had a premonition that it wouldn't be long before he could fully digest the bull charm, and his physique was growing at a terrifying pace. To put it simply, Atlas's height of 2. 8 meters now reached an astonishing weight of 300 kilograms. If he were to undergo life return now, he would find that the number and density of his bones and muscles far exceeded that of ordinary people. Bang! Another collision occurred, and Atlas stood unharmed in place, not even moving his feet, while Ryoso's fist was clearly covered in haki. By the way, why haven't you awakened your haki yet? Ryoso asked, somewhat helplessly. You and Teacher Zifa didn't teach me. Atlas shrugged, feeling a bit of a headache. Although he had some understanding of the 3 types of haki, it was only from a superficial view in anime in his previous life, and no one had explained it to him since arriving at the rookie camp. Oh, really? Maybe. I forgot. A hint of embarrassment appeared on Ryoso's dark face. Fortunately, at that moment, an assistant came over to alleviate Ryoso's embarrassment. Report, Instructor Ryoso. Major Gion has gone to Commander Zifa's office. Ryoso nodded and said to Atlas, all right, next time I have time, I'll explain haki to you. I'll introduce you to a swordmaster. Atlas clearly heard the assistant's words and knew that Gion had arrived at the rookie camp. He didn't know much about the future admiral candidate known as Peach Rabbit, only that she would also be a great swordsman. And even if she was slightly inferior to the admiral, her strength was still formidable. At this time, Gion should be about to be promoted to rear admiral, as she undoubtedly reached that level in strength, though she had not yet reached the elite rear admiral level. However, her swordsmanship was undoubtedly superior to Atlas's. In Zifa's office, Gion sat cross-legged in a chair, revealing her long, white legs adorned with spider tattoos, the famous swordkin Pyra casually placed beside her. A smile filled her delicate face as she chatted with Zifa. Teacher Zifa, long time no see. You seem to be in a good mood lately. Has a remarkable genius arrived at the rookie camp? Zifa smiled and said, there really is. That Atlas kid is even more extraordinary than Kazan and the others. Oh, I must see what kind of monster can make Teacher Zifa value him so highly. Gion's eyes lit up, and her interest in the yet-to-meet Atlas grew significantly, as she knew Zifa was not someone who spoke lightly. By the way, speaking of Atlas, I want to ask you for a favor. Zifa said with a hint of cunning. This kid Atlas is not only a genius in physical skills, but also has considerable talent in swordsmanship. So I'd like you to take some time to teach him. Seeing that Gion did not object, Zifa continued, no problem, I'm also quite interested in that boy. Moreover, if our headquarters has one more high-level combatant, it would relieve a lot of pressure, and I might even have time to take a vacation. As she spoke, Gion lazily stretched, revealing her perfect body curve. Chapter 38. Swordsmanship Lesson. Knock, knock, knock. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. Shiozua and Atlas walked into Zephyr's office one after the other. Teacher Zephyr, Shiozua greeted him first, then turned to the standing Sherguan and said, it's been a while. Major Sherguan, you still look beautiful, haha. Thank you for the compliment. Lord Shiozua, Sherguan replied politely. In fact, she didn't have much interaction with Shiozua. They were merely acquaintances due to their shared training under Zephyr. Oh, by the way, let me introduce you to a swordsmanship genius. I would appreciate your guidance. Shiozua said as he pulled Atlas forward to introduce him to Sherguan. Sherguan was taken aback for a moment, then exchanged a knowing glance with Zephyr, covering her mouth as she smiled and said, you must be talking about the monster genius Atlas that teacher Zephyr mentioned. I just spoke to Sherguan about Atlas, and I didn't expect you to show up. Zephyr said with a mix of helplessness and pride. Sherguan was clearly very curious and began to size up Atlas. The man in front of her looked to be around 18 years old, roughly the same height as her, with a muscular build that was neither bulky nor unwieldy, exuding a sense of strength and beauty. The slightly torn clothing indicated that he had just come from a battle, likely after sparring with Shiozua. And her gaze shifted to the third-generation Onit that hung at Atlas's waist. A demon blade? Sherguan looked at the calm Atlas in surprise. It's rare for swordsmen to carry a demon blade as their weapon. Many even avoid them. That's right, the third-generation Onit, Atlas said, delivering his first line since entering the office. He slowly drew the third-generation Onit from his waist, the eerie blade patterns glimmering with a cold light that seemed to illuminate the office. Good blade. Sherguan couldn't help but exclaim. The quality of this sword was top-notch, even among the good quality blades. All right, stop showing off your sword, Sherguan. Since you have some free time these days, you can come over to the recruit camp to teach them swordsmanship, Zephyr said seriously. In fact, there were swordsmanship instructors in the recruit camp, but they could only teach some basic techniques, and Atlas was already a sword master. The instructors hadn't even reached the level of cutting iron. So Atlas's swordsmanship had not progressed much. Don't worry, teacher Zephyr. I just have to stay at headquarters for a while after this mission. So I'll come and bother you, Sherwan said. She had no objections. After all, they had come from the recruit camp, and helping the new recruits grow was one of their responsibilities. The Navy had been passed down through the world step by step like this. The next day, at the recruit training camp's drill ground, the new recruits who had just finished physical training quickly lined up in neat rows. The previous swordsmanship instructors stood obediently aside, but Atlas didn't recognize them since he had never attended a swordsmanship class after arriving at the recruit camp. Standing at the front of the drill ground was Major Sherwan. Hello, everyone. I am your new swordsmanship instructor, Sherwan, currently holding the rank of Major at headquarters. Sherwan said with a smile, looking at the serious recruits. Now, those interested in learning swordsmanship stepped forward. Soon, a few quickly stepped out, about 40 in total. Although some were tempted by the beautiful instructor, they didn't dare to joke with their futures. They knew that the choice of weapon was crucial for their development. Very well. Those with a foundation in swordsmanship stand to my left, and those without stand to my right, Sherwan said, nodding in satisfaction. With her observation haki, she could clearly distinguish who was stepping forward just to fish for information, and she was pleased that she hadn't noticed anyone like that so far. I have limited time to teach you swordsmanship, so to maximize your effectiveness, those without a foundation will first learn from your original swordsmanship instructors, Sherwan arranged reasonably. After all, with her level of swordsmanship, it would be inappropriate to teach them the basics. That would be overkill. Now, those with a foundation, come with me. Atlas and the others silently followed Sherwan to a corner of the drill ground, a designated area for practicing swordsmanship. Now I want to assess your swordsmanship level. Find a partner to spar with, and I will watch from the side. Sherwan paused before continuing. Use real swords. Wow. The recruits were clearly surprised, as they usually practiced with bamboo swords. Using real swords meant that safety could not be guaranteed. What's wrong? Do you have objections? Sherwan asked, her smile fading as she squinted at the recruits. She was not just a pretty face. Her rank as major was earned through solid military achievements, backed by a mountain of pirate corpses. Yes, ma'am. The recruits quickly responded upon seeing Sherwan's change in expression. Bang! Clang! Clash! Soon, amidst the sounds of clashing metal, the recruits' battles ended rather hastily, and Atlas stood alone in place, not because he didn't want to fight, but because no one came forward to challenge him. I just observed, first, your basic swordsmanship needs to be retrained. Second, your swords lack killing intent and bloodlust. My swordsmanship was honed on the battlefield. It is a sword of killing, Sherwan commented as she looked at the now-stopped recruits. Now, Atlas, step forward. Fight me, and let me see your swordsmanship level. Yes. Atlas quickly stepped forward. Famous blade, Kinpyra, a top-grade sword of the 21st generation. Sherwan gently caressed the blade as she introduced it to Atlas. In response, Atlas slowly drew the third generation on it. One sword style, falling stars. A slash rushed straight toward Sherwan. This move simulating the force of a falling meteor, embodying both power and explosiveness. Good one. Sherwan's eyes lit up, and her armament haki immediately wrapped around Kinpyra. One sword style, cutting steel flash. Chapter 39. The three colors of haki in December of the 1503rd year of the Sea Circle calendar, at Marinvondo. Since the last time Zoan came to the new recruit camp to serve as a swordsmanship instructor, Atlas's sparring partner has changed from Shiozwa to Zoan. After such a long period of practice, Atlas has thoroughly digested the ox charm and seamlessly integrated a rabbit charm. As he expected, the rabbit charm mainly enhances his lower body strength. It can be said that Atlas's strength is now on par with that of a rear admiral in the Navy headquarters, and his strength is continuously rising at a terrifying speed. In the pirate world, strong individuals like Carp and Zephyr are generally stronger in their upper bodies. This does not mean their lower body strength is weak, but rather that their internal organs are exceptionally powerful. Now, Atlas is also showing this tendency. but the rabbit charm has balanced his physical strength well. As for his swordsmanship level, according to Zoan, Atlas's swordsmanship style leans towards being aggressive and forceful, lacking in fine manipulation, making it suitable for overpowering opponents with brute strength. At this stage, Atlas is mainly focused on refining his body and has no intention of consuming a devil fruit. He does not want to create a weakness for himself unless he encounters a very powerful devil fruit. Moreover, Atlas has a premonition that he is just one step away from awakening his armament haki. On the beach behind the new recruit camp, Zephyr stands tall facing the sea. Even after his retirement, this former admiral of the Navy continues to shine for the cause of justice. It was only later that he was betrayed by the justice he believed in, leading to a drastic change in his character and an extreme mindset. One cannot help but say that, from this perspective, the decisions of the world government are rather foolish. It can only be said that the thinking of politicians is different from that of normal people. Even though Atlas does not agree with his concept of justice, he cannot help but admire his character. Emotionally and rationally, he would not want Zephyr to fall into such a state in his later years. Mr. Zephyr, I heard you were looking for me. Atlas, who was training, was summoned by Shiozua and was still confused at this point. Today I plan to explain some training related to haki to you. This should have been covered in the third year. But your physique has already reached the condition to awaken haki, Zephyr said as he turned around upon hearing Atlas's arrival. Oh, then I must trouble you, Mr. Zephyr. Atlas responded with a serious expression, realizing that haki was the last missing piece of his strength. In simple terms, even though his current physical strength and power level have reached that of a rear admiral, he is still not a match for a rear admiral. And if he encounters a Logia-type devil fruit user, he would only have the option of passively taking hits. Winning would rely solely on exhausting the enemy through physical strength. Haki is a power that lies hidden within each person, divided into observation, armament, and conqueror's haki. Zephyr paused and continued. You have already awakened observation haki, so I believe I don't need to elaborate further. As for armament haki, its function is to enhance personal defense, equivalent to wearing an invisible armor. But it can also evolve into offensive power and help you touch the physical body of a Logia-type devil fruit user. Armament haki can be continuously improved in quality and quantity through training. In Wano, armament haki is also known as flowing cherry blossoms, just like observation haki is referred to as the heart network in Skypiea. Specifically, there are 3 levels of training for armament haki, which are essentially just techniques for using armament haki. The most important thing is still the quality and quantity of your armament haki. The first level is hardening and wrapping. Initially, you can only harden, and through training, you can then wrap around weapons. The second level is the external release of armament haki, which, unlike the first level, does not require direct contact with the target being attacked. The third level's principle is to make the armament haki flow to achieve internal destruction. Atlas understood this to some extent. For instance, Barto's footless walk is a skill of the second stage of armament haki. No wonder he always claims to be the strongest man in the world in defense. Although it may be a bit exaggerated, it does not conceal his prowess in armament haki. In fact, the vast majority of people in the world only reach the first stage of armament haki, but the strong must be proficient in it. Zephyr looked at the contemplative Atlas and added, "Rest assured, Mr. Zephyr, I understand the importance of armament haki." Atlas smiled upon hearing this. He knew Zephyr was intentionally reminding him not to underestimate the training of armament haki. I'm glad you understand," Zephyr said with some relief, and continued. Conqueror's haki is the most unreasonable of the 3 types of haki because not everyone possesses it. It has very strict qualifications, with only 1 Conqueror's haki user awakening in every 1,000,000 people. In the Navy, only that guy Sengoku has it, but among pirates, those with Conqueror's haki are as common as the fish in the river. As he spoke, a look of resentment appeared on Zephyr's face, clearly feeling quite helpless about this situation. Moreover, Conqueror's haki can also be used in a wrapping manner like armament haki. But this is a technique that only top-tier strong individuals can comprehend. Ordinary pirates only indulge in the glory of Conqueror's haki. Atlas nodded in agreement. In the original work, he only saw Kaido use the Conqueror's haki wrapping skill when he delivered A-King's punch to Luffy, and it seems that others have not touched this realm. In fact, in my view, The so-called three colors of Haki can be summarized as spirit, body, and will, corresponding to observation Haki, armament Haki, and conqueror's Haki respectively. Observation Haki uses your seventh sense, which is spiritual perception, consuming your spirit. Armament Haki is closely related to your physical body, with sufficient physique being necessary for awakening. And the total amount of armament Haki is also related to your physique. Conqueror's Haki is a manifestation of will, capable of intimidating enemies. Zephyr continued to share his insights with Atlas, who listened with great interest. This was the experience of a top-tier strong person, and no one else had explained it to him so thoroughly. Atlas naturally cherished it and wished to remember every word. If you do not have the qualifications for Conqueror's Haki, you might as well consult that old man Carp. Zephyr glanced at the serious-looking Atlas and nodded in satisfaction. Huh? Isn't Rear Admiral Carp without Conqueror's Haki? Atlas was a bit confused. He had not heard of Carp possessing Conqueror's Haki in his previous life. You should have experienced Carp's so-called Iron Fist of Love, right? Zephyr teased, knowing that Atlas had come to the headquarters on Carp's ship when he joined. Chapter 40 Year-End Assessment. Carp's Iron Fist of Love is actually a form of will entanglement. According to Carp, it is a fist imbued with his deep affection, which allows him to achieve similar effects even without the Conqueror's Haki. Zephyr doesn't keep it a secret and directly explains it to Atlas. In fact, every top-tier fighter on the sea excels not only in physical strength and Haki, but also possesses their own unique special techniques. For instance, Black Arm Zephyr has an unparalleled mastery of armament Haki, while Iron Fist Carp is skilled in the use of will entanglement. As for how to guide armament Haki during this time, you will add a training item each day, allowing Shuzwa to strike you with armament Haki. This is the most direct way for you to experience armament Haki. Zephyr calmly states the most terrifying method. In fact, Zephyr has tailored this approach based on Atlas's physical condition, meaning only Atlas's monstrous recovery ability can withstand it. Had it been Smoker or the others, they might have been incapacitated immediately. Today is the annual assessment time for the new recruits, and all the new recruits have been gathered together. This is arguably the most anxious time for the recruits, as they were all informed before joining that there is only one opportunity to repeat a year. Thus, for those who wish to slack off or who lack talent, this poses a daunting challenge. This year's year-end assessment primarily consists of one-on-one duels based on the list provided by the instructors. After all, during the training period, the instructors, who are in charge, know their strengths best, so the assigned opponents are relatively reasonable. Several arenas were temporarily set up in the training ground of the new recruit camp. Despite being temporary, their sturdiness is still beyond what the Navy recruits can destroy. Never underestimate the productivity of the pirate world, especially since this is the Marine headquarters in Marineford, where superhumans abound. In front of the arenas, there are rows of stands arranged in a trapezoidal shape, descending from high to low. At the top sits Admiral Sengoku, the only current Marine admiral. At this moment, Steelbone Kong has largely stopped managing naval affairs, indicating that the internal power transfer within the Navy has been completed, waiting only for the world government's appointment to commence the Navy's award ceremony. Beside Sengoku is the lecherous Rear Admiral Kizuru, wearing brown-tinted sunglasses. The other two monster Rear Admirals are temporarily away on missions, and even Akiji Kazan, whom Atlas met before joining, is absent. Of course, Major General Gion, who is temporarily staying in the new recruit camp as a swordsmanship instructor and Atlas's sparring partner, has also come to the training ground to watch this much-anticipated year-end assessment. As for the other officers, Atlas isn't very familiar with them and can't even recall their names. The other recruits in the camp are somewhat excited, as it's rare to see so many naval officers at once, especially Admiral Sengoku, who is the highest combat strength in the Navy. Even recruits from the headquarters have rarely seen Sengoku up close. Wow, that's Admiral Sengoku. It's my first time seeing him in person. He really has an imposing presence. Why isn't Rear Admiral Carp here? Rear Admiral Kizuru is here too, but I feel like he looks cooler every time I see him. The last remark was made by some cute recruit, and Atlas can only say they have good taste. Soon, Zephyr appeared with Shuzwa in front of all the new recruits, nodded slightly to Sengoku, and then looked at the whispering recruits. Attention! Silence! Form up now. Upon hearing Zifa's command, the recruits quickly stood in formation. Their movements synchronized and orderly, without any chaos. This made Zifa nod in satisfaction and continue. This year-end assessment is a test of your training results over the past year. I do not wish for you to become parasitic pests in the Navy. You are the future of the Navy, the hope of the people of the world. So, please give your all in every assessment, and do not let your sweat and efforts go to waste. Zifa's words came from the heart. This old man, who has dedicated his life to the Navy, has high hopes for each student, wishing for them to shine in the cause of justice. Shuzwa, I leave the next matters in your hands, Zifa said to Shuzwa behind him before sitting down next to Sengoku. What a lively bunch of kids. Just seeing them makes me feel several years younger, Sengoku remarked, looking at the young faces in the audience. Yes, they're the future of the Navy. By the way, where's that guy Carp? Upon hearing this, Zifa smiled and then asked, that rascal Carp went to the New World and even took my senbei when he left. Not to mention Carp, just mentioning him makes Sengoku's head throb. Ha, that's definitely something Carp would do, but let's focus on the recruits' performances for now. Zifa is also helpless about the love-hate relationship between Sengoku and Carp, as it seems Carp's usual antics have been quite a headache for Sengoku. Hey, Zifa-sensei, I suppose you want us to see your proud student, Kano's Atlas, right? Just as Sengoku and Zifa were chatting, a rather annoying voice suddenly came from the side. It was Kizuru, pouting with a lewd expression. Of course, Atlas doesn't rely too much on his devil fruit abilities like you do. Zifa replied with a somewhat unfriendly tone. He has always criticized Kizuru for neglecting his physical skills. In his eyes, Kizuru's talent should exceed Akainu's. But his laid-back attitude has made Zifa feel that he is wasting his talent. Thus, Zifa has always had a bit of a grudge against Kizuru. Hey, Zifa-sensei, don't say that. The power of the devil fruit can also make one a top-tier powerhouse. Don't be too harsh. Kizaru continued with that annoying tone. All right. Enough arguing. Let's watch the matches. Sengoku quickly interjected, not wanting to be caught in the middle of their quarrel on his rare day off. On the training ground, Shuzwa has already started to group the participants for each arena with the list in hand. Arena 1, Smoker versus Tina. Arena 2, Bruce versus Herbert. There are a total of 10 arenas in the training ground, enough to complete the assessments within a day. Chapter 41, Life Return. God of War arm on Arena number 1. Smoker and Tina were already locked in battle. Both Smoker and Tina were fruit users, and their personal fighting styles leaned towards the use of their abilities. However, Tina had not yet mastered Haki, putting Smoker in a naturally advantageous position. It must be said that Logia users can forcibly hold their own against anyone. Smoke, White Fist, Iron Shield. Smoker and Tina were very familiar with each other, understanding each other's fighting habits and styles well. However, in terms of basic physical fitness, Smoker was definitely slightly stronger. Iron Barrier. Countless black iron branches attempted to tightly surround Smoker. However, Smoker transformed into his elemental form to dodge this attack. In fact, if the black barrier could completely wrap around Smoker, his elemental form might not be able to escape. Soru. The two of them used Soru to close the distance in a tacit agreement, but Smoker's physique was clearly superior to Tina's, giving him a slight edge in speed. Smoke, White Fist, Finger Gun. Before they could even collide, Smoker's fist shot out, and a finger gun was about to hit Tina hard. Iron Block. The thick black barrier quickly covered Tina's beautiful figure, causing Smoker's incoming finger gun to return empty-handed. Since the last lesson from Atlas, Smoker had chosen to practice finger gun. Soru, and Iron Block, while Tina mainly trained in Iron Block, Soru, and paper drawing. At this stage, Galefoot and Moonwalk were still somewhat challenging for them, as these two techniques are related to Soru and require a very high level of leg strength. Bang, bang, bang. After several collisions, Tina's attacks were inevitably dodged by Smoker's elemental transformation. Oh, what a scary little brother, a Logia user. That tone can only belong to Kizuru, truly an old trickster. The lower limit of a Logia devil fruit is still very high. Sengoku nodded in agreement from his side. In fact, the outcome of this battle was already clear. Although Smoker's Logia was once regarded as a disgrace among Logia users, its unreasonable degree should not be underestimated. As expected, the ultimate victor of the battle was Smoker. However, Smoker's image wasn't much better. His clothes had basically turned into strips, and bloodstains covered his body, making him look a bit tragic. As time progressed, the assessment was nearing its end, but there was still no arrangement for Atlas's opponent. It was unclear what Zephyr's thoughts were. Atlas, center of the arena. Atlas was momentarily stunned, then understood. After all, the commotion he caused during battle was too great, and the arena could no longer satisfy the needs of the venue. As for who his opponent was, Atlas had some guesses in his mind. Under the gaze of the entire audience, Atlas slowly walked to the center of the arena, facing the bare-chested Ryoso, who obviously didn't want to ruin another set of clothes. Atlas quietly watched Ryoso, his eyes filled with eagerness. After all, in nearly a year, he had fought Ryoso the most times, but had never truly defeated him. However, the outcome this time should be different. This kid is actually so strong now. Ryoso has to step down personally. Sengoku was somewhat surprised, clearly busy with official duties, and had not paid too much attention to Atlas. Besides, he was very reassured about his old comrade Zephyr. Don't worry, whether Ryoso can win is still uncertain. Zephyr was clearly pleased. After all, nothing was more prideful than showcasing a talented student in front of an old comrade. Soru. Atlas and Ryoso began their assault in perfect sync, clearly planning to engage in close combat. Atlas also didn't take advantage, choosing to give up using swordsmanship for ranged attacks. Iron block fist shatter. A flurry of fist shadows attacked Ryoso, who remained calm. A flash of red light appeared in his eyes, and he activated observation haki. Paper drawing, soft mud. Suddenly, Ryoso's body moved like a puddle of soft mud, easily weaving through Atlas's fist shadows. Seeing this, Atlas decided not to waste effort, directly stepping back and forming his hands into gun shapes. Flying finger gun Gatling. Vacuum bullets erupted uncontrollably, creating explosive sounds in the air due to their immense kinetic energy. Iron block, steel armament. Ryoso's pupils contracted, his blood flow quickened. An armament haki covered his entire body. The flying finger guns continuously struck Ryoso's dark body, creating sparks, but the tremendous force still caused Ryoso to stagger backward. In fact, Ryoso had no choice. Zephyr had told him when teaching haki that covering the entire body with haki was very foolish since a person's total haki is limited. Such behavior would either reduce the defensive power for those who had insufficient haki training or consume too much haki. However, Atlas's flying finger guns were too dense and rapid, with considerable power, so Ryoso had to use a lot of haki to maintain his fighting state. Gale foot chaos. Soru. Ryoso was unwilling to be a passive target. He lifted his right foot, and chaotic vacuum slashes densely attacked Atlas while his body quickly approached Atlas using Soru. Bring it on. Ha ha ha. Atlas laughed loudly, relying on his powerful mastery of iron block to withstand Ryoso's gale foot. Clear bloodstains appeared on Atlas's body, then slowly faded into less noticeable white marks. This, Sengoku in the stands was somewhat surprised. Although he had known from intelligence that Atlas's self-healing ability was monstrous, he didn't expect it to be this extreme. However, Ryoso was not surprised at all. He had seen it all before and quickly closed the distance to Atlas, attempting to land a heavy blow. Life return. Iron block God of War arm. Facing Ryoso's assault, Atlas did not dodge. His raised right arm suddenly expanded, and the sleeves of his clothing turned into countless fragments. The dark green fist collided head-on with the rushing Ryoso. This God of War arm was a result of his recent training in Life Return. He had already been able to infuse his consciousness into his arm. Although Life Return was not yet complete, it was a small achievement. The explosive power caught Ryoso off guard. Despite the defense granted by armament haki, this terrifying force still sent Ryoso flying. Good kid, you really surprised me, haha. Zephyr laughed heartily. Sengoku beside him was left speechless. After all, Atlas had already given him a great surprise today. The strongest justice. Sengoku was somewhat lost in thought. Perhaps this kid could really achieve it. Chapter 42. Real Combat Marineford, New Recruit Camp. What a terrifying power. In the center of the training ground, Shiotsu slowly got up, feeling complicated. He didn't know how many times he had said this since he met Atlas. Every battle with Atlas made him feel this overwhelming force. I lost. Congratulations, Atlas. Shiotsu felt a bit dejected, but was also happy for Atlas. I concede, Instructor Swordsman, Atlas said humbly. Thanks to Swordsman's sparring, his strength had progressed so rapidly, he certainly wouldn't take advantage of this moment. Moreover, they were not in a fight to the death. It was enough to understand the gap between them. In March of the year 1504 in the Sea Circle, at the main base's new recruit camp training ground, a young man about 8 meters tall, with a determined expression, stood in the center of the training ground. His smoothly defined muscles fit perfectly on his body, as if he were wearing a set of battle armor, making him intimidating. Opposite him was a burly man with dark skin, whose hands were covered in a layer of dark purple haki, continuously pounding on the young man in front of him. These two were Atlas and Swordsman. Following Zifa's suggestion, Atlas shamelessly volunteered to be Swordsman's human punching bag, feeling the collision of haki and flesh. Atlas's understanding of haki deepened. He had a premonition that with just one opportunity, his haki would awaken completely. All right, today should be the day for real combat training. Let's stop here. Swordsman slowly withdrew his haki and said to the enjoying Atlas. Real combat training was a project for the second year in the Navy's new recruit camp. In the first year, a lot of resources were invested to train recruits. It was impossible to send them to the battlefield in their first year, as that would be akin to slaughter. However, recruits couldn't be nurtured in a greenhouse. So starting from the second year, they would frequently experience the brutality of war. In the original story, Zifa encountered the fool Whitebeard II and Miss Bikini while leading Ein, Bins, and others in real combat training. To protect the recruits, he was caught in a dilemma, and due to an asthma attack, he ended up losing an arm. Lads, we're about to arrive at the Sabaody archipelago. A scarred man with an open collar stood at the bow of the ship, holding a spiked club, laughing recklessly at the crowd of pirates below. Oh, ha ha, we are coming to the new world. Captain, let's first pull Whitebeard down from the throne of the world's strongest. Ha ha ha. Of course, the captain is a pirate supernova with a bounty of 90 million. The group of pirates laughed heartily, confident that a man on their ship could become the pirate king. At the Marine headquarters, Marine Fort Port, a line of serious-looking Navy soldiers stood at the front of the port, led by the chief instructor of the new recruit camp. Zifa, recruits, justice must be watered with blood. Today, I will lead you in this year's first real combat training project. This is not an exercise, it's a bloody battlefield. Zifa's gaze swept over the faces of the new recruits, then continued. Our target this time is the Mad Dog Pirates, led by the pirate Supernova Diaz with a bounty of 90 million, first mate Carlos with a bounty of 55 million, and second mate Bahara with a bounty of 50 million belly, with other pirates having various bounties. This is all the information I can provide you. Soon, under Zifa's leadership, the new recruits moved towards the Sabaody archipelago. Teacher Zifa, are we going to the Sabaody archipelago? Atlas leaned against the ship's railing and asked Zifa with a smile. That's right. According to the information, the Mad Dog crew is planning to dive from Sabaody to Fishman Island to head to the New World. After all, this is a tradition among pirates. Zifa replied with a smile. Is there any other information about them? Haha. Alice was a bit curious. To be honest, this bounty pirate didn't really attract him. But Zifa must have some deeper meaning in choosing this pirate crew as their target. Ha. You'll have to find out for yourself, after all. You can't expect every piece of information to be accurate in future missions. Zifa laughed at the eager-to-know Atlas. True, Atlas said, no longer probing. After all, he wasn't afraid of a mere 90 million bounty pirate, no matter how unpredictable things could be. Report to Chief Instructor Zifa. We've spotted the Mad Dog Pirates ahead. A Navy soldier shouted from the lookout tower. Good. Continue forward. On the other side, aboard the Mad Dog Pirates ship, the scarred Diaz squinted at the approaching Navy warship, revealing a cruel expression. Lads, the Navy is coming. This is a gift for me to enter the new world. Ha. He felt that his bounty was a bit low, and perhaps by slaughtering this warship, his bounty could go up. Soon, the warship and the pirate ship came alongside each other not far from the Sabaody archipelago. Lads, kill all these Navy men for me. Diaz grinned at the Navy, holding his spike club on his shoulder. Although he noticed Zifa's presence, he didn't recognize the former Marine Admiral since Zifa had long retired and stayed behind the scenes. New recruits, This battle is entirely up to you. Shave. As soon as Zifa finished speaking, Atlas used Shave to rush towards Diaz as the strongest among the recruits. He naturally took it upon himself to confront Captain Diaz. As for the bounty of over 50 million for the first mate, he would leave that to Smoker and the others. Bang! Is that iron? Before Diaz could react, Atlas's fist struck him. However, what puzzled Atlas was that he didn't feel the sensation of penetrating flesh. Instead, it felt like hitting a block of steel, although it was just a casual strike. It shouldn't be without effect. You brat, I'm a Paramecia steel fruit user, haha. Diaz was surprised by Atlas's speed, but relying on his devil fruit. He was not afraid. Since he obtained the steel fruit, no one had ever broken through his defense. Iron fist technique, piercing. Boom! A massive fist struck Diaz again. Although he didn't understand why people in the pirate world like to leak their information to enemies, Atlas wasn't the type to waste time talking. He directly used the Iron Fist technique to teach him a lesson. Chapter 43, Armament Haki, Awakening Steel fruit? I thought it was tofu fruit. Atlas looked at the corpse of Diaz on the ground and said mockingly. Soon, the battle between hunter and prey came to an end, as rows of Navy personnel came and went to count the spoils. Unfortunately, they did not find any valuable items such as devil fruits or famous swords. After all, the latter was fine, but the former was usually consumed immediately upon acquisition. Devil fruits could quickly be converted into combat power. Although the black market price was 100 million berries, they were often available but not in demand. How is it, Atlas, your armament Haki? On the warship? Zifa asked Atlas, who had a calm expression. Atlas was not surprised. After all, this was to be expected. With his current physique and determination, awakening armament Haki was just a matter of time. On suddenly awakened, Atlas said as he raised his arm, and black-red Haki rapidly wrapped around it, resembling a blood-stained arm armor. The intensity of this armament Haki just awakened, and already, Zifa was somewhat surprised. Atlas's armament Haki quality was nothing like that of someone who had just awakened. But thinking of Atlas's monstrous physique, it made sense. Let's go. There's an uninhabited island ahead. Let's try your armament Haki. Atlas was somewhat tempted. If he could receive Zifa's guidance right after awakening, then he would have a clearer direction for his future training. However, they couldn't just start fighting on the warship. With their current physiques, although they hadn't reached the exaggerated level of being able to destroy an island with a single blow, a mere warship was not enough for them to wreak havoc. Soon, the warship docked at the uninhabited island, and the other Navy personnel did not go ashore, merely observing from a ship, as they did not want to be accidentally harmed by the battle between the two. Teacher Zifa, I'm going to use all my strength. Be careful. Atlas grinned, covering his hands with armament Haki, his leg muscles tensed, and his body fascia pulled to the limit. Razor. Life return iron block war god arm. Ha ha ha. Come on, little brat. Don't underestimate me. Zifa also laughed heartily, his smile revealing absolute confidence. After all, he was the Navy's top combat force. Black arm Zifa. Bang! The black-red fist, resembling that of a giant, swiftly collided with Zifa's petite fist, which sparkled with black-purple light, creating waves of air, and the ground immediately cracked with jagged fissures centered around the two. Ha ha ha! Refreshing. Bang! 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 After several heavy collisions, Atlas had only slightly retreated, feeling no discomfort at all in his body. Good lad, such a strong armament Haki. Come, let me see your limits. Zifa was also delighted, raising his fist to strike at Atlas. However, something strange happened. Zifa's fist had not yet touched Atlas, but Atlas seemed to sense a force rushing towards him. Armament Haki release. Atlas's expression darkened. No matter how strong his newly awakened armament Haki was, he was still only at the hardening stage in terms of technique. Haha, that's right. Feel the second stage of armament Haki. Atlas said nothing, quickly crossing his arms in front of him, a large amount of armament Haki covering him. His feet firmly gripping the ground, his waist slightly sinking. Boom! A tremendous impact sent Atlas flying over 10 meters, but his form showed no change. He merely plowed a long ditch into the ground. Razor. Atlas did not pause, and the ground he stepped on instantly formed a large pit, and in a moment, he approached Zifa again. Iron block boxing 100 penetrations. This was a technique Atlas had developed specifically to deal with hockey users. Although it couldn't compare to Liu Ying's terrifying penetration power, it could still cause Zifa a bit of trouble. After Zifa exchanged punches with Atlas again, he noticed something unusual. It felt as if a force penetrated his armament hockey defense and directly impacted his fist, but this little penetration was basically ineffective for him, like being bitten by a mosquito. That's quite a good technique. Zifa also didn't understand how Atlas developed these strange techniques, but they often had surprising effects. Just like this under penetrations, if it were someone else, they might have to drink a pot. You must know that in a battle between strong opponents, even a second of distraction can tilt the scales of victory. Teacher Zifa, try this, Atlas said with a smirk, his dense armament hockey quickly covering his entire body without any gaps, resembling a black-red armor. 2 black lines extended from the corners of his eyes to his neck, revealing a kind of eerie beauty, and Atlas's body rapidly compressed, directly becoming 2 meters and 5 centimeters tall. Teacher Zifa, I haven't fully developed this move yet. I hope you can guide me. The combination of hockey and life return? Zifa murmured as he looked at the little guy before him. Zifa was 48 meters tall. Swish. In this form, Atlas seemed completely unaffected by gravity, and under the terrifying speed granted by the rabbit talisman, it seemed even light couldn't capture his figure. Like a specter in the dark night. Zifa's heart tightened, and his body immediately tensed. His observation hockey quickly locked onto Atlas's figure, but it was too late. Armament iron block boxing heavy hammer. Atlas's fist suddenly swelled, smashing towards Zifa like a war hammer. The part of his arm in contact with the air, even igniting flames due to the intense friction. Zifa felt a suffocating shadow, seemingly blocking his heart. But he still gritted his teeth and used hockey to defend. Boom! A tremendous sound spread from the island. Even the Navy personnel on the warship felt a ringing in their ears and a subsequent wave of dizziness. As the dust settled, 2 figures stood in opposition. One large and one small, evenly matched. Cough, cough, cough. Suddenly, Zifa slowly bent down his tall frame, starting to breathe heavily, his face gradually turning red. Atlas noticed something was off. Logically, the recent battle shouldn't have consumed much of Zifa's stamina, but he suddenly frowned, as if recalling something. Godspeed, Razor. Atlas quickly returned to the warship, ignoring the astonished gazes of everyone, and rushed into Zifa's room, smashing the door without opening it. Chapter 44, Early Graduation in the year 1504 of the Sea Circle calendar, in the waters near the Shambadi archipelago on an unknown small island. Atlas administered the asthma medication to Zephyr, gently patting his sturdy back. Finally, Zephyr's complexion gradually calmed down, and his breathing began to return to normal. It turned out that Zephyr had just experienced an asthma attack, leaving him weak and exhausted. Fortunately, Atlas seemed to have heard that Zephyr had asthma before, so he quickly retrieved the medication from the ship. Normally, Zephyr would carry medication with him, but he had lost it during their recent scuffle. In the new recruits camp, in Zephyr's office. Teacher Zephyr, about that day, Atlas asked with some concern. It had been a week since their practical training, and although he had fought Zephyr to a standstill in the final blow, he would not be arrogant enough to think he had reached the highest combat strength of the camp. It's nothing, just an old problem, Zephyr replied nonchalantly. He had seen doctors about his asthma, but the accumulated hidden injuries from his youth had made it a condition that was beyond medical help. Hearing this, Atlas did not say more. After all, Zephyr was a former admiral of the Navy and the current chief instructor of the new recruits, enjoying medical resources far beyond what he could imagine. Not wanting to continue on that topic, Zephyr recalled their last battle and asked, "How long do you think you can maintain that state from last time?" I should be able to maintain it for a long time. Atlas answered somewhat uncertainly. If I'm not mistaken, the technique you developed is a combination of life, return, and hockey, right? It should consume a lot of hockey and stamina. Ah, that's right, and my life return is not yet fully mastered, so it might lack some power. As for stamina and hockey consumption, I'm not too worried. I feel that my hockey is significantly greater than that of an average person. As Atlas spoke, he covered his entire body with hockey and continued, "I feel like I can endure a fight like this for several days and nights without issue." Upon hearing this, Zephyr's pupils constricted, and a look of shock unconsciously appeared on his face. You remind me of someone, a pirate with extremely high talent. Oh, who? Douglas Bullet. Bullet? Atlas was somewhat unfamiliar. He did not recall such a character from the original story. Bullet, known as the Demon's Heir, was a member of the Roger Pirates. In the year 1499 of the Sea Circle calendar, when he was 22, the Navy issued a demon-slaying order against him. He was ultimately defeated due to exhaustion, and at that time, Garp and Sengoku were also involved in the capture. He is now imprisoned in Level 6 of Impelled Down. His physical talent is comparable to yours and possesses an extremely terrifying amount of haki. Zephyr said with a serious expression. Although he did not participate in the battle back then, he was very surprised by the outcome from what Sengoku and Garp had recounted. One could only say that he truly deserved the title of heir of the demon. Although Atlas was surprised, he felt no fear. After all, these people were merely stepping stones on his path to becoming the strongest. So, never underestimate anyone. This sea is never short of monsters. Zephyr warned sternly. Yes, Teacher Zephyr. Atlas was not the kind of person to underestimate others. He understood that even a lion must use all its strength to catch a rabbit. Teacher Zephyr, I have one more thing to report to you. Knock, knock, knock. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. New recruit Atlas, reporting to Admiral Sengoku. Atlas walked to Sengoku's desk and gave a standard military salute. Hearing the voice, Sengoku reluctantly looked up from his documents, adjusting his frog glasses, still resembling his usual messy-haired, braided beard self. What can I do for you, Captain Atlas? Sengoku asked, somewhat puzzled. Normally, Atlas should still be in the new recruits training period, and they should not have any current interactions. Reporting to Admiral Sengoku, new recruit Atlas requests to graduate early after the new year. Oh, can you tell me the reason? I believe the new recruits camp no longer has much to offer for my growth and strength. For me now, combat is the best nourishment, and I am ready to step onto the world stage. After a pause, Atlas continued with a smile. Moreover, I think the pirates would be very eager for the arrival of fear. Thump, thump, thump. Sengoku slowly tapped the desk, his eyes flickering with wisdom as he considered what impact Atlas's appearance would have on his plans. As the intelligent general of the Navy, Sengoku could not issue any orders lightly. Every move he made was closely tied to countless lives around the world. All right, I understand. Have you consulted with Zephyr about this? After a moment, Sengoku finally pulled himself out of his thoughts and asked slowly. It is important to know that Zephyr is the chief instructor of the new recruits. An early graduation must be approved by him. I have already discussed it with Teacher Zephyr, and he fully supports my decision. Atlas had prepared for this. He came at Zephyr's request, and Zephyr had also received news about Sengoku's strategic deployment in the New World. Sengoku understood. It seemed Atlas had grown restless after spending 2 years in the new recruits camp. A man like this ultimately belonged on the brutal battlefield. After listening to Atlas's words, Sengoku had already made plans for Atlas's direction after graduation. All right, you can leave for now. I will notify you of the content of your graduation trial later. In fact, Atlas initially told Zephyr that he planned to graduate from the new recruits camp immediately, as he believed he had learned everything he needed. His armament haki had already awakened, and staying in the new recruits camp was just a waste of time. It would be better to go out and gain experience, which might even further refine his armament haki. However, Zephyr outright rejected his proposal, believing that his armament haki had just awakened and that he needed to master some basic applications before he could officially graduate. Moreover, Atlas's life return was still not at the right level. Currently, he could only infuse his consciousness into his arms. Staying in the training camp would allow Zephyr to provide him with some advice on this aspect. Once Atlas completely masters life return, he would essentially be able to roam freely in paradise and would have the strength to fight even against the powerful pirates of the New World. Chapter 45. The City of Water, 7-year graduation trial location this time, is the G8 Fortress, and the commander is Major General Jonathan. Although there are rumors outside that the G8 Fortress is a large and inappropriate fortress, you should not underestimate Jonathan. Once you get there, just ask him for guidance. In the waters near Marineford, a speedboat flying the Navy flag sped through the deserted sea. Atlas, somewhat bored, was steering the speedboat. His destination was the G8 fortress, where he would undergo his graduation trial for the next 3 months. According to past practices, the headquarters would normally send a warship to escort the new recruits to their assigned ships. However, Atlas's situation was somewhat special. He had applied for early graduation, and the headquarters could not send a warship specifically to pick him up. Moreover, the warlord was confident in Atlas's abilities, so under his decision, Atlas was assigned a decommissioned Navy speedboat as his means of transportation. When will this broken boat reach the G8 fortress? Atlas thought to himself, feeling somewhat speechless. After all, even a decommissioned speedboat shouldn't be this useless. Feeling bored, Atlas casually picked up the nautical chart next to him. This chart was specially surveyed by the Navy, far more precise than any chart available on the market. After all, every Navy personnel risked their lives to uphold justice, and sometimes a detailed nautical chart could be a lifeline. Justice Island was just ahead, which was the city of Water 7. It would be a good opportunity to upgrade this broken boat, Atlas silently planned, then took out the permanent pointer to Water 7 that Zephyr had given him before leaving. Water 7 was the Navy's designated shipyard, home to some of the world's finest shipwrights. Many pirate ships had also been produced there. However, Atlas wondered if the sea train had been completed yet. As time ticked by, after a few days of sailing, Atlas finally began to see the general outline of Water 7. The main part of the city's buildings presented a circular fortress shape, showcasing a distinctly Islamic architectural style. At the top was a massive fountain, maintained by a unique ocean current that kept it operational. The entire island resembled a stronghold, with 7 large thoroughfares above, allowing various ships to enter Water 7. Additionally, there were ports beside the thoroughfares for ships to dock. Due to its unique status, Water 7 was bustling with people, making a melting pot of various individuals. Thus, even though Atlas was in Navy uniform, he did not stand out too much. Of course, if any foolish pirates wanted to cause trouble, Atlas wouldn't mind adding a notch to his military achievements. However, Atlas did not enter through these 7 waterways. Instead, following Zephyr's advice to avoid the front, he headed toward the direction of the abandoned shipyard in Water 7. Unlike the abandoned shipyard in Atlas's memory, the current shipyard was piled high with various materials and debris, appearing somewhat dilapidated and desolate. Perhaps the Frankie family had not yet been established, resulting in a bit of chaos. The abandoned shipyard was once the site of Water 7's largest shipbuilding factory, Tom's Workshop, but it was condemned to death by the world government after being revealed as the manufacturer of Roger's ship. However, Tom requested to complete the sea train before facing his fate, and the world government agreed, stating that if he finished on time, his death sentence would be commuted. After landing on the abandoned shipyard, Atlas was approached by a blue-haired boy wearing only red underwear, who appeared to be around the same age as Atlas. He looked at Atlas's Navy uniform with some wariness and said, "Who are you? We don't provide shipbuilding services here." Fram, that's what he used to be called, had no good feelings toward the world government, even though the Navy was just one of its subordinate organizations. "Huh, kid, are you the one in charge here? I'm here to find Mr. Tom," Atlas said to the strange boy. He had considered buying a new speedboat, but due to his financial constraints, he had to come here and try his luck, hoping that Tom might take a liking to him and help fix his boat. "What do you want with Tom?" "He's not here." Fram's face flashed with a hint of panic upon hearing that someone was looking for Tom. But he cleverly did not reveal his apprentice relationship with Tom, hoping to send Atlas away. "Well, I'm looking for Mr. Tom to help me modify my boat." Of course, Tom's apprentice would be fine too, Atlas replied, casting a meaningful glance at the somewhat stiff Fram. "Ah yes, I am Tom's prized apprentice, Fram." Realizing his little secret had been exposed, Fram stopped hiding and stated his identity directly. "However, we don't have time to modify your boat." In truth, Fram wasn't intentionally making things difficult for Atlas. It was just that Tom was currently busy building the sea train, and Fram had been helping out. This was a big deal that related to Tom's livelihood, and even if Tom himself didn't care, his apprentices could not take it lightly. Well, all right then. Sorry to bother you, kid." Upon hearing this, Atlas no longer pressed Fram. He wasn't the type to force others, since the other party had declined so straightforwardly. Atlas could only think of other ways. Perhaps there would be a kind-hearted pirate willing to lend a hand, Atlas thought to himself as a form of self-comfort. Wait a minute, Navy guy, I can help you modify your boat. Just as Atlas was about to turn and leave, a deep male voice came from behind Fram. Atlas squinted his eyes and carefully examined the man in front of him, who had blue-purple hair, a bit of stubble on his chin, and was wearing a dirty shipworker's outfit, clearly just having stepped away from work. However, a white mouse head poked out from the pocket of his black work clothes, making it look a bit odd. What a strange combination, Atlas thought to himself. Bingshan. Fram was somewhat puzzled, not understanding why Bingshan had come, as he was about to send this Navy person away. Hello, my name is Bingshan, and I am Master Tom's apprentice. Bingshan did not give Fram a chance to ask questions and slowly extended his rough palm toward Atlas. Chapter 46, G8 Branch. My name is Kanos Atlas, Lieutenant of the Navy Headquarters. Atlas approached Iceberg without hesitation and shook his hand, then looked at the man with some confusion, quietly waiting for his words. TCH Flam, who was standing nearby, snorted disdainfully, clearly looking down on Atlas's rank. Atlas didn't mind. As for his position, he estimated that after reporting back to the headquarters, he would officially be appointed to a new rank. Your Excellency Atlas, I can help you modify your ship for free, but I hope you will agree to one condition. Iceberg ignored the unhappy Flam beside him and explained. Oh, what is it? Atlas was curious. Normally, as a mere lieutenant, he wouldn't be able to help them much. Tom mostly dealt with high-level matters like the world government and Roger. I hope that if one day we are not around, Your Excellency Atlas can help look after Flam. Hey, what nonsense are you talking about, Iceberg? Flam was not having it and said in exasperation. Then why does Mr. Iceberg choose to entrust such a small lieutenant to me? Atlas had to admire Iceberg's insight and foresight. Although the world government had granted Tom amnesty, he was still somewhat skeptical of their credibility. A strong person. I sense the capacity of a strong person in you. Oh, is that so? Then I will leave my ship to you. I will come and pick it up in 3 days. But I must clarify one thing. I am a Navy. After saying that, he didn't care whether Iceberg understood or not and turned to leave. He needed to find a place to wait for his ship to be modified. Who needs you, you arrogant guy, to take care of them? Flam's frustrated voice came from behind Atlas. 3 days later, still at the abandoned ship island, Atlas met with Iceberg as promised, but that little brat Flam didn't come along. The two tacitly avoided discussing the conditions from that day. It was a gentleman's agreement, and Iceberg believed Atlas would honor it. Let's go. Your speedboat is still parked in the same place. The two met without any small talk and went straight to the place where Atlas's speedboat was docked. Soon, Atlas saw the speedboat he had been yearning for. It was completely different from the one he had before. The pure white color resembled a small yacht, as Atlas remembered it. And the layout of the boat hadn't changed much, still featuring a separate bedroom and storage room. He could only say that the appearance was vastly different from the previous boat, but Atlas couldn't immediately discern the power system he wanted to modify. So he turned slightly and looked at Iceberg with some confusion. Your hull is too small to accommodate a new power system, so I installed some impact shells at the stern. However, the material of the hull is what it is, so it may not withstand the impact of the shells for too long. Iceberg glanced at Atlas, afraid he didn't know what an impact shell was, and continued to explain. This impact shell is produced in the White Sea of Sky Island, and it's rarely circulated in the Blue Sea, so they are somewhat scarce and expensive. No problem. I don't need to drive for too long anyway. Atlas waved his hand dismissively. He only needed it for the journey to the G8 branch, and it didn't matter if it broke down after arriving. Oh, by the way, what is its speed? It can reach a speed of 70 knots. So fast. Atlas was somewhat surprised. 70 knots is equivalent to about 129 kilometers per hour, meaning this small speedboat could reach a speed of 129 kilometers per hour, which was quite terrifying. With this ship's help, he would likely reach the G8 branch in no time. Indeed, sharpening the knife does not delay the chopping of firewood. It was worth the trouble he went through these past few days. Rumble, rumble. Iron Wall Fortress G8. Pirates, don't even think about getting close. 188 cannons are aimed at you. The hedgehog that maintains peace. Our pride, G8. After a few days of travel, Atlas finally reached the G8 branch. He had to say that the speedboat modification was really good, and it took much less time than he had expected. However, before entering the G8 fortress, he heard a chorus of songs. It was indeed a branch with a unique style, Atlas thought. From a front, the G8 fortress truly lived up to its name as a fortress. The entire fortress was primarily composed of a circular island, with steel-built watchtowers and various military arrangements. The entire closed loop had only one opening as the entrance and exit, with a massive steel gate blocking the exit, making it clear that once inside, escape would be impossible. As for Luffy's escape in the original work, that was purely due to the protagonist's halo. Besides the terrain, there were tight defenses in almost every corner, with more than 100 cannons mounted on the iron walls of the fortress, exuding a chilling aura. It was unclear whether there were indeed 188 cannons as mentioned in the song, but it was certainly worthy of being the Navy's G-starting branch. Hey, I'm a new recruit from the headquarters, Atlas. Admiral Sengoku sent me here for the rookie camp graduation test. Atlas shouted loudly from the speedboat to the patrolling Navy above. Huh, I'll go ask right now. The Navy on patrol above, hearing it was Admiral Sengoku's order, immediately did not dare to be negligent and hurried to report to his superiors, but did not directly open the gate for Atlas. That was a military base directly controlled by the Navy headquarters. How could they just open the gates with a few words? Soon, a burly man wearing a Navy hat and Navy justice coat appeared above the fortress, looking somewhat anxious. Upon arrival, he rushed forward, almost half his body leaning out of the fortress, and Atlas was genuinely worried he might fall. Hey, are you Lieutenant Kano's Atlas? That's me. Please open the gate and let me in. Atlas replied calmly. Boom. With his words barely finished, the massive steel gate slowly rose from the water, just enough to leave an opening for Atlas's speedboat to enter. Hello, Lieutenant Atlas. I'm Drake, serving as a major at this fortress. If you have any questions, feel free to ask. Teacher Zephyr personally instructed me. Drake looked at the young man before him with some emotion, unable to believe that this was the monster capable of rivaling a vice admiral as described by Zephyr. Thinking of himself, he suddenly felt like he had lived his whole life like a dog. Chapter 47. Major General Jonathan Drake Atlas was a bit confused. Wasn't that the name of the fallen Major General in the future? By rights, he should still be suffering abuse on his undercover father's ship at this time, right? Moreover, that guy didn't seem to look like this, so it was probably just a coincidence of having the same name. Ah, hello, Major Drake. I look forward to your guidance. Atlas came to his senses and quickly greeted the mustached major. Then let me take you to your arranged accommodation to rest first. Drake was clearly an impatient person. Without waiting for a few pleasantries with Atlas, he hurriedly led him toward the dormitory. After about half an hour, Atlas finally arrived at the dormitory building. As for the accommodation, Drake had arranged a single room for Atlas, as he had some instructions from Zephyr, which would give Atlas a bit of preferential treatment. Considering that Atlas had traveled a long way to reach the fortress, Drake briefly mentioned some precautions before bidding farewell to Atlas. After washing up a bit, Atlas casually removed his clothes and collapsed onto the bed. After all, he hadn't had a good sleep for several days, and even a superhuman body couldn't withstand that. As night fell, black became the main theme. The G8 fortress was still brightly lit, and soldiers were patrolling in an orderly manner. Just after waking up, Atlas stretched comfortably and, looking at the G8 fortress under the night sky, decided to go to the cafeteria for dinner first, then wander around to familiarize himself with the environment, as this would be his home for the next 3 months. Thus, Atlas quickly ran out of the dormitory building and followed various signs to find a cafeteria. Why is it all vegetables? I don't like broccoli and carrots. What was the second rule of the 8th Division? I know, look, I've eaten it. Just as Atlas approached the cafeteria door, he heard a conversation between a man and a woman that made him pause. Normally, there shouldn't be many people at the restaurant at this time. However, Atlas didn't mind. After all, there are all kinds of strange people in the world, and maybe they just like to eat dinner this late. With that thought, Atlas pushed open the restaurant's big door. At the dining table sat a man and a woman. The man had wine-red hair, a thick mustache, and a square face, wearing a naval uniform, while the woman was very beautiful, wearing a chef's hat, looking like she was part of the cafeteria's kitchen staff. But they appear to be very close. Seeing the door open from outside, Jonathan and Jessica immediately showed surprised expressions. They had specifically chosen this time when there were no people in the restaurant. Hey, you there? Navy guy, are you new? Do you know the rules of the fortress? Jessica, seeing Atlas enter, questioned him a bit aggressively. Meanwhile, Jonathan, sitting beside her, seemed to be lost in thought, his eyes rolling as he looked Atlas up and down. My name is Carnos Atlas, a new recruit from the headquarters. As for the fortress rules? Sorry, it's my first day here, I don't know. Major General Jonathan, Atlas said, somewhat puzzled, as Major Drake had not mentioned any fortress rules to him either. The reason he recognized Jonathan at first glance was not that he had seen him before, but rather the shoulder insignia on Jonathan's justice coat told him that he was the only major general in the entire fortress. First, wash your hands before meals. Second, absolutely no leftover food. Third, no work talk during meals. Fourth, you must brush your teeth after eating. Young man, you haven't washed your hands yet, Jonathan said playfully. Yes, Atlas replied loudly, then walked straight to the kitchen sink. He was someone who preferred to adapt to local customs. Since he had come to the G8 fortress, he would abide by its rules. Excuse me, Chef Miss, could you please prepare a hearty dinner for me? After washing his hands, Atlas said somewhat sheepishly, as his stomach was already protesting strongly. As for whether he would offend this seemingly formidable lady, Atlas couldn't care less, even though she looked like either Jonathan's girlfriend or wife. Ah, you can just call me Jessica. As for the food, please sit down and wait. I'll prepare it for you right away. Fortunately, this chef named Jessica was quite understanding, and she didn't seem as fierce as she appeared, at least as a chef. She was undoubtedly very competent, which relieved Atlas a bit. Ugh, this is really bad-tasting vegetables. Jonathan couldn't help but frown and complain when he saw Jessica leave, but his hands kept moving, quickly finishing the vegetables on his plate, clearly trying to adhere to the fortress rules set by Jessica. Major General Jonathan, I want to take on a mission tomorrow to start eliminating pirates. Atlas sat down opposite Jonathan, and seeing that dinner was settled, he couldn't help but think about the upcoming graduation trial. Well, what was the third rule of the division, young man? Jonathan did not answer Atlas's question, but instead asked about the fortress rules that had just been laid out. Atlas raised an eyebrow at this, and then fell silent, quietly waiting for dinner. After a satisfying meal, let's go, kid, follow me to a place. Seeing Atlas clear the food from the table like a whirlwind, Jonathan stood up and motioned for Atlas to follow him. Thus, Atlas watched as Jonathan took out fishing rods from the office and ran to a corner of the fortress to fish. Ah, sorry, I only have one fishing rod here. Hope you don't mind. Jonathan looked at Atlas, who was empty-handed, scratching his head and laughing. Hey, Major General Jonathan, you don't look like you're embarrassed at all. Atlas couldn't help but complain in his heart, but what came out of his mouth was completely different. No problem, Major General Jonathan, I don't really like fishing. Ha, that's good, but kid, Jonathan squinted his eyes and continued, I never fish for free. Then about my mission. Atlas didn't understand what Jonathan meant, but he still picked up the question that had been interrupted in the cafeteria. Well, go find Drake tomorrow. What an impatient kid. Chapter 48 Intelligence in the first half of the Grand Line. There's a place known as Paradise. A somewhat disheveled pirate ship swayed as it sailed across the sea, its battered hull seemingly telling tales of fierce battles it had endured, while the pirate flag hanging from the thick mast was reduced to tattered rags, barely hanging on. Captain, Gallier, and the others. Their life cards have almost burned out. A guy with a white bandage wrapped around his head and bandages on his arms shouted in terror. As soon as he finished speaking, the previously quiet atmosphere on the ship was shattered, like a stone thrown into a calm lake, stirring up countless waves. And one by one, the crew could no longer contain their despair and began to cry loudly. Woo-woo, we shouldn't have gone to the New World. What kind of monsters are those? I understand, stop shouting. A rough-skinned, slightly dark-skinned, bald man impatiently stopped the noisy pirates. He seemed to be the captain of this pirate ship, but there was no sadness on his face at the news of his companions left behind, only a neutral expression with a hint of fear lingering in his not-so-large eyes. How about we just find a place to settle down and live as rich men? The captain felt somewhat weary and even contemplated retirement, not just because of the large number of injuries and the destruction of the fleet, but more due to the fear of that man, a man who resembled a devil. Meanwhile, the rest of the crew was still immersed in fear and sorrow, completely unaware that their captain planned to take the remaining treasures on the ship and live as a wealthy man. Of course, even if they knew, it would be of no use, because this is the tragedy of the week. Knock, knock, knock. The next morning, Atlas arrived at the staff office. Perhaps it was too early, as only Major Drake was present in the office at that time, but the office door was not closed. However, Atlas still politely knocked on the door. "Is there something you need, Lieutenant Atlas?" Seeing Atlas standing at the door, Drake was somewhat surprised, quickly stopping his work and curiously asking about Atlas's purpose. "Major Drake, I was summoned by Vice Admiral Jonathan." "Vice Admiral Jonathan?" Drake asked in confusion. "You just arrived at the base yesterday, and you've already met Vice Admiral Jonathan?" Atlas then briefly explained his purpose to Major Drake. "You want to leave the fortress to participate in a mission?" Drake appeared somewhat surprised. "You just settled in yesterday. Don't you need a few days to rest at the base before going on a mission?" "It's no trouble, Major Drake. I'm in great shape now and can participate in capturing pirates at any time." "Well, okay." After a moment's hesitation, Major Drake immediately began rummaging through the piles of documents on his desk. After a short while, Drake shook his head apologetically. "Sorry. Because our fortress is located relatively forward in the first half of the Grand Line, it is comparatively peaceful, and we can only provide some pirate intelligence to you. There are few naval battles, but a group of pirates returning from the New World will pass near the fortress tomorrow." Drake hesitated again. "However, personally, I do not recommend you pursue this pirate group. There is a new pirate crew that just entered the Grand Line from the Four Seas. With your strength, you should be more than capable of chasing them down." Clearly, Drake was somewhat skeptical of the evaluation of Atlas's strength he heard from Zephyr, thinking it was just a teacher's habitual exaggeration of his proud student. "I want to know the intelligence on the group of pirates returning from the New World." Atlas couldn't care less about what Drake was thinking. He was too lazy to waste time dealing with such small fry. But, seeing that Drake still wanted to say something, Atlas directly snatched the intelligence from his hand, then politely thanked Drake before leaving. One arrogant kid, Drake watched Atlas's departing figure with some annoyance, but quickly turned and hurried out of the staff office towards the base commander's office. Leaving the office, Atlas naturally did not notice Drake's behavior and focused on the still warm intelligence in his hands. Ekron Pirate Group, Captain Ekron, bounty of 200 million berry. Vice Captain Wirt's bounty of 160 million, and the officer's gallier, Ibe, and Dut with bounties ranging from 50 million to 90 million. They encountered Katakuri from the big MOM pirate group in the New World, suffered a crushing defeat, and fled with injuries, with only one ship remaining from the three-ship fleet, and the crew suffering heavy casualties. The vice captain's fate is unknown, and all the officers were left in the New World. TCH, I thought there were some big pirates. Turns out they're just a pack of strays. Atlas sneered, somewhat disdainfully. It seems this group of pirates wanted to arrogantly provoke big MOM, but they were wiped out before even meeting her. This sea is always full of such self-righteous idiots. According to this group of pirates route, they are expected to pass near G8 tomorrow, so Atlas decided to head to the training ground of the fortress. The training ground of G8 Fortress is large, with thick iron plates covering the walls, floor, and ceiling, allowing for ample movement without fear of damaging the area. With Atlas's current physical strength, ordinary training could no longer meet his needs, and there were no sparring partners like Zephyr or Seiko. As for Vice Admiral Jonathan, although he and Sakazuki came from the same training camp and seemed to have a good relationship, it was unlikely that the fortress's highest-ranking officer would neglect his duties to spar with a mere lieutenant. Therefore, Atlas chose the most straightforward training method. He requested a large piece of forged steel from the logistics department to practice with his fists. Time for training always flies by quickly, and soon it was evening again. Atlas looked at the uneven steel block in front of him and the blood dripping from his hands and side. He didn't use armament hockey to cover his fists, but instead struck with pure bare fists, so his hands were caught in a cycle of injury and healing. However, this method was still quite effective. Atlas glanced at the sky outside, packed up the traces of his training, and headed towards the cafeteria, but he did not see Vice Admiral Jonathan today. Chapter 49, The Wail of the Defeated Dog at the G8 Fortress Port. A navy blue single-person speedboat quietly docked there. This speedboat was the same as the one Atlas had previously brought from headquarters, both being standard military speedboats, except that the one Atlas used to arrive at the G8 Fortress had succumbed due to the modifications made by the Shockwave shell. The speedboat in front of him was obtained by Atlas from an old man in the branch maintenance team. And Atlas had to part with several bottles of liquor to smoothly secure approval for this boat. Moments later, Atlas set out towards the fortress under the slightly tipsy morning light. The sunlight pierced through the clouds, unbiasedly spreading over the azure sea. After several hours of sailing, the massive G8 fortress was already out of sight, surrounded by emptiness, giving a sense of confusion. If I follow the route, I should be able to encounter the Eklund pirate crew soon. Atlas carefully compared the information in his mind to pass the boring time at sea. Near the G8 Fortress Sea area, a battle-damaged pirate ship swayed in the vast ocean, with a few pirates bandaged and sitting sparsely on the wide deck. Many appeared unusually pale, seemingly due to excessive blood loss. A scarred mast leaned against a cold-faced, bald, muscular man, whose complexion looked much healthier, as if his previous injuries had healed substantially. Eklund, where's our next plan? Next to the bald man was a sickly-looking pirate, who seemed to have just recovered from serious illness, but his words did not carry the same fear towards the bald man like the others. First, we'll return to the South Sea to recruit our lost crew, then consider our next steps. Eklund slowly conveyed his plan to the first mate, Vils. But Vils did not notice the fleeting ruthlessness in Eklund's eyes. Eklund, Captain. At that moment, on the only intact lookout tower on the ship, a pirate responsible for scouting suddenly changed his expression, hurriedly warning Eklund, "Not good. We've spotted the Navy at 3 o'clock. Both Eklund and Vils felt a bit tense. They knew their personnel had suffered significant losses, and their main combat power was mostly injured. Although they weren't completely out of combat capability, their ability to fight back was definitely compromised, especially now encountering the Navy. The two exchanged glances and loudly asked, "How many of them are there?" They were prepared to fight to the death, while Eklund's desire to retreat grew stronger in his heart. This sea was too cruel, and he was already weary. It seems to be. The scouting pirate hesitated. Just one Navy. What? The pirates on the ship were shocked and angry. Although they had suffered heavy losses in the New World, they were still among the top pirates in Paradise. Sending just one Navy to chase them was a bit of an insult. "Men, bring the ship closer. Let's take that guy down." Eklund opened his mouth wide in a cruel grin, a hint of brutality flashing in his eyes, as if he wanted to vent his recent frustrations on the approaching Navy. At that moment, Atlas also spotted Eklund's damaged ship and immediately leaped from a speedboat. Moonwalk. It was as if there were invisible stairs in the air. Atlas leisurely ascended, looking down at the panicking pirates on the deck. "What's the panic? It's just moonwalk," Eklund shouted. As a pirate who had reached the New World, he naturally wouldn't be intimidated by the Navy's 6 styles, and most being slightly more cautious of this young Navy officer. Though there were monsters everywhere in the New World, those who could use moonwalk in Paradise were still relatively rare. Not to mention this guy was just a captain, possibly a monster secretly trained within the Navy. "Hey, you Navy brat over there. I'm Eklund with a bounty of 200 million berries." Eklund clearly felt a bit intimidated, hoping his hefty bounty would scare Atlas away. But he obviously miscalculated the situation. The higher his bounty, the more excited Atlas became. Just a defeated dog. As soon as the words left his mouth, before Eklund could become furious, Atlas had already drawn out his sandai, Kitetsu, from his waist. One sword style, falling star. Countless massive slashes descended like meteors towards the pirate ship below, and the expressions of many pirates froze in shock at the last moment. The already damaged pirate ship was instantly shattered into countless fragments by the numerous slashes. "Bastard, I'll kill you." Looking at the wreckage of the pirate ship and the floating corpses, Eklund couldn't help but curse angrily. He certainly wasn't worried about the loss of these subordinates. People could be replaced at any time, but their remaining treasure was completely sunk to the seabed under Atlas's slashes, shattering his dreams of wealth. "Eklund, calm down." Vils, who survived, tried to restrain the furious Eklund. Now, the once large pirate crew was down to just the two of them, and they had no place to stand. Most of their bodies were soaked in water. Fortunately, neither of them was a devil fruit user. Soon, the two found a larger piece of wreckage to barely avoid the embarrassing situation of being soaked in seawater. Meanwhile, Atlas quietly watched them struggle in the air. Although using moonwalk to hover consumed a lot of stamina, it was trivial compared to Atlas's boundless physical strength. Marine, can you let us go? I just want to retire and be a wealthy man now. The calmed Eklum, having witnessed Atlas's terrifying strength, immediately began to plead. But Atlas's keen observation Haki still caught the murderous intent emanating from this guy. Huh, the wail of a defeated dog. Atlas sneered, raising Sandai Kitetsu once more. Hey, I'm willing to go to Impel Down. I surrender. Spare me. Please capture me and take me to Impel Down. Bastard Navy. I'll never let you go even in death. Damn Navy. Atlas ignored Eklum's pleas and insults. After all, who would bother arguing with a dead man? One sword style, crescent moon. Dense armament Haki clung to Sandai Kitetsu, and a crescent-shaped slash shot forth. Swish. Soon, a line of blood slowly appeared on Eklum and Vil's bodies. As the tremendous force of the slash continued backward, splitting the crimson seawater in two. The sea breeze gently blew. Suddenly, their bodies were severed at the waist along the bloodline, with their upper bodies lying on the surface of the sea, while their lower halves sat on the wreckage. From a distance, it looked like a defeated dog. Chapter 50 Rise to Fame. The scattered wreckage of ships floated on the sea. The azure waters stained a shade of crimson from blood, and dismembered bodies were everywhere. Occasionally, one or two vultures circled overhead, waiting for today's lunch. Atlas glanced at the grim surroundings, his observation Haki scanning the battlefield repeatedly. He wouldn't let a single survivor escape. He would eradicate all evil. The journey back was quite calm. After about a day of sailing, Atlas returned to the port of the G8 fortress on a refreshing morning, greeted by a gentle sea breeze. First, he went to the staff office to report to Major Drake about the specifics of the recent battle, then headed to the mess hall to have a hearty meal. He had been eating dry rations for the past 2 days and felt like his mouth was about to lose its taste. What? You single-handedly wiped out the entire Ekron pirate crew. The sound of Drake's roar came from the office. He had already prepared himself to receive news of Atlas's demise. Just yesterday, he was complaining about how willful everyone was, and even Admiral Jonathan did not oppose Atlas's mission. Unexpectedly, today Atlas surprised him. Come on, don't be so dramatic. Atlas casually said while digging in his ear. They were just a bunch of losers anyway. And that bounty was way overrated. I bet Ekron was no stranger to burning, killing, and looting. Now, tell me in detail about your combat process. Drake calmed down a bit, sat back in his office chair, and, suppressing his excitement, asked Atlas in a gentle tone. Drake was now completely convinced of Zephyr's assessment of Atlas. After all, that was a pirate with a bounty of 200 million, not to mention other pirates with varying bounties. The young man before him had single-handedly brought them to ruin, even if it was through a drawn-out fight. It was quite remarkable. As for doubting Atlas's battle achievements, nonsense. Was the Navy's intelligence agency just sitting idle? A pirate crew of that size couldn't just vanish into thin air. As the saying goes, wherever one walks, there will be traces. What was like this? I just walked over and slashed once, then another slash. Yeah, that's about it. Atlas raised his arm and gestured seriously to Drake. That's it. Drake, who was preparing to hear a long-winded explanation, found himself speechless. He had taken off his pants for this. All right, then it's settled. I'll report to Admiral Jonathan. You can go now. Drake looked at Atlas's calm face, filled with unspoken complaints. After leaving Drake's office, Atlas returned to his dormitory for a shower and then hurried to the mess hall. Perhaps it was due to the mealtime rush, but there were quite a few people coming and going in the mess hall, causing Atlas to wait a bit longer in line. When he finally got his food and was about to find a place to sit. Wow, is that the kid? He looks so young. No wonder he came from the elite training camp at headquarters. It's frighteningly impressive. The noisy discussions constantly infiltrated Atlas's ears with his current physical condition. Even without using observation Haki, he could hear any slight movement around him clearly, especially since these soldiers weren't trying to hide their chatter. After eavesdropping for a while, Atlas roughly understood why they were discussing him. It turned out Admiral Jonathan had announced his achievements throughout the fortress, and because Atlas wasn't particularly concerned with such matters, he was unaware. He could say he was already famous in the G8 fortress. After a hearty meal, Atlas sneaked out through the side door of the mess hall. He didn't want to be gawked at like a monkey. Hey, Atlas, just the person I was looking for. Admiral Jonathan wants you to come to his office. Just after leaving the mess hall, Atlas ran into Drake, who had been worried about where to find him. Yes. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. Atlas pushed the door open in response. The highest commander of the base, Admiral Jonathan, was fiddling with his beloved fishing rod. Upon seeing Atlas enter, he gently set the rod aside and placed his hands, fingers interlocked, on the desk. Well, you really are the monster that teacher Zephyr spoke of. A pirate with a bounty of 200 million was easily dealt with, Jonathan said in a calm tone. He could be considered a laid-back leader, but not in the same way as a slacker like Borsalino. Rather, he was wise and composed, with everything under his control. However, it was strange that someone like him was a close friend of a radical like Sakazuki. This showed that this seemingly ordinary admiral was definitely the kind of person who kept a low profile. Just luck, and that guy was a complete loser. Atlas said humbly, "Come on, don't be modest. I'm going to assign you a task." Jonathan waved his hand. After all, a bounty of 200 million, no matter how inflated, shouldn't be underestimated, especially since that guy came from the New World, even if he was just a pathetic failure. What task? Hearing about another mission? Atlas's expression became serious at once. Recently, several pirate crews have been lingering around Alabasta, so I hope you can check the situation. Alabasta? Isn't that outside our fortress's jurisdiction? Atlas raised an eyebrow. Ah, indeed. However, the branch responsible for that sea area sent us a distress signal. I can't just sit idly by, can I? And this matter might involve the warlords of the sea. A meaningful glint appeared in Jonathan's eyes, but his expression remained inscrutable. The warlords of the sea? That sand crocodile? Alice was somewhat surprised. The first warlord of the sea that came to mind related to Alabasta was Crocodile. Didn't he expect him to have his eyes on the underworld so soon? How did you know? Ever since that guy was taught a lesson by Whitebeard, he has gone silent. How didn't he expect to hear news of him in Alabasta again? Just don't know what he is planning. You go deal with those pirate crews and see what Crocodile is up to. All right, I will ensure the mission is completed. Chapter 51. In the year 1505 of the Sea Round Calendar, at the G8 Naval Fortress in the office of the Vice Admiral. Atlas had already left, and Jonathan, with his burgundy hair and black mustache, shifted into a comfortable position, leaning back in his chair, holding a document that had just been delivered. It was the entire process of Atlas capturing the Ekron pirate group. Not a single survivor. It really is that guy's style. Jonathan looked at the closed office door, lost in thought, unaware that the document had silently slipped from his fingers. After bidding farewell to Jonathan, Atlas went to the training room at the base and trained hard for several hours, then comfortably went to sleep, as he needed to head to Alabasta to assess the situation the next morning. Of course, he wasn't alone on this mission. Vice Admiral Jonathan had already arranged for a warship to handle the follow-up work for him. Although he was only a captain at the moment, he had temporary command over the warship. The next day, the warship set sail from the fortress port on time, heading towards Alabasta along the designated route. As for navigation, there were specialized naval navigators in charge. Although navigators were a rare resource at sea, this was due to the generally low education levels in the pirate world, where even literacy was uncommon. However, the Navy had a complete educational system, training soldiers with poor physical talents in administrative roles, making the Navy the strongest force at sea. It's still more comfortable to have someone else steer the ship. Atlas stretched out, reminiscing about his days adrift at sea, where not only was the food poor, but he also had no one to talk to. Lieutenant, how long until we reach Alabasta? The lieutenant was specifically assigned to him by Jonathan and held the same rank as Atlas, also a lieutenant. He was quite confused by the hierarchy at G8 Fortress. The highest officer was Vice Admiral Jonathan, but the second in command was merely a major. Yes, that guy Drake. Atlas even speculated whether Jonathan wanted to take it easy, thus promoting Drake to the second in command to help handle the busy affairs, allowing him to leisurely fish by himself. Report, Captain. We are 3 days away from Alabasta. The lieutenant estimated the time and reported a rough figure to Atlas. Captain, yes, this is Atlas's current temporary position. Then I'll go stay in the training room for a while. You keep a close watch on the situation of the warship. Call me if there's a problem. Yes. That night, Atlas timed his exit from the training room perfectly to coincide with mealtime. Suddenly, the ship began to shake violently beneath his feet. and a strong sense of turbulence overwhelmed him, causing many sailors to let out cries of alarm. "What's going on?" Atlas forgot about dinner and immediately ran to the deck to check the cause. "Captain, we've detected an attack from a sea king," the lieutenant, seeing that Atlas had finished training, quickly reported. Upon hearing this, a red light flashed in Atlas's eyes. Observation Haki, activate. In his perception, a massive figure was swimming back and forth beneath the dark sea surface, and the surging waves were constantly rolling, causing the warship to rock with the swell. Suddenly, the lurking Sea King, like a shark sensing blood, launched an attack on Atlas's ship. Under the intense beam of the warship's searchlight, Atlas finally got a clear look at the Sea King attacking them. It was a Sea King resembling a tiger fish covered in tiger stripe patterns, with elongated eyes sparkling with madness and brutality. Its wide-open maw displayed rows of sharp teeth, and a huge stench assaulted the senses. Damn it! The lieutenant's eyes filled with despair. This creature was at least 900 meters long, almost comparable to some medium-sized sea kings in the doldrums. With our warship's configuration, we can't possibly compete with it. We can only fight to the death. The lieutenant turned to Atlas, saying, "Sir, please give the order to evacuate immediately. There are a few lifeboats on board. We need to hold this giant off for a little longer to buy time for others to escape." Before he could finish his sentence, Atlas had already used Moonwalk to leap into the air, eyeing the giant Sea King. Atlas grinned. "Looks like luck isn't on your side, big guy." The lieutenant couldn't help but widen his eyes, then rubbed his ears, doubting whether he misunderstood Atlas's meaning. Shouldn't they be the unlucky ones? How did it sound like the unlucky one was this Sea King? Before the lieutenant could collect his thoughts, Atlas had already drawn out the Sandai Kitetsu, the black-red Haki quickly enveloping his arm and blade. Haki. Envelop. Atlas had already mastered the technique of wrapping Haki. Wrapping is different from emitting. Once you awaken Haki and practice it, you can master it easily. One sword style, Dragon Tail, a horizontal slash cut through the night, slicing past the Sea King's gaping maw. Swish! The indescribably sharp blow nearly severed the Sea King's jaw. A large amount of blood spilled out, and the deep sea shimmered with an unusual red light from the blood. Roar! In pain, the creature thrashed its massive body even more wildly, creating enormous waves that nearly capsized the entire ship. Seeing this situation, Atlas realized the severity of the matter and decided not to hold back any longer. With both hands holding the sword, his muscles bulged, his biceps and triceps rapidly increased in size, the thick brachioradialis resembling steel, the muscle fibers clearly defined, the rich Haki wrapping around him. One sword style, God of War arm, falling stars. The scattered slashes fell like meteors, carrying immense force upon the tiger-striped Sea King. Soon, the Sea King's massive body rolled in blood and flesh, letting out a desperate roar, but the massive blood loss ultimately led to its demise, slowly drifting to the surface. On the warship, over 100 soldiers watched this scene and slowly breathed a sigh of relief. The crisis was averted. Clang! The Sandai Kitetsu was sheathed, the crisp sound of metal resonating in the somewhat noisy night sky. Phew! Atlas released his Haki and returned to his normal state, landing gently on the deck of the warship. Instantly, the sailors who had just been in fear rushed over, erupting with exclamations of awe and admiration. No wonder Vice Admiral Jonathan appointed Mr. Atlas as the captain. He's truly powerful. Captain, I used to be skeptical of Mr. Atlas, and now I feel ashamed. Chapter 52. Alabasta. A few minutes later, the enthusiasm of the crew on the warship had subsided. Under the command of the lieutenant, they orderly dealt with the subsequent matters, cutting and salvaging the corpse of the tiger-striped Sea King. The meat of the Sea King was not only delicious, but also highly nutritious. Even Lieutenant Russlin, despite being a fortress officer, had only eaten it a few times. As night deepened, the stars hanging high in the sky became increasingly bright. The sea breeze gently caressed the ocean beneath the night, causing a bit of playful frolicking. Atlas gazed contentedly into the depths ahead, casually using a toothpick to clean the strands of Sea King meat from between his teeth. Burp. He let out a satisfied belch. To be honest, the chefs that came along on the ship had quite good skills. I must say, Chef Jessica's training level is impressive. I should definitely recruit a few chefs for future missions. Atlas looked at the busy and orderly naval personnel on the ship and inexplicably thought of Smoker and his gang. It had been long since they parted ways. Speaking of which, Colonel Randall had asked me to take good care of that little brat Smoker. I feel like I'm not doing a good job at it. I wonder what they are up to now. Rosinante. Atlas suddenly recalled that Rosinante would probably be going undercover at Don Quixote da Flamingo's place around this time. Could it be that this guy applied for early graduation right behind him? I wonder what is going on in that guy's mind. Although Rosinante usually seems a bit scatterbrained, he is actually a very gentle and kind-hearted person. Atlas planned to take a trip to the North Sea when he had time. Rosinante cannot just die like this. Otherwise, that little brat Smoker would definitely be very sad. Right, it's that guy Smoker. It has nothing to do with me. A few days later, a gigantic sea beast with the upper body of a cat and the lower body of a fish appeared within the sight of the naval personnel on the warship, signaling to Atlas and his companions. Alabasta has arrived. Finally, Atlas and his party successfully landed on St. Ting Island, the island where Alabasta is located. The warship docked at the Canola Flower Port, and after leaving a portion of the Navy to guard the ship, Atlas, along with Lieutenant Rustlin, went to seek an audience with King Cobra of Alabasta. I have to say, the climate in Alabasta is quite harsh. Sandstorms are everywhere. It's practically Crocodile's natural home ground. Moreover, with the historical texts containing clues about the Pluton hidden in this country, it's no wonder that Crocodile has his eyes set on here. The port city of Canola Flower is still a considerable distance from Alabasta's capital, Alyabarna. If it weren't for the fact that the royal family of Alabasta, the Nefertari family, were descendants of the 20 kings, they would have such a special status among the member states of the world government. Atlas wasn't too keen on making a long trek to their capital to meet Cobra, even if he could obtain some intelligence from him. However, as a transmigrator, Atlas had already preemptively concluded that it was that Crocodile who was up to no good, even if he didn't have any evidence at the moment. Soon, Atlas and Rustlin arrived at Alyabarna and successfully met with Cobra in the palace conference hall. At this time, Cobra was far from the elderly figure depicted in the manga. His black hair was tied back, and his face didn't have many wrinkles, just a not-so-thick beard. However, he lacked the imposing demeanor of a king and instead appeared somewhat jovial, like a friendly neighbor. Perhaps it was because of the blue-haired baby in his arms. Or perhaps it was because Alabasta wasn't in the chaotic state of rebellion it would be in a decade or so. Apologies, gentlemen of the Navy. My daughter Vivi is quite clingy and doesn't want to leave me. I hope you can understand, Cobra said somewhat apologetically. One must say, he is indeed a king known for his empathy towards his people, treating even 2 naval lieutenants with great courtesy. Sorry to disturb you, Your Majesty Cobra. We are the Navy from G8 Fortress, and have come to your country at the request of a nearby naval base, Atlas stated directly, believing that Cobra would understand the implications of his words and provide him with some useful information. Are you referring to the pirates that frequently harass near Iruma? Cobra asked, momentarily taken aback, then seemed to think of something and asked uncertainly. Well, the rescue message mentioned that several pirate crews have been bothering your country. I'm not quite sure about the specific locations, but haven't you sent anyone to deal with them? King Cobra? Atlas asked, puzzled. By all accounts, Alabasta's national strength is not weak. They have 600,000 regular soldiers at the bottom level, and ordinary pirates wouldn't dare invade Alabasta. Even slightly stronger pirates would have 2 guardians to deal with them. How could they not handle a bunch of pirates? Indeed, I have sent my Vice Officer Bell several times. But every time he arrives at Iruma, those pirates seem to have received word in advance and fled. Bell is a Zoan-type, bird fruit, falcon form user, with quite strong mobility, yet he always ends up with nothing, Cobra said, somewhat headache-stricken, even furrowing his brows. At that moment, a chubby little hand reached out from his arms, seemingly wanting to smooth out Cobra's tightly furrowed brow, but due to its short arm, it could only touch his stubbly chin. Seeing his understanding daughter like this made Cobra's heart almost melt. He couldn't help but gently kiss Vivi's tender forehead, causing this little angel to burst into laughter, which lightened Cobra's mood considerably. Suddenly, a soldier in light armor jogged over to Cobra, then bent down and whispered in his ear to convey the information he had just received. All right, let us conclude today's meeting. I just received intelligence that those pirate crews have reappeared in the waters near Alabasta. If this Navy gentleman needs any assistance, I will definitely do my utmost to cooperate. Cobra's expression changed, and he immediately stood up to address Atlas. With Cobra's keen eye, he could naturally tell that Atlas was the main person in charge of this support operation. Okay, then, Your Majesty Cobra, we will take our leave for now. Chapter 53. Fishing well, what a coincidence. After leaving the capital of Alabasta, Atlas really didn't want to rush anymore. So he found 2 speedy ducks as his mode of transportation. It can be said that these fast-running ducks truly lived up to their reputation as the fastest creatures in Alabasta, nearly cutting their travel time in half. The city where the group of pirates was active was on the other side of Alabasta. Saining Island was almost split in half by a huge strait. One side housed the capital and port city of Alabasta, while the other side included cities like Uruma and Rainy Land, which would eventually be occupied by Crocodile. Due to climatic constraints, large cities in Alabasta were built around oases, resulting in an irregular distribution of cities. Now, Atlas's task was to return to the warship and sail towards Uruma, hoping to possibly encounter that band of marauding pirates. Helmsman, prepare. Set sail, destination, Uruma. As soon as they returned to the warship, the first officer, Russ Lin, immediately began directing the ship's movements in an orderly manner. Russ Lin was not the type to engage in combat, but his command and coordination of the warship were spot on, allowing Atlas to comfortably hide in the training room to practice during the voyage. Although he didn't know the strength of Rear Admiral Jonathan, he was undoubtedly one of the top strategists among the headquarters officers, and Atlas was quite satisfied with the personnel assigned to this mission. The canola flowers were not very far from Uruma. At the ship's sailing speed, they expected to arrive smoothly in about half an hour. However, just as the warship departed from the canola flowers, something that left Atlas both amused and exasperated happened. They unexpectedly ran into a group of pirates, and according to intelligence, it was indeed the Vasily pirate crew and the Analik pirate crew that were plundering Alabasta. Based on Atlas's speculation, it seemed that their previous trip to Uruma was just a smokescreen. Their real target was the port city of canola flowers. Compared to Uruma, canola flowers, with its larger flow of people, was undoubtedly wealthier. Hey, let me go wipe them out. It's just the right time to stretch my muscles. Who knows, heck? Atlas smirked, seemingly thinking of something amusing. As he approached the foremost pirate ship, he directly used a flash onto the pirate ship, without any damage to the warship. This was partly due to the warship's solid construction, and partly because Atlas's mastery of the 6 styles had become second nature, allowing him to control his strength more perfectly. He casually tossed the Justice cloak he had taken off to Russ Lin. Although wearing the cloak looked cool, he didn't want to dirty or damage another one. He couldn't help but wonder where those indestructible outfits from anime came from, as it seemed that his battles often ended with his clothes getting torn. Hey, Navy, is it just you? You really underestimate me. A sallow-faced man looked at Atlas's youthful face with a sinister expression. As a pirate who often dealt with the Navy, he immediately recognized that this was the Navy's G-8 Fortress warship. Initially terrified, seeing Atlas's captain rank instantly filled him with a sense of anger of being toyed with. Look at you. You probably haven't even been weaned yet. Ha ha. Go back home, you little brat. Various insults came from all directions, as if this could somehow mask their earlier embarrassment. How ridiculous. A bunch of scum. Atlas had no expression for such sea scum. The bounties on these small fries were so low that they weren't even worth remembering, so he couldn't be bothered to compare them one by one. Gunshot, Gatling, puff, puff, puff. A storm of vacuum bullets engulfed the group of pirates, penetrating their bodies amidst their terrified screams. Those lucky enough not to be fatally injured lay on the ground, wailing, no longer exhibiting their earlier arrogance. Atlas was not the type to have a heart of stone. He decided to give these people a quick end. He directly used Moonwalk to step into the air, his palm horizontally positioned, and gently waved it forward. No sword style, tornado. The chaotic vacuum slashes instantly sank the pirate ship. As for those pirates who were injured and unable to move, they could only pray for good fortune, hoping that no fish would eat them, leaving a complete corpse to die. The other pirate crew following behind witnessed the entire process, trembling like leaves in the wind. Elias. Hurry. Turn around, yes. Head towards Aruma. Antelik seemed to have grasped a lifeline, frantically issuing orders to the helmsman, his voice tinged with a cry. He then hurried into the captain's cabin, picked up the transponder snail resting on the bedside, and dialed the number he remembered. Hello. Soon, a long scar appeared across the face of the transponder snail, which was holding a large cigar in its mouth. Its eyes revealed a gloomy demeanor, and its low, hoarse voice instantly made Antelik shudder, his figure instinctively becoming respectful. Mr. Crocodile, call me Mr. Zero. Yes, Mr. Zero, we're being chased by a Navy ship, and we hope you can save us. Antelik spoke to the transponder snail in a nearly pleading tone, while a hint of malice flashed in his eyes. He knew that, during this time, he had been working for Crocodile. If he was exposed, losing the position of Warlord of the Sea would bring significant trouble. All right, you come to Aruma. After a moment of silence, Crocodile's voice came through, deep and devoid of any emotion, leaving Antelik somewhat unable to guess his thoughts. Click. After hanging up, Crocodile's expression grew even darker. Originally, he had planned to kill Antelik and the others in front of the people of Alabasta when they were busy plundering, thus becoming a hero in the eyes of the populace while also silencing them, killing two birds with one stone. He never expected that the sudden appearance of the Navy would disrupt his plans. Meanwhile, Atlas, who had just sent the Vasily pirate crew to hell, did not pursue the Antelik pirate crew, but instead walked straight back to the warship, casually taking the Justice cloak from his first officer and draping it over his shoulders. Captain, why not wipe them all out in one go? Rustlin was somewhat puzzled. He wouldn't simply think that Atlas had run out of energy. That amount of activity was merely a warm-up. Fishing, you need to bait the fish. Atlas thought of Rear Admiral Jonathan for some inexplicable reason. Chapter 54, The Seven Warlords of the Sea, The Grand Line, Alabasta Sea Area. The sun was shining brightly, and the sky was a clear blue. A pirate ship was scurrying across the sea like it had met its nemesis, while a naval warship was leisurely following behind, like a cat toying with a mouse. Sir, their direction seems to be Alabasta? Rustlin said uncertainly, as he was not a navigator and was somewhat unfamiliar with the routes near Alabasta. Atlas nodded. He had already heard the conversation between Antelik and the mysteriously acting Mr. Crocodile with his observation hockey, so he was not surprised. Atlas's range of observation hockey was quite extensive now, although it couldn't compare to Fujitora-S. It was only slightly inferior to Enel, who had the rumble fruit. The precision still needed improvement, and he had a long way to go before he could foresee the future. He occasionally used his gale foot to send a few vacuum slashes to scare them. Even if the pirates knew Atlas was using them to lure out the mastermind, they had no choice but to comply, as it was their only chance of survival. And Antelik knew that the person involved was one of the seven warlords of the sea. Flying finger gun, bear it. A massive vacuum bullet struck the head of Anrika's lookout at a terrifying speed, instantly splattering red and white liquid all over the already panicked pirates below. Even though they usually loved wielding their blades against ordinary civilians, they were equally overwhelmed by the fear of death. Death treats everyone equally. One exaggerated mastery of the finger gun, Rustlin exclaimed. Even having witnessed Atlas's monstrous martial arts, seeing the immense power of this flying finger gun was still shocking. Just a little warm-up, Atlas said nonchalantly, I'll leave the rest to you. Call me when we reach Alabasta, Rustlin. As he spoke, he walked towards the dining room, feeling a bit hungry after fighting for so long. Yes, sir, Rustlin replied solemnly. Atlas was great in many ways, but he just didn't like to handle matters. Soon, Antrika's pirate crew successfully landed in Alabasta, and their faces instantly lit up with joy from surviving, although they didn't know who their boss was. Judging by the captain's expression, they should be able to escape the clutches of this devilish navy. Yes, a devil. In the eyes of these pirates, Atlas was a devil, clearly capable of wiping them out in one go, yet he would occasionally pick off one or two of them, causing them immense mental torment. Desert sunflower. Suddenly, the sand dunes beneath the pirates seemed to come alive, rapidly shifting and pulling them down with a tremendous gravitational force. The pirates immediately cried out in alarm. What is happening, Captain? Well, I don't want to die yet. Captain, think of something. Antelik also looked desperate. The feeling of falling from heaven to hell was unbearable, and he could only keep reaching out his hands, trying to grab something to slow his descent. Suddenly, a tall figure in a fur coat appeared before him, accompanied by swirling sand and howling winds. Mr. Crocodile, why? The quicksand engulfed Antric, but he never received a response from Crocodile, only a pair of cold, indifferent eyes staring at him. All right, you all retreat back to the warship. Yes, Atlas, who had already been called out by his deputy Rustlin, naturally took all of this in, but he didn't T-step in to stop it. Pirates? If they died, they died. Atlas slowly walked towards Crocodile, his expression unreadable, just observing the warlord of the sea appointed by the world government. Crocodile had the typical villain appearance, wearing a fur coat, and it was unclear why he was so resistant to heat. His thick hair was slicked back into a very ordinary pompadour hairstyle, and a scar ran horizontally across his face. He wore a gold earring on his right ear, and his standard deadfish eyes showed no emotion. He held a large cigar in his mouth, and his left hand was replaced by a golden hook, perfectly fitting the pirate image Atlas had in mind from his past life. Your joke has gone too far, Navy brat. Seeing Atlas silent, Crocodile slightly raised his chin and fixed his unchanging dead-fish gaze on Atlas, the cigar in his mouth bobbing up and down. Oh, shouldn't the warlord of the sea, Mr. Crocodile, give me an explanation? Atlas was not intimidated by the sand crocodile. A smile appeared on his face as he asked. Even if the warlords of the sea were tacitly allowed to plunder, that certainly did not include the world government-affiliated nation of Alabasta. Of course, Atlas currently had no solid evidence to prove that the pirates had been sent by Crocodile, but did that matter to him? An explanation? Crocodile's lips curled in a slight smirk, seemingly mocking. So naive, Navy brat. Oh, denying it is fine. My fist will make you explain later. Atlas twisted his wrist, the smile on his face unwavering. Crocodile might not be as weak as he would be in a decade, when he would be defeated by Luffy. Right now, he and T completely lost faith in himself, and might be able to use a bit of hockey, but Atlas was not afraid. Teaching this sand crocodile a lesson was still within his capabilities. It seemed he had heard something laughable. Crocodile first let out a low chuckle, which then escalated into wild and unrestrained laughter. So boring, what a ridiculous brat. Trash on the sea dares to call me ridiculous. Atlas retorted without backing down, his face full of mockery. Crack. It seemed Atlas had angered Crocodile, who turned pale and actually bit down on his cigar, breaking it and letting it fall to the ground. I'll give you 3 minutes. If you exceed that, I want to accompany you. Following that, an hourglass was thrown from Crocodile's hand, and judging by the flow rate, the hourglass measured exactly 3 minutes. Crocodile's attitude was now akin to dealing with a spoiled child. After all, Atlas was merely a small lieutenant on the surface. Although naval ranks didn't always equate to strength, the gap wouldn't be too far apart, so Crocodile didn't take Atlas very seriously. 3 minutes? That's enough. Chapter 55, Brutal Assault, One Sword Style, Thunder Slash. Atlas completely disregarded Crocodile's contempt, drawing his third-generation Kitetsu. The bright blade shimmered, filling the entire space with a strong sense of sharpness, while the howling sandstorm seemed to be paused. A massive blood-red slash targeted Crocodile, with a disdainful expression. Crocodile appeared completely unprepared as the blood-red slash easily passed through his body, slicing him cleanly in half from head to toe. However, the expected spurt of blood did not occur. Instead, the once smooth-cut surface gradually transformed into grains of yellow sand, and then the damaged body miraculously restored itself. Atlas did not expect this casual slash to inflict any real damage on Crocodile. Swordmaster? Crocodile's face darkened further after the restoration. He had thought he could easily handle this little brat, yet he turned out to be a swordmaster capable of cutting iron. However, you can't touch me. I'm a Logia-type sand fruit user. Despite being surprised by Atlas's swordsmanship, Crocodile's opinion of him remained unchanged. How annoying you are with that face. Atlas sheathed his Kitetsu, feeling a slight itch in his fists. Swift shave. His ghostly figure continuously maneuvered in the air, moving with such speed that Crocodile could barely keep up, increasing his wariness towards Atlas. Iron block fist technique. Smash. A torrent of fist shadows almost engulfed Crocodile, but he did not attempt to dodge, as if any unnecessary movement would be an insult to his sand fruit. I told you, your attacks are useless against me. Crocodile smugly maintained his elemental form, adding, unless... Just as he was enjoying the rage coming from Atlas, Atlas had secretly coated his fist with Haki, catching him off guard and landing a solid punch before he could even elementalize. Haki. Crocodile quickly elementalized, turning into a pile of yellow sand scattered in the desert, then reappeared 20 meters away from Atlas, gritting his teeth as he spoke. Surprised? Didn't see that coming? Atlas's observation, Haki naturally detected Crocodile's position, but he did not pursue the advantage, as this level of damage did not significantly impact the battle. Why is a man like you just a mere Navy captain? Crocodile nearly spat out each word, his eyes fixed on Atlas, and his previous arrogance had finally receded, replaced by a heightened respect for Atlas, as the recent exchange showed him that if he continued to underestimate Atlas, he might end up losing his life here today. Well, who knows? Atlas clearly had no intention of engaging in a lengthy conversation with this guy, shrugging off his question. Desert Sunflower. Crocodile employed the same trick again, controlling the flow of water beneath the desert to form quicksand that could swallow a person whole. Moonwalk. This move won't work on me, Mr. Sand Crocodile. Atlas mocked him, mimicking Crocodile's earlier tone from a superior position. Desert Diamond Sword. Crocodile's face darkened further, but he ignored Atlas's taunts, transforming his hands into 4 massive sand blades, the visible sharpness emanating from them. Observation Haki. Activate. Swift Shave. A flash of red light appeared in Atlas's eyes as he continuously dodged the sand blades in midair, simultaneously closing the distance between him and Crocodile. Iron Block Fist Technique. War God Arm. Armament. War Hammer. Atlas's arm suddenly swelled, a layer of Haki rapidly covering it, and his enormous fist directly met Crocodile's head. I'll smash your dog head. Bang! The tremendous force crashed into his head, instantly causing Crocodile to turn into a cloud of yellow sand and disappear, only to reappear nearby. Crocodile looked at Atlas with lingering fear. That punch almost made him think he was going to die on spot. Fortunately, he elementalized in time to save his life. He had only intended to elementalize his head, but he hadn't expected Atlas's strength to be so great that he had to elementalize his entire body. Next time, you might not be so lucky, Sand Crocodile. Atlas continued to taunt, attempting to psychologically attack Crocodile. Suddenly, Atlas leaned to the right, and a massive sand blade erupted from where he had just been standing. If he had stayed there for just a moment longer, he might have taken that hit. How sneaky. Atlas licked his somewhat dry lips, but he was not concerned about the recent ambush. That level of attack posed no real threat to him. Hiv. You are still so naive, Navy brat. Really? Atlas scoffed, and then a thick layer of Haki quickly enveloped his entire body, making him appear as if clad in black and red armor, before charging straight at Crocodile. Fully armed. What a foolish move. Crocodile felt pleased rather than surprised at the sight, looking down on Atlas's actions, and activated his devil fruit ability, transforming his hands into 4 giant sand blades. Desert Diamond Sword. However, Atlas did not slow down, directly colliding with Crocodile's sand blades. Clang! Bang! Atlas first held off against the sand blades for a second. Then the tremendous momentum smashed the blades into a handful of scattered sand. In an instant, he closed in on Crocodile, and before he could react, his Haki-covered arm grabbed Crocodile's neck. Gotcha, little Crocodile. Atlas grinned, his rugged face appearing terrifyingly fierce in Crocodile's astonished eyes. Atlas did not care about Crocodile's fear. He yanked him by the neck, his feet firmly planted on the ground, lowering his center of gravity and assuming a standard shoulder throw position, coordinating his waist and abdomen for power. Bang! Here's a dose of your arrogance. Bang! Here's a dose of your denial. Bang! Here's a dose of your mockery. Bang! 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 Crocodile's body was like a ragged sack, being lifted by Atlas, the tremendous force making him come into close contact with the desert again and again. Although he could use elementalization to avoid serious injuries each time, his neck was firmly held in Atlas's Haki-covered palm, leaving him unable to escape. Chapter 56. Copyable Damn It. Crocodile, who had been thrown to the ground again and again, finally couldn't hold back and cursed in his heart. Although relying on the characteristics of a Logia-type fruit prevented him from sustaining serious injuries, the damage was minor, but the humiliation was extremely strong. The feeling of being treated like a rag and tossed around left Crocodile feeling powerless. How could this Navy brat's hockey defense be so strong? Directly withstanding his Desert King sword. Suddenly, a layer of pitch-black hockey covered Crocodile's neck. Atlas was momentarily taken aback, feeling that the sensation in his hand had become somewhat rigid. A light breeze blew by, and at that moment of distraction, Crocodile abruptly vanished from Atlas's grip, leaving only a trickle of yellow sand flowing through his fingers. Hey, Navy brat, are you trying to break the alliance between the Navy and the Seven Warlords? Crocodile's form reassembled not far from Atlas, and his previously drooping eyelids opened slightly, seemingly questioning Atlas with anger. In his view, there was no evidence regarding the previous disturbances in Alabasta, and Atlas had no reason to arrest him. Originally, Crocodile wanted to leave the Navy, including Atlas, permanently in this desert. After all, he was just a mere Navy captain. Even if the world government found out, it was unlikely they would cause him trouble. Little did he know he encountered a tough opponent and had to bring up the world government for pressure since he hadn't obtained Pluton yet and couldn't afford to lose his identity as a warlord. I'm really disappointed in you, Sand Crocodile. It seems Whitebeard has beaten all the spirit out of you. Even your hockey is so weak. Atlas shook his head as he looked at Crocodile, who resembled a clown. Although the Sand Crocodile before him was much stronger than he would be years later. He had already been beaten down by Whitebeard to the point of not believing in his own strength and began seeking the legendary ancient weapon Pluton. Even his hockey was so weak, which could explain why he couldn't even use his hockey, forcing Oda to cover this, and his physical skills were almost neglected. Brat, stop looking down on people like that. Who do you think you are? Atlas's words seemed to hit a sore spot with Crocodile, and his face rarely twisted in anger. However, he did not lose his rationality due to rage. Instead, he secretly planned his escape route while quietly activating his devil fruit ability. How pathetic. Atlas remained indifferent to Crocodile's anger, relentlessly exposing his scars. Naturally, these small movements were detected by Atlas's observation hockey. However, Atlas did not take action to stop him. He wanted to crush this guy completely with absolute strength. Heavy sandstorm. A small sandstorm quickly formed in Crocodile's hand and was then violently thrown at Atlas. As the tornado spun rapidly, the surrounding yellow sand clung to it. In just a moment, the sandstorm rapidly expanded, almost obscuring Atlas's vision. The immense swirling force left deep ravines on the ground. Meanwhile, Crocodile seemed to want to seize this opportunity to escape. It must be said that the environment of Alabasta was simply a battlefield naturally prepared for users of the sand fruit, as the environmental boost invisibly elevated Crocodile's strength. I don't want to play with you anymore, Crocodile. Atlas wouldn't let this guy slip away from his sight. He suddenly crouched down, compressing his height from 8 meters to 2 meters. The black-red hockey deepened, and the dense aura almost began to dissipate, as if he were wearing a suit of armor that fit his body perfectly. The perfect inverted triangle was clearly presented, and his smooth yet not bulky muscles resembled the creation of God, with mysterious patterns outlined on his body. 2 black lines extending from the corners of his eyes down to his neck. Life return paper drawing martial body arm form. Crocodile looked at Atlas's imposing stance in shock. Even from a distance, he could feel the tremendous pressure as a powerful sense of strength continuously impacted his visual nerves. Hey, shave! Atlas's leg muscles suddenly bulged, and the already soft desert ground immediately produced a bottomless pit. In this form, even the simplest shave was incredibly terrifying. With his immense power and defense, Atlas passed through the ever-expanding sandstorm in an invincible posture. Before Crocodile could react, a rain of fists had already landed on him. With his half-baked observation hockey, he couldn't see Atlas's movements clearly enough to elementalize and evade, so he could only endure all of Atlas's attacks. As for his weak hockey, it was almost instantly shattered by Atlas. Huff! Not long after, Atlas looked at Crocodile, who lay on the ground in a nearly unrecognizable state, and let out a long sigh. He shook his somewhat sore arms, then knelt down and wiped the blood from his knuckles on the unconscious Crocodile. What a hassle! Atlas reluctantly dragged one of Crocodile's legs from the ground toward the direction of the anchored warship, not bothering to exert much effort. After all, he had just finished battling. Captain, this is... Rustlin hesitated as he looked at the unconscious Crocodile. They had clearly seen the battle from a distance, and the scene of combat was truly terrifying, like a natural disaster. In fact, Crocodile, as a Logia user, did not use his unique large-scale AoE abilities because he knew they would be too weak against Atlas, our warlord. Atlas also understood what Rustlin wanted to say and recognized his concerns. After all, strictly speaking, they had no solid evidence for this operation, and the 7 warlords were not technically under the Navy's command. If they arrested Crocodile like this, it would be difficult for Sengoku, and the world government would not agree. However, let Sengoku worry about those things. He, Atlas, was only responsible for completing the mission. He also believed that the Navy would help him withstand any inquiries from the world government. Achoo! Sengoku, sitting in the headquarters office, inexplicably sneezed, leaving him somewhat puzzled. With his physical condition, how could he catch a cold? Could it be that old man Garp was talking about him again? Forget it, he thought, and continued reading the documents in his hand. Rustlin, do we have sea-stone handcuffs on the ship to lock up our sand crocodile? After all, he is a formidable Logia user. Atlas instructed Rustlin somewhat mischievously. Yes, we have some. Before we set off, Admiral Jonathan specifically prepared them for us. Rustlin said as he ran into the storage room to search. Specifically prepared? How interesting. Atlas suddenly recalled Jonathan's meaningful glance earlier, unable to help but chuckle. Chapter 57, The 5 Elder Stars. Wow, you scared me to death. Just above the battlefield, where Atlas and Crocodile were fighting, a well-dressed albatross wearing a top hat and a black suit humanizedly patted its chest, seemingly quite startled, then slowly descended to carefully check the camera it had just used to take pictures. Fortunately, it wasn't damaged. Over here, after Atlas put sea-stone handcuffs on Crocodile, he threw him into the temporary prison on the warship and instructed the crew to deliver food to him on time, ensuring he wouldn't starve to death. The design of the Navy warship was quite reasonable, equipped with a kitchen, training room, bedroom, and prison. The return journey went smoothly, and in just a few days, Atlas and the others arrived at the port of the G8 fortress. After handing over the disheveled Crocodile to the fortress prison, they headed straight for Jonathan's office. After all, as the highest officer of the base, Atlas had to report on the detailed process of capturing such a big fish. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. Jonathan still had his wine-red hair and thick mustache, casually sitting behind his desk in a white shirt. He showed no surprise at Atlas's arrival. Instead, he smiled at him, a departure from his usual solemn demeanor. Report, Vice Admiral Jonathan. The mission was successfully completed. The incident in Alabasta was caused by the current Shichibukai crocodile, who has now been arrested. Atlas noticed Jonathan's expression, but didn't think much of it, assuming he was just pleased with the speed at which Atlas completed his task. I already know. Here, take a look at this. Jonathan casually picked up a newspaper from his desk and handed it to the puzzled Atlas. Atlas took the newspaper, and the first thing that caught his eye was a large headline. Shocking. The Navy actually did this to the Shichibukai crocodile. The world government may abolish the Shichibukai system. Most of the newspaper's content detailed the battle between Atlas and Crocodile, analyzing the world situation based on this fight, discussing how the world government was undermining the Shichibukai agreement and how the balance of the world was about to be broken. It even included a gruesome depiction of Crocodile's defeated form alongside Atlas's heroic figure. One couldn't help but wonder if Crocodile would hunt down this reporter to the ends of the earth once he got out of prison. Atlas glanced at the byline of the article, which was written by a reporter named Morgans. Morgans? Isn't he the king of underground news? No wonder he saw a giant bird with his observation hockey during the fight with Crocodile. I heard this guy is a user of the bird fruit. At that moment, Atlas didn't pay much attention, thinking he was just observing the battle from the sidelines, not breaking any laws. He didn't expect Morgans to be so bold as to dare to criticize the world government. So, Vice Admiral Jonathan, you knew all along. Atlas looked at Jonathan, who seemed eager for gossip. feeling somewhat helpless. "Ah, I knew, but the Marine Admiral must be having a headache now," Jonathan said with a smirk. Being half a participant in this incident, he certainly knew there was no solid evidence to prove Crocodile's crimes. But now that the Navy had captured him, there was no reason to let him go. On the red line, Holy Land Mariehua, among the power players. Damn, who gave the Navy the power to capture the Shichibukai? This is a provocation against the world government. An elderly bald man in a white robe, wearing glasses and holding a long knife, roared with an angry face. What angered the elder wasn't just the act of capturing Crocodile, but rather the implication that the Navy's role hinted at a confrontation with the world government. Controlling and restricting the Navy had always been a consensus among the five of them. "Hey, St. Nazilov, calm down. Now's not the time to hold the Navy accountable." Sitting next to him, St. La Cruz interjected, a bald elder in a black suit with a birthmark on his face. "Our current issue is to discuss Crocodile's handling and the retention of the Shichibukai system." Another elder in a red suit with blonde hair chimed in. "Impossible. The Shichibukai system cannot be abolished now. You all should know." St. Nazilov in the robe became somewhat agitated. Standing up and looking around at the expressions of the others, he slowly said, "The Shichibukai system is not only a check on pirates, but also prevents the Navy from becoming too powerful." "All right, St. Nazilov, St. La Cruz, St. Abelic. The Shichibukai system will not be abolished. Let's not bring it up again." St. Jimenez saw the tension rising and quickly stepped in to mediate. Actually, all five of them understood in their hearts that the Shichibukai could not be abolished unless the Navy was completely under their control, and the transfer of the admiral position had to be designated by them. But clearly, that was currently impossible. "Okay, now, how should we discuss Crocodile's handling?" St. Dexter, dressed in a black suit with white curly hair and a scar on his left cheek, wearing a black flat hat, slowly proposed a new topic after reaching a consensus on the Shichibukai system. In fact, they didn't care about Crocodile's life or death. They were more concerned about the Navy's attitude, as it would help them gauge their control over the Navy. Call Sengoku and demand an explanation. It was still St. Nazilov, seemingly in a bad mood. Agreed, 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 agreed. Soon, St. La Cruz dialed Sengoku's phone, and the Den Mushi quickly transformed into an image of a figure with frog-like eyes and a braided beard. "Moshi Moshi, this is Sengoku. It's me, St. La Cruz. We want to ask how you plan to handle Crocodile." St. La Cruz, regarding Crocodile, "Our stance in the Navy is to imprison him and impel down and kick him out of the Shichibukai." Sengoku had obviously been prepared. The Navy had long been dissatisfied with the Shichibukai system, and this was a perfect opportunity to reduce their numbers. As for abolishing the Shichibukai system, the Navy knew that was impossible. "What did you say?" "Sengoku, this time, you Marines have overstepped your authority." St. Nazilov couldn't help but speak sternly into the Den Mushi. "St. Nazilov, this is the will of the Navy. Justice cannot be profaned." This time, Sengoku's voice was even more resolute, conveying an undeniable tone. "The Navy is merely..." St. Nazilov wanted to say more, but was stopped by St. La Cruz beside him. "All right, we'll do as you say." Click. The Den Mushi hung up in response. Chapter 58 Reactions in the year 1505 of the Sea Circle calendar. In the Great Route, New World, and an unknown sea area, a large three-masted ship with a whale-shaped bow slowly sailed on the tumultuous sea. The massive waves occasionally crashed against the ship's hull, but they couldn't divert its course by even a fraction, just like its master, Edward Newgate, the strongest man in the world, who remained unyielding in the tide of the new era. On the Moby Dick, a young man, 28 years old, with a golden punk hairstyle, a dagger at his waist, and an open shirt revealing a tattoo unique to the Whitebeard pirates, crawled up from the deck, still warmed by the remnants of last night's banquet, with droopy eyelids that seemed not fully awake and a look of drowsiness on his face. He was Marco, the captain of the 1st Division and ship doctor of the Whitebeard pirates. Marco had followed Whitebeard into battle at sea since he was very young. Like Whitebeard, he had little ambition. He simply wanted to live quietly on this ocean with his family aboard the ship. To him, Whitebeard was no different from a real father. Is there a new newspaper today?" Marco raised his hand to wave at the news bird in the sky, rummaging through his pockets until he pulled out a crumpled bill, finally accepting the newspaper under the bird's disdainful gaze. Seriously, the money was all spent on feasts for Pops. It's not that Marco was too poor, but the Moby Dick often hosted banquets, and Pop's money was secretly sent back home. They spent all their money on alcohol. After all, Marco was a notorious pirate in the New World. The Seven Warlords? The Navy's new star? Kurohige? Marco glanced at the bold headline on the newspaper and couldn't help but sneer as he continued reading, his brow furrowing. He naturally didn't care about Crocodile. He thought of the so-called Seven Warlords as a joke. What concerned him was that new star of the Navy who had such power at a young age. The navies might have been growing stronger over the years. Ha ha, Captain Marco, what are you looking at so intently? Suddenly, a man with dark skin and fluffy black hair poked his head beside Marco, asking curiously. Upon closer inspection, this man looked rather comical. With an open shirt revealing his thick body hair, missing a few teeth, and a green bandana tied around his forehead. His neck and wrists were bare, without any accessories. He had a claw-shaped iron weapon at his left waist, and while his face displayed a simple and honest smile, his eyes concealed unfathomable ambition. Ah, it's Teach. No, it's that a young Navy defeated that sand crocodile guy. Seeing that Teach seemed quite interested, Marco handed the newspaper to him. Blackbeard was momentarily stunned, took the newspaper, and pretended to casually glance at it before bursting into laughter, saying, "What a strong little Navy brat. But with Pops protecting me, I just want to eat cherry pie on a ship every day, Seriously, Marco shook his head helplessly at Blackbeard's lack of ambition and then took the newspaper back, running towards Whitebeard's bedroom. At the moment Marco turned around, no one noticed that Blackbeard's expression darkened, his eyes revealing an emotion called jealousy. Famed across the seas. Such good luck. Just wait a bit longer. Huh? Wait for what? Teach. Suddenly, Sachi, who had been sleeping not far away, woke up and asked in confusion. Ha. No. I'm waiting for you to wake up to make me cherry pie. Blackbeard's face immediately returned to that simple and honest smile. Such acting deserves an Oscar. You. Wait a moment. I'll go make it for you. Sachi said indulgently to Blackbeard. Since Blackbeard liked cherry pie, they often interacted, and their relationship was naturally better than that with other crew members. Pops, look, that crocodile guy was defeated by a young Navy. On the other side, Marco ran to the door of Whitebeard's room, shouting. Whitebeard also came out of his bedroom upon hearing the voice, casting a huge shadow over Marco. Oh, is it the little brat who plays with sand? Gururara. At this moment, Whitebeard had not yet aged 10 years into the future. His bright golden hair hung naturally, and his iconic crescent-shaped white mustache shook up and down as he laughed. That's right, it's Crocodile, who tried to challenge Pops before. I heard he was invited by the world government to be one of the 7 warlords, but I didn't expect him to be defeated by a young Navy. The Navy really is getting stronger. Marco suddenly expressed some concern as he spoke. Gururara. It's just a little brat. I am Whitebeard. Whitebeard laughed heartily to reassure Marco. Marco felt like he had taken a calming pill, and a smile returned to his face. Pops is the strongest man in the world. Wano country, Onigashima. A tall, sturdy figure with a pair of horns sat in a chair, pouring liquor from a gourd marked with the character for heaven into his mouth, while his right hand looked at the newly acquired newspaper. His entire face was shrouded in darkness, making it difficult to discern his expression. A little brat from the Navy? Too bad he's not a Zoan-type devil fruit user. Ha. New World, Tato Land, Cake Island. A middle-aged woman with a large belly, whether from obesity or pregnancy, sat in the hall wearing a pink spaghetti strap dress, shoving food into her mouth with her massive hands. Occasionally, saliva would fall to the ground, sizzling as it hit, creating pits on the ground due to its corrosive nature. Mom, here as today's newspaper. Perispero said to Big Mom while holding a newspaper. However, it did not elicit any response. Big Mom remained focused on devouring the food in front of her. Mom, a young Navy star defeated that sand crocodile. Perispero had become accustomed to this and continued narrating the contents of a newspaper to Big Mom. The Navy? Where's that guy Carp? Suddenly, Charlotte Linlin, who was battling the food, turned to Perispero, her eyes, adorned with crude purple eyeshadow, widening like saucers. scaring Perispero into retreating repeatedly. Sabaody Archipelago, Shaki's bar. An old man with long, curly white hair, a thick beard on his chin, and round glasses sipped his drink while looking at the newspaper on the table, his expression somewhat inexplicable, a smile unconsciously forming at the corner of his mouth. The tide of the new era. Huh, Roger. Is this the era you wanted? A new star of the Navy, huh? Shanks is in for a tough time. Chapter 59. The end of the Grand Line, G8 Fortress Training Room. The training room, surrounded by iron plating, is empty except for some specialized training equipment and a young man fiercely pounding a massive steel block with his flesh and blood. Fists, elbows, knees, and back. He spares no effort. It is Atlas. The giant steel block is filled with irregular cracks and fist marks, and the mottled bloodstains tell the story of Atlas's efforts. Now, Atlas stands at a height of 2 meters and 80 centimeters, his appearance markedly different from his youthful days. At 19, he has a rugged face, his features and lines as sharp as if chiseled by a knife. Long-term life at sea has left his skin with a bronze hue rather than the fairness of his youth. His eyes are piercing, and the slightly raised peaks of his eyebrows give him an aura of coldness. He does not wear a standard Navy cap, but sports a neat, short haircut, radiating a sunny and uplifting presence. Matching his appearance, his muscles are not bulky, but instead exhibit an aesthetic of extreme symmetry and strength. His thick deltoids resemble armor, and his wide back muscles make his waist appear slender. Viewed from behind, he displays a perfect inverted triangle. The coordination of his upper and lower body muscles is striking, and his extremely low body fat allows the muscle fibers to be visible, each muscle demonstrating immense explosive power. Boom! Suddenly, the steel block, battered by Atlas, cracked open on the spot, and it seemed he grasped something, yet it was just out of reach. In fact, with Atlas's strength, it would be easy to send this steel block flying and shatter it, but the challenge lies in breaking it in place. Atlas has been attempting this training, believing it would enhance the penetrating power of his punches, but he still lacks the strength to achieve it. Lieutenant Atlas, Admiral Jonathan is looking for you. At that moment, a Navy soldier suddenly entered the training room to convey Admiral Jonathan's orders. The soldier looked at the shattered steel on the ground with admiration, as Atlas has become a legendary Navy figure at G8 Fortress. In just 3 months, he first annihilated the Eklund pirates returning from the New World, then battled the notorious warlord Crocodile and captured him. He has been stationed along the route through G8 Fortress in the Grand Line, making it nearly impossible for new pirates to pass through here, which has been dubbed a death route by many pirates. All right, I'll be there shortly. Atlas nodded slightly, having noticed the soldier's overwhelming respect, but he had grown accustomed to it. For these 3 months, he had been either training or frantically accepting missions, spending every day either executing missions or on his way to accept new ones. Whether old pirates or newcomers, almost all had met their end at his hands. And even a pirate captain with a bounty over 100 million had fallen to him, leading to very few pirates choosing this route into the Grand Line. Atlas has been referred to as the devil by those pirates who fear him. Admiral Jonathan's office. Atlas pushed open the office door directly. Over the past 3 months, he had been frequently seeking Jonathan for missions, and the two had become quite familiar, so Atlas no longer bothered with knocking. Jonathan, known for his good temper, did not mind these small matters. Admiral Jonathan, what do you need from me? Is there another new mission? As Atlas entered, he saw Jonathan fiddling with his fishing rod and asked somewhat speechlessly, Atlas, you're here. Your training has concluded. In a couple of days, a ship from headquarters will come to G8 Fortress, and you'll return to headquarters together. Jonathan explained, a headquarters warship? To pick me up? Atlas was confused. He didn't think he had reached the level for special pickup from headquarters. Could it be that that old man, Sengoku, finally had a conscience? Haha, don't get me wrong, it's not specifically to pick you up, Jonathan teased, noticing Atlas's puzzled expression. It's that guy Crocodile. Headquarters has decided to imprison him in Impel Down. They previously couldn't spare the manpower for the handover here, but recently a rear admiral happened to be at headquarters, so they dispatched him to take Crocodile away. Atlas felt somewhat helpless, so he was just an add-on. However, he was a bit surprised that Crocodile was still at G8 Fortress, eating prison food, since he had been too busy capturing pirates to pay attention to to Crocodile's situation. Atlas understood headquarters' position. As a pirate of Crocodile's caliber couldn't just be watched over by someone weak. He was curious about the rear admiral who was coming. I wonder which rear admiral it is. Atlas asked Jonathan. Atlas had never been one to hide his curiosity, and he directly inquired. Well, let me keep it a secret for now, huh? Atlas had a good impression of Jonathan, but he often found it annoying that Jonathan liked to keep secrets and play games, leaving Atlas somewhat baffled. TCH, fine, whatever. I'll see you in a few days anyway. Atlas shrugged dismissively. It didn't matter which rear admiral was coming. After all, he could hitch a ride on a ship and avoid being adrift at sea. Is there anything else? If not, I'm leaving. Atlas made a motion to head for the door. Hey, don't go yet. Jonathan quickly called out. A friend of mine asked me to ask which base you want to go to after graduation. Well, I haven't really thought it through. It all depends on how Admiral Sengoku arranges it. This was not just Atlas's perfunctory answer. He genuinely hadn't decided which base to go to. Of course, his personal inclination was to go to a base in the New World, as the Paradise side was still too weak for him. He needed to keep fighting strong opponents to become stronger. Currently, he had only lit up the horse, ox, and rabbit talismans of the 12 talismans. In reality, with his current physique, he could light up another talisman, but he understood the principle of not biting off more than he could chew. He needed to fully digest the rabbit talisman before lighting up the next one. Moreover, due to the frequent usage during this time, Atlas felt that he was close to fully digesting the rabbit talisman. With the help of these 3 talismans, his physical growth had been exponentially enhanced. Chapter 60. He has arrived. The man who is on par with Kizaru 3 days quickly passed. At the G8 fortress port, massive naval warships were docked at the port, and Navy soldiers were constantly maintaining the ships coming and going. In front of the port, a man dressed in a justice cape was smiling as he looked at Atlas across from him. Next to Atlas was Crocodile, who had already become a prisoner, but still wore a face that seemed to ask for a beating. It must be said that the physical condition of people in the pirate world is indeed abnormal. Crocodile, having been beaten to such a state by Atlas, surprisingly recovered in such a short time, even making Atlas feel as if he had never beaten this guy at all. Hello, Brother Atlas. I am Major General Gaki. Nice to meet you. Atlas looked at the Major General in front of him with a blank expression. The man's eyes were small, almost slitted, giving off a sense of arrogance. His hexagonal face, paired with prominent ears and tightly packed features, made him appear rather unattractive, and a large mouth held a cigarette. Unlike other naval generals who wore neat uniforms, he was dressed in a loose brown jacket resembling a traditional Chinese coat and matching casual pants. His slightly hunched figure made it difficult to determine his real age. The impression he gave Atlas was simply sleazy and ugly. If Borisolino exuded sleaziness from within, then this Major General Gaki purely made people feel that way based on his appearance alone. No wonder he was called a man comparable to Vice Admiral Kazuru in the Navy headquarters. Atlas secretly sighed in his heart. Hello, Major General Gaki. I am Kanos Atlas. I have long admired your name. Atlas also smiled and nodded, not hesitating to shower him with compliments, though whether this reputation was good or bad was subjective. Of course, based on Atlas's limited understanding of Gaki, he still belonged to the type of general who cared about the safety of the people. He had a kind heart that did not match his appearance. No, Brother Atlas. You're the one who is famous. I have long wanted to meet you. This rising star of the Navy. Gaki was evidently a person with high emotional intelligence. Unlike Akainu's rigidity, Gaki, often criticized for being sleazy, never cared about his image. He was most famous for pursuing Guion while also shamelessly visiting brothels. Only someone with a screw loose like Guion would agree to him. All right, enough of the pleasantries. Let's first get Crocodile here settled on the warship. After a round of mutual flattery, Gaki's expression turned serious, suggesting they first confine Crocodile to the warship. Hey, it should have been done like this long ago. What are you two chatting about over there? Such hypocritical naval brats. Crocodile, who had been impatient from the side, couldn't help but mock them. Gaki and Atlas ignored Crocodile's taunts and personally escorted him to the temporary prison on the warship. At the Navy headquarters, Marineford, in Sengoku's office. Sengoku, with his fluffy black hair, wearing frog glasses and a thick mustache braided into small plaits, sat upright in his office chair. Beside his wide desk, a white goat was quietly chewing on discarded documents. Today, Sengoku was not hunched over handling the piled-up documents as usual. Instead, he was looking seriously at the man across from him. The man's entire face was shrouded in swirling smoke, but one could vaguely make out a stern and resolute face, with a large neck revealing an unclear tattoo. He wore a typical navy cap and a dark red suit, with a dark red rose pinned to his chest, giving off an eerie beauty. "Sakazuki, how is the situation over in the New World?" Sengoku asked Akainu, who had just returned from the New World to recuperate at headquarters. Currently, the Navy headquarters had the strongest control over the first half of the Grand Line, but it was very difficult for the Navy to further establish a foothold in the New World, as there were too many strong individuals and the situation was too chaotic for the Navy to intervene. Just like before, those evil pirates are still fighting amongst themselves. The three strongest forces are the Whitebeard pirates, the Big Momonosuke pirates, and the Beast pirates, along with the allied pirate crews of the Yermak pirates, Klaus pirates, Bloodscythe pirates, and Francis pirates. They formed an alliance? Sengoku was somewhat surprised. TCH, the nature of pirates is to kill each other. Even if the New World is vast, it can't accommodate so many pirate overlords. Anyone the Whitebeard, Big Momonosuke, or Beast pirates cannot be faced alone by the other pirate crews. Forming a temporary alliance is their inevitable choice. Akainu paused, his eyes narrowing, and continued, but they will eventually fight again. These four pirate crews cannot remain in an alliance forever in a corner of the New World. Greed is always the greatest enemy within a person, and these pirates are no exception. It must be said that Akainu, aside from having a more radical ideology, undoubtedly had very remarkable strategic insight, clearly analyzing the situation in the New World. Yes, indeed. What we need to do in the Navy is to wait for the right opportunity. Any Navy that wants to eliminate one of the three major pirate crews, Whitebeard, Big Momonosuke, or Beast, will have to bear huge risks and losses. But once chaos erupts in the New World, the Navy can sit back and watch. Sengoku nodded in agreement. Now, most of the Navy's combat strength has already been dispatched to the New World. We're just waiting for these major pirate crews to go to war. We can weaken the three major pirate crews and further encroach upon the New World, strengthening our control over it. Currently, major forces like Garp, Akainu, and Gion have been sent to the New World. As for Kizuru and Akiji, one is off working in Marigios, and the other is out riding a bike and wandering around the sea. Sengoku is also quite troubled by these two. Borisolino is fine, as he has always been like that. As for Kazan, Sengoku has high hopes for him, but ever since the last O'Hara incident, he has shifted from burning justice to lazy justice, slacking off almost to the level of Borisolino. One must say that being a leader like Sengoku is quite frustrating. He is pressured by the Gorosei above, while below him, Garp is undisciplined, Kizuru is unproductive, and Akiji is out wandering every day, occasionally scaring Robin. Akainu, on the other hand, works diligently but is too radical in his ideology, which also displeases Sengoku regarding some of his actions. Thinking of this, Sengoku suddenly felt that life was bleak. Chapter 61. Undersea Prison. By the way, Sakazuki, since you're back at headquarters for a break, I recommend a new recruit for you. Sengoku suddenly remembered that Atlas was also about to finish his graduation trial recently, so it would be perfect to assign him to Akainu's ship. Kano's Atlas? You know him? Sengoku couldn't help but wonder. Logically, Akainu had just returned to headquarters and had no time for gossip. Could that kid's reputation be so great? Jonathan mentioned him to me. Akainu's response was succinct. He had also asked Jonathan about Atlas's graduation intentions, and he learned about Atlas during their conversation. It had to be said that Atlas's style of doing things was quite to his liking. When dealing with pirates, one must be ruthless. That's good. I also want him to stay on your ship for a while after graduation. No problem. Just in time for you to be at headquarters during that period. You can take him directly to the New World then. The setting sun cast a bloody hue over the sea as a standard Navy warship sailed across the vast ocean. The slanting rays of the sunset slowly elongated the shadow of the warship, casting a giant shadow over the azure waters. Achoo! Atlas, who was discussing grand topics with Kaki, suddenly sneezed, causing him to feel a bit puzzled. Was someone plotting against him? Kaki was indeed quite eloquent. With just a few words, the two, who had not known each other for long, had already become like brothers, almost performing a blood oath to become sworn friends. Hey, hey, Atlas, it seems your health isn't great. I was planning to take you to see the flower boats. Kaki teased Atlas with a lewd expression. His ugly looks combined with that sleazy demeanor were simply unbearable. Aren't you pursuing Rear Admiral Cheyenne? How come you still often go to the flower boats? At this rate, you'll probably never catch up in 100 years. Atlas was somewhat speechless. It was one thing for Kaki to look sleazy, but his behavior was even worse. Well, does that hinder my deep affection for Cheyenne? Kaki replied, as if it were obvious. Forget it. Take care of yourself, Kaki. By the way, Kaki, are we going directly back to Marineford? Huh? No, we're stopping by Impel Down first to drop Crocodile off before heading back to headquarters. Impel Down was a massive tower-like structure submerged in the sea, with its base deep in the ocean. Moreover, Impel Down was built in a windless zone, surrounded by giant sea kings. The walls were constructed with a large amount of sea prism stone powder, which not only prevented attacks from sea kings, but also slightly restricted the abilities of devil fruit users. The highest officer of Impel Down was the Chief Warden, who was theoretically at the same level as the Fleet Admiral. After all, Impel Down and the Navy were two of the three major institutions under the world government. If the Navy headquarters was a place that countless pirates feared, then Impel Down was a place they didn't even dare to mention. For pirates chasing so-called freedom, being imprisoned in Impel Down until death was more terrifying than death itself. It's worth mentioning that the current Chief Warden of Impel Down was not yet the future Magellan, the devil fruit user who almost thwarted Blackbeard's ambitions. At this time, he was still just the deputy warden. Kaki and Atlas brought Crocodile down from the warship, and what met their eyes was the heavily guarded gate of Impel Down. Don't underestimate Impel Down. Almost no pirate who enters here manages to escape. Kaki explained to Atlas with a hint of pride. Although the Navy and Impel Down were not the same institution, their relationship was quite good. Hey, I heard a few years ago a great pirate escaped from here. The myth of Impel Down has long been shattered. Crocodile, standing to the side, began to seek attention again. Do you think you're the Golden Lion? Even that great pirate who once competed with Roger had to sever his own legs to escape. This time, Kaki didn't plan to ignore Crocodile and retorted directly. Welcome to my Impel Down. As the group conversed, they unknowingly arrived at the entrance of Impel Down, where a man with a big belly, wearing an Egyptian pharaoh-style headdress and holding a standard trident, shouted loudly at the three. Suddenly, he let out an odd cry. I accidentally slipped up and almost exposed my ambitions. Standing next to him was a man who looked a bit like Satan, who had a pained expression on his face, holding his stomach, and somewhat helplessly introduced himself. I am Magellan, the deputy warden of Impel Down, and this is Chief Guard Hannibal. Welcome to your arrival. Hello, I'm Kaki, and this next to me is our Navy rookie, Kano's Atlas. Kaki took the opportunity to introduce Atlas in detail. Please follow me. Let's first lock Crocodile up in the Infinite Hell. The Chief Warden is currently busy with official duties and cannot attend to you, so we'll take care of you for now. Infinite Hell? Atlas showed a contemplative expression. By the way, which level is Infinite Hell again? Infinite Hell is level 6 of Impel Down. The ones who can be imprisoned at this level are all extremely vicious pirates. Mr. Crocodile should feel very honored. Noticing that Atlas seemed a bit confused, the attentive Kaki kindly provided the answer. Once inside Impel Down, Atlas continuously observed his surroundings. The entire prison environment was somewhat gloomy, and every corner was almost covered with visual snail cameras, with people monitoring everything here. As they delved deeper, they could hear many people crying out in pain on almost every level. Is anyone there? Can you let me out? I will tell you where I hid my treasure. Whoever saves me, I will share half with you. Oh, no, I will give you everything. Let me out. I'm wronged. Don't be fooled by their cries of injustice. Each of them was a ruthless pirate when they were outside. Magellan frowned and explained to Atlas, fearing that his youthful passion might lead him to try to seek justice for these guys. Don't worry, I'm not the soft-hearted type. Atlas smiled and explained, jokingly noting that very few pirates could survive under his hand. Was he really the kind of person to be merciful? Suddenly, from a shadow not far from Atlas. A scream pierced the air, and then a tall man with a wide jaw and a cigar appeared from the darkness. Chapter 62. Akainu and Shiryu. Have you killed prisoners at will again? Magellan frowned as he looked at the man in front of him who was slowly wiping the blade of his sword. It was clear that Shiryu had killed prisoners more than once or twice, and Magellan was very dissatisfied with his behavior. Oh, it's just a few worthless trash. No need to be so excited, Magellan, Shiryu said carelessly, as he had never felt troubled by killing some small fry. For him, killing was a trivial matter with no psychological burden. Magellan was somewhat angry, but he had to hold back due to the presence of his Navy colleagues, and could only temporarily endure it, helplessly introducing Atlas and the others. This is Shiryu of the Rain, Deputy Warden of Impel Down. Then he turned to Shiryu and introduced, these two are Rear Admiral Gikuki and the Navy's Rising Star Atlas. Swordmaster? Before Magellan could finish his introduction, Shiryu of the Rain glanced at Atlas' sword, Sandai Kitetsu, and a flicker of interest appeared in his cold eyes as he raised an eyebrow and said, "Want to have a spar?" Atlas looked at Shiryu, who was exuding a hint of killing intent, somewhat surprised. Is this guy about to lose control of his killing intent? It seems that under the influence of the environment and impelled down, Shiryu's mentality has become somewhat twisted. Shiryu, what are you doing? Magellan could no longer hold back and directly shouted at Shiryu. I was just joking. Why so serious? Shiryu, aware of his wrongdoing, pouted defiantly. Just as Shiryu was about to leave, he suddenly glanced at Hannibal in the crowd and sneered disdainfully, "Waste. Hey, I'm still your superior." Hannibal immediately shouted, but Shiryu, who had already faded back into the darkness, ignored him. Everyone, please excuse me. Watching Hannibal shout and the psychopathic killer Shiryu, Magellan couldn't help but blush and said somewhat awkwardly, "Haha, I understand. After all, living in Impel Down means dealing with all kinds of criminals, and it's inevitable that various personalities will emerge." At this moment, our brother Gikuki smoothly chimed in, hitting the nail on the head for Magellan. This is our unique giant elevator in Impel Down, which allows us to easily travel between different floors. Our destination this time is the 6th level, Infinite Hell. Before long, the group took the giant elevator to the 6th level. Unlike the prisoners on the previous floors, the prisoners here did not cry out for mercy. They merely hung their heads, calmly directing their gazes at Atlas and the others. If an ordinary person were in such an oppressive atmosphere, they would probably be trembling in fear. However, Atlas had the will to become the strongest man in the world, and even without the awakening of Conqueror's Haki, his spirit alone was not inferior to anyone present. As for the others, Magellan would later become an admiral-level figure as the Warden of Impel Down. Gikuki would also rank as a candidate admiral. And as for Hannibal, there was no need to say much. The guy was already trembling. I'm the Warden of Impel Down," Hannibal said somewhat stubbornly, then quickly added, "It seems I accidentally revealed my ambition again." Atlas and the others ignored him, as they had basically become immune to his strange behavior. After throwing Crocodile into prison, Gikuki hurriedly took Atlas away from Impel Down, politely declining Magellan's invitation to dinner and heading towards Marineford. Marineford, Impel Down, and Judicial Island form a triangular position, and the distances between them are not very far, so the warships soon arrive at the Navy headquarters without any issues. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. Gikuki and Atlas were taken aback as they pushed the door open. Behind the desk was still the same Sengoku, wearing frog glasses and sporting a braided beard. But there was an additional tall man sitting in the reception chair, biting a cigar and wearing a Navy hat. Admiral Sengoku, Vice Admiral Akainu. Crocodile has been successfully imprisoned in Impel Down. Seeing Atlas and Gikuki, Sengoku timely stopped his conversation with Akainu and actively inquired about the mission's status. Report to Admiral Sengoku. The prisoner Crocodile has been successfully imprisoned in Impel Down. Very good. But do you know how much trouble you've caused me? Little brat Atlas. After casting an appreciative glance at Gikuki, Sengoku turned to scold Atlas with a stern face. You see, the world government has just established the Shichibukai system, and the Navy has arrested Crocodile without solid evidence. This is simply a blatant slap in the face to the world government. Who knows how much pressure he has endured from the Gorosei? However, you did well. Atlas, Sengoku's face, which had been dark just a moment ago, instantly turned from anger to joy, greatly praising Atlas, leaving him somewhat stunned by the sudden change. You flatter me. This is what I should do. Atlas humbly replied. That's right. Fighting against pirates is the Navy's justice. Akainu, sitting in the chair, chimed in, but then his brows furrowed, an iron-blooded aura instantly overwhelming the room. Your biggest mistake this time was not taking the opportunity to kill Crocodile. Atlas merely smiled and did not refute. If he had killed him, it would just be Sengoku causing him trouble. All right, Atlas, you performed excellently in this graduation assessment. The headquarters has decided to award you a commendation, and the ceremony will be held in the next few days, so prepare for it. Also, regarding your direction after graduation, where do you intend to go? Report to Admiral Sengoku. I will follow your arrangements. Very good. Then after the ceremony, you will go to the New World with Akainu. Sengoku nodded and then mentioned his long-planned arrangement. Are you sure you want to go to the New World with me? There are strong people everywhere there, far from the trivial matters you dealt with in paradise. If you're not careful, you might get stuck there forever. Akainu warned Atlas expressionlessly. The pirates in paradise are too weak. I'm going to become the strongest man in the world. Of course, I have to go and deal with Whitebeard properly. Waiting for the moment, I pull him down from the throne of the strongest. Atlas didn't care at all, instead grinning wildly. A glimmer of appreciation flashed in Akainu's eyes. Good belief and awareness. I've heard your strength is quite good. I'd like to see if you have the qualifications to be on my ship. Chapter 63 Strength Marineford, Training Ground. Atlas, untying his justice cape, stood opposite Akainu. With no other Navy personnel watching around, only Sengoku and Kaji sitting in the stands not far away. Earlier, in Sengoku's office, Akainu had proposed testing Atlas's strength, immediately gaining the approval of everyone present. Sengoku wanted to see how much Atlas had progressed over time, while Kaji simply wanted to watch the excitement. After all, one was a monster rear admiral of the Navy, and the other was a naval rising star believed by Zifa to have the potential to surpass the three major monsters. Are you a swordsman? Akainu looked at the three-generation Kitetsu at Atlas's waist and asked in a deep voice. Well, sort of. Atlas shrugged and answered somewhat frivolously. Just right. I also know a bit of basic swordsmanship. We can have a match. However, Atlas glanced at Akainu, not seeing any weapons on him, and frowned in confusion. Akainu still had that expressionless face. A sword is not something that is so inconvenient. Saying this, thick smoke rolled from his hands, and scorching magma dripped onto the training ground, leaving pits in the ground. A roughly 2-meter-long large sword appeared in Akainu's hand, its blade entirely composed of boiling magma, the continuously rising high temperature burning the air around them. Damn it, he really concealed it. Atlas watched Akainu, who was indifferent while holding a magma giant sword, and couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth, secretly complaining. Clang! Seeing this, Atlas also slowly drew the three-generation Kitetsu from his waist, the black-red haki quickly wrapping around it, making the demon sword appear even more eerie. Sengoku, get ready to rebuild the training ground. Atlas shouted at Sengoku, who was just about to snack on some sanbei while watching the excitement, making him quite angry. Before Atlas could get into position, Akainu charged forward with his sword, swinging at Atlas. What the hell, Akainu? You're not following the rules. Crash! Atlas hurriedly defended, the two swords clashing, not producing the usual crisp sound of metal striking metal, but rather a dull sensation. Not bad strength. Akainu commented. The two were at a stalemate for a moment, ultimately ending with Atlas stepping back a few paces. Dragon Tail. Atlas steadied himself, stepped back with his left leg, and a blood-red slash flew toward Akainu. Swish! A massive gash appeared at Akainu's chest, hot magma spilling out, and his upper body instantly turned to magma and fell to the ground. Very powerful slash. Suddenly, Akainu's form began to slowly restore, not even a trace of a wound remaining. In fact, Atlas was quite curious about the nature element's transformation. It could even transform clothing. No wonder in the later Marineford War, Kizaru's clothes were only slightly dirty. You're overpraising me, Rear Admiral Akainu. As soon as Atlas finished speaking, Akainu's hands quickly transformed into huge magma fists, a tremendous burst of power erupting from within him, and two massive fists charged directly at Atlas. Great fire! What the hell? Weren't we supposed to duel with swords? Atlas was shocked, swiftly swinging the three-generation Kitetsu upwards. One sword style, Cicada Rain, ascending the tower. Dense slashes collided violently with the two giant magma fists. Boom! The two fists exploded under Atlas's slashes, countless volcanic projectiles falling without losing momentum. To be honest, Akainu had held back. He had only unleashed two magma fists. It seemed Akainu was still quite considerate of Sengoku. Otherwise, the repair cost for the training ground alone would be enough to trouble Sengoku for a while. Atlas took a deep breath, sheathing the three-generation Kitetsu at his waist. A rich haki quickly coursing throughout his body, chest, shoulders, back, legs, and arms emerging in large black-red patches. Two black lines extending from the corners of his eyes down to his neck, creating a sharp and heavy aura around him. "Come on," Atlas shouted, taking a slight step back, his core muscles in his waist and abdomen exerting force, as the muscles in his back appear to flow like a mouse. His massive fists rapidly turning red and swelling. Iron Block Fist, God of War Arm, Shatter. The countless fist shadows, under the powerful coverage of Atlas's observation haki, accurately struck every volcanic projectile. Akainu's volcanic projectiles were indeed powerful, besides the tremendous force generated from simulating a volcanic eruption. There was also a strong burning sensation constantly coming from Atlas's fists, and even with Atlas's current haki strength, he still couldn't completely block the high temperature of the magma. Swish! Just as Atlas focused on dealing with the countless volcanic projectiles, Akainu swiftly closed in on Atlas. It could be said that whether in terms of strength or speed, Akainu was extremely terrifying. He had truly integrated the magma fruit into his physical combat. Every punch and every body attack he made simulated the terrifying force of a volcanic eruption to a certain extent. Speed is power. Have you ever been kicked by me? Atlas made a swift decision, abandoning the remaining sporadic volcanic projectiles, and instead lifted his leg to kick at the charging Akainu. If we were to say which muscle on Atlas's body was the strongest now, it would undoubtedly be his legs, after a round of enhancement from the bull charm. His muscle density had become terrifying, and then with the rabbit charm's modification to his lower body. His physique was already very different from most strong individuals in the pirate world. Many strong individuals, even Garp, lean towards having a very strong torso but relatively weak lower limbs, while Atlas was extraordinarily well-proportioned, with even greater strength in his lower body. Boom! The punch and leg collided, and Atlas only slightly stepped back. Bang! 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 After several more collisions, Atlas began to struggle. Even though the haki's defense had absorbed some of the damage, he had to admit that Akainu's haki strength far surpassed his own. It could be said that Akainu, 38, was at his peak, and even in a rising phase. The years of training were far beyond what Atlas could compare to. After all, Atlas had not awakened haki for long, and to be able to compete with Akainu to this extent was already quite remarkable. In fact, Atlas was very clear about his current shortcoming. He lacked a particularly high damage attack method or an AoE attack like the nature type. Iron Block Fist, God of War Arm, 100 penetrations. Suddenly, Atlas stepped back, turned sideways, twisted his hips, and threw a punch. A mysterious penetrating force emanated from his fist. Bang! The two haki-covered fists collided violently. Akainu felt that Atlas's strength actually penetrated through his haki defense directly into his body, as if a bare fist were striking steel. And Atlas was continuously pushed back, leaving a series of clear footprints on the solid training ground, the sleeves on his arms also torn and falling apart. Chapter 64 Promotion, not bad. Akainu slightly shook his fists and nodded in appreciation, having praised Atlas for what seemed like the umpteenth time. If his subordinates were here, they would surely be astonished, as the usually stern Akainu rarely praises anyone so frequently. Hellhound. Akainu's attacks are always explosive and unpredictable, his arms suddenly turning to lava and rapidly extending. Atlas dared not be careless. After all, in the original anime, This move had directly blown off half of old Whitebeard's face. Even though Akainu wasn't as strong as he would be in over a decade, his power was still formidable. Iron Block, God of War Arm, Cross Hunt. Atlas quickly crossed his arms in front of him, rapidly enlarging them through life return. The haki covering his body suddenly faded, compressing into a rich, almost tangible coating of haki on his arms, the black and red colors vibrant and eerie, resembling the arms of a giant that nearly covered his entire body. Bang! The scorching lava struck Atlas's black and red arms, causing splashes of magma that swiftly destroyed the ground, thick smoke rising. The immense impact nearly knocked Atlas off his upright stance, forcing him to fly back in a disheveled manner. Hey, that's enough. Akainu. Seeing that Akainu seemed to be preparing another move, Atlas quickly called out to stop him. This was no joke. With Akainu's level of destructive power, if he were to unleash his full strength, the headquarters would suffer immense losses in manpower and resources for repairs, and Atlas felt a bit sorry for Sengoku. Moreover, Atlas was genuinely struggling against Akainu, not just physically, but the overwhelming pressure of haki and the high damage from his Logia-type abilities were also things Atlas could not withstand. Akainu's magma fruit truly deserved its reputation as a top-tier Logia, and his development and application of the fruit were simply at their peak, managing to enhance his explosive power by mimicking a volcanic eruption. I acknowledge your strength. Very impressive. Kano's Atlas. Hearing this, Akainu slightly restrained himself, his words showing acknowledgement of Atlas. Although Akainu was a serious person, there was no doubt that satisfaction gleamed in his eyes towards Atlas. Atlas's strength and methods against pirates were impeccable. With a bit of training, it would only be a matter of time before he became the next monster admiral. Morning, Marineford. As the red sun rose, the mottled sunlight drove away the lingering fog. The sky was empty, cloudless for miles, just like Atlas's current state of mind, clear and flawless. Atlas slowly walked out of the dormitory building. After returning to headquarters a few days ago, he went back to the new recruits' dormitory. But Smoker and the others were likely on a mission with Zifa, so the dormitory was temporarily empty except for Atlas. As he had anticipated, Razanani had also applied for early graduation after he left. With his strength, he had not even met the standards for early graduation, so it was likely that after hearing about Doflamingo's misdeeds, he volunteered to go undercover to Sengoku. The promotion ceremony was held in the square in front of the headquarters building, directly opposite the crescent-shaped harbor. This could be said to be the core location of Marineford. For instance, the Marineford War took place here, and a few years ago, the Golden Lion's rampage at Marine headquarters was also subdued here by Sengoku and Garp, leading to his imprisonment in the underwater prison. Speaking of the Golden Lion, he was indeed ruthless, directly cutting off his legs embedded with sea prism stone to escape, shattering the myth of Impel Down. At this time, the square had gathered quite a number of people, mostly onlookers. Marineford not only had a large number of Marines stationed, but many officers' families were also settled in the family area behind the headquarters, making it one of the safest places in the world. Of course, Atlas wasn't the only one being honored today, but he mostly didn't know the others on stage, so there was no need to greet them, and he walked straight to the podium. Under the gaze of countless fiery eyes, Atlas made his way through the crowd to the podium. Today, Atlas was wearing a pure white suit, with a justice cloak billowing behind him. Officers of the Navy at the rank of commander and above did not need to wear Navy uniforms, but could choose their own civilian attire to match the justice cloak. Atlas's suit was custom-made at a clothing store, perfectly fitting his frame. The material was unknown, but made him feel completely comfortable. The saying you get what you pay for was spot on, and since the expenses would be reimbursed by the headquarters, Atlas felt no remorse in spending. Atlas waited on the podium for about 3 minutes when Sengoku and Akainu arrived late, walking up one after the other. This promotion ceremony was undoubtedly presided over by Sengoku, while Akainu just came along to join in the crowd. The previously noisy square suddenly quieted down, with countless gazes focused on the stage, most of them directed at the young Atlas. Atlas's appearance wasn't the handsome type. His features were quite rugged, exuding a unique iron-blooded aura of a soldier. However, what was striking was that at his current age, he stood in the ranks of brigadiers, meaning that at this promotion ceremony, Atlas was about to become a glorious brigadier of Marine headquarters. On the other side, Sengoku had already taken out a document and began to read the list of those being promoted. Pimentel, physical test passed, combat performance qualified, graduated, awarded the rank of major. A tall man quickly ran from the back of the line to receive his promotion from Sengoku. Paresa, physical evaluation excellent, combat performance good, graduated, awarded the rank of lieutenant colonel. Darius, Leo Gago, Belding. Atlas was somewhat surprised to find that the list of those being promoted included not only people from outside the training camp, but also some recruits from the previous graduating class. And he happened to be graduating alongside them. The promotions went smoothly, with most receiving the ranks of major or lieutenant colonel, and a few battlefield veterans being awarded the rank of colonel. Suddenly, Sengoku turned his gaze towards Atlas, a smile appearing on his face as he loudly declared, "Kano's Atlas. Physical evaluation excellent. Combat assessment excellent. Graduated. Awarded the rank of brigadier general." Boom! This announcement stirred up a wave, and the crowd immediately focused their attention on Atlas. Although he had been prepared for this, hearing Sengoku announce it personally made it hard for them to believe. Although the new recruits camp was known as the elite training camp, the cradle of Navy officers, no one expected that a brigadier general would be awarded after just 2 years of graduation. Chapter 65, New World, Holy Land, Mariewa Port. A warship flying the unique Navy Seagull flag is docked here. This warship is different from ordinary Navy standard warships. It is slightly larger in size, but the number of cannons on both sides is significantly more. The entire ship is painted with dark red stripes, and at the prow is a peculiar creature resembling a gaping abyss, giving an overall impression of ferocity and bloodshed. This is the specially customized flagship of Akainu. Basically, all the rear admirals in the headquarters have the option to customize a warship at the headquarters' expense according to their preferences, like Karp's uniquely designed dog-headed warship. After all, among the Navy, the rank of Rear Admiral can be considered a high-ranking position, so it is natural that they wouldn't be riding ordinary standard warships. On the wide deck, Atlas slowly gazes at the gradually disappearing Holy Land, Mariewa. Atlas is still dressed in his white suit with a justice cloak, and since he has specially customized several sets to change into, there is no need for him to change. There are only 2 ways to enter the New World. One is to coat the ship at the Sabeti Archipelago and then enter through the Fishman Island Passage. But if one is unlucky enough to encounter a giant sea king, the adventurous journey would come to an end. As the Navy, Atlas and his team naturally chose to go through the Red Line, taking the passage from Holy Land, Mariewa, to the New World. This passage is relatively safe, although there is a possibility of encountering those disgusting bubble dragons. However, it's unclear whether it's good luck today or Akainu's sour face has disinterested the bubble dragons. Alice hasn't seen those so-called world nobles for now. How about it? Are you ready to step into the battlefield of the New World? Suddenly, Akainu's voice came from beside Atlas. Atlas glanced at Akainu, but did not answer. Being prepared is not something that can be expressed in words. He would use his fist to announce his arrival in the New World. Since Roger's execution, the Golden Lion has escaped from Impel Down and has gone silent. Now, there are only 3 overlords in the New World: the Whitebeard Pirates, the Big MOM Pirates, and the Beast Pirates. Among them, the Whitebeard Pirates are the strongest, followed by Big M, while Kaido of the Beast Pirates has only recently occupied Wano country, making his strength relatively weaker than the other 2 pirate crews. In addition, there is a pirate alliance consisting of 4 pirate crews opposing these 3: the Yelmac Pirates, the Klaus Pirates, the Bloodscythe Pirates, and the Francis Pirates. However, this alliance will eventually break apart. According to Navy intelligence, Kaido has been trying to recruit Francis, and although he hasn't formally agreed yet, suspicion has already begun to brew within their alliance. Recruiting? Atlas frowned and asked, why is Kaido only trying to recruit Francis among the 4 pirate crews? Is this guy stronger than the other 3? Haha, Kaido is particularly fond of Zoan-type devil fruit users. Francis's fruit ability is the Zoan-type bear fruit, ancient species, mammoth bear form, and the drought position in the Beast Pirates is still vacant, Akainu explained. What we in the Navy need to do now is to constantly harass the three strongest pirate crews, making that so-called pirate alliance mistakenly believe that Whitebeard and the others are being constrained in strength. This way, before the alliance breaks apart, we can engage in battle with Whitebeard, Charlotte Linlin, and Kaido, allowing the Navy to profit from it. But those pirates aren't fools, are they? They won't fight to a standstill and let us in the Navy pick up the spoils for free. Atlas expressed his doubts. Although the average IQ in the pirate world is relatively low, the great pirates who occupy a place in the New World are not foolish to that extent. Such powerful pirates are generally synonymous with cunning and cruelty. Don't worry, you don't need to concern yourself with this. The world government will send people to cooperate with our actions. Akainu did not elaborate further. Just a vague smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Seeing this, Alice did not say more. He speculated that it should be the CP department under the world government. After all, those rats are best suited for lurking assassination and sowing discord. In the New World, in an unknown sea area, the sky is filled with dark clouds, with occasional flashes of lightning. However, amidst the pitch-black sky, a gigantic azure dragon is constantly twisting and turning. The appearance of the azure dragon is quite peculiar, apart from two dragon horns. It also has two outwardly extending antlers, with flames swirling around its body, climbing through the clouds, and soaring into the dark clouds. Occasionally, a few bolts of lightning strike this giant azure dragon, leaving only a few deep white marks. The dragon's ferocious giant face shows a distinctly human-like expression of enjoyment. As this azure dragon flies, the dark sky suddenly brightens, and the clear sky is as clean as a mirror, as if the previously overcast clouds and rumbling thunder were merely an illusion. This is the unpredictable weather of the Grand Line. Suddenly, the azure dragon's eyes light up as a floating island appears not far away, and it quickly ascends to the clouds. In fact, there are many sky islands in the pirate world. The legendary Golden Country, Jaya Island, was also formed when special ocean currents washed it up over the White Sea. After landing on the island, the massive body of the azure dragon quickly shrinks, transforming into an extremely burly man. The man has long black hair, a pair of long horns, and a mustache resembling dragon whiskers. His upper body is bare, with a tattoo resembling dragon scales on his left arm, and a shaped scar on his right abdomen. He wears a purple shirt around his waist with two golden chains hanging from the hem, baggy dark green pants, and a purple fur cloak draped over his shoulders. In his hand, he holds a wolf-tooth club covered in sharp spikes. It is none other than Kaido, the governor of the Beast Pirates. Ha ha ha, what a great place to commit suicide. After transforming into human form, Kaido sits down on the small, floating island, casually takes out a giant gourd with the character Heaven imprinted on it from his waist, and starts gulping it down. Before long, Kaido is staring blankly at the dark gourd, a deep blush appearing on his ferocious face. Burp Kaido lets out a satisfied burp, struggling to get up from the ground, and walks to the edge of the island to peek down, his eyes somewhat dazed. Burp, the height is just right, ha. Chapter 66. A cute encounter from a sky in the New World Sea. A massive Navy warship slowly sailed across the surface of the sea. On board, Alice was asking Akainu for tips on hockey external application. After all, Atlas was already quite skilled in hardening and binding, and it was time to consider the next stage of his training. Their destination was the Navy's base G5 in the New World, which could be considered a foothold for the Navy in this new territory. Suddenly, both Atlas and Akainu looked up at the clear sky, sensing an alarming premonition from their observation hockey. A black dot appeared in their line of sight, growing larger and revealing a humanoid creature whose landing point was the warship. All hands, prepare for battle. Helmsman, steer the ship away. Damn it, Akainu exclaimed furiously. He had already recognized that the humanoid creature was Kaido of the Beasts. He had heard about this guy's penchant for self-destructive behavior, but he never expected to encounter him here. Atlas squinted at the rapidly approaching Kaido, thinking to himself how coincidental it was to meet this pirate governor, who would be known as the strongest creature in land, sea, and air in over a decade. According to Atlas's guess, Kaido's obsession with various self-destructive acts was likely to develop his devil fruit powers. Zoan-type devil fruits were said to be the easiest to develop. requiring constant injury and healing. Kaido, relying on his tough skin and powerful mythical Zoan fruit, continuously engaged in reckless behavior. Dragon Meteor. Akainu wouldn't just sit idly by. He activated his magma fruit powers and rapidly created a large number of magma fists, simulating a volcanic eruption to launch them at Kaido. One sword style, ascend the tower, shatter the stars. Atlas also quickly wrapped his arms in haki, slashing with his third-generation sword, the Inma, sending a blood-red slash that enveloped Kaido like a giant fishing net. Boom! Bang! Hiss! Countless magma fists concentrated on Kaido, then exploded, falling into the sea in a parabolic trajectory, causing a large amount of white mist to rise instantly around the area. Kaido's massive body shifted the direction of the warship after taking the two attacks. In Atlas's perception through observation haki, Kaido only had slight burns and numerous white marks on his skin, meaning Atlas had merely tickled him. Still, in a drunken state, Kaido was jolted awake by a burning sensation. He flipped in the air and immediately transformed into a giant azure dragon, with 4 dragon claws emerging from a cloud of mist, lifting him into the sky. The huge, fierce dragon head swayed left and right, seemingly not fully recovered from his drunken state. Once he saw Akainu on the warship, he was startled, then began to laugh to himself. Navy? Akainu? Ha ha ha. Before Akainu could say anything harsh, Kaido surprisingly took the initiative to attack, unleashing a torrent of flames directly at the warship. Akainu was somewhat annoyed. It wasn't that he was hesitant to unleash his full power due to the soldiers on the ship. In his mind, it would be worth it to take down Kaido here, even if it meant the death of everyone on board, including himself. However, among the Navy's 3 monsters, Akiji excelled at naval combat, Kizuru at aerial combat, and Akainu was best at land battles. This situation was definitely disadvantageous for him, and even using Jeppo wouldn't allow for a prolonged fight, as it consumed significant stamina. Vice Admiral Akainu, let me handle this. Atlas interrupted Akainu's action, immediately taking a standard sword-drawing stance. The muscles in his arms bulged as immense power flowed from his waist to his arms. One sword style, God of War arm, Dragon Slash. A massive crescent-shaped slash met the fiery breath head-on, cleaving Kaido's flames in half, causing the heat that was headed for the warship to split and avoid it. The rolling heat wave brushed past the crew on the warship, plunging into the ocean and thickening the mist in the entire sea area. Atlas, lead the others away from the warship. I'll deal with him. Akainu quickly assessed the situation. The soldiers on the warship would only become a burden. Although he didn't fear sacrifice, he didn't want it to be in vain. With that, he stepped onto Jeppo and ascended, his cold gaze meeting Kaido's dragon head. Yes, Atlas responded loudly. At this moment, his priority was to follow orders. As for fighting, he would settle the crew first. Dogbite, Red Lotus. Akainu had always had little to say to pirates, directly transforming his arms into magma. Streams of lava erupted from his body, and 2 giant dog heads opened their jaws, biting towards Kaido. Bad wind. Kaido opened his mouth, unleashing a wave of wind blades like a sickle slash, wildly cutting through the magma dog heads, causing large amounts of lava to fall from the sky. Shave. This was a fusion technique of Jeppo and Shave, allowing Akainu to move rapidly in the air without interruption. In an instant, he flashed to Kaido's front, his fists covered in haki. The dark haki flowed rapidly over his arms, as if brewing the force of a volcanic eruption, aiming directly at Kaido's right eye. Seeing this, Kaido quickly closed his eyelids and also covered his face with haki. Bang! A dull sound echoed as Akainu's haki punched through Kaido's defenses, striking his eyeball. Even the powerful defense of a mythical Zoan couldn't withstand the fragility of the eyeball. Kaido felt a sting in his eye, his vision going dark, and his body swayed dangerously close to falling into the sea. Damn Navy! Kaido growled angrily, immediately transforming into his hybrid dragon form. Although his azure dragon form was immensely powerful and capable of flight, his massive body presented a wide target, making him easy prey for equally strong opponents. Thunderbawa. Kaido drew his spiked club. Intense lightning quickly wrapped around it, making the massive weapon move so fast it left no afterimage. Underworld Dog. Akainu's magma arms rapidly stretched, confronting Kaido's spike club. Buzz. The tremendous impact radiated outward from the point of contact. Akainu. Kulme. Kill me. Kaido laughed maniacally, baring his teeth at Akainu. Oof. Evil pirate. Akainu retorted defiantly, raising his fist once more to attack Kaido. Both were monsters among monsters, but Kaido's fish fruit, Mythical Zoan, Azure Dragon form was practically a bug in the world of pirates, as he wouldn't drown if he fell into the sea. Plus, with his tough skin and flesh, Akainu was at a disadvantage. Meanwhile, Atlas had quietly used Jeppo to maneuver to Kaido's rear, having already steered the warship away from the battlefield. Chapter 67, Armament Haki. External release of Iron Block Fist Technique Armament Chaos. Atlas had long transformed into a 2-meter combat form, with a rich coating of armament haki wrapping around him, mysterious patterns winding and flowing over his body. With the development of life, return, and the deepening of haki training, Atlas had reached a very high level of mastery in this form. A flurry of fist shadows attacked Kaido's back, but Kaido paid no attention. Although his observation haki had detected Atlas behind him, compared to the attack from Akainu in front of him, Atlas's fists were nothing more than a tickle to his physique. Bang! 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 Atlas's armament haki-covered fist struck densely against Kaido's back, producing a dull thudding sound. Little brat. Nice massage. You've loosened up my muscles, ha ha. Kaido turned and grinned savagely at Atlas, mocking him to the fullest. Oh really? Atlas curled his lips, drew out the Shodai Kitetsu, and wrapped it in armament haki. One sword-style god of war, armed dragon slash. 2 slashing attacks in shape struck at Kaido, and, on the other side, Akainu naturally would not let such an opportunity pass, directly unleashing a hellhound toward Kaido's face. Kaido remained as reckless as ever. He did not want to take a hellhound to the face, even though he wasn't relying on his looks for a living and didn't want to be disfigured. So he chose to ignore Atlas's slashes and focused on dealing with Akainu. Swish! The massive blood-red slash actually broke through Kaido's thick scales, leaving 2 shallow lines of blood, but they soon vanished. It seemed that Kaido had not yet reached the terrifying level of defense he would have many years later. After all, this was the 5th Emperor, a super strong meat shield that could only achieve a level of sobriety. Damn ant. Although Atlas's slashes did not deal significant damage, the fact that a mere Navy brat could break through his defense enraged Kaido, who always cared about his reputation. Kaido immediately sidestepped, swinging his kanabo, a powerful shockwave striking toward Atlas. The immense power and terrifying speed seemed to explode the air. Hey, is it really necessary to be this exaggerated? Atlas hurriedly gripped the Shodai Kitetsu with both hands, positioning it defensively in front of him. Bang! The Shodai Kitetsu blocked Kaido's massive fist, but Atlas's neck bulged with veins, his teeth clenched tightly, and his body could not help but fly backward. After delivering the blow, Kaido looked at the flying Atlas, ready to make his next move. However, Akainu would not let him have his way. A giant molten fist rushed toward Kaido, the rising temperature nearly boiling the air. Bang! With no other option, Kaido covered his body with armament haki and braced himself against Akainu's fist, while his head quickly transformed into a massive dragon head, opening its mouth to unleash several blasts of hot breath. Sizzle. Akainu directly elementalized, the hot breath clashing with the lava, countless flames and magma falling into the sea, raising the temperature of the surrounding waters significantly. Whoosh! Atlas, who had been knocked back by Kaido, quickly rushed back from a distance. Such a high-level battle was immensely beneficial for his strength growth. There were not many opportunities like this, with one top-tier power restraining another. Atlas only needed to occasionally harass them. Kaido, life return god of war body. Atlas's body, flying in mid-air, suddenly swelled, rapidly growing taller and transforming into a 5-meter-tall small giant, the patterns on his face becoming clearer and the overwhelming sense of power almost bursting forth. Ha ha ha! Interesting little brat. Kaido looked at Atlas, momentarily stunned by his drastically changed appearance, before bursting into wild laughter. Hey, Navy brat, do you want to join me? I'll leave the drought position for you. Ha ha ha. It's really tempting, but I have to decline. Ah, what a pity, then you can die. Thunderous 8 trigrams. A huge sound of wind and thunder erupted, violent lightning coiling around the Kanabo, the ominous aura continuously reminding Atlas of the immense power of this strike. Bang! The fist and the club collided, and in that moment, Atlas actually held his ground against Kaido's thunderous 8 trigrams, but he was soon knocked back, feeling like a cannonball being fired, falling toward the sea in a nearly perfect parabolic arc. Of course, at this moment, Kaido had to deal with Akainu's backstab from justice. Akainu had always been ruthless against pirates. As long as victory was achievable, there were no dirty tricks. On the surface, Kaido seemed very generous, either looking for death or on the path to death every day, because he knew no one could kill him. Otherwise, this guy would run faster than anyone. Kazuki Oden was a perfect example. Damn annoying little bug. Kaido felt a bit irritated, as on one side, he had Akainu restraining him, and on the other side, that Navy brat was like a stubborn gum, impossible to kill, which instead allowed Akainu to seize opportunities to land a few punches. Sansei Inalaku. Kaido suddenly floated. The massive Kanabo began to spin at high speed, Conqueror's haki quickly wrapping around it, black-red lightning continuously appearing. Taking advantage of his high position, he directly sent this club toward Akainu. Dog bite Red Lotus. A ferocious molten dog head appeared in an instant, opening its giant mouth that seemed to lead to the abyss, biting down on Kaido's Kanabo. Instantly, centered around them, the surrounding mist of water suddenly scattered, as if encountering something terrifying. Boom! A tremendous roar spread out. Even Atlas, who had been hit by Kaido's thunderous 8 trigrams from afar, was shaken by this vast momentum. Bang! 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 The intense sounds of hand-to-hand combat erupted as Akainu and Kaido abandoned their fruit abilities and engaged in a brutal exchange of fists, continuing to collide for a day and night in the air. Atlas also occasionally jumped in to give Kaido a few hits, each time being knocked away by Kaido's club. However, with the support of the 3 major talismans, Atlas continued to harass Kaido as if nothing were wrong. At first, Kaido was astonished by the terrifying recovery and stamina of this Navy brat, but now he had become numb to it. As Atlas continually exchanged blows with Kaido, he felt his physique and the digestion of the talismans rapidly improving. He now felt like a sponge, constantly absorbing water and expanding, and most excitingly, his armament haki could now be externally released. Chapter 68. Defeat and Retreat Bang Bang. Hiss. In a misty sea, a sense of mystery enveloped the surroundings as a towering giant creature grappled with 2 figures, one large and one small. Kaido was covered in scorched marks, purple lightning coiling around him, and his massive dragon head occasionally exhaled hot breath. The 8 trigrams covered in armament haki, enhanced by his Conqueror's haki, exuded a daunting might with every swing. If any weak-willed person were present, they would surely foam at the mouth and fall into the sea just from the pressure of his aura. Akainu and Atlas flanked Kaido, with Akainu's arms transformed into massive molten lava, seemingly brewing terrifying explosive power within. He intermittently launched hellhound attacks at Kaido. Meanwhile, Atlas was enveloped in armament haki. His body shrunk to about 2 meters, with a deeper hue of haki covering him. The black patterns at the corners of his eyes twisted slightly, extending to his forehead, while his arms grotesquely expanded, producing numerous sparks in the air from the rapid punches. Kaido was increasingly irritated by Atlas's harassment. With a loud roar, he turned to swing his club, only to strike at a mass of afterimages. Atlas's 2-meter frame moved with astonishing speed, constantly twisting and turning in the air, displaying incredible agility. Atlas was now on high alert, his observation haki activated to the utmost. Despite Akainu's restraint, he dared not let his guard down against Kaido's King's Addiction. Although Kaido's Conqueror's haki was not yet fully mastered, each hit left Atlas momentarily dazed. Hellhound! Another hellhound struck Kaido's chest, instantly causing his skin to tear open. But he was visibly healing at an incredible speed. This scene had repeated countless times over the course of their day-long battle. Zoan-type abilities are inherently terrifying. and Kaido's fish fruit is an even stronger mythical Zoan awakening. What drove Kaido mad was that Atlas seemed to possess a self-healing ability and stamina akin to a Zoan-type user, making him feel like a monster. Kid, I'll give you another chance to become my subordinate. Kaido's attitude could be seen as a model of humility in the pirate world. He cherished talent and almost recruited everyone he encountered. What? You won't join? One thunderous 8 trigrams will knock you out and send you mining. Kaido, you think you're worthy? I aim to become the strongest man in the world. Atlas's gaze did not falter as he stared at Kaido, a fierce aura rising from him, soaring into the sky. Whitebeard, Kaido was taken aback, then burst into laughter. Huh, what a powerful spirit. Great fire. A massive molten fist shot toward Kaido at high speed, the terrifying heat distorting the air. Kaido felt a wave of heat rush at him and did not dare to be negligent, swinging the 8 trigrams in a horizontal sweep. Diamond arrow. Boom, boom, boom. The intense impact forced both fighters to stagger backward. Once Kaido steadied himself, Atlas's fist accurately landed on him. Before the fist fully made contact, a blood-red conqueror's haki burst forth, causing Kaido to lose his balance and nearly fall into the sea. Although falling into the sea wouldn't drown him like other ability users, he could only struggle at the bottom, unable to fight effectively. Kid, not enough. You think that power can pull Whitebeard down from the throne of the world's strongest? Although Kaido was not afraid of Whitebeard, he recognized that Whitebeard now possessed the true ability to kill him. The destructive power of the Tremor fruit made Kaido wary. Of course, if Kaido wanted to escape, it would be easy for him. Soon, Akainu and Kaido were locked in battle again. In the clashes between the top-tier powers of the pirate world, it was a test of endurance. While Akainu and Kaido had some differences in strength, it was not enough for one to outright defeat the other. The gap was very small. Phew. After several hundred exchanges, both Kaido and Akainu began to feel the strain, though they were far from exhausted. Despite the earlier high-energy attacks consuming a lot of stamina, they were seasoned veterans, well aware of their physical limits. What surprised Akainu and Kaido was that Atlas still looked quite relaxed. After all, throughout this battle, though he was not the main fighting force, he had absorbed countless attacks from Kaido, so his stamina loss should not be less than theirs. Yet, his aura was continuously rising. If he had hardly consumed any stamina, that would be terrifying. Fistbone meteor. Suddenly, a massive cannonball shot up from below the 3, targeting the airborne Kaido. Garp. Kaido was surprised, not expecting Garp to come to the rescue. It was likely that soldiers from Akainu's ship had called for help via a Den Mushi. Kaido immediately transformed into his massive azure dragon form, soaring into the clouds while exhaling a breath of hot air below. Kaido was very clever. If Garp joined the battle, the situation would tilt overwhelmingly against him. He could very well end up captured by the Navy. This was a crucial phase in the New World conflict, and being caught by the Navy would lead to serious problems. He might even return home to find it raided. Akainu and Atlas did not stop Kaido's escape. As a dragon, there was truly no one who could hinder him if he wanted to flee. Ha. Atlas kid, you've grown so much in just a few years. Once Akainu and Atlas landed on Garp's flagship, Garp immediately approached, enthusiastically patting Atlas on the shoulder while munching on a donut, the grease almost smearing onto Atlas's tattered justice cloak. Haha, Vice Admiral Garp, you're overpraising me. I could only hold on this long thanks to Vice Admiral Akainu. Akainu, who was also battered, couldn't help but twitch his lips at this remark. Seeing so many outsiders present, Atlas politely called out Vice Admiral Garp, while subtly shifting his body to avoid Garp's greasy hand. Sakazuki, let's talk about this battle back at the G5 base. Oh, and Little Crane is there too. Garp then turned to Akainu. Currently, Garp was the commander at the G5 base. He could be considered the overall commander of this New World operation. Though he was only responsible for combat, the strategic planning was left to Vice Admiral Tsuru. Chapter 69, Clash of Spirits. The Awakening of Conqueror's Haki New World. Navy G5 base. Haha, not bad, kid. It seems your training hasn't fallen behind. Garp rubbed his somewhat itchy iron fist, seemingly wanting Atlas to feel his fistful of love. Thank you for the compliment, Vice Admiral Garp, but I still have a long way to go Atlas replied with a smile, pretending not to notice Carp's eager gestures. All right, Carp, sit down and stop messing around. Vice Admiral Tsuru, seeing Carp about to stir up trouble, quickly intervened. Among those present, only she could rein in Carp. Ha ha, I just wanted to give some pointers to the little brat Atlas, Carp said as he obediently found a place to sit down, scratching his head awkwardly. Enough. If you really want to fight, go find that Whitebeard guy later. Tsuru finally revealed the purpose of gathering everyone here today. Looking around, this small office had gathered most of the Navy's strength in the New World. Carp, Akainu, Vice Admiral Tsuru, and soon Atlas, Kaji, and Gion would arrive as well. Whitebeard. Atlas felt a surge of excitement, not because he admired Whitebeard, but because that man was the one he aimed to defeat in the future. Even in his current peak state, Whitebeard remained the strongest man in the world, and even as he aged over the next decade, he would still sit firmly on that throne. All right, we are ready to set off. Target Whitebeard's pirate crew. Akainu, always decisive, took the lead in the mission to eliminate pirates. The massive Moby Dick floated quietly on the sea, surrounded by various ships of different sizes, belonging to the pirate crews that followed Whitebeard. Holding his supreme blade, the supreme great knife, Whitebeard stood at the bow of the Moby Dick, his white captain's cloak billowing behind him and his golden hair cascading down. Hey, Carp, are you here to taste my fist today? Ha ha ha. Whitebeard, my lovingly iron fists can't be contained any longer. Carp was not one to back down, as he and Whitebeard had long been rivals. In the old era, although Carp often chased Roger all over the world, he had fought with Whitebeard numerous times as well. Hey, Whitebeard! At that moment, Atlas stepped forward from the warship, shouting at Whitebeard. HM? The crew on the Moby Dick turned their attention to Atlas's call, glaring at him. To them, Whitebeard was like a father figure, and this Navy brat dared to shout at their old man. I am Kano's Atlas. Remember this name, as I will one day pull you down from the throne of the strongest in the world. Live well and don't die early. Atlas unabashedly declared his intent to challenge Whitebeard, disregarding the hostile glares from the pirates. Ha ha, Atlas, you got guts. Well done. Carp laughed heartily, not hiding his pride. Garuru, interesting little brat, do you want my head? Let us see if you have what it takes. Whitebeard heard Atlas's audacious declaration, and not only was he not angry, but he laughed heartily, clearly not taking Atlas seriously because he was Whitebeard. Suddenly, an overwhelming aura erupted from Whitebeard, transforming the world into a black and white, monotonous canvas. Black and red lightning flickered in the air, and the intense mental pressure struck the others like a hammer to the back of their heads, causing weaker-willed Navy personnel to collapse like dominoes. However, Carp and the others seemed completely unaffected by Whitebeard's conqueror's haki, while Atlas felt as though Whitebeard was targeting him. The terrifying pressure enveloped him, far stronger than Kaido's haki. Just a mere conqueror's haki thinks it can make me submit. I am a man who will challenge Whitebeard. Get lost. Thoughts of defiance surged in Atlas's mind. This was a battle of spirit, and he knew that if he fell here, he would never have the chance to challenge Whitebeard. Crack! Suddenly, Atlas felt something shatter in his mind, and a powerful aura burst forth from within him. His conqueror's haki had awakened. In an instant, the winds and clouds shifted, and a strong will surged from Atlas, almost uniformly covering everyone present. The Navy personnel who had been struggling and the pirates watching from Whitebeard's side immediately fell like dominoes. The conqueror's haki that Whitebeard had unleashed was suddenly met with Atlas's in a stalemate for a few seconds, but soon it was forcefully pushed back into Whitebeard's body. Ha ha ha! You truly are an astonishing little brat. Carp and the others' pupils contracted, then they laughed heartily. Such a level of conqueror's haki was indeed rare. Garuru, not bad, little brat. It seems there are still people like you in the Navy. Come be my son. Whitebeard was somewhat surprised, and then attempted to recruit Atlas. Of course, this didn't mean he was beginning to fear Atlas, but rather that he genuinely appreciated him. Hey, Whitebeard, don't act like we don't exist, Carp said, somewhat displeased that Whitebeard was trying to recruit Atlas in front of them. Tremor, tsunami. Whitebeard stood tall, raising his right hand, a white orb of energy forming. Then he slammed it into the air. The entire space shattered like a mirror, visibly cracking with numerous fissures. and the sea instantly surged with gigantic waves hundreds of meters high, almost swallowing the Navy's warships whole. Gulp! Someone, feeling fearful, swallowed hard. An intense atmosphere spread across the warship. Navy personnel who had never fought Whitebeard were filled with dread, swallowing nervously and mumbling to themselves. Is this the power of the strongest man in the world? Whitebeard's Tremor fruit truly lived up to its reputation as the strongest paramecia-type devil fruit, with every action exuding disaster-level power. This fruit was pushed to its limits in Whitebeard's hands. Wash away, mirror. Vice Admiral Tsuru remained calm, raising a hand as she activated her fruit's ability. The towering waves that had threatened to engulf them instantly calmed down, like a tamed hunting dog, and the raging sea became as smooth as a mirror, unable to stir any more waves. We survived. Oh, the 100-meter-high waves instantly calmed down. It feels like a dream, truly deserving of a chief of staff. Vice Admiral Tsuru. A crowd of Navy personnel cheered jubilantly, relieved by the powerful strength on their side. Garuru, you're still so strong, Tsuru. Chapter 70. Battle against Jozu Whitebeard. Are you ready to die here today? Meteor Volcano. Akainu's arms rapidly transformed into massive lava, launching numerous molten fists towards the pirates aboard the Moby Dick. Whitebeard remained standing at the bow of the ship, holding his Naginata, the Murakumo, without a hint of change in his expression. Suddenly, Marco, dressed like a delinquent, flew out, countless phoenix tail feathers coalescing in his hands, which then transformed into a barrage of fiery fists that collided with Akainu's meteor volcano, creating a dazzling display of red and blue fireworks in the clear sky. Marco turned to the Navy forces with a smile and said, "How can you disturb our king right from the start? Gulalala, you little punk playing with magma. Are you trying to light the candles on a birthday cake?" Akainu snorted coldly, not responding. Ha ha ha, Whitebeard, bullying the younger generation is not a good habit. Carp stepped lightly, launching himself into the air with a raised iron fist aimed at Whitebeard. Gulalala, the warm-up ends here, Carp. Whitebeard swung his massive Murakumo, activating the Tremor fruit's power, and clashed fiercely with Carp's iron fist. Boom! Boom! The battlefield erupted in terrifying roars, with rolling waves and violent impacts, narrating the intensity of the battle. Whitebeard and Carp clashed repeatedly, their momentum almost tearing the sky apart, causing those around them to hesitate to approach. On the other side, Akainu was facing off against Marco and Vista, battling fiercely. Marco's abilities were indeed troublesome. The Mythical Zoan Phoenix fruit granted him the capacity for sustained combat, although his strength had not yet reached the level that could match an admiral in a short bout. The strength gap within the Whitebeard pirates was still quite severe. Marco and a few others had not yet reached their peak, while Whitebeard was already showing signs of decline. Only Diamond, Jozu, and Marco were on the same level, while the other captains lagged behind significantly. It could be said that the strength of the Navy and the Whitebeard pirates on the battlefield was quite comparable, resulting in a situation where neither side could gain the upper hand. However, if Gion and Kaji were to arrive after some time, the situation would change. Atlas was constantly moving around the battlefield, taking down pirate heads one after another. Suddenly, he spotted a black, overweight man engaged in a back-and-forth fight with a regular Navy major. Atlas's eyes lit up, and he casually walked toward Blackbeard's direction. "Hey, Navy brat, I've been watching you for a long time." Just then, a man in armor, with his chest exposed and dark skin, blocked Atlas's path. It was none other than the Whitebeard Pirates 3rd Division Captain, Diamond Juzu, a user of a shining fruit. Atlas examined the burly man before him, a serious expression crossing his face. In terms of pure physical strength, he was indeed slightly inferior to Jozu, but with his talismans he felt no fear. As he continuously utilized the power of the talismans, he realized that his understanding of them was still too superficial. As he grew stronger, the terrifying potential of the talismans began to reveal itself. It was understandable. The talismans wielded by the Holy Lord and others were entirely different in performance. His current situation was akin to the power of the talismans continuously awakening within him. Shining collision. Seeing Atlas not respond, Jozu quickly covered his arm with a layer of shining diamonds, sparkling under the sunlight, and charged straight at Atlas. Iron block, armament, empty wood, danger. The heavy impact echoed through the sky as Atlas rubbed his slightly sore chest. He was injured but not completely. With the powerful healing ability of his talisman, he could easily ignore this minor damage. Truly deserving of the man who dares to challenge Old Man. He indeed has some skill. Jozu looked at Atlas, who was unscathed, and narrowed his eyes, speaking in a low voice. Diamond Jozu, I've heard you're a reserve guy. Why are you so talkative today? Jozu almost stumbled at the words. What? He, Diamond Jozu, reserved? What a joke. He just didn't like to talk much. Shut up, you brat. What nonsense are you spouting? Enraged, Jozu covered his diamond arm with armament haki and suddenly punched at Atlas. Damn it. Let you taste my punch, Diamond Jozu. Huh. Iron block fist, arm shatter. Atlas accelerated the flow of blood in his body, hardening his armament haki, and boldly clashed against Jozu's massive fist. Not much, huh? Is it soft enough to give me a massage? The two fists came to a standstill, and Atlas and Jozu began to grapple right there. Huh. Atlas sneered, his arm muscles bulging as a powerful force surged forth toward Jozu. Cow Talisman, divine power. Boom. Jozu's robust body was sent flying, crashing down onto the deck of the Moby Dick, stirring up a cloud of dust. However, Atlas did not expect Jozu to be injured. It was well known that smoke didn't harm. No way. Captain Jozu. Hey. What a joke, such a young brat. The pirates of the Whitebeard Pirates were somewhat astonished. To defeat Captain Jozu in just 2 exchanges was simply too exaggerated. Hey, what nonsense are you all saying over there? I have not been defeated. Jozu, with a dark expression, slowly emerged from the dust. Of course, he might have already been that dark. His diamonds still shone brightly, showing no signs of damage, which relieved the pirates. Shining collision. Iron block, armed, Iron Mountain lean. Bang. Jozu's shining fruit gave him a diamond-like physique, allowing him to achieve extremely high defenses without using armament haki. If it weren't for Atlas's far superior total amount of armament haki, he might have been crushed to death. Bang, bang, bang. Atlas and Jozu exchanged blows furiously, with a rain of fists landing on each other. Jozu's pure defense left Atlas unable to break through, while Jozu was helpless against Atlas's powerful armament haki and abnormal healing ability, making them both act like unstoppable meat shields. Almost relying on his strong defensive capabilities, he abandoned defense and fought back and forth with punches and kicks. Gulalala. Not bad, little brat. You can actually fight Jozu to this extent. Whitebeard noticed Jozu's condition and remarked with some surprise. Fistball meteor. Carps on a punch. Ha, Whitebeard. Didn't anyone tell you not to get distracted in battle? Bang. Whitebeard quickly blocked with his Murakumo, narrowly deflecting Carp's iron fist. Chapter 71. Carp. Is the finger gun this powerful? Ha. Kid, you can't break through this lord's defense. Jaws looked at Atlas, who was bare-chested with black and red haki covering his whole body, slowly getting up from the ground and shouting. Atlas was a bit speechless. Even though his power exceeded Jaws due to the enhancement of the bull talisman, Jaws was like a stone in a latrine, stinky and hard, unable to break his diamond defense. Really? Atlas made his hands into a gun shape, a mocking smile appearing at the corner of his mouth as sparks ignited at his fingertips. Flying finger gun, explosion. Under Jaws' horrified gaze, a powerful wave of energy shot out from Atlas's fingertips and struck Jaws' shining diamond body with a fierce impact. Puffed. Jaws felt a sweetness in his throat as he was sent flying, a wave of crimson appearing in his somewhat dry mouth. And the diamond that was originally shining on him shattered, revealing numerous cracks. Hey, what the hell is this? Did you become Kizaru? Jaws was somewhat bewildered. They were originally engaged in a pleasant brawl, and suddenly this guy hit him like that, making Jaws, who considered himself honest, feel deceived. In the distance, Whitebeard's Kanjiunki and Carp's iron fist collided once again, the terrifying shockwaves continuously erupting, occasionally stirring up huge waves and flipping countless fish and shrimp. Is the finger gun really this powerful? Carp, who was battling Whitebeard, naturally noticed Atlas's movements. Looking at that terrifying, explosive power, He began to doubt whether he had fully mastered the finger gun technique. Girrar. He.S. actually a hidden devil fruit user. Whitebeard saw Jaw's miserable state and immediately concluded that Atlas was definitely a devil fruit user. How could mere physical skills cause such damage? Ha ha ha, Whitebeard. It seems your division captain is not that great. What a nice kid. Too bad, he doesn't want to be my son. Whitebeard laughed heartily. Jaws. Go find Sachi and teach that kid a good lesson. No need. Dad, I was just a bit careless just now. I definitely won't lose this time. Jaws felt a bit embarrassed. He had actually suffered continuous losses at the hands of a kid. That is not necessarily true, brother Jaws. At that moment, Atlas seemed to be possessed by Kizaru, a smirk on his face, full of mockery. Navy brat. Stop talking big. Really? H. Shaku outline Jade. Alalalala. Sorry. Wrong cue. Flying finger gun. Explosion. Atlas leaped into the air, holding a gun shape, and countless explosive flames shot towards Jaws. I have to say, this dragon talisman is really useful, somewhat similar to Kizaru's Pika Pika Nomi ability, but instead of lasers, it's flames, though possessing powerful explosive capabilities, giving Atlas a wide-area AoE ability. Although it had just been activated for a short time, its power could not be underestimated. As for breaking Jaws' defense, it was purely coincidental. 1. Jaws was caught off guard by Atlas's sudden attack, and 2. His haki did not cover him completely, leaving him unprepared. You think I would be afraid of you? Navy brat, Jaws shouted while adding another layer of diamond defense and hardening with haki, finally feeling relieved. Boom, boom, boom. The continuous explosion sounds rang in Jaws' ears. In the end, he still chose not to take it head-on, but used his observation haki to dodge most of the explosive flames, while a small portion he withstood with his strong defense. Ah, really scary, brother Jaws. Atlas mocked in Kizaru's tone. Jaws' forehead twitched, almost unable to suppress his anger, wanting to punch that brat's annoying face flat. Kid, I can't take it anymore. D. Jaws looked extremely pained, half of his body instantly turning to diamond, charging towards Atlas like a descending tiger, shouting that he would kill Atlas. I have to say, Kizaru's mocking skills are top-notch. Dressed in a yellow and white-striped suit, Kizaru leaned back in his office chair, seriously using a nail clipper on his fingernails, occasionally looking up at the clock hanging on the wall, not far away. Achoo! Suddenly, the lewd-looking Kizaru sneezed, unable to help but wipe his itchy nose, muttering to himself, "Who is remembering me again? So scary. Here it comes. Take my iron fist." Atlas grinned as he watched Jaws charging straight at him, raising his haki-hardened fist to collide with Jaws. Bang! A loud explosive sound erupted from Atlas's hand again. The tremendous power, explosive force, and the impact generated by both made Jaws somewhat unable to withstand it. The diamond body created by his ability instantly turned pitch black, with Atlas's fist print clearly left on his broad right arm. However, fortunately, Jaws' haki training was decent, so his defense was not directly broken. It only produced some cracks on the surface, which quickly restored to normal under the fruit's effect. Jaws couldn't help but feel a bit frustrated. This Navy brat's fruit ability seemed to be quite developed, able to inflict such significant damage on his diamond body. That terrifying explosive power would probably be enough to take down anyone without haki protection. Hey, Sachi, come help hold down this Navy. Finally, Jaws couldn't escape the truth and, feeling wary of Atlas's explosive power, could only seek help from Sachi, who was also a division captain. On the other side, Sachi, who was watching over Blackbeard, hesitated for a moment after hearing Jaws' plea for help, then instructed Blackbeard and rushed toward Jaws. Although the Whitebeard pirates did not rank division captains solely by strength, Sachi was indeed considerably weaker compared to Jaws. Hey, Navy brat, don't underestimate the division captains of the Whitebeard pirates. Sachi was a chef on Whitebeard's ship, wielding dual swords, though it was unclear if he was a two-sword style swordsman. Sporting a pompadour hairstyle and dressed in pure white chef attire, appearing not very tall. Hey, Sachi, I'll tangle with him. You take the chance to stab him. Jaws instructed Sachi before charging towards Atlas, realizing that Atlas's difficulty level had increased another notch. Although his defense was not as strong, Atlas's attack, strength, and physique were vaguely superior. Chapter 72. The end, Jaws was almost determined to teach Atlas a lesson, his massive diamond-coated body looming over Atlas, ready to give him a warm embrace. Atlas had no interest in that sort of thing. He crouched down, his head hardened with haki, and prepared his dragon talisman. Iron block haki blast. Damn it. With his haki-hardened head, he collided directly with Jaws' abdomen, the powerful explosive force causing Jaws to grimace in pain. But he still held on and forcefully restrained Atlas. Seeing this, Sachi knew that opportunities like this were fleeting, so he raised his two swords and slashed at Atlas. Iron block haki steel. Atlas dared not take the sharp blades head-on with just his physical body. Even with the powerful healing abilities of his talisman, he could not be immune to pain. Clang! The sound of metal clashing echoed as a shower of electric sparks flickered on Sachi's blade. How about that? Am I tough or what? Atlas grinned at the surprised Sachi, then unleashed an explosive attack. Boom! The fiery explosion struck Sachi, the tremendous impact nearly knocking him out, leaving him incapacitated and with large areas of burns across his body. Sachi! Jaws was both shocked and angry at the sight, his arm muscles swelling as he attempted to squeeze Atlas. But he truly did not realize the disparity in pure strength between him and Atlas. In just a moment, Atlas broke free from his grasp, stepped back, turned, and swung his fist in one fluid motion, the explosive punch landing squarely on Jaws' face, sending him flying like a kite. Bang! Another violent impact rang out, kicking up a cloud of dust, with blood trickling from the corner of Jaws' mouth, his face marred by shattered diamond fragments, looking utterly miserable. Atlas is truly a rising star of our Navy. What incredible strength! Hey, what about the Whitebeard pirates? Atlas is truly reliable. It seems that our Navy has gained another genius after the three great monsters. Pirates, have you witnessed our Navy's justice yet? The Navy troops were instantly invigorated by this scene, buzzing with excitement, while the Whitebeard pirates felt an overwhelming sense of unreality. After all, these were two division captains, capable of nearly defeating Sachi in an instant, and Diamond Jaws was remarkable. He had been adventuring the seas since he was young with Pop Whitebeard, yet he was now reduced to this sorry state by this young Navy officer. The speed of improvement is terrifying. In the distance, Sakazuki also noticed the battle involving Atlas. As someone who had fought Atlas not long ago, he had the most authority to speak on Atlas's strength. If back at headquarters, Atlas's strength was just slightly above that of an ordinary rear admiral, now his power could rival that of the elite rear admirals, perhaps even surpassing them, especially with that explosive fire ability that left Akainu puzzled. He wasn't quite sure if Atlas was a devil fruit user or if he wasn't purely human. But the Navy never inquired into the secrets of its soldiers, and Akainu wouldn't probe further. As long as justice was upheld, he wouldn't care about anything else. Gulalala. Let's haul off the battle, Carp. Seeing that his side seemed to be at a disadvantage, Whitebeard decided to retreat. Although the battle between Akainu and Marco Bista was intense, they had caused quite a bit of trouble for that magma brat. One engaged in close combat while the other harassed from a distance, driving Akainu to frustration. Although Bista wasn't yet at the level of a great swordsman, his swordsmanship was top tier, and with Marco's regenerative abilities, Akainu felt like his Hellhound attack was hitting nothing but air. Ha, Whitebeard, war isn't something you can just stop whenever you want. Carp wasn't foolish. With Atlas as a new variable on the battlefield, it was the best opportunity to strike at the Whitebeard pirates. Their original goal was to weaken the Whitebeard pirate strength, and there was no way they could easily retreat now. Gulalala, then there's no other choice. After hearing Carp's response, Whitebeard decisively pulled back. Just as Carp was puzzled about what this guy was planning, Whitebeard stood tall, raised his right arm high in a curved position, a sphere of white light forming around his fist. Seaquake. The space immediately looked like a smooth mirror, slowly appearing with countless cracks, and a terrifying shockwave transmitted through the air, instantly sending forth a massive wave over 100 meters high, roaring towards the Navy. Gulalala, I don't think you want all your Navy to perish here, do you, Carp? Whitebeard could only use this method to force the battle to a halt. He didn't want his beloved sons to be harmed here. Damn it! Sakazuki, stop that wave. Carp saw this and had no choice but to call for Akainu to retreat from the battle. Akainu was somewhat reluctant. In his view, if they could weaken the Whitebeard pirates, these soldiers would have sacrificed themselves for justice. But in this battle, Carp was the commander, and he couldn't defy higher orders. What terrifying power! Blackbeard, hiding in the crowd, felt a twinge of envy, a greedy look involuntarily appearing in his eyes. Of course, Dad's ability is of disaster level. Beside him, Sachi didn't notice Blackbeard's expression and proudly said, even as it touched on the pain of being injured by Atlas moments ago, he showed no sign of distress. Not long after, Carp led the Navy back to the G5 base, although they hadn't inflicted particularly serious damage on the Whitebeard pirates. They also didn't expect to achieve their goals in one go. After all, there was still plenty of time. On the Moby Dick, Gulalala, Marco, let's have a feast. Whitebeard laughed heartily after just escaping from the Navy, as if he had just experienced a great victory. Old man, you want to drink again, right? Marco sighed. Although he also loved feasts, his pockets were emptier than his face lately. Jaws, are you okay? Whitebeard asked with a grin, turning to inquire about Jaws' injuries. He had seen the battle unfold before his eyes, and Jaws had been beaten quite badly by that Navy brat. I'm fine. That Navy brat is indeed very strong, both in physical combat and devil fruit abilities, Jaws said with a grim expression, then added, no wonder Crocodile was defeated by him. The Navy that defeated that sand brat was this guy? Whitebeard asked. Yeah, this guy's name is Kano's Atlas. I heard from those Navy folks that he's a Commodore. Marco chimed in. He was the first person in the Whitebeard Pirates to notice this guy in the newspaper. Chapter 73. The Cloud Surge Gulalala. The Navy is really lucky. After the three great monsters of the Navy, they've trained such a newcomer. Whitebeard looked around, observing the carefree expressions of everyone on the ship, and couldn't help but feel a bit worried. In recent years, he had sensed a slight decline in his physical condition. After his death, he wondered if Marco and the others would be able to continue so easily. He would eventually grow old. Whitebeard had actually considered training the next successor of the Whitebeard Pirates, but Marco was lazy and not very dedicated to pursuing strength. After his death, it would indeed be a bit difficult for him to support the Whitebeard Pirates. Old man, seeing Whitebeard suddenly fall silent. A trace of worry flashed in Marco's eyes. Gulalala. All right, let's start the banquet. Old man. New World, G5 base. The vast training ground was surrounded by Navy personnel, tightly packed, with Carp and Atlas standing in the middle of the crowd. Ever since he witnessed Atlas's flying finger gun explosion last time, Carp had been unable to forget it. He was certain that Atlas was definitely not a devil fruit user, so he had been pestering Atlas for a spar. Eventually, Atlas had no choice but to agree to the match. Hey, who do you think would win? Vice Admiral Carp or Major Atlas? Isn't that obvious? Vice Admiral Carp is a Navy hero. Even Roger was caught by him. But Major Atlas is really strong. He was able to defeat Jaws from the Whitebeard Pirates at such a young age. Is our Navy's target the Whitebeard Pirates this time? Or the big MOM Pirates? It seems like we've been fighting Whitebeard a lot recently. I don't know, but most of the headquarters strength is deployed to the New World this time. I guess a war will break out soon. The group of Navy personnel watching the match gradually shifted the topic to the situation in the New World. They naturally didn't know the Navy's true intentions. They only thought the Navy was about to take action against the Whitebeard Pirates, a dominant pirate crew in the New World. Ha, Atlas, let me see your special finger gun. On the training ground, Carp charged forward with his iron fists raised. Iron block fist, armed. Atlas's blood flowed rapidly. While he covered his fists with armament hockey, the eerie black-red color of his hockey giving his fists an impressive aura. Bang! A loud collision sounded, and the previously intact ground visibly cracked, even though both of them intentionally suppressed their strength. However, the violent force still caused some damage to the surface. It seems your strength and hockey have greatly improved, Carp said excitedly. He had always regarded a pure martial arts genius like Atlas highly. For people of their old generation, devil fruits were merely external objects. True strength came from within. Of course, they didn't reject devil fruits, as they were rare treasures that could change a person's destiny. And not everyone had Atlas's monstrous physical talent. People have to grow, old man Carp, Atlas said with a self-satisfied smile, his arms suddenly bulging as the black-red hockey covered his entire arm. Iron block fist, god of war arm, shatter. Countless fist shadows instantly enveloped Carp. the extremely dense impact points nearly suffocating him. Haha, bring it on. Carp also retaliated with his iron fists, not dodging at all, directly taking on all of Atlas's punches. When Atlas's old strength was exhausted and his new strength had yet to be generated, Carp stepped forward and delivered an iron fist to Atlas's chest. However, Atlas was already prepared and quickly covered his chest with armament hockey, but he was still sent flying several dozen meters by Carp's punch. Now, Atlas's armament hockey was terrifying in both quality and quantity, but covering his entire body with it would still disperse its defensive power. Localized armament was still the most cost-effective. Ha! Let me see that strange ability of yours. Carp rushed forward without giving Atlas a moment to rest, using Shave to approach with his iron fists. Alalala, flying finger gun, explosion. A terrifying explosion of flames surged towards Carp, but he did not make any evasive moves. Armament hockey flowed around his body, radiating an unshakable momentum. Boom! A violent explosion rang out, and Carp slowly emerged from the fire and dust. His clothes had already turned into tattered rags hanging on him, and his originally black hair was slightly curled, looking quite disheveled, but he was unharmed by Atlas's explosive power. One could only say that Atlas's control over the dragon charm was currently limited, and facing a top-tier powerhouse like Carp was still a bit overwhelming, especially since Carp's mastery of armament hockey was basically at the world's top level. That's quite a good ability, kid. Feel the will of my love. Carp grinned, charging forward again, his iron fists creating a fierce wind, the terrifying sound of breaking air making Atlas's face sting. Ah! A scream echoed across the sky, and Atlas helplessly rubbed his cheek, using the horse charm's ability to quickly eliminate all the bruises. Old man Carp, are you getting back at me for ruining your clothes? Atlas murmured with some dissatisfaction. Ha ha, how could that be? I just wanted you to feel the will of my love, since you are the owner of Conqueror's Hockey. Carp looked at Atlas's now perfectly fine cheek, surprised that the kid's recovery ability was much stronger than he had seen last time. Speaking of Conqueror's Hockey, I'm still a bit lost on how to use it, Atlas said, scratching his head in frustration. Ever since he awakened his Conqueror's Hockey under Whitebeard's stimulation, although he had secretly released it a few times, he could only barely manage to release it at will now. As for inflicting physical damage, he was still unable to do that, let alone the techniques of wrapping Conqueror's Hockey. Ha ha ha, let Sengoku teach you that later. After all, I don't have Conqueror's Hockey. Carp laughed heartily, seemingly carefree. Vice Admiral Carp, Vice Admiral Tsuru is looking for you to discuss something, as well as you, Major Atlas. At that moment, a messenger hurriedly ran over, interrupting the conversation between the two. Little Tsuru, what does she want with me? Is Whitebeard causing trouble again? Carp mumbled in confusion, but still walked briskly towards Vice Admiral Tsuru's office, with Atlas quickly following behind. Chapter 74. Seeking Help Bang. Little Crane, what do you need from me? Carp walked up to the entrance of the office in the staff room, directly pushing the door open and shouting. He and Vice Admiral Crane have been comrades in arms since their youth, so they were too familiar with each other to care about knocking on doors. And Carp was not the type to knock politely anyway. Let us sit down first, Vice Admiral Crane said lightly, glancing at the boisterous Carp, and continued. What happened to you? I just gave that little brat Atlas a bit of guidance, and I didn't bother to change clothes. Carp replied nonchalantly, even casually picking his nose. Atlas, who was following behind, felt a bit awkward. After all, it was he who had ruined Carp's clothes. Hey there, little Atlas. Good to see you again. Suddenly, as Atlas stepped out from behind Carp's tall figure, a crisp and pleasant voice greeted him. Major Shiwan? Atlas was a bit stunned, not expecting Shiwan to be deployed to the New World so soon. It seemed that the full-scale war in the New World was about to break out. Little Shiwan, do you know each other? Vice Admiral Crane shifted her gaze to Shiwan, standing aside, curious. As Shiwan's sister, she was quite concerned about her life. But wasn't Atlas a bit too young? I was a swordsmanship instructor at the headquarters recruit camp for a while, and I happened to get to know Atlas. He left a deep impression on me. Shiwan replied with a smile. Ha ha, since you know each other, then no need for further introductions. I called you over mainly for two things. Sengoku called and made some adjustments to the deployment in the New World. In a while, Akainu and Kuzan should be coming over as well. The pace of war is about to accelerate, so we need to prepare early. Also, We need to keep a close eye on the movements of Whitebeard, Big Mom, and Kaido, and be ready for war at any time. As for that so-called pirate alliance, let's not worry about them for now and try to preserve their strength. Vice Admiral Crane casually picked up a steaming cup of tea from the table, took a sip, and continued. In these past few months, our actions against the Whitebeard pirates have made them mistakenly believe that we are determined to eradicate them. And these guys are getting restless. I understand. Carp's expression gradually became serious. Although he usually appeared carefree, he was always clear-headed when it came to important matters. If this operation caused losses for the Navy, because of him, he wouldn't be able to face the justice behind him. What is the second thing? Carp timely threw out his question. Atlas was also immediately drawn to Carp's question. Since the first thing was to instruct Carp, the second thing should be related to him. It's like this. King Riku of Dressrosa has requested our navy for assistance. Assistance? Normally, Dressrosa's military strength shouldn't be afraid of ordinary pirate harassment, right? Carp was somewhat puzzled. As a nation capable of standing in the New World, their standing army wouldn't be weak. According to King Riku's request for assistance, it seems that a cadre from the Big Mom pirates wants Dressrosa to be their dessert processing place, specifically providing sweets for Big Mom. After all, Dressrosa is a land surrounded by food and music. As for which cadre it is, that is still unclear. Vice Admiral Crane then looked at Atlas and said, "So, I want you to go to Dressrosa and check the situation. After all, Dressrosa is a member country of the world government, and our Navy has the duty to help them fend off pirate invasions. Moreover, the Navy cannot allow the Big Mom pirates to expand their territory at will." Then leave it to me. I've long heard of the fame of Dressrosa. I'll just treat it as a trip to relax. Alice smiled slightly, not caring at all. Right now, besides Katakuri, who he found a bit tricky, he didn't think much of the other cadres. As for Big Mom herself, Atlas estimated she was probably still busy having children. It could be said that before 60, Charlotte Linlin was either giving birth or on the way to give birth. Her current strength seemed to be growing naturally, making her the most talented individual known in the pirate world. Oh, right, I also want Shiwan to go with you to Dressrosa to have a look. Anyway, there shouldn't be any large-scale wars recently. If you encounter tricky characters, it's good to be prepared. New World, Totland Kingdom, outside Toast Island. This was a tranquil and peaceful sea area, but it was filled with a bizarre and absurd feeling. The air was filled with a sweet fragrance, and the buildings on the island were all strangely shaped like food, looking as if they had come out of a fairy tale. A man with golden-orange hair, which gradually changed from orange to red, styled in a flame-like three-pronged shape, stood at the port of Toast Island. His attire looked quite strange. He wore no clothes on the upper body, exposing a body full of muscles, draped in a yellow cloak, wearing gloves, and dressed entirely in monotone orange. Even his shoes and socks were the same color. The man was Charlotte Owen, the fourth son of Charlotte Linlin, and he was a triplet with Katakuri and Daifuku. One must mention that Big Mom's fertility was indeed formidable, as most of her children were twins or triplets. Owen's target this time was Dressrosa. He had heard that the desserts there were also very famous, so he took it upon himself to directly take over Dressrosa, to celebrate the upcoming birth of a brother or sister and conveniently expand the family's territory. As one of Big M's earlier born sons, Owen valued family and kinship greatly, caring for his younger siblings, but only if they were loyal to the family. Although the Big Mom pirates were one of the overlords of the New World, not all territories in the New World belonged to pirates. Besides the Navy-occupied bases, some member and non-member countries of the world government also occupied some territories. Of course, unless a non-member country was powerful, like the Elbaf Giant Kingdom, the rest would not be able to survive in the New World unless they were under the protection of a big pirate. Chapter 75, Reinforcement, New World, G5 Base Port. Atlas and Shiwan chatted and laughed as they walked to the dock. A Navy Standard warship was quietly moored at the port. Neither Shiwan nor Atlas had their own specially designed warships here, so they had no objections to it. Soon, they boarded the warship one after the other, embarking on their journey to Dressrosa. Brigadier General Atlas, Major General Shiwan. As soon as they boarded the warship, countless sailors rushed forward, coming to a halt to salute. Their expressions solemn and eyes filled with respect. They were the 500 elite sailors selected by Vice Admiral Crane from the G5 base, many of whom had witnessed Atlas's formidable strength in battles against the Whitebeard pirates. Moreover, many had been saved by Atlas, intentionally or not, during those fights, which earned him their deep respect. However, the highest officer on this warship was Shiwan, although Shiwan had not yet reached the strength of the candidate Admiral Peach Rabbit. His rank was indeed one level higher than Atlas, and his experience was significantly greater. Atlas didn't mind. He was indifferent to who the commanding officer was, as Peach Rabbit wouldn't interfere with him, allowing him a high degree of freedom. Shiwan took a brief inspection, nodded slightly, then looked toward the distant sea, his cold voice echoing. Has the lieutenant arrived? Count the personnel and notify the helmsman to prepare to set sail. Report, Sir, Lieutenant Colonel Burton, Navy ID 26-499-8742. Position, Navy Colonel. Soon, a large-built officer wearing a standard Navy cap stepped forward from the crowd and reported loudly. Well, first count the personnel, then set sail, destination. Dressrosa. Shiwan waved his hand and, after giving the order, turned to leave with Atlas. Yes, sir. A resonant response came from behind them. It must be said that the overall quality of the Navy stationed in the New World was indeed superior to that of Paradise and the Four Seas. Not to mention that the New World had a harsher environment and climate than Paradise. The number of powerful figures in the New World was overwhelming. Surviving in prolonged battles against various formidable pirates undoubtedly marked them as elite within the Navy. New World, Kingdom of Dressrosa. The King's Heights, where the royal palace of Dressrosa is located, is the highest point of the entire kingdom, symbolizing supreme royal authority and serving as the residence of the Liku royal family. The palace was not as lavish as other palaces. Instead, it appeared somewhat simple, resembling an ordinary resort from the outside, surrounded by high walls. In the main hall of the palace, King Riku Dold III sat on the throne with a furrowed brow and a worried expression. King Riku was strong, with an explosive hairstyle and an imposing demeanor, but the flicker in his eyes indicated he was a king with deep schemes and undoubtedly skilled in political maneuvering. Your Majesty, please do not worry. The Navy has agreed to our request for assistance, said the Army Commander, Cyrus, unable to refrain from offering comfort. I have indeed requested assistance from Vice Admiral Crane. The Navy dispatched by her should be on the way. But what worries me is that the Navy's movements are frequent now, and their available military strength is limited. We are facing the officers of the big MOM pirates. King Riku replied with concern. Your Majesty, it's my fault for being too weak and unable to help you. Cyrus felt guilty. As the army commander of the Kingdom of Dressrosa, he could only wait helplessly for the Navy's assistance in the face of an external threat. Moreover, he was the husband of Princess Scarlet, which made him feel a sense of indebtedness to her. Cyrus, what nonsense are you talking about? You have already borne a lot for this country, and the opponent is the big MOM pirates, the overlords of the New World. Even the Navy is wary of such a great pirate. You need not blame yourself, King Riku scolded sternly. He was quite satisfied with his son-in-law Cyrus and did not want him to dwell on such matters. You are the man who has won over 4,000 matches in the arena, so don't say such demoralizing things. Yes, Your Majesty, Cyrus responded loudly, his eyes reflecting even more respect for King Riku. By the way, Minister Zwa, do we have any specific news from the Navy? Baron Eggman from the big MOM Pirates has already conveyed that some officers will arrive in a few days. King Riku nodded slightly to Cyrus and then turned to the minister Zwa beside him. Vice Admiral Crane said she set out a few days ago, and they should be arriving at Dressrosa shortly. However, she did not disclose the specific personnel, only mentioning that a major general and a brigadier general would lead the troops. What? A major general? Has the Navy's combat power allocation become this tight? King Riku exclaimed in shock. How could a major general contend with the officers of the big MOM pirates? He directly ignored the presence of the brigadier general, even with an additional major general. It seemed precarious. Your Majesty, I believe you need not worry. Vice Admiral Crane is the chief of staff at the Navy headquarters. She must have her reasons for doing this, Ministers was said thoughtfully. That is true. King Riku rubbed his somewhat furrowed brow with difficulty. As a member country of the world government, the Navy would not simply neglect them. However, given the current situation, could a major general and a brigadier general really stabilize the situation? Never mind. Let us place our hopes on the Navy now. You all may leave. And Cyrus, go back and spend more time with Scarlet. Now that she is pregnant, you must ensure she is careful and not act recklessly like before. King Riku chattered to Cyrus, resembling a father worried about his daughter more than the king of Dressrosa. Yes. Upon hearing the mention of the princess who was committed to him, Cyrus couldn't help but break into a sweet smile, his voice gaining a bit of strength. Major General Shiwan, how much longer until we reach Dressrosa? Atlas, just out of the training room and bare-chested, walked up to Shiwan, who was staring blankly at the sea. Our current speed, we should arrive smoothly by tomorrow morning, Shiwan replied lazily, his gaze drifting. That's good. According to Vice Admiral Crane's intel, the officers of the big MOM pirates shouldn't arrive that quickly. Chapter 76. The fairy kingdom of love and passion. The morning sea is always so hazy and mysterious, with rays of sunlight filtering through the mist, resembling flecks of gold scattered in the air, truly dazzling. Dressrosa is a tropical island with a vacation vibe, home to a kingdom known as the fairy kingdom of love and passion in the New World. The nearby coastline is dotted with numerous mushroom-shaped rocks, making it difficult for ordinary ships to dock. However, a port has been specially set up for ships to moor, where the Royal Guard patrols to prevent pirates from docking and to quickly report any incidents. At this moment, a Navy warship is quietly docked at the port. After arranging the supplies for the warship, Major Shiwan followed closely behind Atlas as they disembarked. He himself was quite interested in this so-called fairy kingdom of love and passion. Hey, Major Shiwan, shouldn't you be communicating with the king of this place as the supreme commander of this operation? Atlas quickly stopped him as he seemed inclined to join. What a joke. It's not easy to get out and relax. How could I bring along such troublesome creatures as women? Really lacking in romance, aren't you, Brother Kanos? Shiwan rolled his eyes at the remark, originally wanting to enjoy the vacation vibe here. Of course, she also knew she had to first reassure King Riku. Otherwise, who knows how anxious he might become, especially since the one targeting Dressrosa was the dominant pirate crew of the New World. Major Shiwan, it's hard work for you to make this trip, haha. Atlas did not want to engage in any hypocritical pleasantries with the king, and Shiwan just happened to excel at dealing with people. Her cunning and guile were not something Atlas could match. Seeing Shiwan head towards the king's heights, Atlas contentedly admired the unique tourist destination. The clothing and culture of Dressrosa somewhat resembled the Spanish style from Atlas's past life, with women dancing in hot, vibrant costumes everywhere. As he enjoyed the various charming beauties and savored the unique delicacies, he unknowingly wandered into a building with a strong, ancient Roman Colosseum style. Every entrance and exit was strictly guarded by royal soldiers, with signs reading "No children allowed" posted on the walls. The thick walls could not block the almost sky-high shouts coming from within. A Colosseum? Interesting. Atlas took a big bite of the roast meat, quickly finishing it, tossing the remnants into a nearby trash can, and then strode towards the Colosseum's entrance. The guard at the entrance did not stop him. Although Atlas was still wearing a white suit with a justice cape, the current bullfighting arena was not like the later era under Doflamingo's rule, which was rife with corruption and crime. So the guard had no reason to prevent Atlas from entering. The entrance fee was not very expensive, but as one of Dressrosa's famous tourist attractions, the daily foot traffic was quite enormous, making it an important financial source for the country. This was also a place where many swordsmen practiced their skills, and of course, some criminals who hadn't committed capital offenses were exiled here, the most famous being Dressrosa's prince, Gyrus. Upon entering the Colosseum, the first thing that reached his ears was the roaring crowd. The layout of the entire arena was quite spacious and simple, with a throng of spectators surrounding the circular stage in the middle, and surrounding the stage was a pool filled with fierce fighting fish. Contestants who accidentally fell into the water during battle would face the pursuit of the fish, resulting in elimination. Atlas casually found a seat towards the back, where his hearing and vision allowed him to clearly observe the situation on the stage. Currently, two swordsmen wielding broad swords were fighting, quite ordinary, Their swordsmanship leaned towards powerful and aggressive moves, which could be inferred from their strong physiques. The crowd around was very excited. Although the duel of swordsmen didn't have the visceral impact of physical combat, filled with the visual shock of violent aesthetics, it served as a spice for their mundane lives. After watching for a while, Atlas felt a bit bored. He certainly had no intention of joining the fray. The skill gap was too significant. Although this was a landmark building of Dressrosa, it did not offer enticing prizes like Doflamingo did to attract strong contenders from a sea. So the level of competition was not very high. In the King's Heights, within the Grand Palace of Dressrosa, King Riku sat majestically on the throne, while Major Shiwan, who had just arrived in Dressrosa, occupied a lower position. The occasional satisfied expression on King Riku's face indicated a friendly atmosphere during their conversation. "Oh, by the way, isn't there a brigadier general accompanying you? Why haven't I seen him?" A curious look flashed across King Riku's face as he asked in an exploratory tone. "Brigadier General Atlas has gone to experience Dressrosa's love and passion," Shiwan replied. Mentioning Atlas made Shiwan feel a bit helpless. This guy was simply a hands-off manager, not caring about anything. "Thanks to your majesty's capable governance, Dressrosa has become so prosperous. Even from afar in Marineford, we have long heard of its great fame." "Ha! Too much flattery." King Riku laughed heartily, his expression revealing pride. After all, every flower-laden palanquin is carried by many, and even the wisest king has no resistance to flattery. But to be honest, the governance of Dressrosa really can't be considered very good. Although it appears prosperous on the surface, the lives of the people aren't very affluent. Ironically, during Doflamingo's rule, Dressrosa was much wealthier. Then, does Major Shiwan have any countermeasures against the invasion of the big Imoan pirates? After a few rounds of conversation, King Riku finally couldn't help but ask his lingering question. "Please rest assured, Your Majesty Riku, our Brigadier General is a monstrous newcomer in the Navy. Even the Shichibukai crocodile has been defeated by him," Shiwan explained leisurely, not in a hurry. "Is he the one known as the Navy's new star?" King Riku racked his brain for memories, seeming to have a slight impression of Atlas, which eased his mind a bit. Just a bit unreliable. Shiwan secretly complained in her heart. Achoo! Atlas, walking on Lover's Avenue with his mouth full of dog food, suddenly felt an itch at the tip of his nose. Really, who is thinking of me again? Chapter 77. The Attack. Hey, Owen, don't be impulsive. The Navy is moving frequently, and the situation in the New World is becoming increasingly tense. A steady voice came from a telephone bug wrapped in a huge scarf. "Katakuri, there's no need to worry. It's just Dressrosa. Since they refuse to provide sweets for Mom, then I won't hold back," Owen said nonchalantly while holding the telephone bug. With his strength, he wasn't afraid of Dressrosa. In the face of overwhelming power, the role of the army was insignificant. But Dressrosa is a member of the world government. They will definitely seek help from the Navy. Katakuri expressed his concerns. The New World was like a powder keg, ready to explode with just a spark, and he didn't want the big MOM pirates to become the target of everyone. Otherwise, his younger siblings would inevitably suffer heavy casualties. "All right, Katakuri, that's enough. I will definitely present Mom with a perfect gift." With a snap, Owen hung up the phone without caring about Katakuri's thoughts. "Damn it," Katakuri fumed, his expression darkening as an ominous feeling arose in his heart. "Kume, prepare the ships. Target the kingdom of Dressrosa." At the coastal port of Dressrosa, a medium-sized, three-masted sailing ship slowly docked by the shore. A pirate flag flew from its stout mast, featuring a black background with a pattern of a waving skull wearing a top hat and pink curls, comically adorned with bright red lipstick on the edges of its teeth. Of course, any pirate from the New World who saw this flag wouldn't be laughing, as it represented the overlord of the New World, the big MOM pirates. "Quick, request King Riku to send troops immediately." The guard stationed at the port quickly spotted the approaching pirate ship and rushed to the palace for assistance. Dressrosa dares to notify the Navy. It seems necessary to teach them a lesson, Owen said darkly, looking at the Navy warship also docked at the port. "Ha ha! Yes, Lord Owen," the pirates on the ship shouted. Boom, boom, boom. Huge cannonballs were fired from the pirate ship towards the warship. But the Navy stationed on the warship was not to be underestimated, quickly aiming their cannons at the pirate ship. In an instant, cannon fire erupted, and the pirates from Owen's ship charged into battle, clashing with the guards and Navy, their shouts and cannon fire blending together in a haze of gunpowder. Owen stood coldly at the bow of the ship, not joining in the fight. While he aimed to teach Dressrosa a lesson, he couldn't let Mom's gift sustain too much damage. Atlas, who was devouring food on the streets of Dressrosa, suddenly froze. Since he arrived on the island, his observation haki had covered the entire kingdom of Dressrosa, and he naturally sensed the arrival of Charlotte Owen. Interesting. So it's this guy who's come. Atlas swallowed the food in his mouth and quickly used Soru to head towards the direction of the docked warship. His powerful speed stirring up a gust of wind that startled several women in short skirts. Not good. King Riku, the big Momonosuke pirates are here. A guard rushed into the palace on the king's heights, panic-stricken, gasping for breath. What? King Riku was furious, not expecting the big Momonosuke pirates to act so quickly. He immediately turned his gaze to Gion. Haha, Your Majesty Riku, there's no need to worry. The Navy will help you handle it. Gion understood King Riku's intention and comforted him, then turned to leave, leaving a brisk silhouette. Ah, what a mess. Let me clean this up. When Atlas arrived at the port, he saw a scene of devastation. The Navy and the kingdom's guards were fighting fiercely against the pirates, and Charlotte Owen stood silently at the bow of his ship, dressed in orange and yellow. Conqueror's Haki. Activate. Suddenly, the entire space seemed to transform into a black and white painting, as the pirates froze in place, seemingly trapped in time. The Navy and the kingdom's guards stood in confusion, watching as the previously fierce pirates fell one by one. Months had passed since Atlas awakened his Conqueror's Haki, and with his talent, he could accurately control it, ensuring that friendly fire wouldn't occur. It's Major Atlas. Major Atlas's Conqueror's Haki. It's terrifying, truly deserving of being one in a million. While the guards were stunned, the Navy quickly realized the effect of Atlas's Conqueror's Haki, their expressions turning to shock as they excitedly raised their weapons to harvest the unconscious pirates. Conqueror's Haki? Owen at the front of the ship also sensed this powerful haki. Although he didn't collapse like other pirates, his mind felt struck by a heavy blow, leaving him somewhat dazed. Charlotte Owen? Atlas had some knowledge of Owen, who was one of the stronger members of the Charlotte family, a Paramecia-type heat fruit user, and the only child of Big Mom to inherit part of her terrifying physical talent. His bounty was 300 million berries, but his strength far exceeded that level. Atlas hadn't checked the current bounty, but it likely wouldn't be low. When did the Navy get another user of Conqueror's Haki? Owen was surprised. To his knowledge, only that guy Sengoku had Conqueror's Haki in the Navy, and, judging by the intensity just now, this Navy's Haki was remarkably strong. Not at all like a typical newly awakened user. Conqueror's Haki isn't exclusive to you pirates. I believe in the strongest justice. Atlas replied calmly, waiting for all the Navy and Kingdom guards to leave the battlefield, as fighting while they were still present would be somewhat restrictive. Chapter 78, Heat-Hot Fruit, Explosion Sweep. Atlas first greeted with a dragon charm, and a thick pillar of explosive flames swept towards Owen at the bow of the ship. The terrifying explosive force instantly reducing the pirate ship to countless fragments. Owen, with a sullen face, jumped off the bow. With his speed, he naturally wouldn't be easily harmed. You successfully angered me, Navy. Heat from afar. Owen instantly activated his fruit ability. In his view, this Navy man was provoking the big Mom pirates. After all, among pirates, the pirate flag symbolizes their face, and Atlas's actions were undoubtedly slapping their faces. Meanwhile, in the distance, Atlas felt a surge of heat rising within him. But compared to his physical condition, it was insignificant, like feeling countless ants biting at him. Trash! Are you just scratching my back? Explosion Godspeed shave. Atlas sneered, and a huge pit appeared beneath his feet. His speed broke through the limits of space, and he instantly appeared behind Owen. Danger! Danger! Owen activated his observation haki to the extreme, but his body couldn't keep up with his thoughts, leaving him frozen in place, awaiting Atlas's punch to fall. Bang! No armament haki, no flashy moves. The immense force poured onto Owen's body, sending him flying like a ragged sack. Owen felt like he had been punched by his mother during a binge, the terrifying power nearly disassembling his body. TSK. Not bad at all. Atlas shook his arm, somewhat impressed. As the number of activated charms increased, he felt their power growing stronger, as if there was a mutual enhancement effect among them. The digestion of the charms merely granted him formidable physical talent and reduced stamina consumption. His current strength, in terms of sheer explosive power, could rival that of the three monstrous vice admirals, effectively making him stronger by the moment, akin to a powered-up Charlotte Linlin. What kind of monster are you? In the distance, Owen slowly got up from the ground, his dusty arm wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, his eyes filled with shock and disbelief. That last hit nearly made him sense the breath of death. Such terrifying speed and power were simply not something a human could possess. Heat Wave Fist. Owen now regretted it a bit. He should have turned back when Katakuri advised him, but there is no such thing as a pill for regret in this world. Now, he could only grit his teeth and fight this monster in front of him, hoping for a slim chance of survival. A firefly dares to compete with the bright moon? Explosive Fist. Atlas exerted force beneath his feet, and the immense power of the dragon charm surged upon his fist, the two colliding fiercely. Bang! In fact, Charlotte Owen had developed his fruit ability quite well, inheriting part of Big Mom's steel balloon talent, his fruit ability nearly reaching an awakened state. However, his heat fruit leaned towards temperature control, while Atlas's dragon charm was more about explosive power, clearly making his instantaneous attack strength far inferior. How's that, pirate? Do you feel the gap? Atlas looked at Owen, whose right arm twisted in a bizarre position, his face calm. Navy, are you sure you want to offend our big MOM pirates? Mother won't let you off. Owen threatened grimly. What the hell? Are you a mama's boy? Atlas disregarded him, stepping forward, his large hand reaching out and landing a hard slap on Owen's face. His originally stylish hairstyle instantly fell apart, his head nearly sinking down. His right cheek swelling up, blood gushing from his mouth mingled with several teeth that fell to the ground. You! Owen struggled to rise, not understanding what was wrong with the man in front of him, who suddenly slapped him while muttering incomprehensible words. In fact, Owen was just a bit unlucky this time. He was the type to lean towards fruit abilities. Even though his physical talent was stronger than Big Mom's other children, hand-to-hand combat leaned more towards fruit application. However, although Atlas's dragon charm was primarily explosive, it was still essentially fire, making Owen's fruit ability nearly useless, while his physique and strength were brutally pressed to the ground by Atlas. Speak. What is your main purpose for coming to Dressrosa? Seeing that Owen had been educated enough, Atlas casually asked, as it was only natural to extract information from a captive, right? Navy, if you have the guts, just kill me, Owen said defiantly, knowing that he wouldn't reveal any information about Big MOM due to his loyalty to his family. Oh, well then, Atlas, upon hearing this, directly drew his third-generation Kitetsu, and a flash of blade light appeared, swiftly slicing across Owen's neck, blood immediately gushing out. Owen instinctively pressed his uninjured left arm tightly against his neck wound, his eyes wide as saucers, revealing deep unwillingness, countless thoughts flashing through his mind. Damn it, I was just subconsciously saying a few harsh words. How did this bastard Navy take it seriously? Also, ISNT the Navy, supposed to imprison fruit users and impel down? Why ISNT this guy following the script? And these thoughts Owen would never get the chance to voice, as Atlas had no intention of imprisoning him in Impel Down, knowing that the big MOM pirates would definitely make some under-the-table deal with the world government to get Owen out. Just like those politicians who would secretly trade with Kaido, who occupied Wano, there was only naked interest in the eyes of the five elders. As for the resurrection of the devil fruit, Atlas didn't care. The decay of the world was never caused by the devil fruit, and there were countless devil fruits emerging from the sea. So he didn't care about this heat fruit. No survivors. Just then, Gion, who had rushed from the royal plateau, appeared beside Atlas, looking at Owen's tragic corpse and asking, "Ah, no survivors. Let this scum repent in hell." Atlas waved his hand, his expression calm. Really like Akainu style? Kinros? Gion said half-jokingly, "I'm not the same as Admiral Akainu." Gion, Major, you should go handle the follow-up matters. I'll continue enjoying the hot dance in Dressrosa. Guion was taken aback, seemingly being played again. He hadn't had a proper rest since arriving in Dressrosa. Damn it! Chapter 79, Cyrus' New World, Dressrosa Kingdom. The once prosperous docks now looked somewhat desolate, with battlefields still lingering with smoke and corpses strewn everywhere, most of them appearing to be from the pirate side. This was largely thanks to Atlas arriving in time, preventing significant casualties on the Navy's side. The Navy personnel moved back and forth in an orderly manner, handling the aftermath of the battle, and Guion calmly issued commands, with the sailors executing their tasks like a well-wound machine, orderly and efficiently. Meanwhile, Atlas, under Guion's strong resistance, had to stay in place, boredly watching the busy Navy and Royal Guards, occasionally lending a hand. Suddenly, a man in a Royal Guard uniform, with curly hair and a red cape, rushed over, his expression filled with urgency, his breath quickening with each step. Commander Cyrus. A guard recognized the man and quickly put down what he was holding, greeting him respectfully. What happened? Where are the officers of the big MOM pirates? Cyrus was somewhat puzzled. He had received a call from King Riku, so he had hurriedly picked up his weapon and rushed to the port from the small house, where he was accompanying his wife in the flower field. He had expected to see a scene filled with cries of battle mixed with the sounds of cannon fire, but to his surprise, the war seemed to have already ended. Ah, the battle is over. Atlas's eyes lit up upon seeing Cyrus. It was rare for him to encounter someone interesting, so he hurried over to engage in conversation. Cyrus, hearing the voice, looked at Atlas with confusion. What he saw was a young-looking Navy brigadier general, dressed in a pristine white suit, with a face that, while not exceptionally handsome, had a calmness that was uncommon for his age. Who are you? This is Navy Brigadier General Kano's Atlas. Thanks to this Navy gentleman, the recent battle ended so quickly. It was also Brigadier General Atlas who dealt with the officers of the big MOM pirates. A nearby guard timely introduced Atlas, showing respect in his eyes. They had clearly seen the battle, and this Navy gentleman had displayed a crushing dominance over the so-called big MOM pirates officers. Thank you very much for helping the Dressrosa Kingdom. Cyrus was somewhat excited upon hearing this, his body tense as he bowed 90 degrees to Atlas. For Cyrus, Dressrosa was a place he would risk his life to protect, as it held his wife, his soon-to-be-born child, and the king he swore allegiance to. Therefore, he was filled with gratitude towards the Navy officer who had resolved the crisis in Dressrosa. Cyrus? Atlas looked at the man in front of him with great interest. From the statue he had seen in the arena and his memories from his previous life, Cyrus was indeed a remarkable individual. Years later, when Doflamingo plotted to seize Dressrosa, Cyrus would defeat the officials of the Don Quixote family solely with his swordsmanship. I've heard of you. Would you be willing to join the Navy? Atlas stated his purpose directly. In his view, Cyrus was a highly potential subordinate, and his character and loyalty were qualities Atlas valued. Cyrus was taken aback. He hadn't expected this Navy officer to directly want to recruit him, the commander of the Royal Guard. However, he felt a twinge of temptation. Dressrosa was too small, and he had reached a bottleneck in his swordsmanship. The recent crisis had made him deeply aware of the importance of strength. He had a wife and child to protect, as well as a country he loved. He didn't want to find himself dependent on the mercy of enemies and the aid of the Navy in future crises. This time, the Navy arrived in time, but what if next time they didn't? Or what if the Navy abandoned them? Cyrus didn't know what fate awaited them, but it would certainly be grim. Yet, he felt a sense of hesitation. His pregnant wife had not yet given birth, and he was reluctant to part with this beloved land. Cyrus thought a lot, his eyes flashing with indecision. All right, I'll give you 3 days to think about it. I'll be waiting for you here. Atlas noticed Cyrus's hesitation and understood his concerns. However, to gain strength, one must make sacrifices. The gentle embrace is always a grave for the strong. 3 days later, Atlas and Guion had a wonderful 3-day vacation under the warm hospitality of King Riku, and now it was time to return. On the deck of the warship, standing next to Atlas was Cyrus, the former commander of the Dressrosa army. During these days, King Riku had lectured Atlas for a long time upon learning of his intention to take away his commander, but he understood Cyrus's feelings and did not obstruct him. Standing next to Atlas, Cyrus looked back at Dressrosa with infinite affection, his mind recalling his conversation with Scarlet 3 days ago. Cyrus, you are a hero. I don't want you to stop because of my ties. Believe me, our child will be proud of you. 3 days ago, after seeing the troubled Cyrus upon returning home, Scarlet had inquired persistently until she learned of his inner turmoil. Scarlet and Cyrus's love was originally a romantic encounter between a beauty and a hero. Initially, Scarlet looked down on the combat-oriented Cyrus, but when he saved her from a group of pirates, they fell in love. Therefore, Scarlet was very supportive of Cyrus joining the Navy. That was the hero she envisioned, not someone bound by familial ties to the land of Dressrosa. Chapter 80 Interception Bang. A gigantic sea king over 1,000 meters high crashed into the ocean, sending countless massive waves rolling up. Its fierce mouth let out mournful cries as crimson blood mixed with the deep blue seawater, a strong smell of blood assaulting the senses. In an instant, numerous dark shadows swam past from the depths of the sea, quickly devouring the corpse of the Sea King. What a terrifying creature! In just a few days, its power felt like it had increased significantly. The over 1,000-meter-tall Sea King was resolved in an instant. On the deck of the warship, Major General Zoan stood with crossed arms, gazing at the towering figure of Atlas, who appeared almost magical. When he first saw Atlas, he was just a recruit, and now he had reached such a level. Zifa's insight was indeed as sharp as ever. Hey, Major General Zoan, the obstacles have been dealt with. We can proceed, Atlas said as he gracefully descended onto the deck, speaking to Zoan. Brother Kanos, you're really impressive. I can hardly match this level of attack. Your strength is truly becoming terrifying. Zoan's arms fell, and his slender fingers gently touched the gold canaro at his waist, his eyes carrying a hint of playful amusement. Atlas chuckled lightly, not offering any explanation. Now, whether in physique or in the mastery of hockey, he could be considered a strong fighter. His observation hockey had reached the top level, and he was not far from being able to foresee the future. His perception range could rival that of Enel. As for armament hockey, both its quality and quantity were on par with top-tier fighters who had been immersed in the sea for many years, although he had yet to achieve internal destruction. His conqueror's hockey had only recently awakened and remained at a nascent stage, with mastery still a long way off. In terms of talismans, the power granted by the Ox Talisman was continuously growing. For example, if Atlas' original power was 1, the Ox Talisman multiplied that power, theoretically granting infinite strength. But Atlas' current muscle and bone structure could not unleash the power to destroy a planet. The Rabbit Talisman was similar in the original story. It was through scientific means that the ability to travel through time and space was obtained, but this was also difficult for Atlas to realize. Just like how Kizaru's Pika Pika no Mi requires a powerful physique and nerve response to reach the speed of light. The warship continued to sail on the surface of the sea, heading towards the Navy's G5 base. Suddenly, a Navy sailor on the lookout tower shouted urgently. Pirate ship spotted ahead. It seems to be. He paused for a moment, uncertainty in his tone, continuing, the target seems to be us. All hands prepare. Scouts, can you identify the enemy? Zoan remained calm, coolly issuing battle readiness orders while inquiring about the situation. In any battle, intelligence is always the top priority, because you never know what strange fruit abilities your enemy might possess. A moment's carelessness could cost you your life. Report, Major General. The enemy ship appears to be flying the flag of the big MOM pirate crew. It seems they are here for Charlotte Owen, but I wonder which guy it is. Hearing this, Atlas showed a look of interest. It would be best if it were that guy, Katakuri. Having been in the New World for so long and experiencing various battles had rapidly increased his strength, making him feel even more that his initial choice was not wrong. Soon, the warship encountered the pirate ship, and the man standing at the bow was exactly as Atlas had anticipated, Charlotte Katakuri, the second son of Charlotte Linlin, a man hailed as the greatest masterpiece of the Charlotte family. Atlas scrutinized the dark-faced man before him. Katakuri was tall, with short, reddish-purple hair, a muscular build, long legs, and scars on both cheeks that added to his fierce demeanor. He had a pink tattoo running from his left arm to his back, and he wore a white scarf around his neck that resembled a flower, deeply concealing the lower part of his face. He wore black gloves and had spikes on his left arm, dressed in a style that made him look like a spirited youth. His expression exceptionally stern as his eyes locked onto Atlas. "Hey, Navy, where's Owen?" Perhaps Katakuri was a bit impatient with Atlas's scrutiny. His deep, magnetic voice slowly emerged from behind the scarf, revealing a hidden concern for his brother beneath his cold exterior. The big MOM pirate crew was a rather strange pirate force, established through family ties. Charlotte Linlin only believed in family bonds, which is why the crew rarely accepted outsiders, unless through marriage with one of Big Mom's daughters, like Capone Beej and Sanji in the original story. However, among all her children, Katakuri was undoubtedly the most charismatic, deeply loved and respected by his siblings because he was different from Owen and the others, valuing family over kinship. For Katakuri, protecting familial ties was more important than family. So even if he betrayed the children of Big and Owen, he would not go as far as to kill them. He could be considered a perfect man. Are you talking about the fiery-haired pirate? A smile crept across Atlas's lips as he teasingly looked at Katakuri, whose expression was growing darker. "You're seeking death." Katakuri roared in fury, his observation haki having foreseen Atlas's impending words, even though he had anticipated it. Facing the situation now made it difficult for him to accept. It should be known that the older siblings had supported each other during the early days of the big MOM pirate crew, relying on one another, which deepened their emotional bonds. Alice was somewhat surprised, not expecting Katakuri to have already trained his observation haki to the extent of predicting the future at such an early stage. He just wondered how far into the future he could foresee. Truly, he was a guy who awakened haki at the age of 3. This talent in observation haki was nearly comparable to those who were born with it. "Hey, don't get angry, how about?" Seeing Katakuri's furious demeanor, Atlas couldn't help but comfort him. "How about I send you down to keep him company?" Ha ha. It must be said that Atlas's consolation was indeed effective, as Katakuri immediately stabilized his emotions. His eyes were covered in thick shadows, and the atmosphere around him grew increasingly cold, like a venomous snake that could strike at any moment. Chapter 81 vs. Katakuri. "Hey, Brother Kanos, do you want me to help?" Beside him, Cheyenne had a serious expression. She had heard of Katakuri's reputation. His current bounty was 600 million berries, but his true strength was far beyond that number. He was the strongest member of the big MOM pirates, second only to Charlotte Linlin herself. "No need, Major Cheyenne. Just protect the warship well." "I am very interested in this guy," Atlas said, stepping forward with moonwalk towards Katakuri, his body covered in haki, creating a series of explosive sounds with each step. The tremendous force generated pushing his body forward. "Such arrogant navy," Katakuri remarked coldly. "But harming my family is unforgivable. Are you ready for death?" He seemed indifferent to Owen's death, but a hint of sadness and anger was hard to conceal in his eyes. "Lieutenant, notify the helmsman to steer away from this sea area and prepare to assist Rear Admiral Atlas from a distance." Hearing this, Cheyenne stopped trying to dissuade him and silently moved the warship away to avoid hindering Atlas. "Yes," the lieutenant responded loudly. Katakuri did not stop them. His observation haki told him that only the man in front of him was worthy of his serious attention. As for the other Navy members, just fodder, except for that female swordsman. "Katakuri, I think you may have a misunderstanding about your own strength," Atlas said sarcastically, refusing to lose face, determined not to back down verbally. As soon as he finished speaking, Atlas's expression became serious. A terrifying aura erupted from him, a suppressive presence pressing directly towards Katakuri. Conqueror's haki. Katakuri did not back down, unleashing his own powerful Conqueror's haki to counter it. In an instant, countless black-red lightning bolts surged between the two, the violent aura causing fish in the nearby waters and some passing sea kings to roll their eyes in shock, while the fierce wind made Atlas's Justice Cape flutter loudly. After a stalemate of several seconds, Atlas's Conqueror's haki gradually gained the upper hand, forcing Katakuri's haki back into his body. First round, Atlas wins. Katakuri no longer spoke and merely pointed his trident at Atlas. Suddenly, Katakuri's trident inexplicably began to spin rapidly and extended quickly towards Atlas, leaving a series of sonic booms in the air. Sweet potato thrust. Atlas showed no fear, launching a powerful fire attack from his hands, and a massive explosive fire column collided fiercely with the trident. Razor, explosion, swish. Atlas moved almost as if teleporting, dodging the explosion's flames and flashing to Katakuri's back. Just as Atlas prepared to deliver a righteous backstab, Katakuri unexpectedly shifted his body sideways, evading Atlas's attack. Observation Haki. Foreseeing the future. Atlas felt a headache coming on. Although the future held infinite possibilities, Katakuri's ability to foresee the future made it nearly impossible for him to land a hit unless his observation Haki vastly surpassed Katakuri's or he had overwhelming physical power. However, excitement shone in Atlas's eyes. Fighting such a strong opponent was of greater value. Finger gun spot. In an instant, Atlas unleashed dozens of finger shadows, densely piercing towards Katakuri. Swish, swish, swish. With terrifying sounds of cutting air, the finger guns pierced into Katakuri, creating dozens of holes but leaving no blood. Katakuri's fruit ability was that of a special paramecia, the machi-machi fruit, allowing him to achieve effects similar to that of a Logia. Coupled with his superior observation Haki, he could accurately predict all of Atlas's attack points. This is troublesome, Atlas thought to himself, wondering how Luffy managed to defeat this guy in the original work. It was truly speechless. Bird Machi, a whip made of machi, suddenly extended from Katakuri's hand, wrapped in thick Haki, and coiled towards Atlas. Atlas did not resist, allowing the guy to indulge in his binding play. Boom! A violent explosion erupted from Atlas as the bird machi turned to powder and fell to the ground. Is this a toy for kids? Katakuri. Atlas mocked mercilessly, activating his explosive ability, and Katakuri's pirate ship was instantly reduced to debris. Pieces of wreckage drifted lonely on the sea. Damn, isn't this guy a devil fruit user? Katakuri thought angrily, suspended in the air. Atlas's destruction of their ship forced them to fight in midair. As for aerial capabilities, most strong fighters had similar techniques. Skills like moonwalk were not secrets in a new world, though they consumed a lot of stamina. Your attacks can't touch me. Navy. Katakuri glared at Atlas, who was also levitating, trying to break Atlas's psychological defenses with words. Let us just let our strength do the talking. Katakuri. Explosion. Canon. A thick column of explosive fire instantly enveloped Katakuri. Namiko Machi. Katakuri's hand suddenly transformed into a bar-shaped machi covered in Haki, rapidly striking the explosive flames from all directions while retreating his body. Boom! Katakuri was directly blown back several meters by the massive shockwave. Razor. Speed. Explosion. Before Katakuri could stabilize himself, Atlas charged at him with terrifying speed. Can't see. Katakuri's heart sank. He could not catch a glimpse of Atlas's figure. No wonder Owen was defeated by this guy. Iron Fist. Armed. Explosion. Unmatched Machi Blade. Bang. 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 The thunderous sounds of collision nearly stirred up a terrifying storm, causing the sea to surge violently and waves to roll. What a joke. Is this what a battle between monsters looks like? To think it could reach this level against Rear Admiral Atlas. Of course, that's the highest masterpiece of the Charlotte family. Truly worthy of being the man who dares to challenge Whitebeard. Rear Admiral Atlas is as reliable as ever. The distant Navy members sighed in admiration, even from far away. The aftermath of the battle left them trembling. Meanwhile, Cyrus, dressed in a Navy uniform, had a complex expression, wondering what kind of monster had invited him. Chapter 82. Heated battle, damn it. Fighting in the air limits my fruit abilities too much. Katakuri steadied himself, his gaze exceptionally calm, not thrown off balance by a temporary disadvantage, but instead using his observation Haki to lock onto Atlas. Suddenly, Katakuri's long legs split without warning into several legs, each hardened with armament Haki, and then swiftly charged towards Atlas. Willow cakes. Atlas had long activated his observation Haki, his body quickly turning as light as a piece of paper, easily dodging all of Katakuri's attacks with the airflow generated by Katakuri's thighs. Although my observation haki isn't as formidable as Katakuri's, I've at least trained it to a high level. As for armament haki, there isn't a significant gap in quality between us. While dodging Katakuri's foot attacks, Atlas compared their strengths. Although Katakuri had mastered observation haki to the peak in the pirate world, this guy's armament haki was no slouch either. Seeing Atlas effortlessly evade his willow cake attack, Katakuri's expression darkened even further. At the same time, his legs quickly transformed into a sticky substance, covered in armament haki, and then rapidly compressed, propelled by a reaction force as he charged towards Atlas. Grilled rice cake. As Katakuri rushed forward, the upper part of his hand swiftly transformed into a compressed rice cake. Intense flames suddenly spiraling up, covered in black armament haki, resembling an explosive rocket launcher, with a formidable force that almost tore the air apart. The powerful penetration instantly pierced through Atlas's body, causing him to dissipate like a flower in a mirror or the moon in water. After image, Katakuri's observation haki went into overdrive. A large amount of the sticky substance flowed out to envelop his entire body, and dense armament haki quickly covered the sticky mass. Damn it, how can this guy be so fast? Katakuri felt helpless. Just as Atlas was at a loss against his observation haki, Katakuri found Atlas's speed, explosiveness, and strength quite troublesome. Explosive fist, armament. A light voice pierced through the thick layer of sticky rice, ringing alarm bells in Katakuri's mind, making his muscles tense. And the sticky mass he created thickened further. Boom! Another intense explosion sounded, but Atlas showed no hint of joy. Katakuri had already made thorough defensive preparations. Once the smoke cleared, a black ball was exposed to the air. Soon, the ball turned into black powder-like solid that fell, disappearing into the distance with a howling sea breeze. What terrifying mastery of observation haki! Can he foresee most of my attacks? Atlas slightly turned his neck to loosen up, speaking with some gravity. Swish! Without waiting for Katakuri to respond, Atlas charged forward, ready for a physical confrontation between men. Katakuri reacted quickly, his arms rapidly transforming into the sticky substance, covered in armament haki. Although his armament haki wasn't as overwhelming in quantity as Atlas's, he could still hold out in a prolonged battle with the help of his observation haki. Bang! 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 The two exchanged blows. The sound of their armament haki colliding produced a metallic wail. Atlas occasionally used life return to inflate his arms, the thick muscle fibers displaying terrifying strength. Meanwhile, Katakuri, like a creature with tentacles, split his body into numerous tentacle-like appendages covered in armament haki, always able to accurately block every attack from Atlas thanks to his foresight from observation haki. It seems Atlas has finally met his match. Gion, who was observing from a distance using observation haki, felt a bit worried. Although it appeared that Atlas had the upper hand in the current situation, Katakuri's observation haki was slightly stronger than Atlas's. That ability to foresee the future was truly remarkable. Atlas had not landed a single real attack on Katakuri. Of course, Gion was unaware of Atlas's terrifying self-healing ability, but her slender, fair hand had already reached for the Kinpyra at her waist. Although the duel was Atlas's own request, she, as a fellow Marine, would not stand idly by. Meanwhile, high in the air, the battle between the two had entered a heated phase. From an outside perspective, Atlas appeared to be in a more disheveled state, but he had not sustained any serious injuries, while Katakuri remained in his initial appearance, showing no significant difference apart from occasionally massaging his numb fists. Damn it, I can't use my awakened fruit abilities in the air. Katakuri cursed inwardly. His machi fruit awakening could assimilate the surrounding environment, granting nearby objects the properties of machi for his use. However, there was nothing in the air for him to assimilate, and the only ship had been reduced to wreckage by Atlas. Is Atlas strong? Of course he is. He is a man with almost no weaknesses in physical skills, physique, and haki. Katakuri questioned himself. If it weren't for his observation haki having been trained to the level of foreseeing the future, what would his chances be against such a monster? The answer was unknown. There were simply too many factors influencing the battle, but his chances would definitely be smaller than they were now. Marine, I acknowledge you, but harming my family is unforgivable. You will stay here today. Cut rice cake. Katakuri's arm suddenly swelled and grew enormous, spikes appearing on the giant arm, somewhat resembling a morning star. After covering it with armament haki, he spun it rapidly, directly turning the arm into a sticky mass. The soft nature allowing the morning star to fly like a meteor straight towards Atlas's face. Bring it on. Atlas showed no fear. His already strong physique rapidly inflated to 5 meters in height through life return, his broad back resembling a fierce ghost face. Every muscle fiber dyed with black-red armament haki. 2 mysterious patterns tracing from the corners of his eyes to converge on his forehead, presenting an explosive sense of power. Life return, armament, god of war body. Bang! Atlas swung his massive fist directly at Katakuri's Morningstar. Both techniques leaned toward sheer power, but Atlas, with the cow talisman, undoubtedly had the upper hand. Boom! 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 Terrifying sonic booms erupted from Katakuri's body. In this pure clash of strength, Katakuri couldn't control his body, being sent flying backward, crashing away into the distance. Chapter 83. Undercurrents Katakuri. You can never defeat me, even if you possess the foresight of observation haki. Katakuri remained silent, simply looking at Atlas, who was talking to himself without a care. Atlas continued, saying, even if you could fight me for days and nights, it would definitely be you who ends up exhausted. And I'm not even a devil fruit user. Katakuri did not question this. A man with such confidence would not stoop to lying. He also knew that he had come out too hastily this time, and there was a female swordsman from the Navy watching closely. In the end, he would surely be the one to lose. Come on, let's wager our lives on this final strike. Katakuri tore off his tattered clothes, revealing his muscular upper body, and quickly produced a large amount of machi while coating himself in armament haki. Come on. Atlas took a deep breath, activating his observation haki to its fullest, his muscles tensing as his armament haki grew more intense. He knew that if Katakuri wanted to leave, he truly could not stop him. The gap in their strength was not that large. Explosive fist, armament, cut, slice, monster strength machi, accompanied by the explosive temperature and the bizarre, spiked fist colliding fiercely. A terrifying shock wave slammed into both of them, as if the surrounding air was being sucked into a vacuum. Both were violently thrown back, while Katakuri used this force to retreat into the distance. Atlas did not pursue, merely stabilizing himself in midair, quietly watching Katakuri's receding figure. How was it, Brother Kanos? Back on the ship, Guillaume looked over the disheveled Atlas, a faint smile on his lips. It's all right, I'm quite strong. Atlas casually brushed off the dust on his clothes, then pulled off a rag hanging from him, turning to his aide and saying, Burton, could you please give me a change of clothes? Thank you. Yes. You don't need to be so polite. Major Atlas. Burton was somewhat excited. Having followed Atlas for just a few days, he was completely impressed by Atlas's strength. New World, Tato Lancy area. This is a dreamlike sea area, filled with the sweet scent of desserts, flowing cream, and enormous ships strangely singing songs. This is the main ship of the big MOM pirates, the Queen Mama Chanter. Surrounding it are uniquely styled subordinate ships, with egg-tart ships bearing numerical designations on the outskirts. These fleets form the powerful pirate group that rules the New World. At this moment, on the Chanter, the big-bellied Big sat in the high seat, her already fierce face looking particularly grim. To her left sat the silent Katakuri, and to her right was Perispero, holding a giant lollipop and sticking out his crimson tongue. The atmosphere in the hall was somewhat tense. Perispero didn't even dare to lick his lollipop, fearing that one misstep might incur the wrath of the furious Big MOM, which could cost him his life. They had received alarming news. Big Mom's fourth son, their brother, Charlotte Oven, was dead. It is somewhat ironic that the Big MOM pirates, a powerful crew built around family and blood relations, have never felt an ounce of maternal love from Big MOM, only harsh tyranny. You mean that Oven kid was killed by a Navy soldier? Katakuri. Big Mom's eyes, painted with purple eyeshadow, widened like copper bells, her plump face leaning towards Katakuri, who could clearly see the red veins in her eyes, making her look like a demon from hell. Katakuri remained silent, his gaze unflinching as he met Big Mom's eyes, his cold demeanor revealing his emotions. For Katakuri, who had deep feelings for his siblings, his sorrow was no less than anyone else's. However, the tyrant before him was not grieving. She was merely feeling humiliated. What a useless fool, making me lose face. Katakuri, why didn't you bring that Navy soldier back? Sorry, Mama, that Navy soldier is quite strong. I couldn't avenge of him. Perispero was shocked. Although he was the eldest of Big Mom's children, the strongest was indeed Katakuri, the man hailed as the Charlotte family's greatest masterpiece. This was the first time he heard this man, who never touched the ground, say such words. You're useless too. Are you prepared to be killed by me? Big Mom's anger turned to mockery, her thick face looking particularly terrifying, her gaping mouth resembling the legendary entrance to hell. Mama, calm down. Katakuri cannot die. We will have plenty of opportunities to kill that Navy soldier later, to restore your face. Perispero, drenched in cold sweat, urged the furious Big Mom, as he said, if Katakuri were to die by Big Mom's hands, not only would the strength of the pirate crew be severely weakened, but the other siblings would also turn against her. Katakuri was their most respected elder brother, a fact that Perispero had to acknowledge. Moreover, Perispero had a very deep bond with Katakuri. The older children had gone through life-and-death tests during the early days of the pirate crew. I'll let you go this time, but remember to bring me that Navy soldier's head, Katakuri. Upon hearing this, Big Mom ceased her use of her devil fruit ability. Although she was known for her volatile temperament, as a cunning and treacherous pirate queen, she could still restrain her emotions at critical moments. After all, no one who could become a ruler of the New World was simple-minded. Even the seemingly brutish Kaido had his own cunning ways. Yes, Mama. New World. G5 base. Ha. Atlas, you really did it. That old woman Big Mom will probably go crazy now. No need to say. Just hearing that voice I know it's that guy Carp. He was currently excitedly slapping Atlas on the shoulder. Atlas, looking somewhat helpless, reported the mission's progress to Admiral Tsuru, who was sitting in her office chair. As the news spread, the New World was indeed filled with undercurrents. Chapter 84. Espionage and Intrigue New World. Pirate Alliance Waters. The dark sky brewed a gloomy atmosphere, with swamps everywhere and swarms of mosquitoes rampant. The entire island felt like an undeveloped wasteland. Dense tropical rainforests and cramped spaces evoking an unbearable sense of frustration. Hey, Blood Scythe, why do you always like such dark places? Can't you choose a more normal spot? A burly man with dark skin, standing at least 5 meters tall, said somewhat displeased, his jowls shaking with every word, looking like a moving fortress. Yeah, what a crude guy. I'd rather be on a sunny beach, soaking up the sun and enjoying the sight of beautiful women in bikinis. That would be the real enjoyment of life. A man dressed like a gentleman chimed in. However, it was rather comical that this guy was completely bald, his sharp features set on a large face, and his bow tie looked awkward, resembling a poor imitation. Haha, Yermak, Klaus, you two are so annoying. I just love the feeling of mosquitoes sucking my blood. A sinister-looking man with a long face and a hooked nose said, disgustingly licking his cracked lips with a bright red tongue. All right, stop the bickering. Let us talk about the purpose of this meeting. Blood Scythe. Seeing the group still exchanging insults, Francis couldn't help but remind them. He didn't want to waste his time listening to their complaints, especially since he was here on a mission. Okay, let's get to the point. Did you see the newspaper from a few days ago? Blood Scythe like him asked in a deep voice. Are you talking about how Big Mom's Owen was killed by Navy rookie? Even their top masterpiece, Katakuri, couldn't do anything about that Navy? Hey. Of course, didn't you notice something from this incident? Our opportunity has come. Perhaps if we defeat a New World overlord, we can firmly establish ourselves and become the undisputed pirate overlords. Lycum stood up excitedly, his voice passionate, looking like a fanatical preacher. Beside him, Francis had a strange expression. He was starting to doubt whether this guy shared the same goals as himself. Blood Scythe, you have to understand, We are 4 pirate crews united together just to have a chance to resist Whitebeard and his crew. Even so, we are still barely surviving, hiding in the corners of the New World. The gentlemanly Yermak questioned, "How foolish. Can't you see the Navy's intentions? First, they target the Whitebeard pirates, then Big Mom's crew. The Navy has made up their minds to eliminate these so-called pirate overlords. The New World can't accommodate so many overlords, so we have no way out. You have to realize, the Whitebeard pirates survived countless Navy encirclements in the last era, and Whitebeard himself is known as the strongest man in the world. How do we provoke this entrenched lion?" Klaus remarked. Although he appeared muscular and robust, he was well aware of the strength gap between himself and the other 3 overlords. Big MOM pirates. Francis, who had been silent, suddenly spoke up, dropping a bombshell. "Reason?" Yermak asked with a playful glint in his eye. At this stage, no single pirate overlord was something they could handle alone, so they had no choice but to cooperate. According to my intel, that old hag Big MOM is still pregnant and hasn't reached her due date, which must greatly limit her strength. Plus, her eldest child, Owen, has been executed by the Navy, and most of her other children are still too young and weak. So right now, the Big MOM pirates are at their weakest. As for the Whitebeard pirates, although they've fought the Navy the most, we haven't heard of any significant forces falling to the Navy, and Kaido's beast pirates occupy Wano, a geographically defensible position, making it difficult for us. If we take down the Big MOM pirates, we can take their place and become the true overlords of the New World. And I've heard that Big MOM possesses a piece of the red historical text, so the Pirate King's great treasure might not be impossible. Francis analyzed the current situation in the New World logically, painting a future blueprint that made everyone present excited. The other 3 pondered, their eyes flickering as they silently weighed their gains and losses. Yermak scoffed, and then get caught by the Navy and end up impelled down. Living out your days in solitude? Don't worry, the Navy is probably too busy battling the Whitebeard pirates to pay us any mind. Besides, we are pirates who live on the edge. When did we become so timid? This is our last chance, and I believe you all understand that. That's right. Francis is right. We pirates are no different from gamblers. It's just that gamblers bet money at the table, while we bet our lives. Although the risks are high, the potential rewards are also very optimistic. If we succeed, the New World will surely have a place for us. Hey, I agree. The ever-enthusiastic Bloodscythe Lycum was the first to agree with Francis's plan, which made Francis even more suspicious of his identity. Damn it, I'm going to take the gamble. I have no problem with it. Good, let us discuss our battle plan next. On a gigantic 3-masted sailing ship, a menacing pirate flag hung from the thick mast. The main feature was an ordinary skull, but it resembled a bear's skull rather than a human one, with a massive scar running across it, adding to its ferocity. Any pirate in the New World would recognize that this was the flagship bear of the barbarian bear pirates within the Pirate Alliance. At this moment on the bear, Francis sat in a soft office chair, alone in the empty room, half his body shrouded in darkness, holding a normal Den Mushi and a white anti-eavesdropping Den Mushi. Brew. Hello. Francis, how's it going? I've been saving your spot for the drought. The Den Mushi transformed into a strange shape with 2 horns as it connected. Don't worry, progress is going smoothly, Kaido. Francis replied calmly. That's good. With a click, the call was abruptly ended. Francis remained unfazed, continuing his actions as the Den Mushi rang again. Brew. How's it going? My lord, everything is going smoothly thanks to that Navy rookie. Once it's over, I can infiltrate the beast pirates. Good, don't disappoint us with a Zoan-type bear fruit, ancient species. After the undercover mission, you can directly join CP0. Don't expose yourself. You know the consequences of failure. Yes. Click. The sound of the Den Mushi hanging up echoed once more. Chapter 85. The Coming Storm. New World, G5 Baseport. A massive naval warship docked at the port, with about 1,000 Navy soldiers neatly lined up on the deck, led by the smiling Major General Kaji. Atlas stood at the port, watching the still charismatic Kaji, and greeted him with a smile. Today, Atlas was assigned by Vice Admiral Tsaru to receive the combat forces sent from headquarters. Guillaume was supposed to be here too, but upon hearing that Kaji was coming, she found an excuse to slip away, leaving Atlas to handle things alone. Hey, Atlas, where's Miss Guion? I was planning to confess to her for the 99th time, Kaji said, seeing only Atlas at the port, his disappointment evident. Ah, Major Guion had a last-minute issue. So it's just me, Atlas explained somewhat awkwardly, not wanting to directly say that Guion had avoided Kaji. By the way, didn't Vice Admiral Tsuru say that Admiral Akiji was coming to the New World to assist as well? Why haven't I seen him? Atlas asked, puzzled, as he and Kaji had been talking for a while, yet Akiji had not disembarked from the warship. Akiji. Kaji was about to explain when a lazy voice came from not far away at the port. Ah, I'm really sorry, Kanos. Thanks for waiting. Atlas turned to see Akiji, dressed in a Navy Justice coat, a white suit, and a dark blue shirt, riding a bicycle slowly across the water, with a thin layer of ice forming beneath the tires. Akiji, half-lidded and yawning as if about to fall asleep, exuded a lazy demeanor. Admiral Akiji. Atlas stood at attention and saluted properly. Akiji casually put away his bicycle and handed it to a nearby Navy soldier, waved at Atlas, and then walked straight to Carp's office. Let's go, Kanos. The wind's picking up. On Onigashima, Wano country. Brother Kaido, should the Beast Pirates get involved in the upcoming war in a new world to stir up more chaos? Ember, a large man dressed entirely in black with wings that spewed flames, looked at Kaido, who was drinking heavily. No need. We just need to watch from the sidelines. But I do want to stir the pot a bit. Only this kind of top-tier battle can excite me. Ha ha. Kaido finished his drink from a gourd, and clear liquor spilled down his beard, the dripping sound echoing in the space, harmonizing with his proud laughter. On the Moby Dick. Old man, the Navy's movements have been increasing lately, and a large number of troops are gathering in the New World. Are they planning to strike at us with everything they've got? Marco said, a frown on his face. Although he was not afraid of the Navy and had no ambition to be Pirate King, he just wanted to live with his father as they were. It would be even better if his father became Pirate King. Marco, don't worry too much. The world government won't agree to the Navy clearing out the New World. Besides, the other pirates in the New World aren't pushovers. If the Navy wants to bite off this piece of bone, they might break their teeth. Vista analyzed. He was very aware of the world government's nature. The five elders would never allow the Navy to grow stronger or weaken significantly. They only pursued one thing, balance. To the five elders, the entire world was like a chessboard, and, as the players, they had to ensure that the balance of power among the major forces was not disrupted to maintain the world government's rule. Gulalala. Marco Bista is right. Don't worry too much. After all, I'm Whitebeard. In the G5 base, operations office. At this moment, the small office gathered all the high-ranking officials currently at the G5 base. Of course, Atlas was among them. Although his rank was only that of a Commodore, his strength had earned him the recognition of those present, so he was considered a moderately high-ranking official. Vice Admiral Tsuru sat upright behind a desk, while on either side were Admiral Akainu and Admiral Akiji, both candidates for the position of Admiral from headquarters, and Carp stood beside Vice Admiral Tsuru, munching on donuts, bits of which were flying onto the desk. All right, everyone is here. I will explain the personnel distribution and arrangements for the upcoming battle, Vice Admiral Tsuru said, scanning the room while automatically blocking out Carp's chewing noise. Carp, Sakazuki, Kaji, Gion, you guys will lead a portion of the Navy to intercept the Whitebeard pirates and also prepare for Kaido's interference on the battlefield. Your strength should be sufficient. Kazan, you and Atlas will lead a portion of the forces to the Tato land waters. According to the intelligence from the CP department, the Pirate Alliance's target is the big MOM pirates. If Big Mom's side falls into a disadvantage, take the opportunity to wipe them out and strike at the Pirate Alliance. Of course, it's more likely that the Pirate Alliance will lose. The intelligence capabilities of the Tato land waters should not be underestimated, so we can directly crush the so-called Pirate Alliance afterward. As for Kaido's Beast Pirates, they probably won't make an appearance. Kaido knows that Wano's position is precarious, and our Navy won't foolishly provoke them, so there's no need to allocate troops. However, I will arrange for personnel to keep watch. Don't worry, Vice Admiral Tsuru, not a single pirate will escape from the Pirate Alliance. Akiji, shedding his lazy demeanor, confidently assured. At this moment in the New World, Whether it was the big Momonosuke pirates or various small pirate crews, they all sensed an unusual atmosphere, with countless pirates secretly gearing up to get a piece of the action in this impending war that would overturn the world order. The winds of a new era are about to blow into the new world. Chapter 86. Outbreak in January 1506 of the Sea Circle calendar in the New World. The Totland Sea. The massive ship, Queen Mama's Song, floated quietly on the surface of the sea, swaying gently with the ripples of the water. The oddly shaped figureheads produced soft melodies, surrounded by pirate ships of various sizes, all unfailingly flying the iconic red-lipped skull flag. On the Song, Big Mom had just finished giving birth to her 75th child. Unlike ordinary women, she did not appear weak. Instead, she continuously rolled up the tablecloth, stuffing the desserts inside into her mouth, while the servants quickly replaced the table with a new spread of sweets, repeating this cycle. Mom, the Sea Slug reports that the Pirate Alliance's fleet has invaded our Totland Sea. It was Perospero. He hesitated to disturb Big Mom while she was eating, knowing that if her hunger pangs were triggered, the entire Totland could be in jeopardy. However, the urgency of the situation forced him to report. Huh? What did you say? Upon hearing Perospero's words, Big Mom immediately halted her eating, her crimson, fierce eyes fixating on him. Her mouth, nearly grinning to the roots of her ears, dripped with corrosive saliva, as if she would swallow him whole if he didn't clarify. Mom, the so-called Pirate Alliance has invaded the Totland Sea. It seems they are targeting us. Perospero swallowed hard, speaking cautiously, sweat pouring from his forehead under Big Mom's intense gaze. Mama, those worthless fools dare to set their sights on my Totland. They truly underestimate me. Perospero, go gather the fleet with Katakuri. I will personally annihilate them. Do they think I'm a soft persimmon? But, Mom, you just gave birth. You might not. Perospero expressed his concern. Big Mom was the core of the pirate crew. Without her, he and the others wouldn't amount to much. Huh? Are you teaching me how to do my job? Perospero, you are just my son. Know your place. Big Mom's expression darkened. Her long-standing aura of intimidation surged forth, nearly soaking Perospero's back with sweat as he hurriedly nodded in agreement. Outside the Totland Sea, four uniquely designed ships entered this dreamlike ocean. The menacing figureheads clashed with the surrounding environment as the four major pirate crews of the Pirate Alliance stormed into Big Mom's territory, launching a challenge against the pirate overlord reigning in the New World without any warning. The captains of the four pirate crews wore expressions of excitement mixed with seriousness, as if they were on the verge of becoming the new overlords of the New World, even catching a glimpse of the Pirate King's throne. Mama, for insignificant fish, do you think I'm a soft persimmon? This is quite irritating. Before they could celebrate for long, Big Mom, alerted by the news, stood at the bow of the Song, wielding a massive sword named Napoleon, flanked by her homies, Zeus and Prometheus, who controlled thunder and flames, respectively. Hee. Old hag, the old era has passed. The new era has no room for your ship. It's time for you to disembark and make way for us young ones. With a grim expression, Lycum stepped forward boldly, unafraid to retort Big Mom's words. Mama, what a bunch of ungrateful fools. Katakuri, take this guy's head to see me. Yes, Mom. Hee. Yelmac, you and Francis hold Big Mom back. I'll take care of Katakuri, Lycum said confidently. He was a Paramecia-type blood fruit user, capable of manipulating the blood within his enemies' bodies and accelerating his own blood flow to enhance his combat abilities. He had awakened his fruit's powers and was not afraid of Katakuri at all. Damn it, Yelmac and Francis silently cursed, knowing that Katakuri and Big Mom's strengths were not on the same level. They didn't expect Lycum to seize the initiative, leaving them no choice but to go along with it. Mama. They actually underestimated me. Hearing Lycum's words, Big Mom erupted in laughter, her massive mouth releasing an eerie cackle, and an invisible sound wave radiated from her, targeting the Pirate Alliance. Conqueror's Haki. Time in the entire sea seemed to freeze as many of the previously shouting pirates suddenly fell silent, their eyes hollow, mouths half open as if their souls had been drawn out, collapsing unconscious. Conqueror's Haki. My God, what kind of monster is this? Such terrifying conqueror's haki. We actually have to fight against such a monster. It's practically a death sentence. Captain, we should retreat. The Big Mom pirates are not something we can contend with. Those who barely maintained consciousness before Big Mom's haki felt their legs turn to jelly, hair standing on end, like frightened kittens, their courage nearly evaporated. What's the panic? Just an old hag, just conqueror's haki. Several captains shouted to calm the panicking crowd, though they themselves felt a bit anxious. Among the four of them, only Francis lacked conqueror's haki, but compared to Big Mom's, theirs was like a candle in the wind, utterly incomparable. Everyone, all out, blood scythe. Lycum could no longer sit still and decisively activated his fruit's ability to confront Katakuri, while the other three found their respective opponents to engage in combat, knowing that if they didn't start fighting soon, their side would be completely crushed. Mama, Zeus, thunder, yes, Mom. Zeus, floating in midair, suddenly took on a fierce expression, his body turning pitch black, and a massive bolt of lightning descended without warning, bearing the terrifying might of a natural disaster. Cloud, lightning. Yelmac, a Logia-type cloud fruit user, was unafraid of Zeus's attack. They knew that Lycum wasn't simply putting them in danger. As the biggest boss present, they understood the three homies that Charlotte Lin possessed. Yelmac's cloud fruit was first to nullify Big Mom's Zeus, while Francis, a Zoan-type bear fruit, ancient species, barbaric bear form user, was nearing the awakening of his fruit's powers, making him practically unbeatable in terms of durability. Therefore, the two of them were the best choice to hold Big Mom back. Chapter 87. This road is blocked when Aokiji and Atlas arrived in the Totland Sea. The big MOM pirates were already engaged in a fierce battle with the Pirate Alliance. The entire Totland Sea was filled with the sounds of cannon fire, and the air was thick with smoke, the sea stained red with blood. Overall, the Pirate Alliance was being suppressed by the big MOM pirates. Even the recently delivered big MOM herself was a formidable opponent that they struggled to deal with. Yermak and Francis, who were entangled with big MOM, were secretly lamenting. They had no effective means to counter her. Just her terrifying body, like a steel balloon, left them helpless, let alone her two powerful homies that granted her extensive AoE skills. What a mad woman, Yermak thought frantically, as Big MOM showed no concern for the situation on their side, recklessly unleashing thunder and flames, causing massive casualties on both the Pirate Alliance and her own crew. Big M didn't care at all. To her, these so-called soldiers were merely homies that she could create at will, and she was indifferent to human life. It seems I came at the wrong time. Just as both sides were fiercely battling it out, Aokiji's warship suddenly intruded into their battlefield. You can continue. I won't disturb you, Aokiji said with an awkward smile while standing on the deck with his arms crossed, looking at the stunned crowd. Well. The Navy is here too. How interesting. Little bugs, you might as well accept my punches. Thunderfire strike. Big MOM, completely blinded by rage, showed no intention of stopping. Ignoring the serious-looking Aokiji, she unleashed her fists wrapped in thunderfire, swiftly darting to stand before Yermak and Francis. Boom! The terrifying power of thunderfire crashed down on the two, and Yermak barely had time to elementalize. No, to be precise, elementalizing Wound Tea have helped because Big Mom's attack had such a vast range that there was no way to evade it. In just one blow, it nearly took half their lives, but Francis, relying on the toughness of his ancient Zoan-type devil fruit and his incredible recovery, didn't suffer serious injuries. Ice Age. Aokiji quickly assessed the situation, activating his devil fruit ability and exhaling a breath of cold air. A vast area of the sea and the pirates on the surface were transformed into solid ice sculptures. Aokiji certainly wouldn't just stand by and watch. Both sides of pirates had already worn themselves out, and the hunting moment had arrived. Hey, Navy, this is our war. Are you looking for death? Big MOM, in the midst of her excitement, was displeased by Aokiji's actions. Her predatory eyes fixed on the calm Aokiji, and she let out a creepy laugh. My apologies, madam. But this is my justice. Ice Blade. A slender ice blade instantly appeared in Aokiji's hand and was hurled viciously towards Big Mom's face. Opportunity. Yermak and Francis exchanged glances and instinctively withdrew from the battlefield. Most of the pirates they brought had already been lost here. They had severely underestimated Big Mom's strength. Blood Scythe was currently being overwhelmed by Katakuri and would likely be defeated soon. As for Klaus, he was being besieged by several of Big Mom's children. Although he had the upper hand, escape was clearly impossible. Having already entertained thoughts of retreat, they saw Aokiji actively taking on Big Mom's pressure and realized that if they didn't leave now, they would likely be trapped in the Totland Sea forever. It seems our navy is taking over the battlefield. Aokiji glanced at the fleeing Yermak and Francis without attempting to stop them. Ice ball. Sorry, pirates are prohibited here. Atlas led a medium-sized navy warship to intercept the area around the Totland Sea, easily locating the two escapees with his vast observation haki. Navy? Brigadier General? Yermak looked at Atlas with disdain. Although they had fled in disgrace during the war in the New World, a mere Navy Brigadier General was not someone they could be easily intimidated by. Beside him, Francis frowned, feeling extremely irritated by the Navy's deployment. Sending a Navy Brigadier General to participate in a war of this level was absurd. He had been looking for an opportunity to ambush Yermak, and the appearance of this Navy was simply a nuisance. However, Francis was not one to show mercy. This Navy officer could only pray for his own safety. Flying finger gun, explosion. Atlas didn't care what the two pirates were thinking. He directly launched an explosive fire attack at Yermak. Boom! The explosive ray passed through Yermak's body, striking the distant sea surface and instantly creating huge waves. Yermak's expression darkened as he dispelled his elemental form, and the ease he previously had was replaced by seriousness. Although he had avoided the earlier explosive fire with elementalization, he could clearly feel its immense power and realize that this Navy officer was not ordinary. How interesting, Francis. It seems we have to cooperate again. What are you? Yermak's face broke into a sickly smile as he prepared to call Francis to join him in taking down the Navy officer. But to his shock, Francis was walking towards the Navy side without any defense. What surprised him even more was that the Navy officer didn't even try to stop him, completely ignoring Francis. Hey, didn't you say pirates are prohibited here? Are you blind? You don't see such a big living person in front of you? Damn, that bastard Francis is an undercover agent. Seeing Francis behave so unusually and recalling the role he had played in this war, Yermak, who was gradually calming down, finally realized the truth. Chapter 88. Cloud Mist Man? Little Ghost. It seems that all of this is your Navy's scheme. Huh? Hey. Sengoku truly lives up to the name of a wise general. Yermak's expression was somewhat annoyed, but at the same time helpless as he let out a low, rumbling laugh. He felt like a mouse being toyed with by a cat, and a grimace appeared on his face. Sorry, Mr. Yermak. The bounty of 700 million berries on the sea. Garbage. You know too much, so I can only ask you to die. Atlas looked at the sickly gentleman pirate before him and said emotionlessly, it should be noted that the current bounty is not as universally inflated as it would be a decade later after Luffy set sail. That inflation is purely a result of the devaluation of berries. Therefore, Yermak's bounty of 700 million berries still holds significant value, and his strength should not be underestimated. He. What a boastful little brat. Although Yermak had just witnessed a glimpse of Atlas's power, his pride as a great pirate would not allow him to surrender without a fight. Thunderclouds descend. Yermak cackled, and suddenly a large amount of dark clouds gathered in the sky, with flashes of lightning brewing within. Suddenly, a pillar of lightning descended from the sky, striking directly at Atlas's head. Boom! A massive force of lightning instantly engulfed Atlas. However, there was no look of surprise on Yermak's face. He knew very well that the man before him could not die from such an attack. This feels good. I haven't felt this great in a long time. As the lightning dissipated, Atlas stood unharmed, fully enveloped in a thick layer of armament haki. Though the upper half of his clothing had turned to ashes under the terrifying heat, revealing his muscular, armor-like physique. Atlas slightly turned his neck, and the strong bones cracked. Pleasantly surprised to find that under the recent lightning baptism, his physique had actually made a slight improvement, even if it was too minuscule to be noticeable. It's my turn. Atlas flexed his muscles, activating the explosive power beneath his feet, causing the sea surface to instantly sink down. His terrifying speed brought him before Yi Ermac in the blink of an eye. Iron block. Arm shatter. His arm suddenly swelled, and a terrifying sense of power came rushing forth, with sparks igniting on his skin upon contact with the air. Cloud shield. Armed. Almost simultaneously, a massive wall of clouds infused with armament haki rose before Yi Ermac. Duong. A strange sensation, hard yet somewhat soft. It did not produce the crisp sound of metal clashing that one would expect from an armament haki collision. The powerful flexibility seemed to absorb a third of Atlas's force, while the rest was forcefully endured by the armament haki. I am the Cloud Mist Man who has eaten the natural type cloud fruit. My cloud shield possesses both the softness of clouds and the hardness of armament haki. You cannot break through, Yi Ermac said proudly, believing that the navy before him was merely a minor inconvenience, not an unbeatable opponent. So, Atlas did not comment, but suddenly increased his power while activating the explosive force of the dragon talisman, generating intense flames on his fist. Boom! Oh, that feels good. Atlas watched as Yi Ermac was sent flying, letting out a long breath. Meanwhile, Yi Ermac struggled to steady himself, looking at his already torn gentleman's outfit and feeling a surge of unnamed anger. Hey, you've completely angered me, Navy. As soon as he finished speaking, thick clouds suddenly rose from the sea surface, and dense cloud layers lifted Yi Ermac's body high into the air, while a large amount of mist began to attempt to envelop Atlas. Atlas felt as if giant hands were gripping his body, tightening their hold with the passage of time. Bang! Explosive flames burst forth, instantly creating a massive hole in the mist that bound Atlas, but under Yi Ermac's fruit ability control. It quickly patched itself up at a visible speed. Seeing this, Atlas stepped on the moonwalk and swiftly used the shave to escape the mist's entanglement. Flying finger gun. Explosive. Gatling. A fierce glint flashed in Atlas's eyes as his index finger unleashed a torrent of cannon fire, densely firing explosive bullets infused with armament haki at Yi Ermac. Yi Ermac was not to be outdone. His arms quickly wrapped in thick clouds, hardening with armament haki, as two massive black fists violently collided with the explosive flames. Bang, bang, bang. A series of explosions erupted, and a white shockwave rapidly expanded from Yi Ermac's center. Atlas seized the opportunity to dash into the airwave, simultaneously drastically altering his form, shrinking down to a height of 2 meters, with an even deeper layer of armament haki enveloping him. Chaotic patterns swirled across his chest and back, and 2-tier streaks extended from the corners of his eyes down to his neck. Life return. Armed. Paper drawing martial body. Unlike the martial god body, the paper drawing martial body allowed Atlas to react more swiftly and with greater sensitivity, while the martial god body provided him with the strength of a giant, perfectly complementing the divine powers granted by the Ox Talisman. Dance of Chaos. Serpent. Long before Atlas charged in, Yi Ermac's observation haki had already captured Atlas's figure, and he was the first to launch an attack. A massive python made of clouds surged forward, with a layer of armament haki faintly covering its body, clearly intending to catch Atlas off guard. Do you really think my observation haki is just for show? Atlas narrowed his eyes, 2 intense red glows spilling from his eyes as he activated his observation haki to its fullest. Swish, swish, swish. With the enhancement of the paper drawing martial body, Atlas dodged all of the cloud pythons with perfect grace. Since his previous battle with Katakuri, although the breadth of his observation haki had not increased, the precision of his perception had improved significantly. Explosive battle axe. In an instant, Atlas crossed through the clouds, hovering above Yi Ermac's head, then raised his right leg high, his body resembling a drawn bow, carrying explosive flames as he struck down. Bang! Even though Yi Ermac had constructed a cloud wall in an instant, he was still struck down by this terrifying force. Pung! A dull thud echoed, and Yi Ermac did not plunge into the embrace of the sea, thanks to the layer of mist he had created earlier to bind Atlas with his fruit ability. Chapter 89. Flashy next. I won't give you a chance. Starfall. Atlas would not give Yelmac a moment's respite. His body quickly grew larger, the patterns on his face twisting and converging on his forehead, while the muscles on his back became distinctly defined, ultimately forming a ghostly face with steam constantly rising from his body. Struggling, Yelmac slowly crawled up from the thick clouds. Suddenly, a high-speed falling black object entered his observation range. But before he could take a closer look, boom! The immense acceleration created a hollow in the clouds, sending waves of water dozens of meters high splashing up, crashing heavily onto Yelmac. He dodged. However, Yelmac felt no joy. Instead, cold sweat dripped from his forehead. Although he hadn't been completely hit by Atlas, his left arm was shattered. Yelmac could clearly feel that his left arm had suffered a comminuted fracture, completely losing its combat ability. Is this guy not an ability user? Yelmac was somewhat surprised. Clearly, Atlas's explosive power had led him to mistakenly believe that Atlas was a fruit user, but it was evident now that he had misjudged. At this moment, Atlas, lurking beneath the sea, was equally certain that his attack had indeed caused some damage to Yelmac. Bang! A huge splash erupted, and Atlas charged towards the spot where Yelmac stood like a rapidly moving tiger shark, aiming with his hardened head. Cloud shield, armament. Yelmac hadn't expected the opponent's attack to be so swift, each move seamlessly connecting, leaving him barely a moment to breathe. A strong sense of crisis prompted him to instantly unleash his cloud shield covered in armament. Boom! The violent impact exploded around him. This time, Yelmac couldn't fully defend. The powerful explosive flames, coupled with the thrust of the head, struck his body without losing momentum. The swirling shockwaves scattered the surrounding clouds into irregular debris, slowly drifting on the rolling sea. Yelmac stood atop one of the larger pieces of debris, and an ominous premonition grew stronger in his heart. After a short period of confrontation, he realized that he was not a match for this Navy officer, despite having been worn down by Big MOM. Cloud mist, domain. As Atlas steadied himself, his vision was instantly obscured by the swirling mist, somewhat reminiscent of Smoker's smoke fruit, but the two were almost entirely different substances. Smoker's smoke fruit was made of solid particles, while Yelmac's cloud mist consisted of water vapor and small ice crystals, meaning it had a cooling effect. Sure enough, as Atlas pondered, the temperature around had begun to decrease. However, it was far inferior to Akiji's freezing fruit. Want to escape? Yelmac was not the type of pirate to stubbornly fight when he was losing. Seeing the situation turn dire, fleeing was the norm for pirates like him. The cruel, cunning, and greedy traits that pirates should possess were perfectly embodied in Yelmac. Atlas had already locked onto Yelmac's position with his observation hockey. His leg muscles tensed, and his figure almost turned into an afterimage as he quickly charged at Yelmac. Yelmac naturally sensed Atlas's movements, and his heart tightened. He activated his fruit ability, causing a large amount of cloud mist to solidify, moving his armament hockey accordingly, and fiercely hurled it towards Atlas. Cloud shield, armament, gun. The sharp tip gleamed with a black sheen, and the terrifying sharpness made Atlas feel a sting on his cheek. How much armament hockey has this guy wrapped around? Atlas clicked his tongue, but his advancing form showed no signs of stopping. Don't forget, I'm still a swordsman. He swiftly drew his third-generation Kitetsu, his arms swelling with power, and slash forward. One sword style, armament, thunder slash. The blood-red slash entwined with the black-red aura of armament hockey, its power surpassing previous strikes. This was also a technique that Atlas had not comprehended for long. With the deepening of his mastery over armament hockey, he had become more adept at applying it, even attempting to entwine his slashes. The powerful cutting ability cleared the path for Atlas in an instant. Sensing movement behind him, Yelmac's heart raced, and his limbs momentarily stiffened. Almost simultaneously, Atlas's pupils contracted, a strong aura bursting forth from him, like a forest king with bared fangs, charging straight at Yelmac. This is Conqueror's Hockey. Yelmac's expression flickered with momentary confusion, as if his head had been struck by a huge hammer. A strong sense of dizziness surged, and his body momentarily froze. Good. Atlas seized this opportunity, rapidly appearing behind Yelmac. Before the latter could turn around, The gleaming blade of the third-generation Kitetsu flashed by, blood splattering everywhere, as a head, still bearing a look of shock, fell into the sea with a plop. Yelmak beheaded. TCH, flashy. Atlas scoffed, slowly lifting Yelmak's head from the water with the tip of his blade. As the surrounding mist dissipated, a massive warship quickly sailed toward Atlas. After all, Yelmak had yet to awaken his fruit. Although Atlas felt he was on the verge of awakening, he still lacked the ability to permanently alter the environment. Commodore Atlas. The mission is complete, requesting to return. Soon, the warship led by Akiji joined Atlas, and a naval officer resembling a lieutenant reported to him. Okay, let's first head over there to rendezvous with my warship. I instructed them to move a distance away during the battle. Atlas nodded, then scanned the surroundings, frowning. Where's Akiji? Why hasn't he returned? Atlas certainly did not believe that Akiji had died at Big Mom's hands or had fled. Although Akiji had not reached his peak, he definitely possessed the strength of an admiral now. Yet, for some unknown reason, the world government had delayed the awarding ceremony, preventing Sengoku from officially taking command of the Navy. As an old-generation Navy officer, as long as he hadn't been promoted to admiral, the three monstrous vice admirals could not formally become admirals. This is my speculation and generally aligns with logic. I am unsure if they were promoted simultaneously or with a time gap. Please forgive me. Akiji is buying us time for our retreat and should arrive soon. All right, I understand. Chapter 90 Look is fighting Lifu New World, an unknown sea area. The roar of cannon fire echoed endlessly as two clearly defined fleets confronted each other. Gulalala, are you here to trouble me again? Don't you think you have enough soldiers who have fallen? Kopu, the captain of Whitebeard, with his cape flapping in the sea breeze, stood tall, holding his weapon, the Tsung Yun Xie, with an imposing figure and eyes filled with immense confidence. Ha ha, Newgate, you should worry about yourself first. Maybe today your head will stay here, and I'll have to apologize to that brat Atlas. As Kapu spoke, he rubbed his rough fists, excitement visible on his face, a feeling of belligerence rising from him. Gulalala, let us see if you have what it takes, Kapu. As soon as he finished speaking, Whitebeard stood firm, raising his left hand high at a 90-degree angle, a white spherical object appearing above his fist. Shockwave. The entire space seemed to fill with cracks, like a mirror, as powerful energy transmitted to the sea surface, making the whole world tremble. Almost at the same moment, Kapu leaped high, activating his haki, instantly covering his fist. Fistbone meteor. Boom. The extreme collision generated a massive storm, shocking both the surrounding navy and pirates. The sky actually split open. Is this the clash of top-tier warriors? Truly powerful. Ha ha. No wonder he's Daddy Whitebeard. The strongest man in the world, ISNT, just talk. Mr. Kapu is indeed formidable. He truly is a legendary marine. The Navy and pirates erupted in excitement. The clash that split the sky gave them an unparalleled visual shock. Gulalala. The boring probing ends here. War isn't a game of house for pirates and marines. Kapu. Whitebeard raised the Tsung Yun Xie, its gleaming blade pointed at the Navy side, terrifying conqueror's haki pouring out. War officially began. Not far from the Totland Sea area, two Navy standard warships, one large and one small, sped across the ocean. On the slightly larger ship's deck lay a tall man with a lazy expression, a green-eye patch covering his eye, no sunshade, allowing the sunlight to hit his white suit. Admiral Akiji, are we directly going to support Admiral Kapo later? On the nearby medium-sized warship, Atlas squatted at the ship's railing, looking at the almost asleep Akiji and asked, let us see the situation. By the time we get there, the war should be nearing its end. Akiji slowly lifted one corner of his eye patch, glancing at Atlas, and answered weakly. This operation has gone relatively smoothly. Our combat results should be good. It's fine. The strongest pirate crews in the New World are only big MOM beasts and Whitebeard. The beasts' forces are the most intact, but their territory is limited to Wano. Whitebeard's crew is still the strongest. As for Big MOM, she has suffered significant losses, with many of her not yet grown children dead. Ha ha ha. How can such a top-tier battle lack my presence? Just as the Navy and Whitebeard pirates were engaged in battle, accompanied by a burst of wild laughter, a massive blue dragon fell from the sky, instantly inserting itself into the battle circle of Kapu and Whitebeard. Kaido of the Beasts. Dragon form. Kapu and Whitebeard were pushed to the edges due to Kaido's intrusion. They exchanged glances, one throwing a punch, the other swinging his blade. Or, in an instant, two wounds broke through Kaido's massive dragon body. Kaido howled in pain. But the wounds miraculously healed at a visible speed. Kapu and Whitebeard didn't bother with Kaido, continuing to fight fiercely with each other. You two guys really excite me. Kaido quickly transformed into his hybrid form. Although his body was larger and his strength and abilities increased significantly, his agility was still much worse than in his dragon form. Gee, Kaido is such a troublemaker, always trying to join the fun wherever it's busy. Marco, entangled with Akainu, saw Kaido join and disdainfully commented. In Marco's view, either Kapu or Whitebeard could easily beat Kaido to a pulp. It was just that Kaido had tough skin. Bang! Just as Marco was distracted, a massive lava fist slammed into him, instantly creating a blood hole that exuded a burning sensation on his chest. Do you dare to be distracted in our battle? First Division Commander of the Whitebeard Pirates. Marco. Hey. Bista, can't you keep an eye on me? Looking at the blood hole on his chest, Marco said with some frustration. Meanwhile, the flames of regeneration surged rapidly, and the flesh on his chest quickly grew back, leaving only a shallow mark after a moment. I'm not as tough as you. Taking a hit like that doesn't feel good. Bista replied seriously while swinging his blade. Even though the battle between Kapu, Whitebeard, and Kaido was somewhat far from the sea surface, the shockwaves generated occasionally from their clashes produced fierce winds and tsunamis, and the terrifying sonic booms nearly deafened the nearby navy and pirates. When Atlas and Akiji arrived to provide support, they saw Chong Wei fighting Laifu. Oh no, it was Whitebeard and Kapu hammering Kaido. At this point, Whitebeard seemed to have understood. Although the Navy had deployed most of their forces here, their true target was clearly not them. Moreover, with Kaido stirring things up, the Whitebeard pirates, which had been somewhat on the back foot, regained some momentum. There was no helping it. Kaido occasionally spewed hot breath everywhere, making the pirates and marines who were still engaged in battle anxious and unable to use their full strength, having to remain wary of sudden sparks. Frozen time capsule. As soon as Akiji arrived, he directly joined the battlefield, with intense cold rapidly spreading, causing the pirates who could still fight back to crumble under Akiji's pressure. Gulalala. Whitebeard pirates retreat. Seeing this, Whitebeard shouted loudly, simultaneously clawing his left hand upwards. A massive crack spreading from the sky to the sea, dividing the ocean in half. Ha ha ha, truly a mess, Whitebeard. Seeing this, Kapu also stopped, knowing he couldn't stop Whitebeard from leaving, and the Navy's objective this time wasn't to completely annihilate the Whitebeard pirates. Hey, aren't you guys going to keep fighting? I'm not satisfied yet. At this moment, Kaido was somewhat dissatisfied, but the arriving Akiji and the freed Akainu joined forces with Kapu to beat him up fiercely, and only then did he satisfactorily escape, swaying unsteadily with a head full of bumps. Riding on the flames. Chapter 91, 3 Emperors. A few days after the chaotic battle, on a morning when news birds busily flew across the world, a shocking piece of news spread throughout the sea. The Navy had cleared the New World, and the Pirate Alliance was completely dismantled. A new overlord had emerged on the sea since the death of the Pirate King, and the World Economic News referred to them as the 3 Sea Emperors. On Cake Island, Big Mom was rarely not eating, but instead was holding a newspaper, her expression strange, unsure if she was happy or angry. Mama, aside from St. Mark, Taburet, High Fate, and Moscato, several of our siblings are dead, and Mondor and Smoothie are seriously injured, along with the loss of many other combat homies. Parasparrow reported nervously from the side after compiling the data. Trash. They're all a bunch of trash. Big Mom was furious. These children were ones she had spent years birthing, and many had considerable potential. It was unexpected that they had perished before they could even grow. Katakuri, standing nearby, looked even worse. He was already in a bad mood from hearing about his siblings' deaths, and Big Mom's assessment made him even more upset. He had clearly seen St. Mark die from the aftershocks of Big Mom's battle. What a grand gesture. The Navy. How are the damages to Whitebeard and the Beast Pirates? According to our intelligence, the Beast Pirates are the least damaged. Only Kaido personally participated in this battle. The Whitebeard Pirates suffered greater losses, with several of his subordinate crews being destroyed, but overall, their power hasn't been significantly harmed. Furthermore, Perospero cautiously glanced at Big Mom's changing expression and continued. The pirate alliance that invaded Tato land included Klaus and Leckham, who were captured by us, while Yermark was killed on the spot by the Navy. Only Francis managed to escape alone. Big Mom was enraged. An aura like a demon erupted from her. I want that guy's head. Mama, Francis is already allied with Kaido. He's now one of the three main figures of the Beast Pirates, the Drought. Perospero slowly reminded her. Kaido, has that guy forgotten the favors from back then? On the Moby Dick, old man, it seems the Navy's true target was never us. It was all a show put on by the Navy from the beginning. They divided the battlefield into two parts, and their main target was actually the Pirate Alliance. Just striking a blow at our Whitebeard Pirates, the Beast Pirates, and Big Mom's crew, Marco said coldly, leaning against the ship's railing. Heulalala. That Linlin must be very angry right now. After all, the Pirate Alliance was aimed at her. Whitebeard laughed heartily. Although he had once sailed with Big Mom, their relationship was not good. He knew that if the Navy destroyed him, Big Mom would be very willing to take a bite out of him. Whitebeard was well aware that Big Mom had long coveted Fishman Island, which he protected. But this should be a good thing, right? The situation on the sea has reached the balance the world government desired. At least for now, the Navy won't take any major actions. Moreover, old man, you are now recognized as the Sea Emperor by the whole world. Gulalala. Being a Sea Emperor doesn't matter. What's important is you guys. Whitebeard raised a cup filled with wine, tilted his head back, and drank it all. In Wano country, Onigashima, Brother Kaido, this is today's newly released newspaper. Morgan from the World Economic News even came to visit, but you were drunk at the time, so you didn't meet him. Jean was still dressed in his usual black attire, wrapped up tightly. See, emperors? Ha ha ha. But my ambition goes beyond that. Kaido snatched the newspaper and casually scanned it, then began to laugh and cry nervously. By the way, how is the suppression of the samurai following Odin going? Most have been imprisoned and sent to Rabu Wan for excavation of sea prism stone. What about Master Yamato? Yamato? What trouble has that bastard son of mine caused now? Speaking of Yamato, Kaido couldn't help but feel a headache. As his son, no daughter. Aside from constantly shouting about wanting to become the next Kazuki Odin and driving him out, he could accept all her other faults. Originally, after witnessing Odin's death at the age of 8, she had become infatuated with him. But ever since finding Odin's logbook, she had become even more obsessed. If Yamato were a useless person, that would be one thing. But she awakened Conqueror's Haki at 8 and recently even accidentally consumed a Mythical Zoan fruit. As a fellow Mythical Zoan user, he knew the power it held. Kaido had initially wanted this unfilial child to take charge as the general of Wano, ruling it for him, but now she probably spent every day thinking of driving him, the invader of Wano, out completely. Master Yamato wanted to sneak out while you were gone, but was caught by the royalists and is now imprisoned in Onegashima's jail. That brat. Let her stay in jail to reflect for a while. By the way, change her sea prism stone handcuffs to a higher concentration. Yes, in the North Sea, the Don Quixote family's base, the three sea emperors, the sea is getting more and more lively. A man dressed in a pink feather coat and sunglasses lay in a lounge chair, extending his bronzed hand to fiercely grasp the sunlight, as if trying to extinguish the world's light. Don't you think so, Rosinante, my dear brother? The man in the pink feather coat turned to the man beside him, who had a clown face painted on, asking, his brows filled with arrogance and ambition. Chapter 92. Observation Haki. Top tier in October of the 1506th year of the Sea Circle calendar on Ron Island, within the territory of the Whitebeard Pirates. This is a relatively small island in the New World, where a massive white skull flag with a crescent mustache hangs high on the tallest building, indicating that it is under the protection of Whitebeard. Every year, a certain amount of money is required to be paid, but it is certainly much less than what one would pay for gold in the sky. In the tavern, Atlas held a bundle of beer in his hands, tilting his throat back as the refreshing wheat beer flowed down. This year, Atlas had already turned 20 years old, and both physically and mentally, he was a mature man. He was the only patron in the tavern, not because the living conditions on the island were poor, but because he made no effort to conceal himself. He was dressed in a pure white suit with a justice cloak, and prominently displayed on his insignia was a star, all indicating his rank as a rear admiral in the Navy. Yes, he had been promoted to a rear admiral shortly after the war in the New World ended. This was the territory of the Whitebeard pirates, and even though Whitebeard was generally tolerant of the island's residents, they dared not get too close to the Navy. On the Moby Dick, with a helpless expression, Marco walked out from the cabin, his dead fish eyes looking at Whitebeard. He spread his hands. Old man, the guy has come to our territory again. Why don't you let Jozu deal with him this time? Gulalala. Marco, Jozu is no match for him. You could take a hit better. You should go. Whitebeard instantly understood that it was that little brat from the Navy who had been boasting about challenging him again and couldn't help but tease. As the Emperor of the Sea, Whitebeard naturally could not personally deal with Atlas and could only send a division commander. However, Marco had not been able to match him for over a year. Only Marco's Phoenix Flames could force a 50-50 chance against that little brat. Such terrifying growth speed surprised even him. Another person like Carp. Boss, the bill, damn it. Why hasn't that pineapple had arrived yet? Atlas looked at the table piled high with barrels of alcohol, but he showed no signs of drunkenness. His eyes were exceptionally clear. He then stood up and shouted at the shrinking owner, expressing his dissatisfaction. Hey, talking bad behind someone's back is not a good habit. Annoying Navy. His voice echoed at the tavern's door. Atlas turned to see a man wearing a purple coat with a Whitebeard pirate's emblem on his chest, sporting a pineapple hairstyle. Appearing at the entrance of the tavern, his face filled with impatience. Yo, Marco, you finally arrived. I thought your Whitebeard pirates were going under. And no one was available to teach me, the Navy, a lesson for intruding on your territory. Atlas said with a teasing tone. Marco yawned. Why do you always like to stir up trouble? I heard you recently went to provoke Katakuri from the big Momonosuke pirates, and, as a result, that big Momonosuke personally came after you, chasing you all the way to the Navy's base. Speaking of this, Atlas's expression darkened. It was that old hag big Momonosuke who acted without honor. She, a dignified Emperor of the Sea, actually came after him personally. Heaven knows, Atlas had only occasionally gone to the Totland Sea to catch some autumn winds, and had only gone there a few times to friendly spar with Katakuri. Anyway, if he wanted to run, no one could stop him, and he even learned to use observation hockey to predict the future, just like how Luffy learned it. Who knew that big Momonosuke would be so violent, bringing Zeus and Prometheus to chase him down? Fortunately, his vitality was resilient, comparable to a cockroach. He was only slightly embarrassed, and big Momonosuke couldn't do anything to him. Well, who told you to be too excessive? Seeing Atlas still looking aggrieved, Marco's anger flared up. Ever since the reshuffle in the New World, this guy had been running around the territories of the Whitebeard pirates and the big Momonosuke pirates every day, almost getting blacklisted by both pirate crews. But this guy's vitality and healing abilities were almost comparable to his own, known for healing, if it weren't for seeing him still moving freely in the sea several times. Marco would really suspect that he had secretly eaten some Zoan-type devil fruit. Let's go. I believe you don't want to involve the island's residents, right? Let's just find a deserted island to have a fight. Atlas, too lazy to explain, skillfully gestured for Marco to clear a path and walked straight out of the tavern's main door. Stepping out of the tavern, Atlas stretched slightly, and then a red light flashed in his eyes as a powerful sense of perception spread from him. Observation hockey. Activate. This kind of observation hockey. Marco's expression changed slightly. The Navy's observation hockey quickly covered Ron Island and then, without losing momentum, spread out towards the boundless sea. Marco had never seen such a terrifying range of perception. Found it. Atlas smiled slightly, stepping lightly in a direction where there were no objects in sight. Does this kind of observation hockey really exist? Marco looked at the deserted island in front of him, secretly comparing the distance to Ron Island. And he could not calm down at all. At least, he had never seen such a terrifying range of perception. Marco, don't get distracted. If you slip up, today might be your last chance to breathe fresh air. Seeing Marco looking somewhat dazed, Atlas couldn't help but remind him. He didn't want to fight an opponent who couldn't keep their cool. Stop boasting, damn Navy. Hearing this, Marco forced himself to calm down. He knew how ruthless this guy was. Even though he usually looked cheerful, if he lost today, he would either be shot dead on the spot or imprisoned and impelled down, with methods as brutal as a Kainu. Crane Claw. As soon as he finished speaking, Marco spread his wings made of blue flames and quickly entered his hybrid form, using the momentum of his fall from the sky to kick towards Atlas. To the left, Atlas remained calm, his observation haki locked onto Marco's figure, and almost at the same moment, he slightly moved his body and directly dodged Marco's kick. Predicting the future, Marco was startled and forcibly stopped his body from rushing forward, due to inertia. He quickly soared high into the sky, looking down at Atlas, only stopping when the distance between them reached a safe level. Marco would absolutely not be mistaken. As the captain of the 1st Division of the White-Beard Pirates, who had been in constant battles with the big MOM pirates, he had dealt with Katakuri multiple times. Therefore, he was very familiar with this kind of observation haki that could predict the future. He clearly noticed that just as he was about to launch his attack, Atlas had already begun to take evasive action. Chapter 93: The Effect of the Sheep Talisman. Marco. After a brief stalemate, Marco instantly launched his attack, channeling the blue flames in his hands into numerous phoenix tail feathers, which then combined in midair to form a fiery fist aimed at Atlas on the ground. A fire fist, huh? I could do that too. Explosive fist. Armament. Atlas's fist quickly enveloped in flames, with terrifying explosive power ready to unleash. He stepped back with his right leg, turned his body, and threw a punch. Boom! The two explosive forces collided, creating ripples in the air as if the surface of water had been disturbed. The intense shockwave hit Atlas like crashing waves, but he firmly planted his feet on the ground, remaining completely unmoved. This is getting more and more terrifying. Just as the thought crossed his mind, Marco suddenly dove down, his wings spinning, delivering a leg whip directly to Atlas's face. Atlas remained calm, raising his right hand covered in armament haki to block Marco's attack trajectory, and the two haki powers violently clashed. Clang! This guy's Conqueror's haki seems to have strengthened again. Marco felt as if a normal steel block had collided with a piece of tempered steel, the strong recoil causing his legs to ache slightly. Seeing that the first strike didn't succeed, Marco flapped his wings to create distance, rolled in midair, and his left foot quickly transformed into a claw, using the powerful inertia to accelerate towards Atlas's chest. Crane Claw. Iron Block. Armament. Cross Hunt. Bang! Marco's claw covered in armament haki collided with Atlas's crossed arms, and after a brief stalemate of a few seconds, both of them slid backward. However, Atlas only took a few steps back, while Marco slid back several dozen meters, clearly showing the difference in power. Not bad. It seems your strength has improved recently, Marco. Atlas was somewhat surprised. It made sense. Marco was indeed in a period of rapid growth in power. After all the harassment Atlas had given him, it would be unreasonable if he hadn't made any progress. And the average peak strength in the pirate world is usually in their 50s, so Marco still has a long way to go. Well, I'm not just sitting idle either. Marco scratched his head and chuckled. Over the past 6 months, Atlas and Marco had fought dozens of times, so he was very familiar with Marco's abilities. Although Marco's Phoenix Fruit granted him regenerative blue flames, which didn't have the same damaging attachment as normal flames and primarily served to heal, it could still burn the life force of his opponents. In any case, it couldn't help the opponent heal, and Marco, with the general characteristics of a mythical beast, was tough and resilient, with a long health bar and the terrifying self-healing ability of the regenerative blue flames. Although he was somewhat limited in offensive methods, he was truly hard to take down. Therefore, Marco's main fighting style was based on physical techniques, somewhat akin to Atlas before he obtained the Dragon Talisman, resembling a rogue fighter. After several rounds of combat, although both of them appeared somewhat disheveled, their breathing remained steady, showing no signs of fatigue. Marco, let me try this move. As soon as the words left his mouth, Atlas's pupils contracted and a powerful aura erupted from his body, causing the surrounding vegetation to bend under the pressure and even show signs of cracking. Conqueror's Haki. In the original work, it was known that only Shanks could use Conqueror's Haki to cause physical damage. And now, thanks to the enhancement of the Sheep Talisman, Atlas could achieve the same effect. Yes, The sheep talisman was a new talisman he had just activated, and, as he expected, its main function was to enhance the soul. The most noticeable effects for him were a broader observation range and a boost to his conqueror's haki. After his battle with Katakuri, Atlas was already on the verge of predicting the future, and the sheep talisman just helped him push open that door. In the original work, the sheep talisman primarily allowed the soul to leave the body, which, as recalled from Atlas's past life memories, indicated a powerful spirit. This delves into the mysterious realm of mental strength. In the power system of the pirates, Conqueror's haki represents willpower, while observation haki is an extension of the mind, commonly referred to as the sixth sense. However, both the mind and will are fundamentally linked to the soul. This is my own interpretation. Just consider it my alternate setting. Marco's mind felt as if struck by lightning. If Atlas's Conqueror's haki had previously felt like a wooden hammer, this time it felt like an iron hammer. However, Marco was the first division captain of the Whitebeard Pirates, and he quickly snapped back to attention after a moment of daze. But that fleeting moment of distraction was Atlas's greatest opening. Explosive fist, armament, shatter. The fist, moving so fast it almost turned into an afterimage, struck Marco hard, leaving behind charred fist marks that rapidly appeared. And the terrifying impact sent Marco flying higher into the sky. The intense pain made Marco's mind tighten instantly, and the vibrant regenerative blue flames engulfed his body, instantly healing his previous burns, while his entire form transformed into the mythical beast, Phoenix. Caw! A piercing cry erupted from Marco's beak in beast form, and the regenerative blue flames burned even more fiercely. Phoenix Mark. After his injuries healed, Marco shifted back to his hybrid form, launching a shockwave infused with intense energy towards Atlas. The entire process fluid and seamless, giving Atlas no chance to react. Armament. External release. Atlas did not back down, and his blood-red armament clashed with Marco's Phoenix Mark in the form of shockwave. Boom. It was unclear whether this was a unique skill of Marco's Phoenix Fruit. But even after Atlas's armament dispersed most of the shockwave, the remnants still surged toward him. Life restoration. Armament. God of War body. Atlas's body rapidly expanded, his 5-meter-tall God of War form barreling forward, using his powerful physique to directly absorb the Phoenix Mark. The tremendous kinetic energy allowing him to maintain high speed as he crashed into Marco. Bang, bang, bang. Fist against fist, palm against palm. The two fought fiercely without any defensive measures. Atlas's high-quality armament covering his entire body gave him the capital to withstand the blows directly, while Marco was continuously healed by the burning regenerative blue flames, recovering from his injuries. Although he had the mythical beast's incredible endurance, it paled in comparison to Atlas's absurdly powerful talisman. Marco, if this is all you've got, then you'll be staying here today. After they separated, Atlas slowly drew the third generation of the Cursed Sword. Chapter 94. 1,000 cuts in an instant. Atlas, in the state of the war god body, stood nearly 5 meters tall with astonishingly large hands. The seemingly petite third-generation ghost slash in his grasp looked like a child's toy, creating a strong visual impact that almost made one want to laugh. However, Marco, who faced him, couldn't smile at all. In his perception, the sharpness radiating from Atlas was so intense that it made his face ache. One sword style secret technique. One snap of the finger contains 20 instants. One instant contains 20 thoughts. One thought contains 90 moments. One moment contains 9 million births and deaths. This move, a strong sense of threat swept through every hair on Marco's body, triggering an instinctual reaction to quickly retreat. 1,000 cuts in an instant. The third-generation ghost slash in Atlas's hand seemed to transcend the concepts of time and space, slicing through Marco's body with extreme speed. Clang! The sword was sheathed. Marco was somewhat at a loss. There were no injuries on his body, but his instincts told him it wasn't that simple. Didn't you hear it? The wailing of flesh and blood. As soon as he finished speaking, countless cuts appeared on Marco's previously intact body, and a large amount of blood spurted out, making him look like a merciless blood-spraying machine. Bang! Marco's body shook, and vibrant regenerative green flames erupted from him, but the cuts only multiplied. Zzz. More and more green flames surged from the wounds, flesh continuously collapsing and then instantly healing. Marco patted his chest, still shaken. What terrifying swordsmanship! That last move almost made me think I was going to die here. His entire body had no trace of injury, not even a scar, but he was sweating slightly from his forehead, genuinely feeling a bit frightened. Although his regenerative green flames could quickly heal and regenerate his flesh, if an attack exceeded his recovery limit, he would still die. Stop lying. You're the legendary Phoenix, a mythical beast even rarer than the natural type. Atlas scoffed, somewhat disdainful of Marco's act. Hey, why don't we just call it a day? Anyway, you can't do anything to me if we keep fighting. Not necessarily, right? What do you say, third generation Ghost Slash? As Atlas spoke, he lightly tapped the third generation Ghost Slash at his waist. The previous move was a sword technique he developed by combining the speed of the rabbit talisman, pure and extreme speed that creates a sense of time-space distortion, making it impossible to evade. Can you still use that move? Marco asked in shock, his hair standing on end, a strong sense of crisis enveloping his body. What kind of joke is this? Razor, explosion. Taking advantage of Marco's moment of distraction, Atlas dashed forward, throwing a powerful punch directly into Marco's face. Puff! Marco, having taken Atlas's punch head-on, felt his face swell up, several teeth falling out, and a mouthful of old blood spurted out. However, a large amount of green flames quickly clung to him, and all his injuries almost instantly healed. Suddenly, just as Atlas was about to make his next move, he was taken aback. A strong life force entered his observation range, seemingly a humanoid creature from the White Beard Pirate support. I'll let you go this time. But next time you won TB, so lucky, Marco. Without hesitation, Atlas turned to leave. Marco didn't stop him, realizing from Atlas's expression that his father had probably sent reinforcements. Even if another person came, they couldn't hold this guy back. After all, he was someone who could safely escape from the hands of the Sea Emperor. Then, to Marco's curious and shocked gaze, Atlas ran away. That's right, he ran. With his current physique and the speed granted by the rabbit talisman, running freely on the sea was absolutely no problem. After a long while, until Atlas's figure disappeared on the horizon, a tall, dark-skinned man appeared in Marco's line of sight, rowing a small boat. The man had two curved black mustaches, wore a deep blue top hat, and a blue shirt that was open, revealing a large patch of chest hair. He had a sword sheath on each side of his waist, and a black cape draped over his back. The captain of the 5th Division of the White Beard Pirates, Flower Sword Bista. Hey, Marco, what happened to you? You look so disheveled, ha ha ha. Bista noticed the bloodstains on Marco from a distance, but in his observation, Marco's life force was still very strong, so he laughed heartily. The atmosphere of the White Beard Pirates had always been like this. Don't mention it. That bastard navy is getting stronger and stronger. By the way, how did you end up here? Marco glanced at his outfit. Although all his wounds had vanished, the large bloodstains were impossible to clean up, only steaming slightly under the burning green flames. Well, Dad was a bit worried since you had been gone for so long, so he sent me to check on the situation. Bista recalled his father's instructions before he left. That arrogant navy has a talent stronger than the young carp. Bista, go check on Marco. I'm afraid that silly kid might get into trouble. Marco scratched his head, feeling a bit embarrassed. Thankfully you came in time. Otherwise, I might have accidentally met my end here today. Really? I understand how disgusting your abilities are, and that guy was able to push you to this point? Bista was surprised. Marco's fruit ability was more resilient than ordinary mythical beasts, and each mythical beast had a special ability on top of the general traits of the animal type: thick blood, high defense, and strong recovery. Like Sengoku's human fruit, Great Buddha form, which has the Great Buddha shockwave, Kaido's fish fruit, Azure Dragon form gives him the ability to control thunder and fire. Marco's Phoenix allows him to instantly recover as long as the attack does not exceed his limit. I can't help it. That guy's physique and self-healing ability are more monstrous than monsters. I have no idea where his limits are. Moreover, Marco paused, recalling Atlas's terrifying sword move, and shivered, continuing, and that guy's swordsmanship is simply terrifying. At that moment, I felt there was no way to evade. I couldn't even see his strikes. Upon hearing the word swordsmanship, Bista licked his cracked lips, a look of interest on his face, muttering to himself, "A great swordsman. Huh." Chapter 95 Headquarters Recall in the year 1507 of the Sea Circle at the Navy G5 base in the office of the Staff Department. The entire office was empty, lacking any extra decorations, and, contrary to expectations, there were no prominent figures gathered. Behind the desk sat Admiral Crane, a legendary naval officer whose eyes sparkled with wisdom, as she examined Atlas, who was seated in the guest chair. Admiral Crane was extremely satisfied with Atlas. She was a veteran of the Navy, having dedicated her life to the cause of naval justice, from a graceful young woman to a white-haired elder. Now, seeing another outstanding young person capable of becoming a pillar of the Navy after the three great monsters, her heart was filled with nothing but joy. "Admiral Crane, did you call me here for a mission?" Atlas asked. He had originally taken on a task and was preparing to depart when he was summoned here by Guion, leaving him feeling bewildered. "Don't rush, Atlas. What are your thoughts on the current situation in the New World?" Admiral Crane did not directly answer Atlas's question. Instead, she posed a lofty question about the current world situation, which left Atlas somewhat at a loss. After pondering for a moment, Atlas spoke slowly yet assuredly. "Currently, in the New World, there is a so-called Sea Emperor among the pirates. Other pirates arriving in the New World either align themselves with one of the three major pirate crews or face destruction at the hands of these crews or the Navy. Ever since the last major reshuffle in the New World, our Navy has taken over the territory once held by the Pirate Alliance and has also dealt blows to the Whitebeard Pirates and the Big Mom Pirates. We have become the biggest winners. However, there are significant downsides to this situation. Firstly, it forces these pirates to align with the forces of the three emperors, thereby greatly increasing their strength. There's nothing shameful for pirates in joining forces if they can't win. Secondly, the world government. Atlas raised a shocking topic, but Admiral Crane's expression showed no change. She merely gestured for Atlas to continue. Now, the Navy's power has skyrocketed. The first half of the Grand Line, being the headquarters location, has always been under strong control, while the New World has long been occupied by pirates. Now that the Navy has officially entered the New World, the world government will surely harbor concerns about us. Strictly speaking, Atlas's remarks had already separated the Navy from the world government. If the five elders heard this, they would undoubtedly become suspicious of Atlas, as the Navy was the violent apparatus through which the world government controlled the world, and it was absolutely impossible for the Navy to break away from the world government. Therefore, the five elders are currently seeking candidates for the seven warlords. Since the establishment of the seven warlord system, the only warlord was captured by you and sent to impel down, so they are now seeking a new balance. Admiral Crane added slowly. Any justice-minded naval officer would dislike allowing the world government to act recklessly, especially that group of foolish celestial dragons. Carp had publicly berated the celestial dragons as a bunch of garbage more than once. However, the Navy's basic funding comes from the world government, and without it, the Navy would not survive for long. All right, the conflict with the world government is a headache for Sengoku and the others. I called you here mainly to inform you of our transfer orders from the headquarters. Admiral Crane appropriately ended the topic, and both of them tacitly chose not to discuss it further. You also know that the situation in the New World has generally stabilized. The three major pirate crews have suffered varying degrees of damage, and there won't be any large-scale wars in the short term. Therefore, the headquarters plans to withdraw some of its forces back to the Navy headquarters. Moreover, Admiral Crane looked at the upright Atlas, a smile appearing on her face. Your achievements are also sufficient now. You can return with Kaji and Guion to be promoted to Rear Admiral. Rear Admiral? Atlas had a premonition. After all, his contributions had long been enough. It was just that he fell short in age and seniority, which was why he had not been promoted to Rear Admiral directly from Brigadier General a year ago. However, after a year of fighting against pirates, his achievements were enough to make up for his lack of seniority. The warship has been prepared for you. Get ready to return to headquarters, Admiral Crane concluded. Hey, this is such bad luck, running into this kind of terrible weather. On the warship, Kaji, who was originally trying to curry favor with Guion, stared dumbfounded at the massive storm before him. Although he had long been psychologically immune to the bizarre weather of the New World, He was frustrated that his rare opportunity to be alone with his goddess was interrupted by this damn weather. Helmsman, prepare. Navigators, change course to avoid the storm. If we get caught in it, the whole warship will be done for. Guion quickly issued commands, hoping to escape from Kaji's annoying harassment. Report, Major General Guion. The storm is too close. We can't evade it. We can only minimize the damage to the warship and ensure we safely reach Mariehua. Just as the words fell, a navigator hurriedly ran out from the cabin, loudly reporting the current situation. Leave it to me. The warship can't sustain any damage. Otherwise, Admiral Sengoku will start nagging again. Atlas, who had been leaning against the side of the ship with his eyes closed, finally spoke up. You go control the ship's direction. Just do your best to steer, he instructed. Yes, Rear Admiral Atlas. The navigator saluted and ran back toward the cabin. Watching the navigator's figure disappear from view, Atlas turned away from everyone and jumped off the warship. Hey, what are you doing, Canas? Guion asked, confused, unable to connect Atlas's words with his jump from the warship. Just watch, Major General Guion. Atlas provided no further explanation. His muscles rapidly expanded, transforming him into an 8-meter-tall giant. This was the height limit he could achieve in his life return state, enhanced by the power of the Bull Talisman, purely a state of power output. Impact explosion. Atlas placed both hands on the warship, and flames erupted beneath his feet. The tremendous explosive force combined with terrifying strength was unleashed onto the warship. Thus, under the astonished gazes of everyone, the Navy Standard warship was propelled across the sea at high speed by Atlas's bare hands. Chapter 96 Admiral the Navy this. What kind of joke is this? Is this the power of Rear Admiral Atlas? This kind of barehanded force to push a warship? Hey. This is on the open sea without any points of leverage. It's even more terrifying than pushing a warship, although our warship is just a medium-sized vessel. This performance is too exaggerated. Soon, under Atlas's push, the warship moved away from the center of the storm, and the naval personnel successfully avoided destruction and death. But they were still shocked by Atlas's recent actions. All right, stop standing around and watching. Let us get back to what we were doing. Captain Kaji spoke up to disperse the crowd that was watching and discussing, looking at Atlas, who had a relaxed expression on his face. A smile forced onto his ugly face as he punched Atlas's chest, laughing, impressive, Brother Kanos. I can't keep up with your strength now. Truly a monster among monsters, as Teacher Zephyr said. You don't need to be modest, Brother Kaji. I just have a few more flashy techniques, Atlas replied. This move of Atlas's is nothing compared to Whitebeard's single-handed stop of the Moby Dick during the Marineford War over a decade later. As the size of the Moby Dick is much larger than that of this standard warship, and that kind of immovable stance against the rapidly advancing Moby Dick is even more shocking. It's worth mentioning that the Charlotte Owen, who Atlas killed earlier and had the heat fruit, probably saw the live broadcast of the Marineford War and once attempted to stop a ship with one hand, but failed spectacularly and was crushed instead. All right, you two, stop being modest with each other, pay attention to the safety of the warship, and hopefully, we can reach Marineford soon. It has been a long time, finally back to Marineford. Looking at the tall and imposing building in front of him, the white waves tirelessly crashing against the crescent-shaped harbor, recalling his experiences in the New World. Atlas suddenly felt a sense of nostalgia, as he had undoubtedly grown tremendously in both physique and hockey compared to when he first entered the New World. Soon, as the warship steadily docked at the harbor, the duty Navy personnel came forward, and Atlas was surprised to see that it was an old acquaintance. Major General Guion, Major General Kaji, Rear Admiral Atlas. The headquarters has summoned you back from the New World? Colonel Hayes, who was a bit embarrassed, had personally taken Atlas to visit the recruit camp back in the day, and after so many years, he was still a colonel, while Atlas had already risen to the rank of Rear Admiral. Perhaps he would soon be promoted to Vice Admiral. Although there's only one rank difference between Rear Admiral and Colonel, one level higher can sometimes mean life or death. And the gap between flag officers and field officers is like heaven and earth. A flag officer basically means you are part of the Naval High Command. Even if you're just a Rear Admiral, while the achievements required for a field officer to be promoted to flag officer are unimaginable. Colonel Hayes, long time no see. How have you been lately? Atlas politely greeted Hayes, remembering him. I've been well. I'm glad to see you back in Marineford. You're not here for a commendation ceremony, are you? It should be. The situation in the New World is relatively stable now, so we were called back first. I'm really envious. Atlas, you are about to become the youngest vice admiral in naval history. Hayes didn't hide his envy at all, but he didn't feel any jealousy, having long passed that self-important age and realizing that there are differences between people. Enough chit-chat. We need to report to Admiral Sengoku. Let us find time to have a drink. Atlas stopped the small talk and waved to Hayes, following Gion and Kaji towards Sengoku's office. Knock, knock, knock. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. The three entered in sequence, and Atlas instinctively looked around. The layout was still the same. In fact, Atlas had only been to Sengoku's office a few times, and what impressed him the most was the Justice banner hanging from the ceiling and Sengoku, who was constantly chewing on documents. Finally back, the situation in the New World is still stable, right? Sengoku still had the image of a frog-eyed man with a whip, looking somewhat radiant, as this time the war in the New World was carefully planned by him, which raised his prestige in the Navy significantly. He believed the Gorosei wouldn't delay his promotion to Admiral for long. Report to Admiral Sengoku. Vice Admiral Karp and others are stationed over there, so there are no major issues. Our Navy has thoroughly consolidated the occupied territories, and the major naval bases have basically been completed. The speaker was Gion, who was the most senior among the three. You're saying Kaji? Forget it. Gion is definitely more pleasing to the eye. Very good. You three will stay at the naval headquarters for now. A commendation ceremony will be held for you in a few days. Small Crane will also return soon, and at that time, the Navy will rotate personnel stationed in the New World. As for your transfer orders, they will be issued in a few days. Sengoku briefly explained the recent actions of the Navy and the position changes for the three of them, although they had been mentally prepared. Hearing Sengoku confirm it in person still stirred a bit of excitement in their hearts. After all, there was only Sengoku as an admiral in the current Navy, and Steelbone Kong had long stopped managing specific Navy affairs, so the three were essentially one step below him. Of course, although Akainu and the others were also vice admirals, they were classified as special vice admirals. Oni Spider and Flying Squirrel probably aren't special vice admirals, nor are they named, and more accurately, they were candidates for admiral. Although candidates for admiral are not part of the Navy S-rank system, they still hold a higher status than ordinary vice admirals. Atlas, you stay. You two can go back first. Sengoku casually placed the document he had just finished reading into the goat's mouth and then spoke to Kaji and Gion. The two turned to leave without any hesitation. Click. Watching the two disappear behind the closed office door, Sengoku turned to stare intently at Atlas at the desk. Admiral Sengoku, if you have something to say, just say it. Atlas couldn't help but ask, as he couldn't stand Sengoku's strange gaze, making him feel like a scumbag who had abandoned someone. Ahem, cough. The main reason for keeping you here is to discuss your future station location. Gion will be on Small Crane's ship. Kaji will be stationed at headquarters. And as for you, Chapter 97 Fisher Tiger in the year 1507 of the Sea Circle calendar, at the top of the Red Earth continent, is Mariehua. This is the location of the highest power in the world, the Five Elders, and the world government, where the most distinguished group of people reside. They possess the world and have the privilege to enslave it, yet this so-called lineage of 20 kings, these so-called world nobles, are nothing but a bunch of garbage fools. Mariehua, this holy land pursued by all, is filled with unimaginable luxury, magnificent palaces, and servants who are all beautiful men and women, as if it were a dreamland. However, beneath the glittering facade of these opulent palaces lies a pile of bones and countless filth and corruption, a crime too great to record. As night falls and the lights come on, the palaces appear increasingly mysterious and beautiful, while dark alleys are filled with groups of slaves constantly being whipped and driven by guards. The slaves are shoved around like cattle, and any that fall behind are met with brutal beatings, forced to rise despite their injuries. Blood flows from their wounds, and their dazed eyes seem to have lost the sense of pain. As for their fate, the lofty world nobles would not waste medicine on a mere slave. In this elevated holy land, slaves are forever the cheapest commodities, yes, commodities. in the eyes of the celestial dragons. They are not of the same species as the people of this world. They are gods, descendants of the creator god who can enslave all. One by one, the slaves are driven into dark dungeons, huddling together in cramped spaces. Dinner consists of only a bit of cold leftovers, barely enough to sustain their basic life activities compared to the intense labor they endure, but they have no choice in what they eat. As for praying for a savior, perhaps in the early years of their captivity, they might have entertained such fantasies. At the same time, in a dim dungeon, there are no crowded slaves. Only 3 young girls sitting together, with a somewhat stiff bun in the middle, occasionally visited by flies indicating that this food is not appetizing. However, the stomachs of the 3 girls coincidentally growl, and their swallowing saliva shows their desire for this not-so-good-looking bun. Sister, you should eat it. We're not that hungry. This is a trio of sisters. The youngest sister, looking a bit small, forcibly stops her swallowing motion and looks at her older sister. Following the younger sister's gaze, a girl with long black hair comes into view. Even with a face full of grime, her beauty cannot be concealed, exuding an irresistible allure. Upon hearing her sister's insistence, the older sister furrows her brows slightly in displeasure, her lips parting to speak in a melodious voice. Marigold? What nonsense are you saying? I've already eaten enough. Gurgle. Just as her words fall, 3 dull sounds of stomachs rumbling echo. The 3 girls exchange awkward glances and then burst into laughter. How about we all share it? Boom, boom, boom. Today's weather is exceptionally gloomy, with dark clouds covering the sky, darkness shrouding the sea. Occasionally, flashes of lightning bring a glimmer of light, as if trying to break the silence of the darkness. Suddenly, on the towering red Earth continent, a red, finned hand fiercely grasps the edge of the continent. Boom! Another rumble of thunder sounds, and a flash of white light illuminates the owner of the finned hand, a fishman resembling a parrotfish. Marine Ford, Admiral's Office. The headquarters has decided to station you at Sabaody Archipelago. Generally, a rear admiral is stationed there. Atlas looks puzzled and stares at Sengoku, seemingly trying to read his expression for answers. Sengoku does not keep him in suspense and directly explains the intention. Sabaody Archipelago can be said to be the only passage for pirates to enter the New World. What you need to do is to block most of the pirates at the gate of the New World, preventing the Whitebeard pirates, the big Momonosuke pirates, and the Beast pirates from gaining new blood. Currently, the 3 major pirate groups in the New World have been suppressed by our navy. But if a steady stream of pirates continues to flow in, much of our previous deployments will be rendered useless, especially those so-called supernovas among the pirates. After listening, Atlas cannot help but admire Sengoku's wisdom. He truly deserves the title of a strategist among the navy. This tactic can be considered a death blow. The 3 major pirate groups in the New World frequently clash with the navy and with each other, without new blood to replenish them. Such a large pirate group will likely end up with only a single commander left. Pirates like Whitebeard and Kaido are very willing to accept new pirate crews. And even the seemingly most brutal big Momonosuke is the same, just with different methods. Whitebeard prefers to win over others with his strength and personal charm. Big Momonosuke, on the other hand, believes in marriage alliances, marrying off an unworthy daughter to the other party. A cold-blooded tyrant places the greatest trust in blood ties, which explains why her daughters are willing to forsake their fears of their mother for their husbands. Kaido's approach is simpler. He swings a club. And if you don't submit, you mine. If you still resist, keep mining until you do. Most people ultimately choose to join the Beast Pirates, except for that Moria guy, who cannot join Kaido due to his connections with his crew. Moria. Atlas suddenly thinks he should be escaping from Wano soon. And perhaps he has also dug up the ancestral graves of Wano, so he should have plenty of good swords. The Sandai Kitetsu in Atlas's hand has long been somewhat uncomfortable to use. The black blade, a kushui, would suit him much better. Bring. Just as Sengoku clears his throat, preparing to give his lengthy speech, the telephone bug on the desk suddenly rings. Hello, this is Sengoku. Sengoku grabs the telephone bug on the table. His voice is calm as ever. I'm Nazarov's saint. 5 elders. The name flashes in Atlas's mind. Someone who calls themselves saint and can directly contact Sengoku is undoubtedly one of the highest powers of the world government, the Five Elders. May I ask what the matter is? Sengoku's posture instinctively straightens. Mariewa has been attacked. Chapter 98 Prelude TikTok. In the dark, damp dungeon. The darkness was so deep it seemed to swallow everything. Stella. A young man who looked to be in his 20s curled up in a corner of the dim dungeon, murmuring to himself with a vacant gaze. His face was pale, his eye sockets sunken, and his entire body was ragged, resembling a candle flickering in the wind, ready to fall at any moment. With only a head of gray-green hair standing out. It was dinner time, and some rotten cabbage leaves and fly-ridden buns were carelessly placed in the center of the dungeon. But the boy paid no attention to his hunger, repeating the name on his lips over and over again, occasionally letting a few tears flow from his reddened eyes. "Hey, aren't you going to eat?" A fellow slave in the same cell grabbed the food from the ground, stuffing it into his mouth while looking at the young man in the corner. "Newcomer?" A hoarse male voice came from the darkness, and a tall man emerged, illuminated by the faint moonlight seeping through the cracks in the wall. He could be vaguely recognized as a man nearing 40, with a calm gaze that lacked the usual dullness and despair of an ordinary slave. "My name is Corey. I was just captured not long ago." Corey scratched his head awkwardly and reluctantly offered the food he was holding. "Are you hungry? You can have this." "TCH, I can't eat this garbage." "You eat it." The middle-aged man did not accept it, instead scoffing disdainfully. "What's wrong with him? Looking so thin. Why isn't he eating anything?" Corey asked, pointing curiously at the gray-green-haired young man in the corner. "Don't mind that guy." The middle-aged man glanced at the mumbling young man, a mocking curve forming at the corner of his mouth. "His name is Taizolo. He seems to have come in 5 years ago, no, 6 years ago. When he first arrived, he was always shouting about looking for a woman named Stella." "Hey, guess what happened in the end?" The middle-aged man asked Corey with malicious curiosity. "I don't know. That woman must be dead, or else he wouldn't have ended up like this." Corey guessed uncertainly. "Bingo. That's right. The woman named Stella was torn to death by beasts in the Celestial Dragon's arena 5 years ago. Since then, this guy has turned into this crazy state." As if reminded of a painful memory, Taizolo, who was curled up in the corner, showed a slight fluctuation in his previously vacant gaze, revealing a hint of obsession and madness. "Moreover, I was a slave in the arena, and I happened to witness that scene. I saw this guy go from full of life to numb and dull. Damn it." Saying this, the middle-aged man cursed angrily, not sure whether he was cursing Taizolo's foolishness or the cruelty of the celestial dragons. After hearing about Taizolo's experience, Corey suddenly felt a surge of pity and wanted to go comfort him. But after looking at the unapproachable aura radiating from Taizolo and his constantly urging stomach, he hesitated and sat down cross-legged, picking up the food on the ground to continue his battle. "Kid, finish eating quickly and go to sleep. There's heavy labor waiting for you tomorrow morning, unlike me." What did you do in the arena?" Corey asked curiously, having heard the middle-aged man mention that he was a slave in the arena before. What can you do in the arena?" "Of course, it's to kill each other for the amusement of those bastard celestial dragons." After saying this, the middle-aged man found a pile of straw and lay down. The arena sounds exhilarating and feels like a dreamland for all men, but the arena in Mariewa is just a bloody slaughterhouse for those bored celestial dragons to add a bit of fun. The middle-aged man not only had to face different slaves as opponents every day, but sometimes who knows which celestial dragon might take an interest in a human-beast battle. He could say that he danced on the edge of death every day. He didn't have the time or energy to wallow in self-pity like Taizolo, even though his son and wife had died at the hands of the celestial dragons. Living gives hope. After a while, the sound of a man's snoring filled the dungeon, and Corey quickly finished his battle with the food, staring vacantly at the bars of the dungeon. Freedom? Corey felt a bit lost. He was still young and didn't have a deep-seated hatred for the celestial dragons. His life as a slave hadn't been long, only a few days, and he didn't have a strong desire for the freedom that others spoke of. Perhaps spending his life here wouldn't be so bad. Corey thought self-deprecatingly. After all, for someone like him who had no relatives, it was the same wherever he went. Mariewa could at least provide him with a meal, and he might even get to see the legendary world nobles, the celestial dragons. Corey's hometown was in the West Sea, an area where gang culture thrived. He was captured by a slave ship and sold here. Like most ordinary people in the pirate world, he had never seen a true celestial dragon. Only hearing bits and pieces from others. Some hated them, some admired them, and some looked down on them. Suddenly, while Corey was lost in thought, a flicker of fire broke through the darkness that had swallowed his vision, and the flames spread rapidly. As if ready to shatter the night and become the trumpet of dawn, Corey was abruptly awakened, jumping up from the ground and shouting loudly, "It's burning. Could it be that Mariewa is being invaded?" Corey found it hard to believe in the perception instilled in the world's people. Mariewa was the residence of the descendants of the creator god. How could anyone invade this so-called holy land? The middle-aged man, who had just fallen asleep, was startled awake by Corey's shout, instinctively surveying his surroundings, quickly drawn to the distant firelight. "We can get out." A flicker of rage flashed in the middle-aged man's eyes, his outstretched palm clenched tightly, with prominent veins on his arms. His eyes turned slightly red, and his body trembled uncontrollably. It seemed he had made a significant decision. He let out a long sigh, as if shedding a heavy burden. But his gaze turned toward the thick wall, as if piercing through the obstruction to look at a palace in Mariewa, which was the residence of the celestial dragons. Taizolo in the corner also stirred, awkwardly moving his limbs, as if a hint of anger had emerged in his eyes, like a person who had found a belief, or perhaps an obsession. Chapter 99, Boa Hancock Red Earth Continent, Mariewa. The rampant flames and the cries of venting rage have become the main theme of this sleepless city. Amidst the flickering flames, a tall red fishman leads a group of liberated slaves, violently opening cell doors, and more slaves join this grand procession. Corey and the middle-aged strong man are naturally among them, even including the recently despondent Tezolo, who is also mingling in the crowd. "Hey, uncle, where are you going?" Corey, looking tense, reaches out and tightly grabs the middle-aged man next to him, not out of fear, but because this guy is actually walking in the opposite direction of the group. "What are you doing?" "Of course. It's to take revenge." The middle-aged man nearly grits his teeth while saying this. The calmness and composure he initially had are gone, replaced by a kind of madness that makes Corey involuntarily step back, his hand that was holding him loosening unconsciously. "Penny, Turner, I can finally take revenge for you." "Woo-woo." The middle-aged man stumbles towards the celestial dragon's residence, his voice filled with tears. Corey looks at his departing figure with a complex expression. He cannot empathize, but he knows. It must be very painful. Tiger naturally notices the commotion on Corey's side, but he does not take any action to stop it. Everyone has their own choices. He is not a reckless person. Rescuing these individuals and giving them a chance to choose is the best he can do. "You bunch of useless fools, hurry up and catch my slaves back." The young celestial dragon, Rodsvald, is currently somewhat exasperated, constantly sniffling as he had initially planned to select a few male slaves to serve him, but instead, his slaves have been freed. Although he shot dead a few guards, it still doesn't satisfy him. Lord Rodsvald, CP0 has already moved to arrest the escaped slaves. The Gorosei has issued an order prohibiting you from stepping out of the palace. Outside are lowly slaves who might accidentally harm you. A trembling attendant beside him can't help but remind him, even though he was scared by the recent gunfire, if Rodsvald were to get hurt, he would face a worse fate, so he must stop Rodsvald from leaving the palace. "I am a celestial dragon. How dare those slaves touch me?" At this moment, the young Rodsvald clearly has not experienced a beating. He is overly confident in his celestial dragon identity. Moreover, he had already decided on his plans for the night. How could he change them? He is the supreme celestial dragon. This leaves the attendant in despair. Suddenly, he has an idea and puts on a flattering smile. "Lord Rodsvald, there's so many slaves outside, the air is a bit unclean, and they haven't dressed properly. How could they have the qualifications to meet someone as noble as you?" This, Rodsvald hesitates, and doubts begin to creep in. Proud of his celestial dragon identity, he naturally thinks that those filthy slaves are unworthy to meet him. "Fine, I won't go out, but you must bring my slaves back." "Yes, Honorable Lord Rodsvald." Sweeter Wind, Corey, who accidentally strayed from the group and was running around, suddenly freezes. A guard hiding in the darkness with a gun has turned into a human-shaped stone statue, and the gun's muzzle is aimed right at Corey. Realizing the situation, Corey breaks out in a cold sweat. If he'd been shot just now, even if he were lucky enough not to die on the spot, escaping Mariewa would likely have been impossible. Turning back to follow the voice, he sees a beautiful girl. She has a slightly broad forehead that is smooth and flat. Her eyes are long and delicate, with a hint of indifference in her almond-shaped eyes. A high bridge of the nose, a small and cute nose, and her lips look very soft but not overly alluring. Her long black hair falls straight down, embodying the dream of every man for black straight hair. As his gaze moves down, she wears typical slave clothing, but even at her young age, she stands tall. Her fresh youth making her appear so innocent and charming. "Hey, rude man, what are you looking at?" Hancock, a bit annoyed, is ready to use her devil fruit powers to petrify him forever, as she initially saved this guy out of solidarity as fellow slaves. But now he is disrespectfully sizing her up. "Ah, sister, don't. We should hurry and leave this place. If we get caught by the celestial dragons again, we won't be able to escape." Sonda Sonia, seeing Hancock's anger, anxiously hugs her. They have already wasted too much time here. Their main task now is to escape this filthy place. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to stare at you," Corey says in a panic. This is not really his fault. Even though Hancock is still young, she already has the grace of the future world's most beautiful woman. And with the allure of the sweet fruit, it would be strange if Corey could resist. Hancock and the others ignore him and hurriedly run towards the port of Mariewa. In the current situation, only by boarding a ship can they successfully escape this place. Now the situation in Mariewa is extremely urgent. Navy, hurry and send more personnel. We absolutely cannot let those slaves escape from Mariewa. This will be an unprecedented scandal for the world government. Otherwise, you handle it. A cold laugh comes from the phone bug belonging to St. Nazilov. Click. The phone bug is hung up in the shadowy expression of Sengoku, causing his previously good mood to darken. "Sengoku, Mariewa has been attacked?" Atlas, who has been listening to the entire conversation, asks. He indeed has a faint memory that back in the year 1507 of the Sea Circle, Mariewa was breached by a fishman named Fisher Tiger, and the future world's most beautiful woman, Pirate Empress Boa Hancock, was rescued around that time. Sengoku ponders for a moment and quickly makes arrangements. "Atlas, since you're here, you will lead a warship to Mariewa to assist the CP Division in completing their mission. I will arrange for Borisolino and Kizuru to follow up later. This is troublesome, just assisting, and if it's not completed, don't blame us, Navy." Chapter 100, I just awakened and couldn't control it well. At the Marineford port, a military ship quietly docked on the sea, with about 2,000 naval soldiers ready for action aboard this large, standard naval vessel. It must be said that the efficiency of the Marines is quite high. As soon as the order was given, the ships and soldiers were prepared. However, this time, Atlas might disappoint the Marines' hard work. If things go wrong, it can be understood. After all, Atlas is just a small rear admiral now. As for becoming a vice admiral, what? The promotion ceremony hasn't even been held yet. "Oh, this young man, do you mind if I hitch a ride with you?" The Marine general is really something. It's so late, and he still wants me to get up and work overtime. Just as Atlas was pondering, a lewd voice came from behind him. There was no need to say more. The only person who could embody the word lewd in both words and actions was Kizuru. "Vice Admiral Kizuru, why are you so efficient this time? I thought you would follow behind." Atlas turned around and teased Kizuru. "Well, my ship is still under maintenance, and the Marine General didn't prepare a ship for me, so I could only hitch a ride with you," Kizuru said with a troubled expression. "That's really troublesome. One military ship will greatly reduce my work efficiency. Yeah, I wonder if the Navy will pay overtime. I don't accept unpaid overtime." Atlas and Kizuru exchanged knowing glances and responded in unison. "All right, enough small talk. Everyone assemble. Target, Holy Land, Mary Geos." The massive warship slowly left the Marineford port, sailing orderly towards the course of Mary Geos. Dawn broke, and the first light appeared. When the warship successfully arrived at Mary Geos, the entire Mary Geos was almost illuminated by flames, with slaves running everywhere and guards capturing them. However, Not all slaves were solely thinking about escaping. There was a small portion who no longer cared about life and death, and perhaps revenge amidst the chaos was their only purpose. However, only a few dared to challenge the authority of the world nobles like the middle-aged strongman. Others, perhaps out of resentment, had nowhere to vent and could only selectively retaliate against the port city below Mary Geos. Marines? You finally arrived, but why is there only one warship? Just as the warship docked at the port, a person wearing a black and white mask, completely hidden in the shadows, approached Atlas and Kizuru, who were talking. Are you some rat in the gutter teaching me how to do my job? Upon hearing the man's questioning tone, Atlas shot back angrily. He had no good feelings towards the CP department, and since the Marines and them were not in a subordinate relationship, Atlas didn't need to give him any face. You. Oh dear. All right, I'll leave this to you, Atlas. I'll go take a look at the Holy Land, Mary Geos. After all, it's not good to disturb the world nobles. Seeing that the masked man seemed to want to make a move, Kizuru quickly interrupted, also using the celestial dragons as a shield. Hearing this, the masked man could only give up. Although the Navy and the CP department have always had a poor relationship. Unlike the Navy, the CP department serves the celestial dragons wholeheartedly, with everything centered around them. This is the education they have received since childhood. In the face of the celestial dragon's needs, everything can be compromised. No problem, leave it to me. My Conqueror's Haki is quite suitable for clearing the area. Conqueror's Haki? That's really terrifying. As soon as he finished speaking, Kizuru transformed into light and flew towards Mary Geos, leaving a gloomy Atlas behind. If it weren't for knowing Kizuru's usual way of speaking, he would have almost thought Kizaru was mocking him just now. Conqueror's Haki. The CP0 member beside them was somewhat stunned. He had only heard that the Navy Sengoku was the one who displayed Conqueror's Haki. But he didn't expect this young naval officer in front of him also possessed such potential. He knew that it was almost impossible for people in the Navy and the CP department to awaken Conqueror's Haki, especially in their CP department. What a terrifying group of guys. Atlas's observation Haki covered the entire port city, capturing the slightest movements of countless people. It was unclear whether he referred to the terrifying ones as the celestial dragons or the rampaging slaves. Mr. Navy, please hurry and stop this riot. This time, the CP0 member's tone was much better. Perhaps having been around the celestial dragons for too long, he always thought he possessed that kind of unrestrained power. And there was always a sense of superiority in his words. Geez, why the rush? Atlas impatiently rubbed his forehead, his pupils slightly shaking, and a powerful aura erupted. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Everyone in the city, whether fleeing slaves or pursuing guards, felt a suffocating pressure block their chests. You lowly slaves dare to escape. The Boa Hancock sisters looked at the guards who had just been threatening them, slowly falling down, their brains momentarily unable to process. Haki. Still. The most qualified Hancock was the first to sense the anomaly, looking uncertainly towards the port, and then grabbed her sisters to run towards the escape boat prepared by Tiger. That scared me to death. The gray-green-haired Taizolo patted his shriveled chest with lingering fears while cautiously picking up the weapon that had just fallen on the ground, striking fiercely at the guards lying on the ground. The same scene was unfolding in various corners of the city, with many who were supposed to die in this turmoil, perhaps rewriting their fates. Hey, what are you doing? The CP0 beside Atlas also noticed the anomaly and immediately questioned Atlas loudly. I'm really sorry. My Conqueror's Haki awakened too recently, and I can't control it well yet. My mistake. Atlas said apologetically, but his expression showed no sign of remorse. Are you kidding me? CP0 was somewhat angry. This guy was clearly helping the slaves. But he couldn't do anything to the bastard Navy, and the face behind the mask even twisted slightly. I will definitely report this to the Gorosei. You better think about how to explain this to Sengoku. Chapter 101. A slip of the hand, voice from imagination. After a long time, the red sun rose, and the morning light was slightly intoxicating. The chaos and flames gradually subsided, and most of the slaves boarded the escaped ships that had long been prepared. Atlas's warship leisurely followed behind the largest ship. Admiral Atlas, could you speed up a bit? If these slaves escape, the consequences will be on you. Hey, soldiers over there, can your cannons aim a bit better? Since boarding the ship, the CP-0 member wearing a black and white mask had been incessantly chattering in Atlas's ear, even starting to overstep and directing the operations of the warship. The Navy nearby, felt somewhat troubled. Forcing them to fire upon these unarmed slaves was undoubtedly a devastating blow to the principles they had always followed. "Shut up, you bastard." Atlas could hardly tolerate this guy's nonsense any longer, and his powerful conqueror's haki surged forth, directly pressing down on CP-0. Hey, what are you trying to do?" Cold sweat broke out on the forehead of the black and white masked CP-0, and his back was almost instantly soaked with sweat. "I'm not trying to do anything. If you don't shut your damn mouth, believe me, you'll have no chance to speak again." A threat. A blatant threat. The black and white masked CP-0 knew very well that Atlas would never lay a hand on him unless he wanted to ruin his naval career. However, he didn't dare to gamble, because if he lost the bet, it could cost him his life. Watching the black and white masked CP-0 fall silent, Atlas sneered, feeling somewhat disdainful. Someone like him, who had been brainwashed by the celestial dragons since childhood, was nothing more than a soulless puppet. Ignore him. Just attack according to your own judgment. "Yes, sir. This guy, he's simply a jerk." The black and white masked CP-0 constantly roared in his heart, but his body was very honest, not daring to move at all, fearing that Atlas would misunderstand and accidentally kill him on the spot, which would be too unjust. Boom, boom, boom. A large number of cannonballs were fired at the escape ship, but most of the cannonballs missed, and instead, the massive waves created by the cannon fire caused the escape ship to drift further away from the pursuing fleet. On the largest escape ship, Benefactor, the Navy chasing us seems a bit strange? A recently freed slave looked at the red fishman beside him with some confusion. This was a snapper fishman wearing a headscarf, with thick curly hair, a wide mouth, and a beard with a little stubble left on his upper lip, tall and strong in stature. "Don't call me Benefactor. My name is Tiger, Fisher Tiger. These navies don't seem to want to chase us." Tiger replied with a somewhat uncertain tone. For Tiger, he had little interaction with the Navy, but he held a suspicious and even wary attitude towards the world government and humanity. Once, he was very happy with Princess Odoheim's words and dreamed of living under the sun with humans. But that tragic time as a slave left him utterly disappointed. Perhaps he knew that in any race, there would be good and bad people, but deep down, he still deeply hated humanity. Forget them. Let's sail at full speed and shake off the Navy behind us. Tiger gave the order, and the people on the ship dared not act recklessly. After all, it was Tiger who had just rescued them from that hell, and they still had great faith in him. Moreover, Tiger could easily abandon the slaves and jump into the sea to escape. After all, he was a fisherman, favored by the sea. In an inconspicuous corner of the escape ship, the three Hancock sisters, huddled together, were attracted by the Navy's attack, and, with the powerful physical abilities granted by their Zoan fruit powers, they easily spotted Atlas standing at the bow of the ship. "Sister, just now, was it this Navy who saved us?" Sandersonia asked somewhat uncertainly. Although she did not possess the extraordinary talent like Hancock, her intuition told her that the Conqueror's haki from just now absolutely belonged to this Navy. "Yeah, it should be." Hancock nodded heavily, her eyes flickering, somewhat absent-minded, not knowing what she was thinking. "On the warship, sir, those slaves are about to shake us off, and the distance between the warship and them is getting greater." "Never mind, let me send them off." A mysterious expression appeared on Atlas's face, and his hands did not stop moving. Dragon's curse activated. Exploding fire. A massive pillar of explosive fire shot out from the warship, precisely landing next to the escape ship. The terrifying explosive force immediately raised towering waves, and the tremendous force surged onto the ship. "Everyone hold on tight. Try to grab onto something fixed on a ship. Don't get thrown off." Tiger shouted with all his might. But soon the sound of the towering waves quickly drowned him out. "Sorry, I accidentally slipped my hand." Atlas tilted his head and looked at the black and white masked CP-0, offering yet another insincere apology. Soon, under the intense heat, thick water vapor rose in this sea area, and as Atlas had predicted, the warship lost sight of Tiger and the others. "Report, sir. We have lost track of that group of slaves ahead. That's really too bad, but there's nothing we can do. They were just too lucky. I believe Admiral Sengoku won't blame me. Atlas feigned regret, mimicking a look of fear and trepidation perfectly. Admiral Atlas, you must take responsibility for all your actions today. The CP0 member beside him could no longer hold back upon seeing Atlas's poor acting. Today's mission was a complete failure. And even if he returned and narrowly escaped the punishment of death, his life would likely be ruined. So he decided to just let it all go. Interesting. Suddenly, a powerful life form intruded into his observation haki, and the other party evidently sensed his observation haki as well. Hey, you bastard, don't talk nonsense. My observation haki hasn't lost track of them. As soon as he finished speaking, Atlas jumped off the warship and began to run wildly on the surface of the sea, with large amounts of white waves splashing behind him. Running on the sea? This guy is just a rear admiral? The black and white masked CP0 was somewhat shocked. He was already stunned by Atlas possessing Conqueror's haki, and he didn't expect this guy to be able to run freely on the sea. Chapter 102. Silver's Rayleigh, how terrifying. I didn't expect someone like you to be involved in this incident. Atlas stepped on the surface of the sea with a moonwalk, looking down at Tiger and his group, as well as a man at the bow of the ship. The man had long, curly golden hair, a thick beard on his chin, round glasses, and a scar running vertically across his right eye, his sharp gaze fixed on Atlas in midair. Silver's Rayleigh. Atlas slowly uttered the name of the man before him. The right-hand man of Pirate King Roger. Shouldn't you be enjoying retirement in some corner of the world? Sorry, Navy boy, but I can't let you pass. Rayleigh did not respond to Atlas's question, instead slowly drawing his sword and pointing it at Atlas. Tiger, you all should leave first. Let this old man deal with this Navy kid. Rayleigh said casually, turning to Tiger behind him. All right, be careful. Tiger nodded slightly, fully aware of Rayleigh's strength and having no concerns about his safety. This man was definitely among the strongest in the world today. Atlas watched the ship gradually move away, not making any move to stop them, as he wasn't really there to intercept Tiger and his group. He was mainly interested in fighting Rayleigh and had to provide an explanation to the higher-ups of the world government. After all, he had engaged in a battle to capture the fleeing slaves and the right-hand man of the Pirate King, Rayleigh. He couldn't be blamed for not stopping them. After all, he was still too young. Atlas had already thought of his excuses for the Gorosei. It was a plan that served two purposes. This Navy kid, you don't really want to capture them, do you? We don't need all this nonsense given our differing positions, do we, Mr. Rayleigh? Seeing that Atlas had no intention of chatting with him, Rayleigh's expression remained unchanged as he exerted force beneath his feet, creating a deep pit in the sea. Whoosh! With a strong sound of air being cut, Rayleigh's figure rapidly appeared before Atlas, an overwhelming sense of pressure hitting him. At 63 years old this year, Rayleigh was the same age as Garp. For an ordinary person, he would have been considered quite old by now, but for these top-tier powerhouses, this age was just the peak of their strength, with only a slight decline in physical capability, which could be largely ignored. What a long-awaited sense of pressure. At this moment, Atlas felt no fear. Instead, excitement surged on his face. To be able to fight against the peak of the world's strongest was stirring his fighting instincts within. Bang! The clash of fists and sword blades sent armed colors swirling, creating sparks. What a fierce haki, Navy boy! Rayleigh was somewhat surprised. He hadn't expected this young man's haki to be on par with his own. You're not bad either. Mr. Rayleigh. Atlas chuckled, his body rapidly changing shape, compressing to about 2 meters in height, his entire body covered in black and red haki. 2 lines spreading from the corners of his eyes to his neck, every muscle clearly defined like they were carved from stone, a scorching aura continuously emanating. Life return. Armed. Paper drawing martial body. Whoa. Rayleigh clearly sensed a significant change in the Navy's aura before him, and the feeling of threat continued to increase. Surprise showing in his eyes. Let me try out the aura of the right hand of the Pirate King. As soon as the words left his mouth, their figures entangled once more, the intense clash of haki causing the surrounding sea to continually sink, terrifying shockwaves occasionally sending up towering waves. Clang! The armed sword once again collided with Atlas's fist. This is terrifying. There isn't a single wound. Rayleigh looked at Atlas, who showed no signs of weakness. Logically, Even the strongest armed color would see a decrease in defense if spread over the entire body, but this navy seemed to directly violate that principle, which could only mean one thing. Either his armed color was stronger than he demonstrated, or this guy's hockey quantity was incredibly frightening. Explosive fist. Impact. Explosive flames rapidly surged on Atlas's fist, pulling back his arm, and with immense power, he charged straight at Rayleigh's face. Bang! Bang! Rayleigh raised his sword horizontally, armed color covering the blade. The sounds of their collision rang out almost simultaneously, the terrifying force numbing Rayleigh's grip and causing him to stumble backward. Armed color external. Before the fist could even reach the blade, a blood-red armed color impact surged toward him, catching Rayleigh off guard despite his defensive stance. What a monstrous young man. It seems I must show some real skills. Quickly regaining his stance, Rayleigh couldn't help but smile wryly. From the brief exchange just now, he had a rough understanding of this young Navy's strength. It was no exaggeration to say that Atlas was the most outstanding young person he had ever encountered, bar none. He had initially thought that Shanks was extremely remarkable among the young, but compared to this Navy, he seemed to fall short. Thinking of this, a serious expression appeared on Rayleigh's face as he gripped the sword hilt with both hands. Holding the sword with both hands could unleash greater power, providing a significant advantage in both offensive and defensive maneuvers, indicating that Rayleigh was genuinely taking Atlas seriously. Razor, explosive. Atlas took the initiative, continuously changing his form in mid-air. The speed and agility granted by the paper-drawing martial body allowed him to close the distance to Rayleigh in an instant. Clang! Using his forward momentum, Atlas launched a side kick that directly struck Rayleigh's sword blade, the metallic wail of their armed color collision ringing out. Truly worthy of the Dark King. Atlas looked at the bloodline that disappeared from his calf, realizing that the serious Rayleigh was indeed terrifying, having directly broken through his armed color defense. Although it didn't cause him too much injury, it gradually made Atlas more vigilant. Chapter 103. A Sword Divides the Sea. The Terror of Rayleigh. The flying finger gun explosion. Continuous and dense explosive rays shot from Atlas's hand, like a meteor shower descending from the heavens, racing towards Rayleigh. Puff! Rayleigh, relying on his powerful observation hockey, dodged the incoming explosive flames, but the singed hair and tattered clothes showed his current predicament. CP0, still on the warship, faintly sensed the commotion from the distant battle, but did not dare to go alone to watch, fearing that Atlas would seize the opportunity to kill him, and then frame it on the pirate world government without any repercussions. Naval forces moved the ship a bit forward to see how the battle is going. The CP0, wearing a black and white mask, instructed the nearby Navy. However, what embarrassed him was that these Navy personnel completely ignored his words, not giving any face to this CP0. So frustrating. He muttered dissatisfiedly, feeling aggrieved since boarding this ship. Damn it. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. And the black and white masked CP0 simply sat down on the deck, no longer caring about the situation on Atlas's side. Meanwhile, Atlas was unaware of CP0's grievances. His gaze heavily fixed on Rayleigh, his muscles tense, fists coiled and ready. Iron fist, shatter. Atlas's arms bulged with muscle, and the shadows of his fists immediately enveloped Rayleigh. However, strangely, almost all the fist shadows did not directly hit Rayleigh, but instead bizarrely struck the air beside him. Seeing this, Rayleigh forcefully stopped his dodging actions. Predicting the future? Although observation hockey's ability to foresee the future was indeed impressive, the future is constantly changing. Atlas could only predict a scene that might happen, not something that was guaranteed to occur. Atlas did not expect that his future-predicting observation hockey could suppress Rayleigh. As the right-hand man of the Pirate King, Rayleigh had experienced far more battles than him, and his combat experience and adaptability were superior. Draw sword technique, Thunder Slash. The third-generation Kitetsu was drawn from his waist. A flash of cold light flickered, and a blood-red slash came at Rayleigh with an unavoidable force. This, too fast. Rayleigh felt he couldn't dodge at all. In the blink of an eye, the blood-red slash filled his vision. Suddenly, Rayleigh raised his sword, and the armament hockey coiled around it. Black and red lightning danced joyfully on the blade, emanating a heart-stopping aura from the long sword, causing the surrounding space to subtly distort. Conqueror's Haki. Coiled. Swish. Atlas's slash was almost instantly extinguished, and a strike more than twice the size of the previous one headed towards Atlas without losing momentum. The flying slash nearly split the sea in half. The terrifying sharpness combined with the unique intimidation of Conqueror's Haki unleashed upon Atlas. Puff! A mouthful of blood was spat out, and the armament Haki on his chest was forcefully broken, leaving a massive gash that penetrated from top to bottom. Rolling flesh, continuously spewing bright red blood. Atlas felt his mind go blank for less than 0.001 seconds. But the healing ability of the magic talisman immediately healed his wounds. Damn it, I used a skill, and you directly hit me with a big move? Atlas spat out the remaining blood in his mouth, somewhat depressed. Oh, even the recovery ability surpasses that of monsters. Seeing Atlas heal the wound he inflicted in an instant, Rayleigh was shocked, almost believing this guy had eaten some healing-type devil fruit. You must know that while there are those with monstrous physiques in this world, none have instant recovery abilities like Atlas. Even Kaido in the New World right now couldn't do it. Rip, old man, it seems you're serious about this? Atlas, somewhat embarrassed and angry, had only experienced such a disgraceful situation with Kaido. No one else had made him feel this way. He tore off his tattered clothes, revealing his muscular upper body, holding the third-generation Kitetsu in front of him. One sword style ultimate. One finger flick, 20 instants. 1 instant, 20 thoughts. 1 thought, 90 moments. 1 moment, 9 million life and death. Rayleigh felt the time around him seemed to stagnate for a moment. A chilling sensation arose on his body. 1 instant. 1,000 slashes. Atlas's figure seemed to shift, moving from in front of him to behind Rayleigh. Puff, puff, clang, clang. The sound of countless blades clashing with flesh echoed, mixed with the mournful cries of metal. With this swordsmanship, you can already be called a great swordsman. Rayleigh was indeed not comparable to Marco. Although the majority of the slashes landed on him, his profound mastery of Haki meant he did not suffer serious injuries. Only small wounds slowly healed. Or else he wouldn't have the leisure to comment on Atlas's swordsmanship. Thank you for the compliment, but this is of no use to me. Swish! Atlas appeared like a ghost behind Rayleigh, the third-generation Kitetsu already wrapped in Haki, following him like a shadow. A cold light slashed from the upper right towards Rayleigh's lower left. Reverse slash. If this slash connected, a huge cut would definitely appear from Rayleigh's shoulder to his waist. But Rayleigh clearly would not just give in. Clang! A long sword bizarrely blocked in the path of the third-generation Kitetsu. Rayleigh surprisingly did not even turn his body. He directly flipped his sword hand, perfectly blocking Atlas's reverse slash in the opposite direction. However, such a sword stance ultimately couldn't exert much power. Rayleigh felt the back of the blade hit him, a thrust sending him staggering, almost falling into the sea. Bang! Atlas would naturally not let such an opportunity slip by. His right leg's muscles suddenly bulged, kicking towards Rayleigh's waist with a strong sound of breaking through the air. You really don't respect an old man at all. Rayleigh, after taking a kick, seized the moment to create distance, rubbing his waist with a helpless expression, questioning Atlas if he knew about respecting the elderly and cherishing the young. I'm truly sorry, but someone like you should hurry up and be buried. Atlas was unceremonious, staring down Rayleigh. Hey, old man, can you teach me your technique of wrapping Conqueror's Haki? Rayleigh looked at Atlas, who had just cursed him to go into the coffin, but was now asking him about the wrapping technique, and couldn't help but smile in disbelief. Sure, you can leave the Navy and become a pirate. Oh, then forget it. Chapter 104. I bled for the Navy, hey. I'm saying, Navy dude, why not just let me go? Rayleigh asked tentatively. He could leave if he wanted to, but if the Navy in front of him decided to chase after him, he would be quite troubled, especially since he had witnessed Atlas's terrifying observation Haki. Sure, just stand there and let me take a cut at you. Atlas remembered the wound Rayleigh had inflicted on him earlier, which was almost deep enough to see the bone. If it weren't for the horse talisman, he would probably be lying on the ground groaning right now. That's quite a dilemma. I really can't do that. As soon as the words left his mouth, Rayleigh's figure disappeared from Atlas's sight. A flash of red light flickered in Atlas's eyes, and a confident smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Hey, don't underestimate my observation haki, old man. Navy dude, don't be overly confident in your observation haki. The voice came from behind Atlas, but he wasn't surprised at all. He quickly turned around and, already prepared, thrust his sword, the third-generation ghost cutter, forward. Clang! The two were locked in a stalemate, sparks flying where their blades met. Not bad. Looks like your strength hasn't diminished. Atlas grinned at Rayleigh. Thanks for the compliment, but I'm not old enough to lack the strength to teach you a lesson. Clang! After realizing that neither had gained an advantage, they both stepped back in unison and continued to swing their blades. Clang! 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 After several exchanges, Atlas didn't suffer too much loss in terms of haki or strength. He was merely feeling a bit pressured. The young sprouts of the new era can't withstand your destruction. Rayleigh's expression gradually became serious, and his gaze sharpened. At this moment, he resembled the Pirate King's right arm, the Dark King Rayleigh, rather than a cheerful retired old man. The blade naturally drooped, covered in armament haki, while Conqueror's haki began to entwine around it. Black and red lightning danced along the blade, filling the space with an immense sense of oppression. That move again. Is it Conqueror's haki entwining? A serious expression appeared on Atlas's face as his armament haki began to flow rapidly, and his observation haki was activated to its peak. He was going to take this move head-on. In his perception through observation haki, the power of this sword strike was far greater than the previous one. Only by personally experiencing the entwining of Conqueror's haki could he grasp this technique more quickly. Moreover, relying on the powerful healing abilities granted by the horse talisman. As long as it wasn't an attack that could obliterate him in an instant, he could recover quickly. As for the stamina required, it was nothing compared to what he had now. After a brief moment of resistance, Atlas's armament haki was suddenly torn apart. Even with ample preparation and predicting the blade's point of impact, and covering himself with the strongest armament haki, all his defenses were swiftly shattered like paper under Rayleigh's strike. The deterrent effect of Conqueror's haki was indeed much stronger than last time, but for Atlas, who possessed a sheep talisman and also had Conqueror's haki, the impact was minimal. That's the feeling. Atlas's expression brightened. He seemed to have grasped some techniques regarding the use of Conqueror's haki. The massive and hideous wound on his body vanished instantly under the influence of the horse talisman. What good opportunity! Seeing this, Rayleigh's eyes lit up, and he suddenly had the thought of escaping. This guy was practically a monster among monsters, seeming to heal instantly from any injury. Although he had been suppressing him, if this guy thought of exchanging injuries, even Rayleigh would suffer a significant loss. After all, he was already 63 years old, and his recovery ability couldn't compare to his younger days. Hey, Navy, what about those slaves? Just as Atlas returned to the warship, he was confronted by the inquiry from CP0, which made him frown. He replied nonchalantly, they ran away. There was nothing I could do. After all, the infamous Dark King Rayleigh showed up. Ran away? You mean Rayleigh? The CP0 member with a black and white mask was initially furious, but upon hearing Rayleigh's name, he was shocked. He was no stranger to that name. It had only been 9 years since the Pirate King Roger's death, and Rayleigh had not completely faded from the view of the powerful on the sea. The right arm of the Pirate King was still one of the top powerhouses in the world. Did he really escape from someone like that? Looking at Atlas walking toward the ship's cabin, the CP0 member couldn't help but be lost in thought. Marine Ford, Sengoku's office. What? You're saying that old man Rayleigh also appeared in this incident? Upon hearing the information Atlas brought back, Sengoku's face contorted with rage. Back when Roger had used his surrender to secure retirement for everyone on his ship, he didn't expect Rayleigh to come out and stir up trouble again. By the way, did you intentionally let those slaves go? Suddenly, Sengoku looked at Atlas with suspicion. He knew that this guy's range of observation haki far exceeded that of ordinary people. Hey, old man Sengoku, how can you suspect me? I bled for the Navy. Atlas immediately expressed his dissatisfaction, even striking a pose as if to lift his shirt for Sengoku to see. All right, after all, it's the Dark King Rayleigh. It's understandable that you couldn't stop him. Seeing this, Sengoku quickly stopped Atlas from making an inappropriate gesture. If someone saw it, it might cause some misunderstandings, and he couldn't afford to lose face at his age. Knock, knock, knock. A slow and rhythmic knock interrupted their conversation. A strange look appeared on Atlas's face. His observation haki had already informed him of who was standing outside the door. Come in. Yo, Sengoku. And Kizaru is here too. The figure that entered was pouting with a wrinkled face. Who else could it be but Admiral Kizaru? Where's Gachi? Sengoku looked at Kizaru, who was alone, with some confusion. Gachi is still handling follow-up matters at the Holy Land, including some coordination. Atlas looked at the relaxed Kizaru and couldn't help but feel speechless. I was fighting for my life against Rayleigh, and you just took a trip to Mariewa, yet you came back later than me. You really know how to slack off. In terms of slacking, I would call you the strongest. Chapter 105. Bounty Marine Headquarters, Sengoku. Are there any casualties among the celestial dragons, Borsellino? Fortunately, it seems that only one celestial dragon was injured. I heard that the slave almost killed that celestial dragon in revenge for his wife and children. As Kizaru spoke, he gestured with his fingers, and indeed, the celestial dragon would likely spend the rest of his life in a wheelchair, leaving behind an indelible psychological scar. That's good. Sengoku rubbed his forehead, feeling a bit of a headache. He didn't care about the life or death of the celestial dragons, but he feared that the five elders would use this incident to make trouble. Brew, 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 brew. Just as he finished speaking, the phone bug on the desk suddenly rang. Click. This is Sengoku. Under the strange gazes of several people, Sengoku calmly picked up the receiver. How does your navy handle things? Sengoku. The voice of the five elders came from the phone bug, low and heavy, and everyone present could clearly hear the suppressed anger. Clearly dissatisfied with the Navy's performance during this riot. But who cares? Atlas looked at Kizaru, who was nonchalantly staring at his fingernails, probably considering whether to trim them later. Nazaro, our Navy has already provided support to Mariewa at the fastest speed. Sengoku clearly did not want to accept the five elders' blame on the Navy right from the start, and retorted mercilessly. According to the investigation by the CP department, the mastermind behind this attack on Mariewa is Fisher Tiger, and now your Navy is responsible for determining his bounty, sending personnel to hunt him down, and keeping a close watch on Fishman Island's movements. Remember, spare no effort. Also, try to avoid conflict with the Whitebeard pirates. I believe your Navy should be able to handle the situation appropriately. We do not want the balance on the sea to be broken again. The intelligence work of the world government is still quite effective, as they almost immediately identified Tiger's identity. However, their attitude towards Fishman Island is somewhat ambiguous. Fishman Island has a special status. It is a member of the world government, but is under the protection of the Whitebeard pirates. This cannot be blamed on Fishman Island, as its geographical position is too unique, being one of the only two passages to the Paradise and the New World. It is often ravaged by pirates and does not receive protection from the Navy. Furthermore, Neptune was friends with Whitebeard in his youth, so they had no choice but to fly the flag of the Whitebeard pirates. Our Navy has discovered that Rayleigh is also involved in this incident. Sengoku revealed the intelligence brought back by Atlas. Although the five elders must have known, it was a good way to redirect the anger. As for Rayleigh's life or death, it was not within his consideration. As for Rayleigh, reinstating his bounty, since he doesn't care about the opportunities Roger secured for them. Let him live the life of a pirate again. In fact, this statement was nonsense. Rayleigh, as a top powerhouse on the sea, has no fixed territory and is a lone wolf who can leave whenever he wants. The Navy has no way to deal with such a powerhouse unless they dispatch two admirals to capture him. However, such an action would be meaningless. The admirals are the highest combat power of the Navy, meant to deter all evil on the sea. Such powerhouses are already scarce. There is basically one pit for one carrot, let alone pulling out two. The five elders almost deployed all tasks in one breath over the phone, but did not mention Atlas's name, likely due to Rayleigh's obstruction. Even if that CP0 spoke ill of him in front of the five elders, it could not deny the fact that he fought with Rayleigh. Regarding the Whitebeard pirates, although the world government is wary of the terrifying destructive power of Whitebeard's Nomi, the main concern is not wanting the Navy's power to rise again. The current Navy is subtly showing signs of breaking free from their control. And, just when Atlas thought this guy's rambling was about to end, the voice from the phone bug came again. However, Sengoku's heart sank, and an ominous premonition surged within him. We originally planned to hold your promotion ceremony in the next year or two, but due to the disappointing performance of your navy in this Mariewa incident, we five have unanimously decided that you will only be promoted to admiral when you capture Fisher Tiger. That's it. Slap. Before Sengoku could say anything, the phone bug was hung up from the other end. Damn it. Hearing that the promotion time was postponed, Sengoku couldn't help but curse angrily. As everyone in the office was his own people, he didn't need to hide his emotions. A few days later, a piece of news that would shock the world was published in the World Economic News. The Holy Land Mariewa has been attacked. Although the world government issued a statement vigorously condemning Fisher Tiger's heinous acts and remained silent about the liberation of slaves, Tiger was still viewed as a hero by many, especially among the ruffians of Fishman Street. A ship that didn't look very good slowly sailed on the sea, and the deck was filled with a dense crowd, encompassing most of the races in the world. It was Fisher Tiger and his group. At this moment, Tiger had just left the waters near the Sabati archipelago, and some people had already disembarked along the way, leaving behind mostly those who were homeless or too far from their hometown to reach. Brother Tiger, the Navy has issued your bounty. Hearing the voice, Tiger turned to see Borsellino running towards him with a brand new bounty notice, feeling a bit helpless and amused. Borsellino was one of the fishman slaves that Tiger saved from Mariewa, and he admired Tiger greatly for rescuing him from hell. However, what Tiger found somewhat helpless was that although the other slaves did not harbor hostile feelings towards him, the sensitive Tiger easily sensed their distance towards fishmen. This kind of discrimination stemming from racial prejudice made Tiger feel somewhat suffocated. Haha, the Navy is really willing to spend money. Tiger took the bounty notice from Borsellino's hand, which prominently featured an image of Tiger, and the amount below was as high as 230 million berries. Of course, Brother Tiger, you are the great hero who saved the slaves, Borsellino said with a proud expression, as if he thought the 230 million berries bounty was for him. Chapter 106. The New Recruit. Cyrus, what are your plans for the future, Paul? Tiger did not share in Paul's excitement, and instead asked about his future plans. I don't know, but I want to follow you, Captain Tiger, Paul said excitedly. For him, Tiger was the man who pulled him from hell. From the moment he escaped Mariewa, he had decided to follow this man. I want to form a pirate crew, help these escaped people get home, and then fight against the slave trade at sea. Before Paul could ask, Tiger said with a determined expression. The painful experience of slavery made Tiger detest human trafficking, and this raid on Mariewa seemed to show him the direction of his life. Marineford, New Recruit Training Camp, Zifa's office. How have you been, Teacher Zifa? Any good recruits lately? At this moment, only Zifa, Siyasu, and Atlas were in the office, making it a relatively private meeting, so Atlas jokingly asked. Not bad, but any good recruits pale in comparison to you, Zifa said with a satisfied expression, looking appreciatively at Atlas's admiral insignia. I didn't expect you to be promoted to the vice admiral rank so quickly. After the Mariewa incident, Atlas was smoothly promoted to vice admiral without any setbacks. Although the Gorosei had paid a bit more attention to him due to the previous interception of Rayleigh, Atlas had not done anything outrageous. And having already made a name for himself with Sengoku, there was no need to stir up trouble over a mere vice admiral's appointment, which might backfire and create resistance within the Navy. Siyasu chimed in. Teacher Zifa has been using you as an example for the new recruits. In their eyes, you have surpassed Akainu and the others. Then they must be getting tired of hearing my name, Atlas joked, surprised at Zifa's high regard for him. Haha, don't listen to this brat's nonsense. What are your plans now that you're back at headquarters? Sengoku has assigned me to guard Sabati archipelago. Atlas did not hide anything from Zifa, as this was not a major secret. Although Zifa had retreated to the background as a former admiral, he still had the authority to find out such small matters. Guarding Sabati? Normally, the base commander, there is a rear admiral. Why would Sengoku send you, a vice admiral? There? Zifa was clearly puzzled by Sengoku's arrangement, as he had long ceased to manage Navy affairs and had not been overly attentive to world events. Sengoku wants to prevent those pirates from flooding into the New World and avoid strengthening the three major pirate crews, Atlas explained. stretching his slightly stiff muscles and letting out a comfortable groan. Seeing this, Zifa and Siyasu did not stop him. The three were not in a strictly hierarchical relationship, so the atmosphere remained relaxed. By the way, when are you going to take that recruit I train away? Now that you've reached the Vice Admiral level, it's time to form your own fleet. Cyrus? Atlas scratched his head sheepishly as he almost forgot about him. A year ago, after inviting Cyrus to join the Navy, Atlas had him return to headquarters and personally called Zifa to arrange for him to undergo special training at the new recruit camp. Atlas had high hopes for Cyrus. Otherwise, he wouldn't have gone through such trouble to bring him into the Navy. What do you think of Cyrus, Teacher Zifa? His progress should be pretty good, right? I'm really optimistic about him. Strictly speaking, Cyrus was not a regular recruit from the training camp, but one should not underestimate the new recruit training camp. Everyone there had to undergo strict identity and qualification checks, so it was impossible for just anyone to get in. Cyrus was barely considered an auditor, so he did not need to go through the graduation assessments like ordinary recruits. As long as Atlas issued a transfer order, he could board a ship directly and could be considered part of Atlas's direct line. Compared to his contemporaries, he was quite outstanding, with high swordsmanship skills and a good grasp of the 6 styles, though it would take some time for his physical fitness to reach the level of awakening haki. Zifa succinctly evaluated Cyrus's current status, noting that the biggest difference between him and other new recruits was his combat experience. He was a man who came from the gladiatorial arena and had been responsible for the defense of Dressrosa, making his combat intuition and sharpness incomparable to that of the recruits. At this time, the recruits should be training in the drill ground. Should we go give them a class? They can see you, the legendary senior monster. Sure. Seeing Zifa's slightly expectant gaze, Atlas readily agreed, as he wasn't particularly busy at the moment. On the training ground of the new recruit camp, 2 figures were engaged in a fierce battle. The use of finger guns and iron blocks dazzling to behold, with waves of air rolling between them. Finger gun, iron block, ugh, puffed. Finally, the iron block added another failed record. Seeing the situation in the ring, the instructor immediately announced loudly, "The winner is Cyrus." Cyrus, in the ring, showed a genuine excitement. He seemed to be born for combat, every victory making him genuinely happy. However, now that he had been in the Navy for a year, he had not seen that man even once. Sometimes, Cyrus wondered if that guy had forgotten about him in Marineford. What do you think? Are you satisfied with his progress? Zifa and the other 2 had been observing the entire match from the sidelines, and Cyrus's performance made Zifa quite satisfied. Aside from not mastering Gale Step and Moonwalk, he is very proficient in the other 4 styles, and this batch of contemporaries shouldn't be new recruits, right? Atlas's keen eye quickly discerned Cyrus's grasp of the 6 styles. However, he's already qualified to join my fleet. Atlas added, Chapter 107. The person in Sabaody, all right. Today is your time to take office in Sabaody, Sengoku said to the fully prepared Atlas. Remember, don't let a single supernova enter the new world. Do whatever you want in Sabaody. If anything happens, I'll take the blame. No problem. I guarantee that group of pirates 1T even touch the edges of the new world. Atlas patted his chest and promised. By the way, don't offend the celestial dragons. I know you're not fond of them. No problem. If I can't provoke them, I can always avoid them, right? Looking at Sengoku's somewhat doubtful expression, Atlas replied unhappily, Relax, don't you know who I am? Once these words were out, Sengoku became even more uneasy about Atlas. If Atlas were to kill a celestial dragon, even he wouldn't be able to cover it up. However, Atlas wasn't lying to Sengoku. Although he looked down on the celestial dragons, he currently didn't have the absolute strength to resist the world government. He was the type to blindly rebel. All right, I'll take my leave now. The warship is waiting for me at the port. Seeing that Sengoku seemed to want to say more, Atlas hurriedly took his leave. The warship prepared for him by the headquarters was already docked at the port. Due to the establishment of the Navy base in the New World, a large number of Navy personnel had been dispatched to the New World. Therefore, the number of warships docked at the headquarters port was not many, and it couldn't be compared to when Atlas first arrived at Marineford. Admiral Atlas. Over here. Just as Atlas arrived at the port, the voice of Cyrus came from a warship. This was a giant standard Navy warship. Atlas hadn't considered building a dedicated warship for himself for the time being, not because he was stingy with money. These could all be reimbursed by the Navy, and there was no need for Atlas to save money for them. Mainly, he didn't need a custom warship at the moment since the station was not far from the headquarters in the Sabati archipelago. Moreover, Atlas felt that even a custom warship would be too ordinary, so he might postpone considering the issue of warships. "Hey, Cyrus, you look very spirited today." Cyrus, standing on the deck, was wearing a very ordinary Navy uniform, changing from his appearance in dress rosa. His current rank was private, and since he had no achievements, Atlas also didn't plan to promote him too much. After all, with Cyrus's strength, catching some small pirates was an easy task. The standard configuration of the warship included about 1,000 ordinary Navy soldiers, several hundred elite soldiers, and his subordinate officer was a bearded colonel with an ordinary face. The troop configuration on the ship could be said to be quite balanced, but not outstanding. However, Atlas would definitely find time to personally recruit a few trusted subordinates for his ship. Smoker had long been reserved by Atlas. He had graduated from the rookie training camp last year, and at that time his rank seemed to be major. He should have been a lieutenant colonel, but this guy openly defied military orders during the graduation trials, which led to a poor evaluation that directly affected his final commendation. "Admiral Atlas, may I ask if we can set off now? Are all personnel on board accounted for?" Reporting to the Admiral, all personnel and supplies have been accounted for. Requesting instructions. "All right, then let us set off. Destination, Sabati Archipelago." Atlas nodded slightly and turned to the bearded man. "By the way, your name is Megis, right?" Before setting off, Sengoku had already sent him the information about the main officers on the warship, so he still had some impression of this bearded man. "Yes." Navy Headquarters Colonel Megis reporting to the Admiral. Megis saluted seriously. He didn't know much about Atlas, this young admiral from the headquarters, but his deepest memory was of the former warlord Crocodile, who had been captured and sent to Impel Down. A year ago, he was hailed as the Navy's new star, and after experiencing the trials of the New World, he had become even stronger, rising to the rank of Navy Rear Admiral due to his numerous military achievements. One could say he was a monstrous figure in the Navy. Upon learning that he had been assigned under Atlas, Megis felt a little anxious. After all, most strong individuals tend to have some unusual quirks. However, fortunately, after a short period of contact, Megis had a very good impression of Atlas. The Sabati archipelago is not very far from the Navy headquarters. It is essentially a giant red mangrove tree, the largest in the world. Since its roots are always exposed above the water surface, it has formed the Sabati archipelago. The biggest feature of the Sabati archipelago is the natural resin secreted by the roots of the red mangrove tree due to respiration, which has created the unique bubble culture of Sabati. It is also a necessary route to the New World. Therefore, it is referred to by pirates as the Island of Failure and the Island of Redeparture. The Sabati archipelago mainly consists of 79 numbered trees, and there are also very obvious regional divisions. Atlas's destination this time is the area numbered 60 to 69, which is the main garrison of the Navy and the entrance and exit of the world government. Areas 1 to 29 are mainly for human trafficking and auctions, collectively referred to as the illegal zone, which is almost a gathering place for most criminals, including pirates. Areas 30 to 39 are the essence of Sabati's unique bubble culture, a must-visit place for tourists known as Soap Bubble Park. Areas 40 to 49 are mainly sightseeing zones and specialty shops, relatively peaceful places suitable for tourists to visit. Areas 50 to 59 are primarily regions where shipyards and coating craftsmen are located, although the shipbuilding craftsmanship may be slightly inferior to that of Water 7. The unique coating process is crucial for pirates heading to the New World, so this is also a favorite spot for pirates. As for areas 70 to 79, there is not much to say. It's the accommodation area. As for whether there are other services, Atlas didn't know. One could say that areas 1 to 29 are places that Atlas will focus on, even if he will face threats from slave ships. Most pirates are fearless. Although most pirates look quite shabby, some celestial dragons enjoy collecting pirate captains, so where there is a market, there is demand. Sabati looks quite peaceful. Atlas admired the distant, slightly visible giant red mangrove tree, thinking he would be greeted by a barrage of cannonballs. "Admiral, Don't just look at the surface. We are heading directly to the Navy's garrison, which is a bit far from the illegal zone, so the commotion over there won't reach here yet. Megis explained with a twitching mouth. Megis was an old Navy man from the headquarters, and he understood the situation in Sabaody, so he wouldn't be fooled by the apparent calm. Really? I think such a beautiful island should be left in peace for a while. Chapter 108. Within the scope of observation hockey, I am just as hearing Atlas's boast. Megis was somewhat puzzled, clearly unaware of what Atlas was about to do next. Indeed, beneath the beautiful things in this world lies a multitude of filth and evil. On the warship, Atlas had quietly covered the entire Sabaody archipelago with observation hockey. This glamorous island seemed to be constantly staging various violent crimes and human trafficking, especially in the areas 1 to 29, which were notorious lawless zones. It's truly unbearable. Let's first cleanse some of this evil. As soon as he finished speaking, Megis next to him felt a powerful intimidation emanating from Atlas. Although it wasn't directed at him, the mere aura that dispersed made him momentarily lose his senses. Conqueror's hockey. Ha ha ha. I am a sea pirate with a bounty of 70 million. It is your honor to have me dine here, and you dare to ask me for money? In a certain tavern, a fierce-looking, bald, muscular man brandished a large curved sword, looking extremely arrogant at the tavern owner. Surrounding him was a circle of onlookers and a group of pirates with unimpressive appearances, presumably crew members of the bald man. Hey, old man, our captain is Demon Nick. Are you tired of living? Ha, how novel. There's actually someone asking a pirate for bar tab. The crowd was immediately taken aback by this statement. Demon Nick had recently gained notoriety, particularly for his penchant for torturing enemies. He had even destroyed a naval base in the North Sea. It was unfortunate that this infamous pirate had crossed paths with the tavern owner. Realizing this, the onlookers couldn't help but cast pitying glances at the tavern owner. He, a mere 70 million pirate, dares to call himself a great pirate? The tavern owner was clearly not intimidated by Nick. After all, someone who could run a tavern in a lawless zone wouldn't fear a pirate with a mere 70 million bounty. This owner was evidently a tough character. It's really infuriating. Nick looked at the owner's mocking expression, veins bulging on his arms, raising his large curved sword high, ready to cleave the owner in half. You're a pirate from the North Sea, aren't you? The owner remained unfazed, instead asking an unrelated question. So what? The descending sword suddenly halted, a strong sharpness slicing a line of blood across the tavern owner's forehead. Joker. I'm one of Joker's people. After saying this, the tavern owner stood there, smiling at Nick, seemingly very confident about this name. Joker? Who is that? Have you all heard of him? No. Perhaps just a businessman from the North Sea? Ha. Hey. The crew of the Demon Pirate Gang seems to be quite wary of this Joker. Upon hearing the tavern owner mention a somewhat unfamiliar name, the crowd began to discuss fervently, but upon seeing the expressions of Nick and his crew, they showed surprise. Clearly, Nick and his crew recognized the so-called Joker. Nick and his crew looked at the tavern owner, who appeared unafraid, feeling somewhat at a loss. Naturally, Nick had heard of Joker. He could be considered a major player in the North Sea underworld. Although he hadn't ventured into the Grand Line, Nick had crossed paths with the subordinates of the other party. As for the outcome, one could glean a little from Nick's wary expression. Let us just forget about it this time. Let us consider it our boss treating you. The tavern owner was clearly a shrewd person, knowing that even if Joker's reputation in the North Sea underworld was formidable, this was still the Grand Line, where the heavens were high and the Emperor far away. Ultimately, one's life is one's own. It would be too unjust if this pirate were to kill him out of anger right here, even if Joker eventually helped him take revenge. What practical significance would that have? All right then, today, I'll give Joker some face. First mate, bring the bar tab. Although Nick was known as Demon, he was clearly not a mindless individual. Seeing the tavern owner offer him a step down, he immediately took it. Upon hearing this, the crowd, who had originally planned to watch the excitement, suddenly felt disappointed, while also harboring immense curiosity about the Joker mentioned by the tavern owner. Although Nick's 70 million bounty was not uncommon in the Grand Line, the fact that someone could suppress him simply by name indicates that this Joker was clearly no ordinary person. Just as the crowd prepared to leave with a sense of regret, A terrifying aura enveloped the area, and the world seemed to transform into a colorless painting. Thud! Thud! The pirates in the tavern collapsed to the ground like dumplings dropped into boiling water. Those left behind to watch were somewhat at a loss, only feeling a gust of wind brushing against their faces. As the pirates who had just been clamoring were now frothing at the mouth, unconscious, with some even bleeding from their orifices, completely lifeless. Hey, are you blind? Can't you see that big living person over there? In the lawless area of Zone 2, a sharp-nosed, monkey-faced old man was bossily directing a group of black-suited henchmen behind him. In front of them stood a terrified 17 or 18-year-old girl. What a pity. She has been targeted by this guy. Who is that guy? Silence. This guy is the mastermind behind the biggest human auction house in Sabaody. It's said that he has celestial dragons backing him. TSK. Looks like this girl won't be able to escape today. Hearing the surrounding discussions, the already terrified girl began to cry even harder, as if she had foreseen her future as a slave. But isn't she a tourist? Behind a sharp-nosed, monkey-faced, middle-aged man, a burly-looking man seemed somewhat reluctant. Haha. Haddon, why are you feeling sympathetic at this time? Think of your better-than wife and daughter. The burly man seemed to have hit a sore spot, his fists clenched, the joints appearing somewhat white from strain. Truly a gem. I believe the celestial dragons will definitely like her. Just in time, Mary Geos is short of slaves recently, Before the sharp-nosed, monkey-faced, middle-aged man could step forward, he felt a sudden blow to the back of his head, warm liquid flowing from his ears, nose, and throat. Bang! The same scene was continuously unfolding across Sabaody Archipelago, as if an eye of God was watching over the entire Sabaody Archipelago, punishing the wicked almost simultaneously. Chapter 109. Don't waste food, either the Grand Line, Sabaody Archipelago, Area 51. This aura, a young man dressed in ragged clothes with grayish-green hair, was sneaking around nearby. His name is Gilder Tezelo, currently in Sabaody, just off Mariewa. For Tezelo, the so-called Holy Land of Mariewa is a nightmare he never wants to remember. But the owner of the aura that has just enveloped Sabaody seems to be the person who saved him back in Mariewa. Forget it. I'll inquire later. The main goal now is to find a ship and get out of this damn place. No matter how beautiful the Sabaody Archipelago is, Tezelo feels extremely uncomfortable in this garden of the celestial dragons, which constantly reminds him of his former life as a